Smoke one spliff, get high to the rhythm. Smoke one spliff while you're waiting for Jeran. Smoke one spliff, get high to the rhythm. Smoke one spliff while you're waiting for Jeran. Smoke one spliff, get high to the rhythm. Smoke one spliff while you're waiting for Jeran. Smoke one spliff, get high to the rhythm. Jeran, we waiting for Jeran. Jeran, we waiting for Jeran.
This is a test. This station is conducting a test of the emergency broadcasting system. This is only a test.
Welcome. This is the Jeranism show.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. This is the Speaker's Corner, where we speak truth, seek truth. Speaker's Corner, yeah, they see through, we see you. Speaker's Corner, where the people get us off, where real ideas and thoughts spark. This is all on the Speaker's Corner. 3 minutes hit the spotlight. Speaker's Corner, where 3 minutes gets your mind right. Speaker's Corner, where the people get us off, where real ideas and thoughts spark. This is all on the Speaker's Corner.
Well, what do we have here? It is the first Thursday of the month. That means it's time for Speaker's Corner, where the people get to talk, where you get to be skeptical, or you can be stupid, which many have taken that role lately. Welcome to the show, everybody. I am Jaron from Jeranism. It is the most beloved flat earther in the history. You heard that right. In the history of flat earth, there's never been somebody more well-liked than me. That is fact. A lot of people want to debate that, but there is no debate. It is just me being, honestly, just so much better than everybody else. So that's if we're being honest. I mean, I get it. Sometimes you don't want to be honest. Trust me, I get it. Let's see how we're going to start the show, shall we? We shall. Let me see who we've got up here first. Let's get the thumbnail up there for everybody. It is the January 2025 edition of Speaker's Corner. Are you ready? Should be ready. Where the people get to talk. Seeing I have something here for you. There you go. All right. Is the music done yet? Quiet. It's going to quiet down here in a second. There we go. Thank you, music, for going away. Welcome to the show, everybody. It is time for another Speaker's Corner. You get 4 minutes, and we're going to be very strict tonight because it's going to be packed, I have a feeling. A lot of people have a lot to say. They're all going to get on and tell you that they think quite highly of me in every possible way, and how the flat earth is just winning, and we don't even need evidence anymore. You basically can just say, doesn't matter, nothing burger, and that counts as evidence now. So we've actually just surpassed any kind of scientific endeavor in all of history by just now saying it doesn't matter, nothing burger, and we don't know what the sun does. We don't have a map. We don't have a model. We don't have to. Okay, well, it just gets a little bit old. But we're going to hear from you guys tonight. It should be fun. I've heard some nonsense. Vape Gate? You name it. Matt Gate. Somebody thought Matt was Austin. It's like, whoa. What is going on? I'm going to look right now because I haven't seen it yet. Let's look at the poll that's in the chat. The poll asked, which of the following is closest to the truth about the trip to Antarctica? Your choices were, the entire thing is a hoax. You were paid to lie, you're shills, you're compromised. You went and were deceived or confused, or you were 100% truly Antarctica. All videos are real. Everything about it is real. That has gotten a 68%, and that has allowed me to live another day. I will not jump off the roof now. So thank you for at least getting that above where I expected it. But it is time, ladies and gentlemen. Truth seekers, truthers, or keyboard warriors, welcome to Speaker's Corner. It is the only segment bold enough to let you, yes, you, with your conspiracy memes and your great research skills, your shadow knowledge is just unsurpassed. Because here's what you have to remember before I get into it. Just remember that, pretend for a second that you're me. Pretend for a second that you're me. You went to Antarctica. Everything's on the up and up. There's not one lie. Now look at the community from that point of view and think what you would think. Well, that's what I think. Okay? So step into the spotlight. This is your chance to confront me. The man, the myth, the alleged sellout. Jaron Campanella from Jeranism. You think I'm a shill or a puppet? Controlled opposition, I've heard. Well, here's your golden opportunity to say it to my virtual fucking face. But fair warning, I've heard it already. Heard it all before. You can't hurt me. Trust me. Your take isn't half as original or half as cool as you think it is. So while you're down there slinging mud, just remember I'm up here on my throne, sipping truth water and looking fantastic. Okay? So step right up, grab a mic, and let me know what's on your mind. But don't worry, I will give you 4 minutes. But at the end of 4 minutes, you're going to hear a song start to play. And if that song ends, so will your call. That's how we're doing it tonight. If you don't like it, get out. It's pretty easy. Pretty easy. Pretty easy to run life if you just do it right. But a lot of people can't do it. All right, let's get going. We are going to see who's up first. It looks like we've got, let me see if we got everything working. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention, we've got things going on here. This is is this going to come over now? Yes. Put this on the screen. Ah, shoot. I think something's already wrong on the thing, but we'll fix it. So we've got a couple things over here. By the way, Eric Dubé wanted to be a part of this stream. He wanted to do some signing, so you see him there in the lower left-hand corner. He'll be signing the entire show. Also, I have found the most effective way at figuring out who are shills and who aren't. I was trying to think, there's got to be a way that we could figure it out, and I figured it out. It's the Dubé Super Shillometer. And, oh, that's not supposed to be right. It should be like this. Okay, well, that's not really working well. Wonder why that is. Let me try one thing real quick. I don't know why my image thing is not working. Okay, go there. Try that. Well, that is really weird. I'm changing the graphic, but it's only changing on the preview screen, not on the actual screen. Huh. Well, there's a little meter that goes up when you donate to this stream. And if it gets up to $250, that means that Dubé is the official only shill in the flat Earth. So, which I'm suspect of. So we're going to see tonight. That's the best way to figure it out for real. Is can 250 people or $250 be donated towards that fact? We'll find out. I think it goes without saying that Eric Dubé is a shill. Who else has flip-floppy, backtracked, tripped over themselves? The 200 proofs became 100 proofs, became 16 proofs if you reduced them and took out the ones that are duplicates. But then you really can't call them 16 because a lot of them are the Southern Sun that he then just flip-flopped on. So it gets very difficult to keep track of the leader of the flat Earth. He's hard to keep track of anyway. I think it's embarrassing, at least to me, that people would even dare put me in the same sentence as that guy. You might be thinking I'm saying, oh, I'm so far below. No. I've put in 6 to 10 hours of live content. Do you see like I'm doing now? Do you think I'm reading from a script? Am I plagiarizing something or am I just talking? Okay. This is live content. I'm here now. It's the 2nd of January. I'm a little bit exhausted for my own reasons. It is January 2nd. If you know that is a special date in my life, it is my engagement anniversary. And we do something special on that 2nd of January every year. So anyway, I'm here. We almost got started on time. That was cool. But with Mr. Dubé, you have to think of everything that guy's done to demonize this movement from day one. He brought the map that's now been debunked. He sported that around. He brought his 200 proofs that he obviously knew weren't proofs because then when they came up that they were going to be shown, he said, oh, never mind, I changed my mind on those proofs. So he's just a flip-flopper. He's just taking you for your money. He's a scammer. Scam artist, probably a shill. And we'll find out here tonight on this very show. All right, let's get to the first caller and see who we got. It looks like we've got James W. James, come on board. Welcome to the show. We are happy that you are here, but we don't see you yet. James, come on board. There's James.
Can you hear me?
I got you.
Hello? Hello,
I
can you hear me?
I hear you.
Hello?
Can you not hear me?
Okay, sweet. Sorry, I'm like trying to pick up my. Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, good.
Trying to pick up my girlfriend, so it's been a little bit hectic at the airport.
Oh, is she a bigger girl?
Timing didn't work out.
Oh, I get you.
It's all right. I just wanted to explain that yes, I've been a long time follower since about 2015. I believe you went to Antarctica.
Smart.
I definitely think there's a 24-hour sun.
Smart.
I wanted to say I haven't seen a lot of people experimenting in the refraction side of the dome. I think that there can be more ways that there could be a 24-hour sun with the dome, and not just the basic, it's just a round dome structure. I think there's more to it with refraction, and that there's could be ways with a double concave or double convex lens type of structure that could allow where any perspective of where you are on the earth, you could see the sun in a way where it could still show you, the sun could be in the south and everything. I actually have a video on my channel that I made.
Go ahead. Keep going.
Go ahead.
No, keep going. I don't want to get into your formats. Go ahead.
Yeah. I actually have a video on my channel that where am I supposed to go?
Left.
That actually
Left.
would show that would yeah, I actually don't know. I'm literally pulling into the airport right now. That actually shows some. You can have types of refraction, just like, if you take light and send it through a prism, you can obviously scatter lights into a rainbow, kind of like the whole dark side of the moon.
Losing you a little bit there.
With double concave,
You're fine.
double convex lenses, all sorts of. I really don't know where I am. But yeah, so I just want to kind of throw that out there, and definitely have more people looking into that, because I think that we could do more experiments with the dome-like structure, but I don't think it's as basic as some of these people are showing it to be. Just, it's just a glass dome or something like that. I think there's more to it with light and refraction, and that's what we're getting wrong. I could be wrong, of course. I'm just throwing it out there, and I just want more people to experiment with it.
Good idea.
There could be a number of ways it is, but from all, again, I've been following since 2015. I know it's flat. I've seen way too many experiments. I've done them myself. We know it's flat, but what's going on with the sun? It might have something to do with refraction. It's possible. That's all.
Okay. I agree with you that we definitely need more people working on it, because that's something that's got away from us. I don't think people are into doing that kind of research anymore.
No.
Not as much as they
Yeah,
were.
I mean,
so we got a couple people.
Exactly.
We got that guy Alfonso.
Yeah.
We got a couple people doing it.
Yep. My channel, I'm not trying to get subscribers or anything. It's I'm typing words 41. I got 2 subscribers. It's not. I just wanted to show, if you want to check out the video, I got 2 subscribers or something.
Right.
So if you ever want to check out the video or something to see how I'm experimenting with the lights, I do want to get more concave, convex, physical lenses that I can experiment with. Maybe is there anything?
What's your your thought on convex Earth? Concave Earth, I mean.
Concave, I think it's genuinely just flat. I had the thought that it could have possibly been curved on the edges and flat everywhere else. The North Pole up to America, maybe around, I don't know, I'm just throwing it out there, south of America, or Texas, something like that. That whole part, because it doesn't have to be perfectly curved or perfectly flat. It could technically just be flat where we are, and it starts to curve down. But again, I don't think that works as much. I was just throwing that out as an idea.
Okay.
But yeah, there's many different ways. I think it's just flat, honestly. I think it's something to do with an optical illusion. And the guy that set up the experiment, or that sent you guys down there, I think this was all set up. It was real. It definitely was real, but I think he had nefarious intentions, in my opinion. I mean, I know you might view that different, but
well, I don't know if showing somebody
the
truth or something is nefarious, but
well, it's just the fact that mainstream media really, really went heavy on this, and they're just demonizing the crap out of flat earthers at this point. It's just disgusting.
Well, I was actually going to
So-
take one for the team. You know, that the whole point was if that's what we saw, I was going to say, okay, I made a mistake. I was wrong about the map I've been pushing. And then everybody accepts it and we move forward knowing the truth. The problem is that we can't even get to that point. So
Yeah, it's completely divided the flat Earth community. It's so sad.
I
We're
think
already divided.
Your clock ended.
Now
Okay,
it's just
sorry, I'm gonna
way
have to-
worse.
All right, thanks a lot. I think your clock ended. Let's bring on the one and only Tony Coriolis. Tony,
What up?
what's up, boss? How are you?
Hey, I'm doing good. Nice to see you.
You as well.
Nice to hear from you.
You're looking fantastic today.
Thank you. That's nice of you to say.
Yes, of course. Always doing that nice thing for you. Let me get your clock on there. I have to listen a little bit more carefully to the clock as it ran on the last day. Okay, we're back. You're on.
You're
Go.
good. I'll stick to a strict 4. No problem.
Stick to a 4.
Now, okay, Jaron, I'm gonna go a little adventurous with you
Okay, let's go adventurous.
because it's what it is. I call in, and I mean now everyone is gonna be thinking that I'm an agent. I'm Jaron's top secret agent, so I'm okay with that. I'll be your top secret agent in everyone else's book, so I'm fine with that. But here's my thought. You remember that one time where I called in and I said how the moon appears after sets, when it's first appearing after a new moon. Do you remember that?
Okay.
Okay.
Somewhat.
And now that the whole Antarctica trip happened, and we know that it's, in the South, they have the 24-hour sun and North 24-hour sun. People contesting that, whatever. Come on, I'm not calling out people, but Jaron went down. If they didn't go down, we'd be contesting it even more. And even though he did go down, now we're still contesting it. That's where I'm sitting on it. I don't really want to talk about that, but just continuing on with, since then, the whole fact of the moon first appearing, the whole talk of the moon being 24 hours is now just since the last time I talked to you, Duffy put out that video. What do you think on that? The 24-hour sun, have you thought any more on that? Anything? What do you think?
You mean the moon?
The moon. My bad. I always flip-flop.
Oh, I didn't even see. Did he put out that video?
He put out something about it, and I went and
check.
watched it. I didn't really, it was nothing conclusive, but what, he's getting someone to go film it down there? Because as far as I can see, there's no 24-hour moon in the South right now.
I'd have to check, but I thought we saw that it was because it's a new moon and that is in the South and it would be nonstop there.
Well, that's the thing. When we were checking those on my last call-in, and I'd like to just advance from there. The last call-in,
Right.
honest call, and I'm just trying to learn something. So what I found out is that it works as the sun comes up, the sun goes to Cancer and Capricorn as it does, right, through the year.
Yes.
Okay, and then I guess as the sun goes to Cancer, the moon will go towards Capricorn. And like the dates that we were checking on it is kind of like just dates that would kind of line up with what we were seeing on how full moon only up in Cancer. But I guess the June one is what we need to check, is the June full moon. Because then I guess that would be Capricorn.
So I'm looking at Duffy's channel and he has a final experiment 24-hour moon in Antarctica, but it premieres in 4 days.
Yeah, no, he was just mentioning it. He just mentioned it one time since my last call. That's all I meant.
I thought you meant that he put up a video about it already.
No, and it is so hard to call in and talk out stuff and really have a voice to talk out something. It's easy to just be in the comments thinking something and, all in your head saying it there. But it's a different thing when you try to talk something out in real life. So everyone just stay positive.
Thank you for saying that, though. It's very true.
Yeah.
For some reason, people don't even recognize that I describe it as there's watchers and there's doers. And the watchers love to pretend like their job is difficult, to just critique everything and to tear everything you do apart. I tried to listen to Flatzoid and Witsit today. It's just disgusting, man. The guy's just lying about Witsit, just nonstop. It's all lies. He's making up lies within the conversation. It's like, and people can't see it.
And I just hate when, the video going and the comments are so in line that if you say anything out of line, you are like attacked.
Right.
That's weird. That's a weird way to be.
It's cult behavior.
Yeah, I'm not digging it. But just the moon thing, I want to keep digging into it. Hold me to a strict 4. Pleasure to call in. Jaron, I just remember last year when you took a little break and Speaker's Corner was on a break. I was waiting for you to start. Fast forward 1 year to now, I was way more excited for this one. So thanks, Jaron.
Should be fun one. All right. Thanks a bunch. Now I see what's going on. The clock is running out and the music's not playing. That's the problem. Sorry.
I'm all good. I'm all good.
You're good. All right, I'm going to go to somebody next. Thank you. We've got Vaughn.
Peace out.
Vaughn, what's up?
There we go. Hey.
Vaughn. Hey, Vaughn.
Can you hear me?
I hear you great.
Okay.
You're going to get an extra 30 seconds here, so go ahead.
So we all know that the globe earthers like to ridicule flat earthers for not having a working model.
Correct.
But do the globe earthers have a model for all the things that they believe?
It's called the globe. Yes, they do have one.
Well, can they model a Selenelian eclipse?
With refraction, they can, yes. I mean, again, if we
Supposedly.
want to call that.
I don't think they can.
Karen B has shown it before. With refraction at 5 degrees. I mean, people. This is where I feel like Flat Earth needs to really realize where we stand. You cannot say that, like, oh, they have, they can't explain Selenelian eclipse. They need 5 degrees. That's it. If we give them 5 degrees, their refraction works. Then these guys will come on my show and they'll say, oh, Jaron, we have a refraction sun south of you in Antarctica that's actually over Australia. So in our model, we allow 180 degrees of refraction. But in their model, 5 degrees, you're like, they can't explain it. It's like, you guys need to realize we don't have a place to be cocky. We are not at the globe level. They are making predictions that are hitting home perfectly. We don't do that. We go, it doesn't matter. We don't know what the sun is. We don't know what the sun does. We don't know what the sky is. We don't look at the sky. We only measure the ground. Like, we are basically asking for handicap rules. We're like, hey, we're in a wheelchair. Can we have wheelchair rules for this basketball game? Globe, please. And then we act like then we're cocky about it after we've asked for wheelchair rules. Like, oh, now we're going to just fuck these guys up. We have all the truth. What? I've never heard a globe earther tell me, ever, it's a nothing burger. I've never heard when I say, oh, well, why does this happen? They've never explained it with, it's a nothing burger, doesn't matter. We don't know what the sun does.
So they can explain how you can see the
Sorry, there's your clock.
You're saying that they can explain how the moon can be going down and that the Earth, the shadow can be going down with the moon as it's descending in the horizon, and that both the sun and the moon are in the sky at the same time.
Correct, because they're both just barely above the horizon, so they would say refraction. And then the other thing you said was they can explain what part of it? You said that.
Well, I had a bunch of things.
Okay, go ahead.
Here, I'll just go through it real fast. Can they model how the burning iron magmatic core of any sphere can be able to generate magnetism?
I don't think so, no.
Can they model how 3 bodies, the sun, earth, and moon, along with all the other planets, are able to move in predictable ways? Can they model how light can be refracted in such a way as to allow us to see far beyond the alleged curvature of 8 inches per mile squared? Can they model how light from a single source can illumine 70% of the globe at a single moment in time? Can they model how the horizon rises to eye level at elevations as high as 60,000 feet in planes and even 120,000 feet in balloons?
Do you think it rises to eye level?
Well, my experience riding in planes is that it does.
Okay, I think if you
as
did
far
it
as I
again.
can tell, sorry?
I was to say, if you did it again, I mean, it objectively does not. It rises towards eye level, but it doesn't go to your eye level. But again, the problem with this is we're talking about the horizon, which isn't even a real place, so I don't even contend that it should be discussed at all.
Well, would you admit that it's not dropping?
You mean as we go up, it doesn't drop?
As you ascend to 40,000, 50,000 feet.
No, it would get lower. Correct.
Oh, you think it lowers?
Correct, it does. I mean, if you were to take, you're talking about if you were to take like a theodolite up, would the horizon lower or rise? Is that what you're saying?
Well, I'm.
It's not going to lower.
Talking about a theodolite necessarily.
Oh, okay. You're just saying visually.
Visually, yeah. Just looking out, it seems to rise to eye level.
It rises towards eye level, yes, but not
to
eye level.
That doesn't seem to comport with the globe model.
I don't know. Yeah, I'm not trying to argue on behalf of the globe model. I don't know it well enough. Clearly, I don't know well.
Well, if they're saying that we can see ships go over the horizon,
right?
And then
they do say that
the horizon's still rising to, I mean, close to eye level at least. Now you're saying that with the theodolite, it definitely goes down.
I think if you were to find somebody who's got like Jesse or somebody like that who uses a theodolite, they would show you that with each incremental step up with the theodolite, the horizon drops. But again, I've seen horizons so close that boats float in the sky. So
Yeah,
it's
see,
not. It's not. I don't want to talk about the horizon because the horizon is not a real place. It's not something we can measure to.
I've seen people use theodolites, and I think what they're doing is they're measuring what happens as you go up. There's more mirroring on the ocean, and so they think that the horizon is
Dropping.
going down, but it's actually just disappearing because it's mirroring.
Yeah, that might be somewhat the answer. I would agree with you. Our biggest problem, or the problem that happened, I think, in this whole debate, is that Globers tell lies that I think do more damage than good. If they're trying to prove the globe, there's better ways to do it than to lie about it. Because that just creates a problem. When you say things like we build bridges with the curvature of the earth in mind, or something like that, it would never be the case. So it's just kind of embarrassing that they would say that, and then that we've got people on our side like, that's embarrassing. Of course, that can't be true. And then we go from there. So your time's up. You got 30 seconds.
Okay, let me see if I can get this. Can they model how a gaseous star can burn 600 million tons of hydrogen every second for billions of years without running out of fuel? Can they model how a spacesuit can work in a vacuum chamber?
I've never
Can
seen
they
it.
model how a rocket engine can work in a vacuum chamber?
Haven't seen it.
Can they model how the mass of an object will cause other objects with smaller mass to be pulled toward it? Can they model how we can never see more of the moon's surface, Can they model how we can never see more of the moon's surface, no matter where we're standing on the Earth? Can they model how a sun 93 million miles away can have spots that can be seen from different angles, depending on where one is standing on the Earth? Those last two things I thought were kind of interesting. Going to Antarctica, you can see the moon from a different angle, and yet you can never see more of the moon's surface.
I think you can, but it's a very small percentage, like 5%. But your time is up. I got to let you go. We're going with Alan up next. Alan, is that Alan from Space Audits? Alan, what's up? Homeboy.
Yo, what's up, big? What's up, big dog?
You don't have an entrance
Antarctica.
song. Man, I gotta get you an entrance song. Wish I had one for you. Let's do something Eminem. How about
Oh, there goes gravity.
There's a good one. Go ahead.
Oh, nice. Yo, what's up? Did you hear me?
I heard you. Thank you.
Nice. Okay.
How are you?
Yeah, so thanks for going out there, taking one for the team. Happy anniversary to you and your wife.
Thank you. I'll tell her.
And
let's engagement anniversary.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Well, thank you for also being a staple in the community, man, and being there for the boys.
Anytime.
Yeah, you've always been very encouraging and helpful, and then you always putting on this show for everyone to come on and say their piece. It's awesome, dude. Doing a great service to the community.
Thank you much.
And I feel like you're underappreciated in that regard for sure.
Well, thank you. I would agree with you, but whatever that means. What do you got for me today?
Yeah, so I wanted to come on, give a little promo for something I've been working on called the null hypothesis for flat Earth.
Okay.
You see, I should have changed the thing there. You should be able to see it.
I do see it.
Anyway, so it's a simple Prezi I've been working on. I'm going to refine it down and write it in the form of an actual paper, because you write like a thesis in the form of a null hypothesis, right?
Okay.
So you have a null hypothesis and a alternative hypothesis. Your null hypothesis is what you're going to assume to be true, and then you're going to try and falsify that through different mutually exclusive data sets where the outcome is going to be in favor of one towards the other. And then you do a statistical analysis at the end, and you determine whether or not you throw out your null hypothesis. So in regards to looking at the sky and determining the shape of the Earth, that's like definitively like this observation proves it. It's that's retarded. But what you can say it more academically, more logically, right? You could say that you can't use objects in the sky to tell what the shape of the ground is, but you can use them to tell you what the shape of the ground isn't. And when you go over a series of different data sets, different points to determine, if your null is true or if your alternative is true. So for my null hypothesis, the Earth is planar and measurements of curvature are dependent on position of celestial bodies. And then then the alternative is the opposite, that there is globular and curvature is independent of the bodies. And then it goes on to talk about the coordinate systems and how they were derived and how optics works, curved visual space versus Euclidean. So your spatial field versus the visual field, how we see celestial bodies in relation to, that celestial dome, the azimuthal grid. So I go over a bunch of stuff like that. And then it turns out that the positions of the bodies of the stars is where they get all the measurements of curvature from for geodetic surveying.
Right.
So they take the cosine of a star based on the elevation angle, then they just do a distance, or they with that calculated distance from that cosine, they traverse the ground until they get underneath that star. They look up and they expect that star to be in the center of their telescope or theodolite, but it's always off a little bit. But as we learned from Aries failure and Arago, starlight comes in at an angle already. There's no idealized true position. So the idea that you could cosine a star and walk underneath it and have it be directly at your zenith is, an error on their part, but the entire model is built upon parallel light rays coming in and then the contour of the Earth causing a 69 mile per degree deviation in that. And then when they go and take ground measurements, when they look up after they do their cosines, they're off a little bit, but that's just starlight doesn't come in parallel. So like these idealized calculations, like the model itself is built off of compensating for the corrections to put the star in the center of that, and they call that the deflection of the vertical. And then they have a further correction that they added where it wasn't just enough to do that, to say that like the Earth's an ellipsoid, and that's why they have to tilt it and they're off. They actually introduce another deflection mechanic called the gravitational potential correction, which is, if you've ever heard the geoidal model, we live on a geoid. We don't live on a geoid. The geoid is a gravitational model, and that's a further correction to put the star in the center of that. And they say that that's due to the gravitational potential anomaly in that local area. So they just have compounding corrections to make the coordinate system work. So nothing mutually exclusive in there. There's no one's got a ruler out and they've measured curvature or anything like that. It's all calculated values off of the positions of stars, which are known to not have true positions and always be apparent. And then we get into some other mutually exclusive things like shadow sets, battle of the beams, solennilian eclipses, and which you pointed out earlier, that given them 5 degrees, like, yeah, they can explain it, but they have to put the two bodies completely on the underside of the ball. So to even get that 5 degrees, they have to get like whatever the distance equivalent would be to go from underneath the ball to the other side. So like 8,000 miles converted into degrees, that'd be like another 10, 15 degrees or something like that. That would be, that's absurd. So there's no way that, a celestial phenomenon occurring above the horizon is proof of their model or predicted by it or anything like that, especially when there's no orthogonal view of it in any way where we could see these bodies underneath one another like that. So at the very least, it's equivalent to a plane and it's not evidence for their model. And then we have circumpolar routes for terrestrial navigation and satellites. When you look at those on equirectangular projections, which is the ones that they commonly show us where there's a nice sine wave going across a rectangle projection. Now, when you transform that onto an azimuthal equidistant map, it should make pretty much a straight line going across it, signifying that it's going up the ball and then around the backside. But when you transform those, they make flower of life patterns showing that they're doing figure eights in the sky. Now, because this coordinate system is invariant under projection transformation, as long as you apply the appropriate correction for the transformation that you're using, you could take any route, plot it on any of these maps, and then it'll give the corresponding transformation. So if any of these equirectangular projections truly represented a satellite or a plane going around a ball and coming up on the other side from the north-south, then that would be accurately represented. But what we have is all figure eights. There's not a single publicly available data set of a satellite orbit or plane route or boat route or anything like that that shows the proper transformation. And anyway, I have links to all of this, which I'm going to put in the chat for the boys. They could check that out and see the visuals for that. Here's a link for you.
Thank you.
And anyway, I've done the Prezi twice so far, one on Ether Cause, one on Earth Awakenings. Go to youtube.com/space_audits. Check out the latest presentations for Ether Roundtable and the one on Earth Awakenings for the null hypothesis. You can see the full breakdown of where I go in depth on all of these and show that they're the mutual exclusivity aspect of it. Whereas like there's not optical equivalence for a plane flying through a radar beam at a specific altitude in a specific geometry, etc. So anyway, check that out. And don't be afraid of the 24-hour sun. It's okay to be wrong. You know, this model that they have, the globular model that you were talking about, was built over like 400 years of observations of celestial bodies and corrections and unlimited funding. We're a bunch of guys on YouTube trying to, you know, make ends meet. You know, so let's dial it back a little bit and humble ourselves. And it's okay to be wrong. And we, you know,
well said.
Moving forward, we should just, you know.
I think that we got a little cocky. I really do.
Yeah,
we got a little cocky.
We really did. We really did.
It's. I think that we can take a step back and just say, okay, let's regroup. It's not one of those positions that you want to always be just saying, you know, we know we're right, and so because that's why we got into this, and we said, man, we hate that side, we hate those guys. They're over there saying that they're right no matter what, and then we became them. So
absolutely, bro.
All right.
Absolutely.
Thanks so much.
Have a good show, man. Peace.
Later. We got Globetard Z. What's up, Globetard Z? Oh, look who it is. Speaking, it is Globetard Z. How are you, my friend?
You know who I am, don't you?
No, dude, I have no idea. Of course I know who you are. Yes, I've done a couple videos about you. What's up? Zachary Hubbard, everybody. Globetard Z.
Jeranism. About a
my friend.
decade ago, you called me up in the afternoon, and you said, my wife and I would like to do an interview with you later today.
I remember.
And you said, please don't do any research. It's just going to be a casual conversation about why you won't jump on board with the flat Earth. Do you recall this? Do you recall that?
Yeah.
How was it when I picked up the phone for that conversation? Do you remember what you and your wife did?
How was it?
Do you remember what you guys did when I picked up the phone?
No, we said, let's go live on the show. What do you mean?
Well, remember, you specifically said it's going to be a casual conversation. You asked me not to look into anything, but then how did the conversation go?
I don't know. You started making crazy claims like that North Star
No,
was
Jaron. No, Jaron. What it was
everybody's heard the video 10 times.
Quizzes is what it was, right?
No, it wasn't.
To, like, get a gotcha.
Nope, I put up the whole thing.
Just cut it off and say, listen, man, we're going to have a casual conversation, not like I'm back in middle school being quizzed.
Okay.
On everything up in the sky.
I'm the top of my class, Jaron. I know my stuff, dude. I do my research. Even though I've said everything wrong, I've said 10 things wrong in a row, but I've done my research, homeboy.
So again, this is the point
top of my class, Jaron. Top of my class. You don't know. Hey, flat earthers, go look it up. The North Star is where it's at because it's the closest star to Earth.
Right, I was wrong about that.
Yes.
But, Jaron, the point I'm making is just how disingenuous the whole thing was. Because you asked me not to research anything. You said you wanted to have a casual conversation about why I'm not getting on board with the flat Earth thing.
Correct.
But then it was a major pop quiz from you and your wife.
It wasn't. Anybody can go listen to the whole podcast. You're objectively lying.
You clipped, and that's what you put out on the internet. And I thought, geez.
I put up the whole thing. So you're objectively
Jaron,
lying again.
We know that you clipped the one thing. You even re-uploaded it like a year ago.
Yeah, and then I put out the whole thing.
Which was really lame, too, because, I mean, I addressed at the time that, I was wrong about that point, and the reason the North Star is because of its position in the sky more so than its distance. The distance does factor in, but it's more about the position in the sky.
The distance does not factor in one bit. Not one bit. You're wrong.
The point I'm making is...
that you're wrong. I know your point's good. We'll take it.
Was just synonymous with what the whole flat Earth thing is. It's just disingenuous. It's dishonest. It's a total grift. And like I told you in that same conversation...
So wait, mine's a grift. Am I making $30,000 a month?
The shape of the Earth is. It should be focused on what's going on Earth.
I agree.
And I don't know if I told you in that same conversation or not. I talked about it about 1,000 times, but back then, this conversation we had was probably, 2015, 2016? I was telling everybody, you better be ready for when 2020 comes around.
Mm-hmm.
Again, all of you guys who obsess over this whole flat Earth thing, the shape of the Earth rather than what's going on Earth, what I explained to Jaron and others back then is learn about 19-year cycles and why the things happen on this Earth every 19 years. Notice the whole scandemic, it was the C-19, 19 years after 9/11 and the 19 hijackers, which came 19 years after the war on drugs.
Yes.
And there's a major pattern throughout history with 19 years and major events.
Right.
For people to know, Thomas Jefferson.
Look, it just said 19 on the clock right now.
If you do not revolt every 19 years, you will lose rights and liberties. And the thing about the 19 years is it has to do with the moon. The moon's on a 19-year cycle. Every 19 years, it appears in the same space in the sky. So I just want to hop on here, Jaron, and say, I think you did something honest by going down to Antarctica and admitting you were wrong. But again, I think you've also known for a long time that the Earth isn't flat, but it is a major drift, and there is a lot of money to be made off this community. It's like fleecing the sheep.
How much do you make at Patreon?
Huh?
How much do you make at Patreon?
What I do is a legitimate service.
Oh, it's a legitimate service lying to people about betting on sporting events. Cool.
How's that lying?
Because I've proven before, I've shown that you've said I went 13-0 in the playoffs, and you go look and you basically name both teams, name a bunch of numbers, and then whoever wins, you just apply that.
The year that we did go perfect was the year that Brady won the Super Bowl over the Chiefs.
Here we go.
We also had the future right.
I've already shown it
before the season began.
Dude, if you could bet football and be perfect, you wouldn't be on YouTube. You'd be rich. You'd be rolling in money.
Well, Jaron, I don't think you know what my wealth status is, but
no,
the point I'm making, Jaron, is again, I just want people to know the content of your character.
Sure.
Again, the truth of that conversation was you said, Zach, please don't do any research. We just want to have a.
You keep saying that. Is this just like an excuse for getting everything wrong? So that's okay. So if I ever going to get everything wrong,
all of you flat earthers are.
Yeah, I'll just make
disingenuous, dishonest people.
Right. When you said you were the top of the class and you knew what you were talking about and everybody could go look at it, that wasn't disingenuous.
Well, Jaron, everything else I said in that conversation, probably but that one clip, the one thing that you put out there in the 2.5 hour conversation we had was correct. And I was
what?
This is all wrong.
No, you just got it all wrong, my friend. Everything.
Okay, well, Jaron, you just went on. For anyone who wants to look into what we do with sports, again, we've made a lot of people a lot of money over the years, made a lot of futures, and we do very well at sports.
Right.
The year we did go perfect in the playoffs.
Never happened.
Also true. So, Jaron, just super disingenuous.
No, never happened. You want to bet money?
Yeah, I will bet money on that.
Okay, so you're gonna bet me.
Anyway.
Well, what happened?
Jaron,
bet me $1,000 that you went perfect in the playoffs in any year.
Easy.
Easy what?
Anyone go back and verify what we did that year in the playoffs? It's still on the Patreon.
Yeah, no. What year is it?
It was the year of Super Bowl 55, so that would have been 4 years ago. It was the year that they moved the playoff format to our 17-game season. 7 teams on each side as Brady won his 7th ring. It was all about 7 that year.
And so what'd you go? How many games? 13-0? You really want somebody
that
to believe
year
that?
We were perfect in the playoffs.
13-0 in the playoffs.
All right.
You want to bet me $1,000, or say it publicly that you're betting me $1,000 that you went 13-0 and what happened? His camera went out right at the right time. Man, I can't believe it. Peter Jennings, what's up? Welcome.
Hey, Jaron, what's up? How you doing?
Good, yourself?
Yeah, pretty good. That was like some massive projection going on right there from Zach.
Wow. It's so funny. These guys, they love to just show up because all they're about is like, oh, I got one right. And like, what if somebody, calculated how many things he's got wrong? It'd be ridiculous. But anyway.
I don't worry about it. I feel like a lot of these people who are like insulting you and calling you a shill, like I understand it, but it's not. It just doesn't make any sense to me because, well, I guess I kind of said that wrong. But the point is that we already knew that it's flat. It doesn't matter what the sun did in Antarctica because there's 2 massive problems that the globe has.
Okay.
1, we could just see too far, and 2, you can't have a pressure system next to a vacuum. And if they can't solve those, I don't care what the sun did in Antarctica. And anyone who felt like seeing a 24-hour sun in Antarctica meant that it affected their worldview, they didn't understand like the whole flat Earth movement, and like they didn't understand what it was about anyways. And what I would say about, I've been listening to you for at least 3, maybe 4 years. I think you've probably been doing it longer than that.
Not longer.
And you've been very consistent with your message. So I think that it's totally absurd for people to be calling you a shill. But to be honest, I also feel equally like that people shouldn't really be calling Eric Dubé a shill either. Maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong about this, but
sure.
I feel like he was the first one that kind of started this whole thing. Is that not true?
Correct. So let me explain something real quick. So if somebody gets here first, right, and they start the whole thing by bringing a map that ends up getting debunked and 200 proofs which ends up getting debunked. So if you bring that and you're first, and then you sit on your high perch and you demonize every single creator that comes after you, there's not an exception. He has taken every single flat earth creator that has come along and demonized them. So he is the reason that the movement has been fragmented purposely from day one. So
let me ask you this:
that's pretty shilly.
You have a little bit of ego going on here, Jared?
I have a lot of ego going on. Yes, absolutely. Because I've stayed consistent. I haven't flip flopped. I haven't lied to people. I haven't done what Eric Dubé has done. I haven't plagiarized books and called them my own. I've actually done live content 5,000 hours over the last 10 years. That guy's done 15 minutes of live content. He reads from a fucking script. He shouldn't be in the same conversation as me. Period.
Look, I have respect for both of you guys. Let me just say
Good.
that
You can respect plagiarists if you want. I don't mind.
Look, I don't know all the details about that.
Well, plagiarism is when you take somebody else's work and write it in your own book as your own work. That's called plagiarism.
I'm sorry, I was talking.
Go ahead.
No, I was asking you to repeat what you said.
I said plagiarism is when you take somebody else's text and write it as your own, and then you just read it every video you do. You just read the plagiarism. You don't do any original content.
Okay.
Yeah.
But we already established that he originally was the first one to come up with this whole flat Earth thing.
Yep.
Right?
And the map that's been debunked. Yes.
Look, man, I'm not attacking you at all.
Yeah. No,
Jared.
I'm just
saying,
making it pointing out facts.
Okay. What I do know is that Eric has a lot of original content, and maybe he did take some of your ideas.
No, I didn't say anything about me. Hold on. I didn't say me. I didn't say he took anything from me. He took everything from Robotham and people from the 1900s. Not me.
Okay, sure. Well, we're all always doing that, right?
Okay.
Like,
there's not a lot of other people that took. So yeah, but other people are just writing books that are their own works, not plagiarism.
Okay,
whatever.
I can give
Eric
you
DeBay is great. Eric DeBay is king. Eric DeBay is God. He could have been the president of the Flat Earth movement. He never stepped up. He never tried to bring people together. He never cared enough about Flat Earth to do anything like that, to become president. He could have been president of the Flat Earth. He just needed to step up and not be a puss.
Okay, well,
but he didn't do that.
You understand, though, that the people controlling everything, their whole thing is divide and conquer. They want you
absolutely
divided to him, right? You can agree with that, right?
Right. So if I look at the community and I see somebody who's responsible for that, do you think that I put some blame there?
I don't know. Like, I feel like
well, think about what you just asked me. Hold on. Let's rewind it. Let's rewind what you just asked me. What did you say? Because let's stick to, if you're going to make a comment, a point, and then I have a rebuttal to that, you can't just dismiss it. You said...
Okay, you're talking about the plagiarism?
No. What did you say after that?
I can't recall.
You don't remember what you were just telling me? You don't remember what you were just talking about?
I said a number of different things.
Okay.
I was saying that it was ego, like it sounded like there's ego involved. I said that I had respect for both of you guys. I said that he was doing things he was the first one.
Okay.
And you both given.
Then you said. Then you went into this thing about how the government wants us divided, right? And we want us fighting.
Yeah.
Right. So then I said, if there's somebody in the movement that's responsible for that, do you think that we should look at them a little bit funny and go, hey, why for 10 years have you sat on your perch? He's never done a live stream like I do every week. He's never done he's never spoke at a conference like I've spoken at 6. He's never spoken at a Flattoberfest. He hasn't done anything for the community. He's a piece of garbage. He has hurt the community from day one by demonizing every single creator that's come. So if I see that and I'm like, oh, this is obviously noticeable, anybody can see that, but you want to protect him and be like, well, but he was here first. Oh, okay, so that gives him permission to demonize every one of us that came after him. That makes a lot of sense. We would be so much further along if it wasn't for Eric DeBay.
Yeah, I'm not involved in watching what everybody's doing on a daily basis. What I do know is that when he puts content out, I listen because I tend to find that I get value from it.
Okay. Did you get any value from his recent video that he says that we faked Antarctica? Did you get any value from that?
Yeah, I don't agree. Okay. I don't think that was faked. But that doesn't mean that everything else that he said is like all of a sudden like we should ignore him, you know?
He got it completely wrong.
I'm not saying
he's a terrible researcher. He's a terrible researcher who got it completely wrong. Terrible researcher.
You've never gotten anything wrong?
Not completely wrong. Not garbage completely wrong like that. No.
I've had times where my entire life I had to look back and realize, oh, everything I actually thought was wrong.
Okay.
So, I mean...
Well, didn't we all do that?
Like with all the people calling you a shill, I'm like, look, these people, they need to like take a step back and like just chill a little bit and realize like maybe you don't have the full picture and maybe you do have the full picture and I'm the short-sighted one. But from my perspective, all I see is that like it seems like everyone in this situation just has too much ego. It's just my perspective.
Yep, that is probably the case. And ego shouldn't come from being somebody who flip-flops. That's my point. Is that if my ego was like, I'm going to have an ego because I flip-flop on decisions and I have an ego because I demonize the rest of the community and I've never spoken at a conference, then there would be I could see people having a contention with that. But what I'm saying is I have tried to bring the community together, not separate them. I haven't demonized, I haven't called people shill. I don't have a shill list on my website. I don't know. Here's the top 10 shills. Do you understand that that's damaging to a movement?
I agree.
Okay. So that is Eric DeBay. He's been the one who's been damaging it from day one. On his website for 10 years has been a list of the top 10 shills, including me, Mark Sargent, Patricia Steer, people that are just normal people trying to push the flat earth. We don't need to be handicapped and kicked in the kneecaps by that guy doing Wing Chun next to you over there, or whatever he's doing.
If I was talking to him right now, I would say to him, look, I don't
well,
think that
you would never have him. He would never talk to you. That would have to be live. You can't do that. You only get me to do that. But I get it.
I would just
we got Roger Ledwell up next. What's up, Roger?
How you doing, Jared?
Good.
How you doing today?
Fantastic.
Good. Next year, I'm taking the trip to Antarctica.
Awesome.
I'm on Flatzoid's panel, by the way, just to let you know.
Okay.
And I really am tired of like all the slander that's going on.
Good, me too.
They're baseless claims about him lying. We went through the
Excuse
whole
me?
video over and over again. Well, Flatzoid didn't lie about anything.
I mean, I
Just
cannot
say
believe that people like you exist.
Why?
Flatzoid, hold on a second.
I'm on Flatzoid's panel every day, dude.
I cannot believe that you would come here and say that Flatzoid didn't lie today when I heard him objectively lie.
What did he lie about?
Did he not come in and say all the people in the race, we could see their breath all the time?
Yeah, he recanted that. He said you can see it most of the time.
Oh,
you
recanted.
got to listen to the whole thing.
Oh, okay. He recanted after he lied.
He didn't lie.
He did lie. He told one thing at the beginning of the stream and then one thing at the middle of the stream. That's lying.
Yeah, he thought about it.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, thought about it. Okay, so lie.
So that's
Gotcha.
not slander, dude, by
Okay.
any stretch of the imagination.
All right. Telling people that he saw Witsit kneel down and take a puff off of a vape, which
No, he
isn't
didn't say
true.
He knelt down. He said he ducked down, and we have it on video if you want to look at it.
You guys still
we
don't
have
get it.
Dave McKeegan's
You're
video.
still so stupid that you don't know that that's been edited. You don't even listen.
How did Dave McKeegan's 360 camera get edited? Please tell me.
No, it's not Dave
If
McKeegan's
it's-
camera that showed that.
No, we took Dave McKeegan's footage. That's
Oh,
where
boy.
we got it from. Dude.
Wow.
Yeah.
You took
can come over
somebody's
and look at it
footage.
whenever you want to.
You took somebody's footage who manipulated the video, and you guys can't even see that.
No, we didn't get it from anybody else. We got it directly from Dave McKeegan.
When? I thought Flatzoid said he watched it live.
We watched him live on the show, dude.
What
That
do you mean?
wasn't the 360 cam. We watched his stream.
But he
from
said he
Antarctica.
saw him take that vape hit live. Now you're telling me that he saw it from Dave McKeegan's 360 camera, which wasn't live. So you guys are objectively liars.
No, but it's the same. It's the same time, dude. Objectively, that's the same time when he walked out of the building, took the hit off of it, walked over, held it, and blew it out.
I can't even.
That's-
You're not even worth it. You're not worth it.
Oh,
Sad.
you're telling me I'm not worth it?
You're
dude?
not worth it.
That's ego right there.
Well-
you don't even understand angular size change when you rise in altitude, but how it brings the horizon down.
Angular
You-
size
you'll-
change
you'll-
changes
yeah.
moves the horizon.
No, your field of view goes further. That's why it lowers somewhat. Yeah. You told me you didn't know anything about the model, so yeah. And in 2016, I'm pretty sure with Bob Nodell, Antonio, and Nathan Oakley debunked that map, and you were in on it.
What do you mean?
With Globebusters. Yeah, they called around all over the world. They found out that the azimuthal was off by a long shot with all its predictions.
What do you mean? Who
And-
we called people around? What are you making up now?
No, Nathan Oakley called people all over the world.
Yeah, we
Him and
had it was a
Antonio.
live stream.
Yeah,
They had a live stream.
and Bob Nodell was there. I watched it. I was there, dude.
You didn't watch it
that-
because there was no anomalies. There was like one at the dateline.
Yeah, the sun was off by an hour. Okay.
Right, at the
Seriously.
dateline.
Yeah, that's not in the southern hemisphere. Okay. Seriously. That map got debunked. Back then. They threw it away. Oakley threw it away.
What
Everybody
map?
else-
What map got debunked?
The AZ. The Gleason's map. Is
Oh,
shit.
Eric. Oh, he
We've
did.
known-
Oakley threw it away. Okay.
Yeah, Oakley threw it away a long time ago, dude.
All right. Okay.
And you're working on another hit piece that's going to make the flat Earth look even worse. So,
Well-
good luck with it. I'm going to Antarctica next year. I'm going to do a live stream when I get there. I'm going to do what you didn't do. All right, goodbye, Jared.
What? I didn't do a live stream. I only did 4 or 5 of them. You're right. Didn't do one.
No, a live stream of a 24-hour sun.
Oh, you're gonna do a live stream of the 24 hour sun? Yeah, I'm sure you will. It's gonna happen. I bet you anything. I mean, you guys. I cannot believe people like that exist. That you guys think it's okay just to lie. Vara, what's up?
Oh, hey, man. How you feeling?
I'm just doing fantastic. I had a good day. I had a good first part of the day, but now I'm feeling like getting high. Any second now. What's up?
Yeah, man. Just chill. All is well. You know, Earth is still flat.
All is
right?
well. I don't know anymore. No, not
Oh,
with
really?
No, not with the stuff I've seen. I mean, think about it. So we've got a big group of researchers that I've always found to be intelligent and sharp that are tripping over for a whole week footage that I know every bit of is real, that I was there. Okay? So that shows me that we have a terrible problem. The problem is that no matter who went down there, and I'll stop your clock real quick while I diatribe, but the problem is that no matter who goes down there, whoever went down there, we would have said it was fake. So what that means is that the flat earth is incapable of handling things that are outside of our model or don't fit our model. What we turn to is demonizing those who are the ones who step forward and say, hey, look what I found, look what I observed. We say, no, you didn't, shill, liar, faker, right? So that is a intellectually dishonest position, and it's worse than the Globers have ever been. The Globers have never been that bad that they just do that. Call things fake, dismiss things, say it's not important anymore. We don't need to work it out. We don't need a model. We don't need a map. That's ridiculous to me. We need to step up and be like we were in 2015, 16, 17. But we don't have that kind of people. We have people that care about clicks. People who think people on TikTok are making good content when it's objectively garbage. TikTok has hurt us. But go ahead.
Well, weren't the flat earthers back in 2015 saying the same things we're saying now? Like, you know, water is still level, it lays flat and level,
right.
and it takes
so we've got
the
nowhere.
shape of its container.
So we've gotten nowhere in 10 years.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like,
okay.
all is well, because we still know the earth is flat, right? We have the evidence.
We have the what?
We have the evidence.
So how does the flat earth explain the sun in the south?
Well, from what I've seen, like for me personally, it doesn't matter, right?
Well, of course it doesn't matter, right? You see what I'm saying? So the new flat earth position is to just say anything that doesn't match doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Well, I'll tell you why.
But do we think should we be acting cocky when our new answer is it doesn't matter? Do you think that Bob Nodell would have ever said it doesn't matter? Do you think that Rob Skiba would have ever uttered the words it doesn't fucking matter?
I don't care, man. I'm speaking for myself.
Well, good for you. Okay, well then you shouldn't be in conversations about the shape of the earth then.
Why not?
Because if you think it's you think it's okay to say it doesn't matter. When somebody says, hey, this observation doesn't match where you think the earth is, and you just say doesn't matter, then you don't get a right to contest with the other person about what the shape of the earth is. They're making predictions. You're not. You're useless.
Well,
They're actually getting shit done.
I would expect the other person just to ask me, why doesn't it matter?
What?
I would just expect the other person to ask me, why doesn't it matter?
Okay, so why doesn't it matter?
Because the sun is apparent now.
The sun is a physical object. Proven.
Proven? How was it proven?
Many times by many people. Look at what Austin Thompson's been doing. Do you contest his daily videos of the sun? With sunspots that move in a pattern that it matches exactly what the website says it does? I'm just wondering if you contest it.
No, I'm just wondering, like, how do optic observations of the sun tell us anything about the distance to it, whether what is it composed of?
Nobody said that.
Well,
I didn't say anything about what the distance of it was, and I didn't say anything about what it was composed of.
Well, what do we know of the sun? Really?
We know it's physical, and we know we know the path of the sun.
What's your position?
We know the path of the sun, right?
You said it's physical, right?
Yes, and we know the path of the sun. Now, can it be?
I ask you, how do you know it's physical? You don't.
I don't know it's physical.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's what I'm saying. So that just comes down to whether or not you're going to accept evidence. I've looked at the evidence that Austin has, and I accept it. You don't. That's fine. We can agree to disagree.
I look at all the evidence, man. All I've been doing for the past.
But you didn't know who I was talking about. You didn't even know about the evidence I'm talking about. So
Andrew Thompson?
No. So you don't look at all the evidence because I'm telling you something you haven't seen. So why do people think it's okay just to say words?
You say sunspots. How does that prove anything?
Go look at it. It's a physical sun. The sun does not move around. It does not jolt in and out of existence. You can track it with a camera. It's in a known spot. It's a known item, and you can see things on its surface. Have you seen Crow 777's work? He takes a hydrogen alpha cameras or hydrogen alpha shots of the sun. The sun is a physical item. It's just, you can argue with it all you want. It's embarrassing that we have people that think that they can just say to actual evidence.
Well, to me, the globe sun, whatever you're still trying to push that it explains the sky, it can explain 99% of the population seeing sunlight at one time.
No, and I think that's just something stupid that the TV newscasters say.
No, that was proven by Dave Weiss.
Proven?
Yeah.
99% of the world saw light. Proven?
Yeah, that was the observation.
I mean, I'm getting sick to my stomach that flat earthers think it's okay just to say lies. Just to say lies. There's no, find me where it says 99% of the world saw the light of the sun ever. It's never been.
I showed you that in November, Speaker's Corner, man. We went through this. I'm not going to go through it all, again.
99%.
I just want to say my piece,
You got it. I don't know how much time you have left. I think your clock right now, so go ahead. You have a minute.
All right. So I'm just going to say, for me personally, I can't explain the sun due to the observations and the evidence we have. It seems like everybody has their own sort of, thing. I can't explain it. But, we still know, like I said, water still lays flat and level, takes the shape of its container, and the gas pressure, all these things. You guys know what I'm talking about. But what I really want to say is, you said in the beginning that look at it from the eyes of, Jaren.
Right.
Like, if you went there and you say everything is real, okay.
Mm-hmm.
I would say personally that of course, you're going to say that the community is acting crazy now. But from when I look at all the footage that is being presented right now, like, I just wanted to see a 24-hour unedited video of the sun in Antarctica.
Mm-hmm.
But all we have now is one time lapse. I'm waiting for Witsit.
What do you mean a 24-hour video? Do you know how large that is?
I know. I'm just saying.
Oh, okay.
I'm waiting for the footage to come out, and so I can make a conclusion.
I mean, do you think the 4, 5, 6 things that are already out? Like, I don't think people are even paying attention to what you're getting. So this is the first time ever that a group of people have gone down. This is not one Robert Schwartzman or somebody who's taking videos of the sun. This is all of us. We're all there. We're all filming it. We all have our cameras out. Everybody's getting footage of it. I don't understand how you can look at that and think that it's been faked. I don't get it.
Well, I just want to ask you, Jaren, I'm putting myself in your shoes.
Okay.
Put yourself in the crazy flat earthers' shoes now.
Okay.
Let's say that you didn't go there, and you saw all these, this footage coming from the globe side and the flat earther side.
Yes.
And you see you make these observations of the footage, and you start asking questions.
Right.
Like, why is Witsit vaping? Why don't the shadows make sense? Why don't you have foggy breath? Why does Will Duffy have a stock photo looking mountain in the background? Won't all the snow trails look the same as it did 8 years ago? Why don't you leave footprints in the snow? Why does Will Duffy have a chroma key green screen?
Everything you're saying is a lie.
Why does he do it on purpose? Why does the drone?
Are you guys trying to make me? Are you guys trying to make me
I'm
see?
I'm just saying, man. You make
no. You're just lying. You're just lying.
I'm asking questions.
You're lying. If you're asking questions, well, let's go search Google. Let's search Google and say, why can't you see breath? Why can't you see breath in Antarctica? Because you guys just watched.
Went through this already, man.
So why are you asking? You just brought up the question again. You just brought up the question again. Hold on a second. You just said the question as if you had the question. I answered it for you, and you're like, "Oh, you've already said that. You've already given." So I've already given you the answer, but it's still not good enough for you. You don't see a problem to that?
No, I already got the answer.
Then why did you just bring it up if you know the answer now?
Because I was explaining that if you took the position of
if you took the position of
making the observations from the footage and asking all these questions, you would ask the same questions.
No, they made videos and accusations. They did not go ask questions. They could have asked Google and been answered for them. It says you can't typically see your breath in Antarctica because the air there is extremely dry, lacking the necessary particles for your exhaled water vapor to condense and become invisible. But Witsit was drinking hot tea, so he had breath. I don't know what else you want me to tell you.
Yeah, I know. That's just one thing, though.
Okay. So what else? I'll answer everything for you because we were there and it was real. So do you realize all your questions have answers? That's how ridiculous this is. They can't not have an answer. I was there. I watched it all.
Well, I don't want to take too much time. So can we do something, Jaren? Can we do like a stream with you where we go through these one by one so I can... Okay, so you don't want to
No.
you know,
No,
prove your
because
point.
these things have already been answered. We don't have to just sit.
No, they haven't, man. Google doesn't answer everything.
So what is your question?
You need the person to be there to ask them directly.
I've already,
and show them
everybody,
the
we've
footage.
answered everything.
No, you haven't.
Okay, that's why I asked you what haven't we answered, and I'll tell you where to go watch it.
Okay, there's like 15 things here. You want to go through them one by one?
No, I do not, because I think it's ridiculous that you even have those questions. That's why. Because we've got. Have you watched my GoPro footage?
Okay, so I should stop critical thinking then. All right, man.
Is that what I
That's
said?
Great advice.
Let me tell you something about humanity. We need to sometimes trust each other. Okay, it is impossible for you to go through life and question everything and every single person in every instance.
I want to trust you guys, but you're making it very difficult,
Well,
especially when you're denying a stream where you could go through these with us.
Because
or
you should
just with me,
recognize that
one by one.
You should recognize that with the footage that we have, I'm trying to bring up this is the GoPro footage that I have. If you just watch this, you're like, oh, there's no way that Jaren got on this plane and faked it, got on an empty plane. They flew above sea ice. They flew, I mean, this is, you're watching this. Oops, let me turn the volume down. That's where the fuck are we? If we're flying over that 3 hours out of Punta Arenas, it means we're in Antarctica.
I'm not questioning you went to Punta Arenas.
Hold on a
and take
second.
a flight from
What about
South
this?
Bend,
Is this
and I'm
some
not
video? Is this a
questioning
movie playing outside of my flight, or what's happening here? Am I not in Antarctica? Am I not getting off of a fucking airplane? Is this a set? Is that how dumb
I'm
flat
just
earthers
waiting
are?
for a 24-hour unedited
Why
video
would you
of
wait
the
for that?
sun,
Why
man.
not
That's
just
why you
admit?
went there.
Why not just admit that this is real? We were there. You have plenty
I'm
of
not questioning what you're showing to me right now, man.
But I'm telling you, there's plenty of evidence. Go to Dave McKeegan's channel and
I
watch
know.
his multiple 24-hour cameras or twisting sun.
We went through that. The flat earth community has been going through that, and they're asking questions.
Yes, because they're getting things wrong. They don't know how to review evidence. They don't. They're clueless. It's a terrible sign. What it means is that, no, imagine this. If I now know that I went somewhere, I took the footage, I saw it happen, we bring it back, and the whole community has problems with all of it, then I realize that in the future, nobody can do anything. Do you understand? Nobody's going to go somewhere. If it ever was something that would be in the face of our beliefs, we would just demonize them and say that they faked it. That's the way flat earthers have gotten to this point. If something doesn't match the model, they just say it's fake. The people behind it are fake. I'm paid off. This guy's paid off. They're all in the pocket. So what we've done is we've created an undebunkable position. And we act cocky about it. It's gross. It's gross. You have the globe making perfect predictions, and then we've got Alfonso, the geocentric, PhD guy or whatever, saying, "Oh, actually, all flat Earth models predicted a 24-hour sun in the south." That's just stupid. It's just a lie. Just a lie. So anyway, 20 seconds. We got more people behind you.
Yeah. Well, if you don't want to go through the evidence,
not right now. You have 4 minutes. We don't have evidence. We
your
don't have time to go
decision.
through 15. So it's suspicious because I am sticking to the 4-minute clock and not allowing you to go through your 15 items.
There's a lot of sus things, man, and I just want to go through them.
And
with
again,
you
there's
guys.
no
But
sus things.
You're, I don't know.
Yeah. So
but
anybody
good
can
luck.
take any footage and create sus out of it. Nothing's ever going to be perfect. You're not going to have perfect something in life.
Sus because you're not answering questions, man.
I told you that this is a show that you're supposed to be on here for 4 minutes, not for 15 questions. And all of your questions have been answered.
Stream?
I said all of your questions have already been answered. Give me one.
No, they haven't.
Okay, then give me one.
Okay, well, what about the drone that Will Duffy was flying?
What about it?
He was flying it away from the camera.
Right.
And it has that obstacle sensor
Exactly.
beep
Yep.
to it. So it flew past McToon away from the camera. It started beeping. Then it stopped beeping because it wasn't close to McToon anymore.
Right.
Then it started going just a little bit more, and it started beeping again.
Yeah, because it saw McToon
nothing
again.
was near it.
Yeah, McToon was there.
Huh?
McToon was right there.
No. It flew past McToon.
Okay, so I want you to understand what you're saying to me right now. Okay, I want you to understand what you're saying. You are accusing us of some sort of green screen nonsense, rather than just realize that. Wait
I'm
a
just
second.
asking, why did it start beeping?
I don't fucking know. I wasn't there.
The only way it would start beeping if there was an obstacle there.
No, or if you're retarded, one or the other. That's
or
true.
you were in the studio.
Okay, so if that's what you think, I'm just explaining to you that you are no longer capable of looking at evidence and coming to a conclusion. You should give up. because you're drastically wrong. So you can be skeptical all you want, but I'm telling you that I know that I was there. Do you understand that? So just for a second, pretend you're me. Pretend that you're like, oh shit, Jaron was there. All the stuff is legit. Everything was as it was presented. And imagine how I look right now, continuing to ask him if he was in a green screen.
Well, you just said you didn't know why the drone was beeping, so that's it. You don't know it.
Maybe they went, yeah.
You haven't answered anything.
I did tell you, Tune is right there. Go watch the video again. Go watch the original video. Tune is right there. The thing is beeping because it recognizes that there's an obstruction.
No, Tune started walking towards it because he recognized that it started beeping and he's not close enough, so he should be close enough to make it look like.
Oh my goodness!
It's just my, you know.
Yeah, it's just your great.
You can't answer it.
Yeah, I can't answer it. No, I haven't answered it.
Yeah.
All right, thanks a lot. Sacred Knowledge, what's up? Oops. Can you come on and call me a demon at least or something? Something more fun.
Yo, what's going on, Jaron?
How are you?
Oh man, okay? So I just want to say, check it out.
Okay.
All the minutia and stuff, it's so pointless, but it's entertaining. I get it. But as far as truth is concerned, because that's the whole point of this, supposedly, right?
Yes.
So nothing was proven, nothing was debunked, not because of the fact that obviously they can say you're somewhere and not necessarily be where they're saying you're at.
Wrong. How are they going to match? How are all observations going to match that exact location?
No, okay, hold on. What I'm saying is that spot could be used as a spot. They call it Antarctica, but if we're talking flat Earth map, then Antarctica is a ring around us, so that could be anywhere on that ring. But what I wanted to say
impossible.
is that,
we flew for 4 hours from Punta Arenas.
Yeah, it could be anywhere on that ring that they a predestined spot that they used. But here's the thing.
How could that be if it's 4.5 hours from Punta Arenas?
Have you seen the reflections that they call them? What do they call them? Something dogs, like
sun dogs, yeah.
Sky dog, whatever. The reflections the sun makes sometimes it makes these weird, crazy, like different rainbow reflections, and they've actually put lights to domes and stuff, and taken pictures of the it's similar to the same light that the reflection would make in a small. You can model it, and it makes the same light reflections.
Nobody's ever mistaken part of a sundog to be the sun. Not once ever in the history of the world.
What I'm saying is, so a lot of anomalies go up there because of and rainbows and stuff. All that is possible reflections off the dome, and it's a very good explanation.
Can we zoom into? It's not a good explanation because can we zoom into rainbows and can we look at sunspots on rainbows, or are rainbows a figment of our imagination?
Hold on, rainbows don't have sunspots because they're just reflections.
Exactly.
They're optical illusions.
So can we call?
The sun could have a spot in it. That doesn't mean it's not an optical illusion that we're seeing up there, So,
but is it a reflection? Can it be a reflection? Hold on, you just follow your own line of thinking.
It could be. The sun to me is a focal point of a lot more light.
Oh, okay.
So it's so it's an optical type of illusion, and that's why we see it differently from depending on where you're at. But same thing with rainbows and all that. So those crazy reflections that we say that it's possibly the dome, that same the only video that I like that Eric Dubé put out while you were out there is check out the one where he shows this guy was modeling this a long time ago, showing that it could that the reflection within a dome that he modeled, if you're way out in the corner on one edge of the circular dome, if you're on one edge, you will see a reflection of because he's got a sun going in the middle of the model.
Mm-hmm.
You'll see the reflection on the end on the side of the dome of that same sun going in a 360-degree circle.
Right.
So it caused a reflection on the dome. You could have been seeing an optical illusion reflecting off of the dome.
It's not a reflection. We saw it. We have the sunspot data. It's not a reflection.
What I'm saying is what they see in the North Pole, where they see the 360-degree sun, you could be seeing it in the South Pole, but it's it's an optical illusion, and he showed us in a model very well. So to completely deny, not pay attention to that model that he showed and that phenomenon that occurs visually would be irresponsible.
Flat Earthers' new levels of evidence is just so poor when you're talking about that, because it's two very different things. You're talking about those suns would have to come together. They would have to morph. They would have to do all kinds of things.
No.
What do you mean?
See all those phenomena happening all the time with the sun, with reflections that
right, but nobody's ever zoomed into that and seen sunspots. Do you understand?
Who's that doesn't okay? I get what you're saying, but no one's saying that. What I'm saying is that those are probably reflections off the dome. If there's a dome, that's good evidence of a dome. And the rainbows, the way they're shaped perfectly like a dome, and the reflection, you need a reflector to make a rainbow. So isn't it possible that the rainbows are actually reflecting,
absolutely,
representing the shape of the dome? And so what you might be seeing over there is another reflection, another phenomenon, visual occurrence that happens at that edge, that close to the dome. You'll see the sun moving, but you'll see,
yeah, you got to think about what you're saying. The sun in the north has to be the same sun that's in the south. They're the same.
Right, and you're seeing
so how is it a reflect? When did it reflect?
Watch the video that Eric DeBay put out about how.
I'm not watching Eric DeBay's videos.
One of the most recent. Well, this is about research that he's showing that another guy did.
Okay.
That this guy did this little model a long time ago, and he showed, look, this could be what they're seeing in the south when they see the 360-degree sun. Another phenomenon, reflection off the dome, because it's a translucent dome that causes a lot of reflections.
Yes.
And we see those with the sun dogs,
right?
Pictures.
But
so
yes,
check that out. That's a good explanation for why you're seeing a 300. And they could already know that because it's been going on for centuries. People have seen that, and they're like, yeah, let's do this. The final experiment. This is how we'll shut down flat Earth. Okay. Now they're going to use it as a psyop, bro.
Yeah, the whole thing's a psyop. The whole thing for flat Earth is a psyop. So what do you think about the fact that? Sure. So what, you don't think it's weird that in the north the sun goes around somebody for 6 months, and in the south the sun goes around somebody for 6 months in the opposite direction? You don't think that that's weird? That's not.
I just told you what I think. It could be a reflection of what you're seeing in the north.
So the creator just wanted to fool us. The AI creator.
When you look at the other phenomena that happen that are possible reflections, like rainbows and sundogs and all that stuff,
they don't confuse us with the sun.
I've seen some pretty crazy ones that look just like you would if you had a little dome and you put a light in it. They look exactly like up in the sky.
Has nothing to do with seeing the sun in the south.
It has to do with how it reflects off the dome, and you might be seeing that same reflection. Check out that video. I think it's very compelling evidence as for an explanation of it, because we all know that the Earth measures flat, and no, the 200 proofs was not debunked. You got visual, line of sight tests you can do all over the plane.
Wait. Hold on a second. One of the 200 proofs. Hold on. One of the 200 proofs is that there is no 24-hour sun in the south. So tell me again how one of them wasn't debunked.
That's one. What about the other 199? You know what I'm saying? So,
well, three of them are actually that one. So actually, you're down to 197.
That part, you got me. So are you saying that it doesn't matter if it's an optical illusion? So it's not really debunked. It's something that they had up their sleeve, a trump card ready for this moment, because the whole thing has been planned out. The AI planned this world out before he destroyed the ancient world.
The AI. All right.
Satan, Santa Claus, whatever you want to call him. He's at the center of the North. He's at the North Pole, absorbing all the energy. This machine city.
Let me just say this. Let me go. Sea Lion Prime, 1 second. I just want to say this. All I'm saying is that we should be at a place now where everyone says, oh, the 24-hour sun exists, and let's move forward. And that's it. There doesn't need to be any other discussion. And yet there is. That's weird. Okay, it just is that easy. And I'm not saying don't be skeptical. I'm just saying that my biggest fear now is that people are out there saying we faked this. So that if they think we faked it, then they're going to think that there's no 24-hour sun in the south. Do you understand? So we're going to go backwards because of this. I'm not going backwards. Period. I'm not going backwards. So I'm telling you, we need to accept that the sun goes around the south. It's what is objective. It is what is fact. It's what is true. So you can cry and all you want about vaping. You can cry all you want about whatever nonsense you've cooked up in your own mind. And I'm telling you, you are wasting your time. You are wasting your life. And you're causing more division. There's people who have said things they can never take back. Never. And I'll never forgive them for the things they've said. By calling me names, for being honest, for going and taking an observation. Go ahead, Sea Lion Prime, you got 4 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, I just totally agree, honestly, with everything you said, Jaron. I want to give you like mad props for, as someone that has had a public platform and has had a position in the past, to turn around and then take the contrary position on any issue in the light of new evidence. To me, that's like humbling and impressive. I wanted to say, in regards to a lot of what's being said, all I hear is a lot of cope. And it sounds to me like you kind of feel the same way. I don't mean to put words in your mouth, but all of these sort of like solutions that there have been put forward for the 24-hour sun, they don't actually demonstrate what is being seen. And I think the last caller, or whatever you want to speaker, illustrated that perfectly. And I think you did a great job of calling him out, where it's like, oh, well, it could be a rainbow sundog reflection off the dome. It doesn't look like what you saw. Like, you cannot reproduce what was seen. So, to me, there's really no credible explanation for it. And I also wanted to point out, because you brought up Alonzo, and I sort of randomly looked into Alonzo a few months back. And I don't know if you knew this, but he used to have on his website his degree in geocentric cosmology, as he calls it.
Right.
It's actually from Trump University.
It's from what?
Trump University.
What's that?
It was Trump's private university that was a real estate scam. So I don't know if Trump used to pay to get whatever degree you want.
Okay.
But he used to have it on his website, and he removed it. I found this back in August when I first got into this. That's where his degree in supposedly geocentric cosmology is. And his papers, they're just AI generated nonsense. His use of and the other thing I want to talk about was the Walter Bislin model. And in regards to that too, is like, it's not a model that is at all compatible with flat Earth, and it's nor even it has to assume 93 million miles to the sun, and the reason for that is parallax, right? Like, the angular size is not sufficient. You also have to have parallax, and it uses the 93 million miles distance to the sun to do its calculations. It uses a heliocentric ephemeris viewed from a geocentric frame.
Yeah.
So, I mean, to my mind, there's nothing credible that's come forward to explain what has been seen. And
no, it's just people saying that there has been. For the most part. So there's just people saying that there has been, for the most part.
Yeah, and I've been in this for a few months. Like, I'm fairly new, but when I first got started and I was on this, Discord and stuff, I was talking about the star trails a lot. And people would throw out all these GIFs in the chat of, oh, this is how the star trails work. It never matches what's actually seen. And I think that's what you're getting into with the last caller as well, where it's like, you can say it's a rainbow sundog, whatever, but you were there, you saw it. And then the other thing I wanted to say is just, I just find it so incredible, and to me it was unexpected, that anyone would accuse you and Witsit of being shills and going against flat Earth, particularly in light of like everything you've done for the community.
Well, I'll just say, since we thought we were doing it a favor, we're like, hey, if we go, at least it's us, so we'll know the truth, and we'll keep people from saying it's fake. If it happens, and then look what happened.
Yeah. And like, I've debated Austin, like I don't always like come to terms with him, but I can be certain of the fact that Austin would never, and I can say pretty much for no amount of money, go against flat Earth and go along with the psyop. That just seems so out of character.
It's not even. I mean? It's not even in the. It's like, it's never happened in the history of the world. There's never been like somebody that they've 4 or 10 years he's on this side, and then he does this flip flop. It's like a public thing, so obvious that people, oh, it's so obvious you guys were faking it. Like, nobody would ever even try that. It's so stupid. And plus, we just wouldn't do that. We wanted to be there. And one of the important things is, no, we didn't sign an NDA. We didn't get restricted of, like, everything that you see me put out. All my content is my content. It doesn't go through anybody. My chest cam footage, nobody checked it. Nobody took my camera and said, let me look through what footage you're going to put out. Nobody said you can't say this, you can't say that. It's been completely free and open. Completely. Now, granted, did they fuck us over a little bit and tell us we can only bring one bag, and it looks like the Globers all get to bring as many bags as they wanted? Yep, it does look like that. I mean, there's things like that are kind of swayed one way. Okay, but I can talk about those. But as far as the idea of it being open and we could do whatever we want, bring what we wanted, we could bring what we wanted as long as it was under 50 pounds. But just saying, there is some funny things that went on that had nothing to do with the final result. The Globers were way more prepared. That's obvious.
Right.
Had experiments ready to go. Had contingency plans. Had ideas for experiments. They did. I can't take anything away from them.
Yeah, I'm just curious, Jaron. Like, and I don't want to take too much more time if there's anyone else in the queue, but where do you feel like this goes next? Because, like, I think you are taking a very honest look at the situation. You've made, statements of what was wrong, but at the same time, obviously, like, you come from a particular perspective, and like, this piece of the puzzle being falsified doesn't mean there aren't other aspects of reality to study and be skeptical of, right? So I'm curious, like, if you have thoughts on like where it goes from here.
I think it just depends on the community, but I don't really think that they can pull themselves out of the hole and say they were wrong about something. It's something this community just doesn't do. They've never done it. They will continue to just barrel through things and say that they're right or that it doesn't matter because they're not going to ever admit, oh, I was wrong about that. So if they could, they would just say, okay, we were wrong. Jaron and Whitsitt did go. Duffy's not a Satanist. He just was somebody who wanted to prove the globe. And yeah, they did press releases, so that's why it was in the news. And like, accept the things for what they are, and then move past it and say, okay, now we know there's a 24-hour sun in the south. Let's move and let's go from there. If they're going to be not even able to admit that fact, then yeah, then I think the whole thing is done. Then probably the whole movement needs to be blown up, because you can't think that you're in an equal running with somebody who's got a model of the Earth, even if we think there's a bunch of things wrong with the globe. Great, but they're making predictions, and so humble yourself, go home and make predictions until you're equal with the predictions that the globe's putting out. You can't just say, doesn't matter, it's fake, who cares, nothing burger, and think that's equal to a globe saying, this is exactly what you'll see at 80 degrees south, this is where you'll see the sun, this is how long it'll take to go around, this is what the shadows will do, this is where we'll see, and then everything is just nailed perfect. When I go and witness that, it's hard for me to come back to people saying, doesn't matter, nothing burger. I'm like, well, it does have something to it. There's substance there. They're making predictions while we're saying nothing. To me, that's an embarrassing position. All right, I gotta let you go.
All right, thank you.
Who's this? Whitsitt on the call, possibly. Whitsitt, what's up?
What up, bro?
Did you just? Oh, you just faked your breath right there. I just saw it. Thanks.
Yeah. How'd you know?
What's up?
I gotta say something real fast. That guy that was on a second ago, he said, "Possibly didn't lie about anything."
The whole
He
thing was a
literally
lie.
lied the whole time. Yo, he came on. He's like, "Explain this, Whitsitt. How come at the marathon these people are running and you can see their breath always?" And then I'm like, "You just said that you can always see their breath. You literally can't. You can watch the video. You can't see their breath half the time." He said, "I didn't say always. I said sometimes."
Right.
And the guy said he just changed his mind. No, he swore up and down he never said always. And then he started saying, "It's recorded. You really want to die on this hill or whatever?" And I'm like, "Yo, you want to bet $10,000?" But like,
They never want to bet. You notice that?
I know. And then some people were like, "See, that's proof you got paid off." I'm like, I don't have $10,000 to bet. There's a literal 0% chance I'm going to lose these bets. That's why I do it.
Right.
It just proves these people are lying. But anyway, like from the meta though, I am going to try to do a live stream. But let me show you something, dude. I'm so triggered right now. So I've been messing with that 1.45 terabyte file.
Mm-hmm.
It's obviously it's a 25-hour long 360.
So you actually took a video.
Yeah, it's a video. It's a 360 video, 25 hours long. I'm trying to see if I can flip it. I'll just do this.
Okay.
All right. I think you might can. Yeah, you see that?
Okay.
You can see it?
Yeah, I see export failed.
Yeah. Okay, dude.
So what do you?
Ridiculous.
Are you trying to use that software, the 360 software?
Yeah. And I'm trying to export that video, and so after 14 hours, it was like 65% or something.
Yeah, it takes forever.
And now it's saying that it fails after all that time. So I just want to say that to people that I've been going into Discord and sharing my screen and going through it with a few people, and just hours and hours and hours going and buying a 8 terabyte external hard drive, getting it all downloaded on there because my internal SSD storage is only like 1 terabyte. It's been a whole thing, right? And it's been took like a day and a half just to get them all downloaded, and then drop them in the 360 apps. That's the only one that those files work in, and then put it all together.
How long did that take to upload?
It uploads pretty quick, actually. Like, it only took a few minutes to upload into the app. But
into the app.
Downloading took forever.
So then you're trying to export that. What if you tried? Have you tried to like export half of it? Like
no, because obviously I need the whole video of these people acting.
No. I'm saying if you export half of it and then export the other half and then put them together in like a video editor and then export that.
Then you have to like obviously render and export it through that video.
Yeah, that would take all that extra time. I get it.
Yeah, and then I tested it. Like I tested it with a 30-minute and then put it into YouTube, and it took like an hour for 30 minutes, and then it just puts this really poor resolution up, and it starts processing up to 4K,
right?
And that takes like another hour and a half or whatever. So that once I finally got it and tried to put it up, the 25-hour one or whatever, it would take, I don't even know, bro. Like it would take a
week.
long time. It would take like
it took me 2 days. It took me 2 days to upload the 90 gigabyte to YouTube.
Oh man. And so like I know the limit's 256, so I had to chop a little bit off the end to get it right under 256. It was 253, and I started exporting it. It failed, but so yeah, I'm trying to figure. I think I'm gonna stream later tonight, and I'll just maybe pull up that video and show some of it, and find a way to just kind of drop it where people can see it at some point, and then I'll try to keep doing this. I just want people to know that that's what's going on when it comes to the super long video. They clearly have no experience with this at all and have no idea what they're talking about. If you're trying to download and export and process a video that big, it takes forever. And obviously I have like a 3080 graphics card.
Yeah, I'm the
like
same way.
souped up,
Nightmare.
Yeah, it just doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. So,
Duffy, I think Duffy's having the same problem. I don't think he's able to get right now his 24-hour footage. It's over a terabyte.
Yeah.
He's not able to get it into the software either.
And Dave McKeegan's trying to help him and stuff. So just so people know that part of it, like I will go live and I'll show it. And if you really want to hear some of this stuff, you can go to Discord. I've been in Earth Awakenings or EtherCod a lot, sharing my screen, answering questions, showing a lot of the stuff. So anyway, I guess I'll just kind of give my take on like the meta here, right? Because like obviously you and I were there, and we were together practically the whole time, and we talked about everything, and then we saw people were faking it. And when we were there, you and I were much less concerned with like actively trying to convince people it was real. The Globers were like really focused on it, and we were just like, wow, that's crazy. And we were just kind of laughing, like whoever's saying that, you're not going to convince them. They're going to keep moving the goalpost. I think that you and I thought that it was going to be a smaller percentage of people than I guess it is.
Yes, we got that wrong.
Yeah. So that's pretty wild. But yeah, so I will say this is how I view it, right? Like, I feel like a lot of people internalize like that FE model, and like I totally disagree with that. I don't think that that's not how I became a flat earther. I know everyone has
you
their
said that
own,
from day one.
Yeah, like it's just not my thing. It's just that the globe model has been falsified, and I don't know what the Earth is. I don't think you'll ever know. And also then I go look over at the scriptures, and it tells me I'm never gonna know the dimensions. I'm never gonna know exactly how it all works, to the point where he's like, "Yo, count what's in the sky and let me know."
Right.
So there's that part of it. I just don't know that we actually can know, and I think we were kind of objectifying the Earth, and Earth is the plan, and we're surrounded by lots of water or whatever. But I do think that there are explanations. For example, Joe Hanvey could possibly be going in the right direction. It would be more of like a apparent location based on kind of like a refractive effect, which means there is no like transitional position of the sun. It's all based on where you are. It's just that if you get that far out, it would do that. That would be your apparent position. Obviously, there's a lot of things that he would need to still iron out and make that all work. But also like bipolar models, because that projection, it just, the only time that you get one pole is if you put the center of the map on a pole, right? And so the North Pole or South Pole, quote unquote, you get the ring. Other than that, no matter where you put it, you get two poles. And so that's interesting. Obviously, if you put like Capricorn and Cancer like above and below, like a bipolar model, which is how magnetic fields work, of course, you have the issue of like how the sun's actually transitioning and stuff like that. But I will say Brian Leakey has kind of got the sunset direction to be pretty accurate. And if you get to the south and it's like a few degrees off, that doesn't matter at all, right? Because there's this magnetic declination issue with the globe. I mean, yeah, like we're moving it all around regardless.
But I still think, don't they have the sun rising in the west for like Russia and stuff like that? I gotta look at it again.
No, I don't think so. I think that Brian Leakey's got it laid out pretty well. Now, I don't know. I haven't looked enough into that. I'm just saying. I think that there are possibilities that could answer this, whatever. And so, flat earthers should look at this like
an opportunity.
Yeah. So I'll tell you this though. I still look at the whole thing like it's good. Okay. So even the people freaking out right now, and this is why, I don't want them in anything that I'm a part of, right? Like I'm not some dictator. I don't dictate flat earth or anything like that, but I don't want to be like, I'm not on their team. Like people that just see evidence and reject it and start slandering people. And then when they're shown the evidence, they deflect away and just act like it never happened, or they just move the goalpost, or they do what flat so did, would just blatantly lie about it and claim I said something I didn't say when it's like literally recorded and everyone's listening to it. People acting like that. That's just like the people I debate for the Globe side. Like that's exactly what I deal with on the Globe side, which is why it's so funny. I don't know if I'm supposed to debate Dustin Nemos about whether or not the trip was legit, and Dave Weiss is supposed to moderate.
Hilarious!
Friday.
I didn't know that. Dustin Nemos is messaging me today. He said, you have to explain all these things. I'm not explaining any of those things. Sorry.
Yeah. And And so it's just funny because it's like you guys have watched me for years. You think you can debate me using the same tactics as anti-flat earthers about something I objectively did, telling me I didn't do it?
It's so
Like, are you
stupid.
kidding me? Yeah. So anyway, I am like investing lots of time and energy. I've been on Discord for consecutive hours and hours and hours, consecutive days, fielding all questions, having to repeat myself over and over and over and over, share my screen, show receipts, all of this. I definitely get why you wouldn't do that. I get why someone wouldn't do that. I'm kind of getting to the brink of my patience, especially when I come over there and I see the export ended. You know, I'm just like, of
Right.
course it did. But
let me ask you this. This is my one question to you. So is that alarming to you to now realize that in this community that even stuff that is real evidence would be dismissed or called fake right away, and then it's not like they're just questioning it. They're actually making assertions. And then on top of that, there's actual video manipulation going on. There's cutting, there's editing, there's placing you in places that you weren't, there's moving the timeline, and the people believe it. And they won't even listen when you're like, that video's been edited. They're so far gone that, so basically what I'm saying is now anybody can just set us up in any way that they want. We basically can be cut out of video, put another video with the AI. They can take our voice, put it in us saying. So we are going to be fighting uphill forever because we don't even have the wherewithal to say, wait, somebody's saying Witsit lied by doing this vape thing. Let's go check the original film and make sure, like, we don't have researchers like that anymore. They think that watching a TikTok video is research. That's the problem I have.
Yeah.
I don't know how you get past
that. Does it concern me or surprise me? My answer to that question is no, because I've already known that. So kind of like behind the scenes, I'm like always correcting flat earthers. You know, I would say they just so happen to have the right conclusion. You know, a lot of them didn't get to the conclusion the right way.
Mm-hmm.
And so let's say hypothetically the Earth is like a spinning globe, free falling through a vacuum, change direction perpetually with no forces involved in defying physics or whatever. Like, if those people somehow in theory had the right conclusion, which they don't, but let's say they did,
okay,
like they didn't come to it the right way either, right? Like that's just like majority of people about majority of topics. So it doesn't really surprise me, but it is a terrible precedent. The whole thing about being a truther is that you don't do those things.
Right.
And when you see something deceptively edited, you like ring the alarm bells and you show integrity. And if you were wrong and you propagated it, you have responsibility to go out and be like, yo, stop sharing that. I was wrong. That isn't legit.
Right.
That's like what a truther does. You know, and the people I surround myself with most in Flat Earth, they are like that. It just obviously we see that there's maybe more than we realize that aren't.
Well,
So,
I think
yeah,
this is
and
the
I
other
will
thing too is
address that
I'll just say something real quick about you. Why I think you and I get along, or why we have the same views of things, is when we don't have to talk about other people, like, or to think about what they believe. Like, when's the last time you went to somebody like, what do you believe about this? What do you think about this? I just think it's so funny that everybody's got to come after us like that's some sort of thing that people should be interested in. It's just, I have no desire to ask anybody what they believe about something. Like, I'll just ask them facts about what they observe, about where they go, what they've seen, and then I'll come to my own conclusions about beliefs. But I just think it's funny that people need to, what do you believe about this? What do you believe about that? And it's like just hilarious to me. I've never asked another man, what do you believe about this? I need to know for my beliefs. Like, what? No, I don't.
Yeah, and or like dictate what they believe or whatever. It's really gay, but
right, believe whatever you want.
Like, just so everyone knows, okay, that there's this video that went around where, so like Flatso was saying, we saw it live, and then he was pointing out something from the 360 video that was uploaded later. It's like, you didn't see that live,
right?
Like, how do people not see that? Then it's just stupid and retarded. But anyway, this guy says, look, here you see what's it ducking behind the trash can and hitting a vape, and here you see him stand up. That's where he fakes his breath. And it's literally an entirely different portion of the stream.
Right.
It isn't the same at all. Like, I walk inside, I walk outside, I walk straight to the computer, and that's where you see my breath. And then I'm like, surprised you see my breath. I'm like, oh, look at that. What's up now? And then try to take another couple breaths, and you don't see it, which obviously anyone that's not retarded knows that means I wasn't faking anything, or I wouldn't have immediately took 2 deep breaths, And then obviously when I'm with the Owen Benjamin on the stream, I'm drinking a hot tea, and I'm kind of in the shadow of the dining tent, because it's so funny. I just like set up my stream there, and you see my breath the whole time. Well, I'm drinking like hot tea, so like there's moisture and warmth constantly being introduced to my mouth and throat and lungs and stuff. So
right, so people could learn from this, right? I mean, I know we've learned a lot because we were obviously there, but there's things to learn. Like, I mean, I didn't know, and now I know that it doesn't snow at Union Glacier. They get, I think they did a survey and they get 1 inch a year, 1 inch of snow, which is the most ridiculous thing ever. So when everybody's asking, like, why are you, not making footprints in the snow? It's like, okay, let's learn a little bit about what we are actually standing on, which is frozen ice. Now, some of it gets chopped up. Some of it does get broken down. Maybe a car drives over it and it becomes like crushed ice, but there is no snow.
Right.
And it's just
yeah, really, there's like no snow. Yeah, it's like really compacted ice.
And it's a desert. It means it's dry. There's no the Death Valley, the Sahara Desert, gets more precipitation than where we were at. So there is an explanation.
And also, like, dude, what is a footprint? It's like your foot going into the ground and pressing it down and facing the depth of the foot. If it's super compacted, there is no depth, so of course you don't really see it. It's all very stupid. And then the marathon shows. You don't even see footprints when they're running a marathon. You don't even see their breath running a marathon.
Yeah.
So then was the marathon fake? Almost none of them are saying the marathon was fake. And so anyway, I guess what sucks, I guess my meta here is I think that this is good because absolutely we're lied to about the Earth. Absolutely there's a concerted effort to lie about the Earth. And I think a lot of these narratives and videos and stuff, I think that like Globers are putting them out. I don't know how conspiratorial I'll go about who puts it out, but like one of the videos about the vape thing was put out by an anti-flat Earth account. And I can see why they're doing it even because I've been so tempted to troll these people,
right?
You know, and I can see that's what they're doing. They're just like, watch how stupid flat earthers are, and they're throwing them bait and they're taking it.
I believe
like
that.
I was so tempted when I was in Antarctica to put a tweet that said you can tell it's real because it looks so fake, and then just not saying anything else and like letting that breathe, because that would have been hilarious, because that's kind of what these people deserve. But
somebody pointed out in my chest cam footage, I say to you in the airplane, I'm like, oh, I think what they're going to do is open the doors of the soundstage and we fly right into it. Totally a joke, and people are taking that like, oh, you leaked that you leaked that out that you flew. I'm like, we did not fly into a soundstage.
Yo, and what's so funny is they don't get that we were just making inside jokes the whole time, and it's because we're actually truthers, and whatever the truth is what it is.
Yeah.
And so the real truthers, the easiest way to tell who's like a real truther in all this is like if they still like can laugh and they still can tell jokes and they have like inside jokes and comedic relief and stuff. The people that are really freaking out, it's like, dude, you live in this world that's very fragile, and so you need to be shaken up. So I guess what I'm saying is I think it's all good in general, because if we had this shaky of a foundation through so much of the community, like they needed to be shaken up, right? Like if a 24-hour sun immediately makes you think that you know for sure the Earth isn't flat.
Look at this guy. Justin Johnson says, I was raised in the desert. When it gets cold, no problem seeing your breath. Okay, if you think the desert where you were raised is the same as Antarctica, you're very confused.
And let's just be like, you did kind of see your breath in Antarctica, right? Like,
sure.
It just was like, it depended
I think
on how
I was
long
on
you were outside.
I was on a live stream and I said, oh, you couldn't see my breath. And then remember, you were over off to the side of that building and then we could see your breath over there. So, I mean,
like,
sometimes
and
you could.
We were trying to figure it out live, right? Because like, we were like, yeah, you really don't see your breath. So I was like, yo, Darren, come here. You absolutely can. And it's because we were in the shadow of the building. Yeah, I don't know. It's just all very weird because, well, I guess, you know, my take is like, and I get it's getting tough, but like just trying to be patient and take the high road as much as possible. And it sucks because I feel like we do have a responsibility, as stupid and lame and gay as it is, to kind of at least address everything one time, documented and all that. And I think the community needs to kind of help us out. The ones that are truthers, like, bro, go in. And I have some people doing this stuff.
Yeah,
they're
JT
going
did
in,
it
they're
today and
dissecting everything for us and proving it's legit, you know.
Yeah, and I think some of the Globers are even doing that. So they're, taking, because we have this conglomeration of footage from different cameras, which that alone is what I wish flat earthers would look at and say, oh, the idea of this being fake. This is not one Robert Schwartzman 24-hour camera. That's one person with nobody in the shot. Like, that's hard to verify. But there's 6 or 7 or 8 of us there that are in every shot from different angles that just can't be contrived.
Dude, and like it's all so stupid. Like, there's a picture going around right now about like the mountains didn't change, and that we supposedly that was like photoshopped when we had our shirt off and stuff. And it's like, actually when you zoom in, it did slightly change, but it basically never snows there. You wouldn't expect it to change, and obviously the snow rests based on the way that the mountain is formed. You know, like where the crevices are and stuff. It's so stupid. You can take out a picture from every single year. It looks pretty much the same. But this is what I'm saying. We have videos where we're just walking all around that mountain. We don't need to look at one picture. Like, this is fake. We got videos, GoPros on my phone. We're walking all around that freaking mountain. Jonathan probably has so much footage, it's insane. You know, like where it's just like actually absurd. He was running around the camera at all times. You know what I mean? So I think we keep telling them to be patient, and they're like, you would have already uploaded it. And it's like, no, it takes literal days and days nonstop trying to
Plus,
get
for me, just so people know, Christmas Eve, Christmas Day, New Year's Eve, New Year's Day, my wife's birthday, my birthday, and my engagement are all within 8 days, all together. It's always a crazy part of the year.
Wow.
And, so people have excuses. But we're getting to it. Some of that stuff will come out. Hopefully we figure out what's going on with yours as far as that not being able to export, which I knew some of that was going to be a problem as soon as I saw the size of some of these things. I didn't know. I guess mine took, it was 90 gigabytes, and it was like taking like 2 or 3, just to put it on a drive, it's 2 or 3 megabytes per second. So that's terrible. I mean, that's like, you're basically doing it just.
Well, we put it on external.
Well, I was trying to get it on to the computer first, which took like, not to the computer, trying to get it onto a online storage so people could get a link, and that just took days. But everybody's got their link now. I'm showing it on the screen actually. But anyway, just showing that once you watch the chest cam footage, like people should just watch the chest cam footage and go, "Oh, this is impossible to fake." Like it's just not possible.
And this is why we're getting triggered. You're not just saying like some random thing. You're making one of the most egregious allegations you could possibly make. Certainly to someone like us, where you've been kicked off PayPal, you've been censored off of things, and
we're not ex-military, by the way. We're not Buzz Aldrin and Neil Armstrong, who are ex-military, who were selected to go on a flight. Hey, we were just passengers on a flight. Guess what? You'll never catch Witsit and I saying that. Do you see the difference? When they asked Buzz Aldrin about his trip, he's like, "Don't ask us. Go ask those guys. We were just passengers on a flight." If you ask us about Antarctica, we're not going to tell you to go ask Duffy, because we were just passengers on a flight, because we actually went there. So we will answer all the questions for you.
Every question with excruciating detail, and it's easy to say stuff like they would have already uploaded the footage. Whenever you start hearing actually why we haven't, then you're going to feel stupid when you find out that the upload speed at the hotel Wi-Fi was like 0.000001 megabit, and it kept going in and out. There was no way we could have done any of that there. And it takes days and days with like really good gaming computers and all this. I guess, bro, what it really comes down to is some people needed to be exposed. That's how I feel. I feel like I'm like making a list. And you know what I'm saying? Because like it's not that I won't forgive them if they come back and show humility. And I always say, don't believe me, go look for yourself. And so people questioning things or even being skeptical or asking questions, I legitimately don't even care. Like, I don't think I ever would. I think what we've already shown is so obvious, but I don't care about that. But these people aren't doing that. They're making accusations, and this is the point I want to drive home.
I'm getting messages on Facebook that just say like "sell out, bitch," and I'm like, okay,
yeah, crazy stuff.
You're
crazy
gone.
Stuff.
Yeah, like
it's the most egregious. You're saying that.
How can you say that?
We basically sold our soul to tactically deceive millions of people, and we invested tons of time and energy into doing that.
Yes,
and
so
then
dumb.
you think we voluntarily upload like 360 footage and behind the scenes so you can bust us messing up. You guys are saying that the moon landing times 1,000 was pulled off. The most incredible technology ever somehow was actually replicating Antarctica. But then we just overlooked the fact that we probably shouldn't upload 360 videos of us walking around where you see our lack of footprints and all this. It's like, it's the stupidest thing ever. And it's like, dude, we have sacrificed so much for it. These are a bunch of anonymous people that do nothing, that stay in their house, and then we're the kind of people that actually go and do stuff. We actually went and put our own selves on the line, and it wasn't easy in many ways. And obviously, we're kind of being finessed by the Glovers in a way. And it's like, you're telling us that after years and years of us, like, we jeopardized future employment basically forever. We get all kinds of threats and all kinds of slander constantly from the mainstream and from like the Globe side. We're constantly under attack. I've been kicked off, temporarily kicked off Airbnb, kicked off Uber, PayPal, Venmo, like Chase Bank when we open a bank there. Like, just weird, like just very unfortunate.
Somebody said that they're like, now you know how Globers have felt for the past 10 years. No, Globers did not go do stuff that people then said was faked. Like, which Globers did that? Where was Flat Earthers just saying, oh, you didn't go to Antarctica, you didn't go here, it was all faked? But what are the Globers saying that they did that? I mean, my problem
is... This is what sucks, that these Flat Earthers are giving them some huge
it's like
win
giving
that
them content.
Really had. But like, think about it, like the real life, if people had have been like, cause I tagged things out of all this, it's like the Trump effect, right? So they can't resist talking about Trump, even though they're talking bad about him, because they know they're going to get clicks, the mainstream or whatever. And obviously, I think Trump is like a totally like an agent or whatever, like he's an actor, but
Yes.
that's not the point. The point is that what happens is someone's like, wait, did he really call all Mexican rapists? That's insane. And then if they go look into it,
He
they
didn't do
find he
that.
didn't say that at all,
Right.
and he gets bigger, right? The Trump effect. They tried to put him down, but he gets bigger. And I'm like, yo, Flat Earth is going to kind of be like that. And then if people come over here, they need to get to the information. They need to find out like that the evidence showed the Earth wasn't moving, and they completely lied about it and hid it. And it's because that they don't want the Earth to be special. And like, look at all this stuff that doesn't add up when it comes to the physical measurements of the surface, and look at all the stuff that's being hidden or whatever. So they had to come back to a group of people that were just like, okay, cool, truth is truth. We're always this side for truth. I'm glad we got to go independently verify, because there was a lack of evidence, and a lot of the evidence that was supposedly there was sketchy, and some of it had been faked. Then it would have been like a huge thing for Flat Earth. It's a huge thing for truth in general, like true Earth, right? Like figuring out the truth of the Earth. But instead, they come and they see this. This is the only real way they would have had a major win, and it would actually hurt Flat Earth, is if they go, because now it fulfills the stereotype of schizophrenic, paranoid.
That's what I said. We're a walking cliche of ourselves. We're
yeah, like, and it's like they're deceptively editing videos, and they're lying and taking things out of context, and when they're proven wrong, they just avoid it, or they block you, or they double down. And dude, that's exactly how they want to paint it, is that the only reason Flat Earthers exist is because they are really poor researchers, and they don't understand basic things. And so when you say stuff like there should be footprints, and you can easily look up why there wasn't, and it was super compacted ice and you wouldn't see footprint, or you should have seen your breath, and you can easily look up that you don't really see your breath in Antarctica, and there are videos of us actually where you see our breath. Like, someone can just go do, if they have a room temperature IQ, they can go and like find out quickly that these claims are fake. And then they see that so many flat earthers are just swearing up and down by them. They're like, oh, I get it now. That's why flat earthers exist. Flat earthers are just people that lack basic understanding. They lack the ability to research. They lack intellectual honesty. And so they will then shut the door on the conversation forever, maybe, right? Because they now understand it. They're like, I was honest. I went and looked at it to see what it was. And now I see. Now I understand what it was. And so they'll just close it forever. Mm-hmm. You're doing way more to hurt the discussion about the Earth by acting the way a lot of these people are acting than us going and seeing a 24-hour sun ever could. So,
right.
I guess that's what's triggering me a bit. But we're still good. I'm still going to be on Canis. I'm still going to be on tons of big podcasting shows. I'm still going to stay our real position. And I think it'll still be like 2025 is going to bring a lot of attention to this discussion, in my opinion. I wish people would just kind of get it together. And last thing I'll say, because I know a little bit longer than 4 minutes, but I will say this last thing. If you have kind of, because I actually kind of feel bad for some of these people, bro, right? Like, I know that they say they really did kind of look up to me or you, and they trusted us, and then they're now looking up to other people watching the content, and I've been largely silent in terms of my YouTube and stuff. And so they're just like confused, bro. Mm. They're confused. They're scared. Maybe they internalized that model, and like now it's just like rocking a worldview. And these other people they thought they could trust are swearing up and down that it's faked. And when you show this stuff out of context with these deceptively edited videos, it can be convincing. Like someone like
absolutely.
If you listen to FED, if you go listen to FED, like, and that's all you listen to, you would legitimately be convinced that I'm like a terrible, dishonest liar or whatever.
Oh man.
So I feel bad for those people, right? Because they're just being misled. They're being deceived. They're scared. They're kind of vulnerable. They feel like potentially betrayed. And I do feel an obligation to help them see the truth and see that it was legit. When it comes to like these content creators, certainly people like lying, and then when called out, they're doubling down.
Yeah.
No sympathy whatsoever. And you're on a list, you're getting exposed, good riddance. We're shaking out the weekends. You're not a truther. You're not on my team. I will never be on your team. And I think that they should be exposed. And so that's how I feel about the two things. I don't think it's all one basket, right? I think there are some people that are just legitimately kind of confused and maybe even scared.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think there's good about it and there's bad. I mean, the bad for me is that the people that I thought were friends that have just said shit they can never take back, and they're wrong. I mean, that's where I wish people would just for a second think for just a second, like, okay, what if Jaron Woods are telling the truth? How does this look to them? And so that's why when they say, oh, what about this anomaly? What about this anomaly? I'm like, Can't you just? I guess I'm trying to say, trust me, bro, right? But it's like, can't you look at the amount of evidence that we have here and say, okay, it's more likely that they were in Antarctica than that we had somewhere where we wouldn't step on snow. Like, where were we at? I don't even understand the argument. Oh, there's
Why
no.
would we go fake it where there is no snow?
What are we doing? Where are we at? What do they do the ground in? The ground is in styrofoam that doesn't break under our feet. I'm confused what even the
And
argument
was the marathon fake? And was each different location we were at fake? And like, what about the flights when we come in? What about us fly? I have a video of us actually landing on the ice, getting out. There's videos of us getting off the plane, you know, and I say one small step for man, one giant step for flat Earth. Like, I'll tell you this, check this out. You know, you'll notice this if you pay attention now. You may have already noticed it. None of them actually make a claim like that. Like, none of them actually explain what they're even claiming.
No, because it wouldn't make sense.
Go to Antarctica,
right?
Yeah, because once they do that, this is why. Once they do that, their claim can be falsified. A good example is when I was talking to Flatsoid, and he's like, "Why'd you walk away to pick up the snow?" Right? Because they asked me to pick up snow. I walked over to where there was like a pile of snow, and then I came back. I dropped it. Then I noticed that I was a little off camera, so you didn't get to see it that good. And then when I had walked back, I saw, oh, there's a pile right there by the trash can. There's a small little pile, so I picked it up from there, right? They're like, so why'd you have to walk away to pick up the snow? And I'm like, what are you even suggesting?
Right.
What does that mean?
Right. That's the
you know?
problem.
And he wouldn't answer it because if you make the claim, then it can be proven to be untrue. But if you just don't answer it and you just keep using all these tactics, then you never can be debunked. And the real original claim of that was that supposedly we were in a studio. And so there was just a pile of fake snow over there, and I couldn't just bend down where I was to pick up snow because I was in the studio. I had to walk over there to where there was fake snow. And I'm like, well, that's interesting because if you don't cut off the next 10 seconds, you see that I bend down right by the computer and pick up snow. So that's a lie. But he would, you know, I'm just saying, like, you'll notice that pattern. None of them will actually tell you. Because then it's like, wait, Owen Benjamin, I do a stream, you see my breath the whole time. So what are you talking about? Oh, well, one guy said maybe they just turned the AC up. Oh, they found out, they realized that you got busted, so then they fixed it. Or maybe that actually was in Antarctica. Oh, what? So like one video was in Antarctica the next day, then I flew there, but other people were doing live streams in the middle of the time that I would have had to fly there. So then we all took different private charter planes to go to Antarctica and then not be in Antarctica, and I went there to it's
stupid.
When they say when they have to actually explain what they're accusing you of, like their theory of fakery, everything crumbles in because there's too much evidence.
Right, there's like people out there saying that at first they said it didn't matter. 24-hour sun doesn't matter. It's predicted on the flat Earth, but then we faked it. It's like, hold on, you wouldn't fake something that it like what is your claim that the sun doesn't set, that it does set? Because it's really just simple that you go there and the sun stays up in the sky. You can listen to us talk to these guys that work there. There's this camp is there every year. You can go look on Google for just images, and you'll see the same place we were with the same tents every year, the same Fram, and then you just kind of have to think to yourself, okay, so anybody, I heard JT is going to go next year, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, he wants to go down for the marathon. So you can go down there. So the claims of people saying there's a plasma sun, you were faked by a plasma sun, a plasma ball in the sky, it's just, you need to look at the footage of the 24-hour sun that McKeegan put up and just look at it and say, okay, that's the sun. It's
well, the first thing we did was look at the elevation angle and look at it through a solar filter. Like, first thing that I did was have McKeegan set it up and look at it through a solar filter, right? I'm like, that's the sun, bro. And honestly, you could tell it was the sun without.
Have you seen? He put up. He has 24-hour solar filter footage.
Oh no, I haven't seen. He put that up already.
I think he put it up today.
Oh wow, that's awesome, bro. No, I haven't. I want him to send me all of his, and I want to get all the solar filter data, because just in general, that's something that's basically never been done, right? Like really extensive documentation of solar filter images from Antarctica. But
JT,
no, I've seen that. That's cool.
Yeah, no, it's just, and again, I get it. People are skeptical. I just saw Justin Johnson say, trust nothing, trust no one, or something like that. And I just don't think that's a good way to go through life. We have to, if you just look at, I don't want to say the word evolution, but if you just look at how humans came to be, you needed to trust each other. You need to trust your family. You need to trust people in your community. And we've gotten past that. And that's how I think that they've won this war, is because when they lied to us from the very beginning, they knew that as soon as we started to uncover lies and started to talk to each other about it, if there was any difference in opinion, which it's hidden. So of course there's going to be things that are different between my opinion or your belief and my belief. But then they knew we would attack each other. So it's all by design, and we're just keep falling for it. It's like impossible to get around. And that's why I have a problem with Dubé, because Dubé seems to be kind of the ringleader of that. whereas we were constantly trying to come together. You know.
Yeah, and the only thing I noticed, he always just uses other people's stuff.
Yeah. Anyway,
well, one thing
I'll
I'll
let you
say
go.
to you, man, just like stay strong, bro. Because like I get, because obviously we're being attacked by everywhere, and then our own community is like burning us at the stake. And both you and I were both kind of deflated in a sense while we were there because our own community was turning on us. But bro, I will just say from a spiritual experience, I prayed a lot before we went there, and I asked for signs I wasn't supposed to go. And I got like confirmation that I was supposed to go, and a lot of the synchronicities. And then when we landed, boom, we saw a rainbow. And then we got in that plane and we were flying. And remember, you were like, "Yo, bro,
we
look
saw
at that!"
the glory.
And it was like this. Yo, there was a rainbow around the freaking plane, like a little rainbow force field, showing us the way I viewed it. Right, it was like, "Yo, we're protected, we're good, we're where we're supposed to be." Like the creator wants us to be here, and he's protected. I don't know if you took a shot of that. Did you take a shot of that? A picture or anything?
I didn't, because it was so quick. I mean, it was just out the window and then it was gone.
Oh, dang.
But it was awesome.
Yeah, dude. And then
can I ask you a skeptical question? I got. Nobody's allowed to be skeptical of anything, but I have to be skeptical of you. When I rewatched my chest cam footage, what were you doing in the plane so long after we landed there?
Oh, because we made a deal. We made a plan that I would be the last one to walk off, so that I could say.
Do the line. Okay.
And then McToon just was in there forever. Like it's like he did not prepare for landing whatsoever. It was like I don't even know. So I'm just sitting there like waiting on McToon forever, so I could be the last person to walk out.
Okay. I was watching this footage the other day, and I was like, so I got off the plane. I go over. I talk to some people. I turn around, and then we're like, "What are we waiting for?" And it's like, "We're waiting for Witsit." And I was like, "What is he doing in the plane the whole time?" But I figured
we were waiting on McToon. I was in there talking to the stewardess, like, "Yeah, I don't know what he's doing."
Yeah, because we had said you were going to go last, so you could do your line.
So I could do the mockery of the moon, yeah.
And I get it. I mean, again, people just, if you were there, just imagine you're looking on the screen. You get there. This is the real world. This is not a set. These are real mountains around us. It's really fucking cold. These are real vehicles. We have go drive for 5 miles to a camp that's there. Everything is exactly as they presented it, and that's what I mean by let's just accept it. And again, I'm not telling you to trust me. I'm just saying look at the amount of evidence and then say, okay, it's more likely that the sun just does what they say they saw, what they filmed it doing, what others say it's been doing, what this camp is there, what you can go see it do next year or this year.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe we should do it.
It's surreal. It's surreal, huh, bro? Like,
oh, it's crazy.
You gotta be honest. You can kind of understand. Like, even when I was looking at this 360 film, I'm like, I can see where people's like natural instinct is like this.
I totally
like
can see it.
Fake. Yeah, because it's like something you've never seen. It's like pristine. It's untouched by man, basically.
Even
right?
the GoPro footage is like the way it bends things, and like I do see the sun bending. Like it looks like the bend goes the sun goes oblong for a second, but it's just the way.
That's why you need the solar filter shots.
Yeah, it's just and there was he put all that up today, I think.
Cool. Well, and
anyway.
I guess the conclusion I was saying is like the creator wanted us to go, bro, and you also got your own little confirmation that he wanted you to go.
Yep.
And truth doesn't fear investigation, right? I'd say the creator's kind of summation of truth, and so when the scriptures say like when they revile you for his name's sake, rejoice, for they did to all the prophets before you, and I think that's a pretty profound concept, meaning that if you view this as an honor that you were kind of chosen, meaning that it is known that you were strong enough to do this for whatever the creator's plan is, right? Because whatever the truth is, and he wants the truth to be known and revealed about his creation, he doesn't want it to be lied about or whatever, or he needs to get these liars out in other ways, or maybe we haven't really seen how this is all going to unfold, which is what I think. I think that we're going to be surprised in 6 months maybe what all comes of this, and it'll be good. It'll be good for truth and for kind of our side per se, and a lot of these people needed to be weeded out.
Yeah.
So I'm just saying that, like, if you view it that way, like kind of the story of Joseph, his brothers attacked him, left him to die, basically. He goes into slavery, and he would be like, dude, what in the world? This is so unfair. But then he'd been second in charge of Egypt and had a great life. And then they came back. He forgave them, even though they were way out of line. He just forgave them and he helped them. And it's because he was strong enough, had enough integrity and humility to be able to do that, right? When he was being unfairly attacked and treated unfairly. So, yeah, that's how I'm trying to view this. I think, obviously, you were also kind of thrown in that basket by the creator. And if you view it that way, it's like, well, let's just kind of sit back and realize, like, dang, probably most people couldn't really handle what we're dealing with, right? Where it's not just the mainstream.
Well, I think that's why we said we were going to do it. We said that we're the best people for it. We thought we'd be limiting damage. Obviously, that didn't really happen that way.
Well,
but
it would have been even worse with other people. I mean, I don't know.
Who knows?
Who knows? Yeah, who knows?
Who knows?
But yeah,
can't describe us.
Yeah, maybe view it from that angle, bro. I think it's all going to be good. And I love you, man. You know, everything's going to be cool, and then we'll stay in touch.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, bro.
All right, brother. Peace.
All right, let's go with sorry, everybody. I know that was extra time you didn't expect, but we'll put it back on the 4-minute clock. Witsit gets free time. All right, we've got VOR official.
Yo, can you hear me?
I hear you great. What's up?
I don't know if you recognize me on TikTok. You follow me. I do young Earth creation and conspiracy on TikTok.
Okay, I've seen some stuff.
Yeah, so first off, good on you for going down there, man.
Thank you.
It's been terrible to see how the flat Earth community has treated you. And I made a video. It's got about 500,000 views. And I said in there specifically, I can tag you in it, please don't go after Jaron. Just you got to understand what he's got on this. And flat Earth, really, Jesus says you'll know a tree by the fruit that it bears.
Right.
And I think we've seen that with the flat Earth thing, unfortunately. So I'm a biblical creationist. I believe, obviously, in the literal 6-day creation, Adam and Eve, the flood, etc. That's what my channel is dedicated to. I've been concerned about flat Earth the whole time because it can make the Bible look bad, right? I'm trying to defend that the God of the Bible made this reality, and we descended from Adam and Eve, and the flood happened. And then people like, you're a flat Earther. I'm like, no. I'm technically a globe earther or agnostic. I think the Bible's agnostic on the shape, but I just did a video on YouTube. You mentioned Eric Dubé. I'm really concerned that this is really controversial, but look at the fruit he bears. Right. He's a Gnostic, right? He hates the God of the Bible. He hates the Bible. He hates the Jewish people. I think he hates the Bible. Is it possible that he was, I don't want to sound too conspiracy-y here, but he was sent to basically do what Flat Earth has done, which is in the eyes of the public, make the Bible a flat Earth book and attach the kind of flat earthers that are coming after you to creation science, because basically all of the science is coming up in our favor. The universe isn't locally real.
So you're a globe believer? So are you a geocentrist? I mean, you're like a Robert Sungenis geocentrist, because you know that movie, The Principle, came out in 2014, and immediately after was Eric Dubé.
Yeah. So I call myself a romantic geocentrist. I try to stay valid scientifically. I interview guys like Jason Lyle. If you know Jason Lyle, he's an astrophysicist. So I don't want to be called a geocentrist, but I'm a romantic geocentrist, and we'll say that a topical reading of scripture is that the Earth is in the center. And it would make perfect sense to me, because I absolutely believe NASA's lying. I don't think they went to the moon. Right. I think that it's Babylonian astrology.
Right.
And they are the priests of the religion of science. And so what a brilliant way, if we are, like, whether it's geocentric or not, doesn't technically matter, because the universe exists for the experience that we're having on the Earth with our creator.
Right.
That's the truth of reality. And they've gone through great lengths to try to marginalize that, the Copernican principle and Big Bang and evolution, etc.
Expandable universe,
Yeah, if you read the Humanist Manifesto, which was written in 1933, the first tenet they have is the universe is self-existent and not created. The second tenet is that mankind is a product of nature. So they want that. They don't want us to be made in the image of the living God with his intended creation. So whether it's in the center or not, proverbially, we're the only show in town. That's why there's no alien life out there.
Right.
The universe is here for the Earth.
Correct.
So if it is geocentric, what a perfect opportunity to take a guy like Dubé, who's a Gnostic, who hates the God of the Bible and hates Jesus and hates the Jewish people, and bring this thing to light. To basically, I know we use the term psyop is thrown around too much, but to basically discredit the truth that they are trying to hide, that this is God's created order. So
correct. Because then you can equate geocentrism with flat Earth, and then if that's silly and you can point that out, then you basically won the argument already.
Exactly. And in the process of time will lead to the idea that we need to cancel the Bible as a pseudoscientific misinformation book or whatever. So I'm personally a simulation guy. I think that's actually what got me into content creation. I made a movie called The Operating System, saying that the Word of God is basically the information that creates this reality. Whether that's true or not, I think that, so you're on the right side of history. Witsit is, obviously. I need to talk to him about his Jewish thing, because we can't curse the Jewish people, man. I understand there's Jews in conspiracy, just like there's everybody in conspiracy, but just let's take an Occam's razor approach to this. Look at a motive for this crime. The devil said in the book of Genesis, he said, did God really say, when he was tempting Eve, why don't you eat the apple? Well, because God said not to do this. Did God really say? So the devil needs us to question God's word. So questioning God's word is at the core of this. And the devil's been trying to wipe out the Jewish people for thousands of years. Babylon, Egypt, Rome, obviously Nazi Germany. So if you look at the fruit that it's bearing, where it's turning the public against the Bible, and then in the conspiracy realm, once again, turning Christians against the Jews, that's how the Holocaust happened, was when Christians consented. So again, the fruit this thing bears is wicked. That video with 500,000 views, I've had thousands and thousands of comments of the flat earthers saying exactly what you're talking about. None of it's based in truth. You cannot speak with them when I debate them live. They almost are always all Gnostic, and they're almost all anti-Semitic. So if Jesus was right and you can judge a tree by its fruit, to me, the most simple explanation is that either intentionally, like from, you could say, the CIA, or just from the devil himself, he planted Dubé to start this whole shit show. And I want to work with you. I'd like to work with Witsit, because you guys say you're truthers. The truth of this reality is Jesus. He is the truth. We are in his created order. And so I think if you guys, and again, the Bible's agnostic on the shape of the
20
earth.
seconds.
We don't actually know. Okay. Anyways, would love to work with you on whatever the next step is with this, because we have a huge reach on TikTok, and I've been defending you, and we need you out here, man.
What's the account name? Just say it for everybody one more time.
It's VOR, or Voice of Reasons Official. Just look for my stupid face. Again, you only follow like a couple hundred people on TikTok.
Yeah, I've seen your stuff.
When I messaged you. So
okay, cool. And we'll find out tonight. If you look at the Dubé Super Shill meter, it's almost at max shill, so he might actually be called out tonight as the one and only shill. But thank you for coming on. Appreciate it. All right, we got pick me, Jaren.
My goodness, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Picked you.
Oh wow, dude. Hey, I commend you on the trip to Antarctica. Look, I'd never heard of you, and first time caller. Just
welcome.
Heard of you through the YouTube algorithm. And,
all good things, I'm sure.
Yeah, of course. So when I heard of the final experiment, I was like, well, even if they go, I'm a Glober. But the flat guys, they'll have some excuse or whatever. But I'm listening to you right now. This is like the first show I've tuned in, and I'm very much pleasantly surprised. You're actually acknowledging the evidence you saw, and you're challenging your staunchly held beliefs. So, commend you for that.
Yes, absolutely. The model I've been teaching for years is absolutely incorrect. So that's now. Does that mean other models are incorrect? No, I'm just saying mine is definitely incorrect.
That takes a lot of humility and taking the ego out to be able to say that. So I really have a lot of respect for that.
Well, thank you.
Now,
I wish more people did it, because we would be a lot further along. Because I've noticed that when people, even if they're wrong, they just they would rather hold on to that position than to admit it. And that's not helping anybody.
So with the few minutes I have,
Go ahead, sorry.
I've never been heard your show before. Obviously, before you went to Antarctica, you saw there were already videos of a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. So what I'm want to know is, like, why did you think those were fake? And I just pulled one up on YouTube. I don't know if I can present it to the folks.
Sure, which one is that?
Just this quick one. The second one I saw, by Robert Schwartz. Why can I not share this?
You should be able to click present at the bottom.
Present. Here we go. Share.
And then you can highlight it and hit OK. I'm trying to see if I've got
all right. So you must have.
Okay, this is the 5-day?
I don't know what what it says to me is sun in Antarctica, 24 hours without setting, courtesy of Robert Schwartz.
Yeah,
right?
so I don't know if you know, but there's the South Pole webcam site that if you go there, and that's something that we all searched back at the beginning. Oopsie.
Sure.
You go ahead and
sure. What I'm trying to say is, of course, you must have looked at all of these, and you maintained your position that there's no 24-hour sun in Antarctica.
Yes.
You must have seen some videos on YouTube and numerous.
So two of them are faked. Another one was pieced together. The ending is the beginning. There wasn't evidence when we went looking in 2015, 2016. Now after that, some stuff started to come out. But one of the things that I kept pointing out, and I still point out, is that the South Pole webcam site has from 2004 to 2024, so 20 years worth of data, doesn't have one video of a 24-hour sun. So clearly this is by design. This is a psyop that was done on purpose for people to think that there was no 24-hour sun in the South. There's no other reason why because I don't know, I hate to use the word proof, but it is a good indicator of the shape of the earth, and they didn't care at all to tell people or to show it. You can't.
So, I
you're
mean,
basically saying there's
I
one
haven't
video.
looked at the South Pole camera or whatever. I presume they didn't, they weren't trying to debunk flat earthers or something like that.
So why would we care about a 24-hour camera at the South Pole if it didn't show us the 24-hour sun? What the hell's the point of it?
Well, people just want to see what the hell's going on in the South Pole. I don't know. I don't know. All I'm saying is there are videos out there of the 24-hour sun. So
Very
you're
few.
still maintaining that those ones are fake, or there are parts of them that are edited?
Part of them were edited, correct. But I also realized when I went down there that it's a lot more difficult than people think. So that's what the good thing about coming back and telling people, hey, rather than say, because I heard somebody say, I think it was Banjo one time, said, there's 10,000 people who visit Antarctica every year. There should be 10,000 24-hour webcam footage or something.
Well, now that you say that, I mean, to do a 24-hour webcam, you either need a 360 camera or you need to have some guy go in every hour and shift the camera around.
Correct.
So
or you need
it
to
is
have a
pain,
solar
right?
tracker. It's a pain in the ass. And then
Yeah,
you can only take so much stuff there. You have to have battery power to make it last for 24 hours. That's not easy. Even keeping your cameras around for 24 hours is not easy, especially with the temperatures. Your batteries don't last very long at all. So there's a lot more that goes into it that people don't think about. Plus, you have to stay up for 24 hours.
Exactly.
So we got 2 hours of sleep the night before we went down there. Then we're there having to spend, then we're just not getting any sleep. And you're in a place that's not comfortable. It's not like you're not getting sleep at home. It's 10 degrees. It's miserable. So I'm not trying to make excuses because I do think everybody had to go through the same thing. It's not like, oh, we had it rough and they didn't or whatever. But it's just, it's a lot different than people thought about. And people need to hear some of these things because I was somebody saying before, like these guys who supposedly cross Antarctica. And they're always like, oh, and they pull their sled of food, which is 800 pounds. I laughed hysterically at that. I'm like, yeah, right. There's nobody pulling a sled of 800 pounds in Antarctica by themselves. I thought it was a joke until I'm out there and I realize how hard it is to carry my bags around. And then on the night that we have to bring our stuff to the tents, they give us sleds. And I put all of my stuff and Witsit stuff on the sled and I just start going off and I'm like, oh my God, I could carry 1,000 pounds. Easy. Because it's just a sled on ice. And it actually makes it easier to carry. So those are the things where I see it happening right now with people saying like, well, why is it, if the sun just circles there, why doesn't the snow melt? Things like that. To where people just need to, you don't understand Antarctica, just like I didn't understand Antarctica until I went there, till you start to learn about it and you start to realize these things have answers. They just don't need to be, it's not just because we think that we understand how it works. Like we think that we know that there's snow there. There's not snow there. Oh, well, then why does the snow change on the mountains? Because it doesn't snow there.
How can we get to a point that folks like yourself and people that have certain beliefs, you don't have to physically go there in person to verify these claims?
Wow, the flat earthers have a position that you can't trust anybody. So that's the problem. That's why this could be a psyop, that by doing that, you essentially erase the ability for anybody to ever find truth. What you're doing is you're making it so that if flat earthers are part of this, that they themselves need to, and believe me, I'm not saying I didn't do this. I totally took advantage of this trip. Here's a guy saying, I'll give you a free trip. And I'm like, I'm fucking in because
I commend you for that.
Right. Because I said, I will be able to go. I'll know for sure. There's no question of if I go, I don't have to question the footage. I'm going. And also that at least I would know from that point, and then I can make my mind up or, decide what that does to my beliefs. But so I get it. I get that I took advantage of that. But I still think that we just need to get to a place where we do start to recognize at least people that we can trust or people that are on the up and up, and not just be that mindset that you have to question everything. Because if you have to question everything, then don't ever expect to find the truth. Ever. Because there's always going to be more questions than there is answers. There's always going to be holes in any story. And people might, oh, no, that's not true. It is true. If you look long, I told people out yesterday, I said, take your camera out in your front yard, film the sun for a couple minutes, film your house for a few minutes, then come inside and really pretend like you're going to debunk that video. And you can do it. You'll find parts of that. You'll say, this shadow doesn't work. You'll find. Now, again, you won't have an easy time doing that because you just filmed it. So just imagine it's the same thing for us when we come back and you're like, well, explain these shadows. I don't have to. I filmed it. I saw it. The shadows are fine. Just because you're seeing it on a camera, which does weird things to shadows, which you can go and prove for yourself. Go outside, film the sun, film the shadows. Why didn't anybody do that first? People acted like they're the camera experts, that they're Antarctica experts. Right? Like, oh, your breath, we didn't see your breath, and we're supposed to see your breath, and you faked a vape. What the hell would any of that have to do with anything? Like, it wouldn't even be part. Like, what kind of world do you think it is that they're like, they picked me and Witsit to be their big ace in the hole that we're going to go down there. We're not gonna, I mean, it's just
they
so dumb.
refused. The rest of them refused, and now they're becoming expensive.
Right, now they're saying, we told you nobody should go. Okay. Whatever you say. We should just all just be ballless. Anyway.
Well said, Jaron, and good luck with everything, and I commend you for your
appreciate that. All right, later. We got the Moringa Man. What's up, Mr. Moringa? Wait,
Yo.
the screen all screwed up.
Hey, that was cool. Austin stopping by.
Yes, there you go. Now you're in full screen. We got your pretty face now. If you want to get some Moringa, don't get it from him. Get it from me. No, I'm just kidding. You can go to my website or his website. We both have it.
I should have given you some seeds. You could have planted them down there.
Oh, we should have done that. Uh-oh, it's official. We're at $268. It's official. Dubé is the super shill of all shills. I knew this is the best method to get to the bottom of who's a shill. Is just give me $250 and then I'll determine it and make it official. So it's official. Anyway, go ahead.
All right,
I'll start
where
your
to
clock.
start? I mean, I will
Anywhere
say,
else.
I guess to start, Jaron, you were on the Truth Lab, and then I've been on your show, primarily talking about Moringa. And before I interviewed you on the Truth Lab, which was great, I don't know if you've really shared your truth-seeking journey like you did on the Truth Lab.
Mhm.
Like if
A long
that's
time
elsewhere.
ago. People have been with me a while now.
But anyway, so I had never heard about you. So I went to your YouTube, and for some reason, the first video of yours that I saw, because I went to filter, like, what's the most viewed videos you had, and one of them had something to do with crypto, I think, and then the second one was Antarctica. So I had never really, that was my first time being exposed to information like that. So, I mean, since then, I never believed, like, the Gleason map, or I don't have David Weiss's app, I just never really believed that model. So I guess I've always been open to a 24-hour sun working. And I guess, have you
Good.
put much thought into, like, possibly the firmament?
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm having to think about it a lot because I don't like the idea of having to introduce all this extra stuff. Like, I do believe in Occam's razor, and I've been promoting that, right? So to say all of a sudden now people are like, oh, Joe Hamby's model's right. There's a refractive, inverted, dual mirror, double-sided mirror with a refraction with an upside-down projecting. So it's like, okay, that's a lot of things to explain a sun that the globe just says, oh, you're upside down. Now, again, we get it. I get it. I don't feel like I'm upside down. I don't think there's people upside down. I don't think we're spinning on a globe. I get that. But I'm just saying, when you start adding all these things just to make that's what the globe does with dark matter and dark energy. They're just adding things like patchwork to make their model still okay. And I don't like that. I'd rather believe in either model. I'd rather believe in neither model, and they have to come up with evidence that makes me side with them. And that's what the globe did really well in this observation. Doesn't mean the globe's a fact. Doesn't mean anything's proven. What it means is that the globe perfectly describes what happens in the sky. That's it. That's what it means. So people can't even handle that. They just can't even understand that. That's truth, because you're saying it doesn't matter. It's fake. They're saying this is the way it works. Go here, see this angle, see this sun, it does this. And then you go there and exactly that happens. So those are very big differences, and we can't pretend like they're on the same level, which is what people do. People act like those are equal, and they act like they're cocky about it. And if you go and you ever imagine, if we said anything different than the model that they believe in, they'll immediately say fake or doesn't matter. So is that the intellectual team that anybody wants to be on? In my opinion, Flat Earth will never go anywhere like that, ever. Because you're not going to convince these people that are the ones that are on the outside looking in, right? The ones that would never become Flat Earthers because they need things to be shown to them, how this works, how that works. Now, again, you could say, well, I don't care about them. That's fine. And you can take that position and you can be a Flat Earther and just say, I just believe in Flat Earth, but then don't enter the conversation that we are trying to have, that we've been having since Rob Skiba and Bob Nodell and the greats from the past, that we're actually trying to intellectually and scientifically match what the globe is bringing. We've gotten past that now. People have just given up on that. They're like, well, we don't have to scientifically show anything. We just need to say fake nothing burger. That's the problem to me, is that I'm not sure that is the correct method. Now, you might even say, well, Jeremy, couldn't they be right? Couldn't they? Of course, but that's not the way to show it. I mean, to me, it's just, I've never heard anybody say that, to show me a fact to be like, oh, it just doesn't matter. It's a nothing burger. It's like, well, that's your evidence. That's the best you can do. You're not going to go to the drawing board. I told people, if we see the 24-hour sun, we need to go back to the drawing board. And people instead said fake. But this is what they've always done. I mean, at least I've noticed recently that it's the most intellectually dishonest thing you could do is to just yell fake. It's easier than being, they make fun of Globers because they're like, Globers believe everything they're taught. Okay, but you know what? A good percentage of that stuff is the truth. So a good percentage of what they're taught in school is the truth. So you're saying instead that because they believe everything they're told, that they're dumber than you, even though you don't believe anything you're told. So no, they're clearly smarter than you. You don't have any knowledge because you won't accept anything. You think everything's fake. You are basically just being very, very lazy. You're basically saying, I've given up on finding truth. I'm a truther who has given up finding truth. That's the weird thing from the outside looking in. You're like, wait a second. If we're truthers, then we should be looking for the truth, not saying everything's fake. That's not finding the truth. It's just not. And people can think it is. Like, oh, I found the truth. You didn't find shit. You're further away from the truth than you've ever been. If you call everything fake, then what's true? And if it's something different than you currently believe and somebody brings evidence of that, you're just going to call it fake. So you have to realize if you're a flat earther, you need to look into yourself and say, is there something that could change my mind? It's like somebody told me yesterday, like, Jared, now what you got to do is we got to go across the South Pole. If we just fly from, like, dude, like if anybody did fly from one place across the South Pole to the other place, everybody would call it fake. So there is nothing. And so if we just either need to recognize that or change it, because that is a problem. If there's nothing that can change your mind, then you are in a cult. It is religion.
Yeah.
And so that's my problem, is that I didn't know, if people know my story, I got out of religion. I got out of religion, then I found the creator through Flat Earth, but I don't want to go back into a religion that is just, we believe these things and there's no evidence of it and there's no real, we don't have an answer for it, but it is just the way it is. And you better believe it or you're going to get, look what happens here. If we say something different, I get attacked for saying something different, even though it's the fact, even though it's true. We went and saw the 24-hour sun. People are like, you liar, you sell out, you took the money. It's like, what? But for what? For going and telling you what actually is happening? It's just ridiculous. That's not, that's
you gotta
being,
ignore people like that, man. I mean,
that's what?
I don't mean, you just got to ignore people like that because.
But what if it's people you respected, people that you thought were friends, people that were confidants, people who you talked to weekly?
Unfortunately, Jaron, these are intellectually dishonest people.
Right. Well, that's the thing. You don't like to learn that your side is full of that. You don't like to find that out. It's not a good feeling to realize that.
I don't want to get weird here, but I feel like humanity's been under a spell. Like we've been basically, it's called like demoralization.
Yeah.
And when people are demoralized, they have trouble understanding what is true and what's false. And so
right.
It's kind of that. So, I mean, really, there's a 5-minute test. I can't recommend it enough. I'm sure you would score, high up there. I got 100% for intellectual humility.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's, really linked closely to intellectual honesty. But
I saw, what's his name took it, right? The guy you were showing me some, what's his name? The guy you're showing me his messages.
Yeah, Foster Gamble.
Foster Gamble.
I've been working with, ever since Thrive came out. I mean, for whatever reason, man, it's like I just kind of pray in the morning, God, Jesus, come into my heart and, use me for your will. And for some reason, I've just gotten some influence with Foster. So I've just been really trying to, not so much prove the flat earth, but just like I said, we work our way towards truth by trying to determine what's not, true, kind of like what we say about, replacements independent of falsification and such, and but yeah, exactly right. So it's a 5-minute test. I mean, for anybody listening right now, it's on
30 seconds. I gotta let you go. Just 30 seconds. Close it out.
Yeah. But I mean, I guess on another point, Jaron, I'm not sure if you thought about some of this stuff, but allegedly, Union Glacier, did you know since I'm in Florida, it's 18 hours ahead in time, allegedly. So for you, it would have been 15 hours and
No, that's wrong. It's only 2 hours above Eastern time.
Eastern Union Glacier?
Yeah, Eastern time plus 2. It's the same as Brazil, whatever Punta Arenas' time is.
Okay, well, I mean, I just was, I was looking up this. I mean, no matter what, I just want to know exactly what they're trying to say because I'm trying to visualize, if the Earth is a globe and you see a 24-hour sun, so then what's somebody seeing in South Africa? What's somebody seeing in Australia? What's somebody see, you know what I mean? So it's like, I don't think we have to be geniuses to try to illustrate this. So
no, I did it the other night with Lowry. I mean, that's another thing is I'm having to call out things that people have said for a long time that are just wrong. Like, stop saying they're like, oh, they're looking for our map. They don't have a map either. They do have a map. It's called the globe. So you're just lying when you say that the globe doesn't have a map. Yes, they do. It's called a globe. So what do you mean they don't have a map? They have a globe where they lay out all the continents, and then it works with showing what the sunrise sunset times are. They have that model. So for us, so you're lying if you're a flat earther who says the globe doesn't have a map. What do you mean? They have a globe. That's their map. So it's like, if I've got to be the one to call people out and explain to them, because they don't get it. And I've tried to explain some of these things so at least we're arguing from the same point. Like, I'm somebody who believes, let's say the earth is a sphere. There's no way you would ever build on a earth as if it were a sphere. You wouldn't take any of that into account. You wouldn't take into account for canals. You wouldn't take it into account for tunnels, for bridges, for nothing, because the earth would be level and flat wherever you're at. That's how you would build things on it. You'd build railroads on it. You'd build bridges. You wouldn't take into account the curvature of the earth. And I think this is where globers just lie. They like say stupid shit. Like they say, oh, the Venezano bridge or whatever is 4 centimeters different at the top than it is. It's like, that is the stupidest shit I've ever heard. 4 centimeters is like an inch or 2. And that bridge changes winter to summer by like 12 or 15 inches. But we're supposed to believe you built the bridge off by 2 inches at the top because it's just, these are just garbage stories. They're not real. And so anyway, I'm just saying that people need to look at it a different way and actually think through some of these things so we have better arguments and not just dismiss them. The whole idea of everyone saying, oh, well, there's no way on a curved earth that we would have anything flat where you're at. It's like, no, there is an earth that's big enough, 24,901 miles, that it would be flat at your feet. So we have to be able to argue from intellectually honest positions, not just lie and say, well, they don't have a map. That's just not true.
Yeah, well, here, can I say one last thing?
Sure, go ahead, quick.
Let's just put an intention out, man. Imagine, globers, truthers, flat earthers, whatever, come together, and we all agree that, hey, all this money's been spent to, send stuff to the moon, allegedly. Humans have walked there. We have, deep space instruments that are whatever. So why can't we just have a 24-hour raw footage, uninterrupted of the spinning globe?
100%. In fact, I think I should be in charge of NASA.
But to bring it all together somewhat. Yeah. So.
Absolutely. And I think that we should do, and those are things that I think that are important to do, is to like force these people to have to do those things that they should have already done. Put them on the spot to do it. It doesn't make any sense. NASA, every penny that NASA makes comes from us. We pay everything. So you would, in any real world, you would make sure that those people are all happy first before you went and started discovering the TRAPPIST planets that are exoplanets that nobody will ever get to and nobody will ever care about, and they're just a waste of money. Like, the head of NASA should be like, all right, let's get a camera on the moon that shows the Earth 24 hours a day, just because it's easy. There's a Lagrange point between the moon and the Earth. Why not just go put a satellite out there that shows the Earth 24 hours a day? And people are always like, oh, well, you would just call it fake. How do you know? We've never seen it. It's something so simple for your stupid space agent that you think these guys are sending crafts and crashing into asteroids and picking up pieces of dirt and then coming back and depositing it on Earth. That's what you think. You think there's a remote control car on Mars. But when we ask you to put a camera on the Earth, you're like, but they'd have better things to do than to prove, it's like, shut up. No, they don't have better things to do. That should be the first thing they should do. How do we not have a picture of the damn Earth from space? How do we not have that? How do we not have a live view of where we fucking live from space? How come I can go look at Saturn and look at the hexagon on the top of it or whatever it is? I can go look at that with the 78,000 pictures of Saturn that are all clearly computer generated. It's become so fake. But we can go look at that, but we can't look at the North Pole of Earth. There's no videos or pictures of the South Pole of Earth. Why can I go find it of Jupiter and Saturn? So it's just, there's questions that people have every right to ask. And that's the thing that I'm going to go hard on, is that I'm going to take a different approach that's just going to be kind of pissed off at a lot of things. Shills like Dubé, number one, who are going to flip-flop and then call. That's what he did. He basically went on a video, changed his position by flip-flopping on it, and then said, and Jaron, who's going to go test this, is a little shilly. What? Because something you said that I'm going to go verify, now you flip your story and say, I'm shilly. It's like people don't even recognize it. People still worship the guy. They're like, look up to him. He's a piece of garbage. Look at him doing his little dances over there. He's doing my sign language right now.
That's hilarious. I do love Wing Chun though, but anyways, thanks so much, Darren. But
all right.
hopefully, if Austin's on Candace, he kind of maneuvers that way, like saying like, hey, this is how the community can come together, because I don't think a Glober could argue about that, right? I mean, they might say, oh, we already have raw footage, but then there's ways to prove, like, if it's raw.
Well, that's what I've always talked about. I mean, from the very beginning of this in 2014, when this started coming out, humanity as a whole should have said, hey, all these guys are calling space fake. Let's all turn together and get it to be proven to everybody, rather than let's call these guys names and go and block the space agencies and do all the hard work for them so that NASA doesn't have to answer a damn thing. And you guys just make up excuses for it, and you know you do. You're lied to on a daily basis about space, and you take it. Dear Moon, they're going to launch in 2023. Nope. Oh, we're going to put these people around the moon in 2018. Nope. Oh, we're going to go to the moon by this year. Nope. We're going to go this year. Nope. It just keeps, and you guys just keep taking it like you like to be bitch slapped by your boyfriend, and you've just learned to love it. And you rather than admit to all your friends who have been telling you, hey, that boyfriend doesn't love you, he's beating you on your ass every night, you just would rather be like, no, I'm going to take it because I can't admit I was wrong. Like, it doesn't mean that the Earth's flat if you come out and say, NASA, what the hell are you doing? How are you get $80 million a day? I mean, if somebody gave me $80 million one time, think of what I would have to be responsible to return to show that I deserve that. They get $80 million a fucking day. Okay? They don't deserve it. They should be destroyed. They should be torn down because they have absolutely done nothing. They've gone nowhere. They lie. So again, they tell us they're on the ISS and that they're all these inventions and what are you doing? What invention do we have because of the $150 billion ISS? What has it done for us? And the answer is nothing, except for, provide false dreams to little kids in school.
Now Elon gets paid $1 billion to take it apart, right?
It makes no sense. And
happy belated birthday and anniversary. I didn't.
Well, that's actually, it's early for my birthday, but yeah, a couple days.
Okay, cool.
But thank you.
Well, anyway, I'll let other people jump on.
Yeah, I'm going to read these super chats real quick. I appreciate you coming on. Everybody check out his site, The Moringa Man.
Than's for everything you're doing, man. All right,
appreciate it. Later. Let's look at these super chats real quick because we've got a bunch and we are officially into 100% shill territory. For Eric DeBay, sorry, Eric. It's just that the truth is truth, my friend. Truth is truth, and when you go by the Dubay super shillometer, pretty much true as it gets. So we're at 294. Let's check it out. Let's see what we got here, and we'll be right back with you guys. I see you waiting, and we'll move. I'll put it on 4 minutes. I promise. I know I'm being bad at this. All right, let's go with. Oops. Fan thunder. Thank you. All right, we've got up at the top. We've got Arden Bryson says, just because there's a visible sun in Antarctica, it doesn't magically make the Earth we stand on a freaking ball. It doesn't make space real. Okay. Thank you for getting that out of your system. Stefan226 says, I am a flirt, but can you please explain why you push so hard for no 24-hour sun when yesterday you explained in like 1 minute why there should be one? 360 Union Glacier eclipse video backs it up. Wait, what? I am a flirt, but can you just please explain why you pushed so hard for no 24-hour sun when yesterday you explained in like 1 minute why there should be one? Why there should be one? I don't know what you mean by explained in 1 minute. You mean how I was telling Lowry why there's a 24-hour sun? I've understood the globe model, so that's I didn't not understand the globe model. I didn't think we lived on a globe. So here's the thing: when you're shown no evidence of something, so it's very easy to say, oh, this 24-hour sun would definitely show us, the map, and then you go looking for it and it's not there. So number one, you're like, there's not evidence that I expect to be there. So that's your first knock on it. The second thing is that when you go and you start observing or looking for this footage and you don't find it, what else are you supposed to do, right? You can't just say, I'm just going to accept that it's there. You have to say, okay, there's a problem with it not being here. And then you start looking at all the other evidence, the undersea cables, you name it. And then you find out Nat Geo faked their experiment. And then you find out Stephen Hawking faked his experiment. Then Globers need to recognize they should stand back and go, I completely understand why people are flat earthers. Instead, they act like, oh, that's the dumbest position there could ever be. No, dumbest position could be being okay with scientific programs on TV faking experiments to prove the shape of the Earth. So you're objectively retarded if you can't see that that's not how you could teach people the truth. You don't teach people the truth by saying, oh, we want people to believe in science so bad. Go do a science show. Have a bitch say that she's not a scientist even though she is. We'll say it's ordinary people, but put one of them to be the head of the video creation at NASA Goddard and also let's use CGI to put a helicopter behind a wall of water. That's how we teach the truth. And then have the fucking balls to say to people like, how could you ever believe in a flat earth? How could you not trust science? Science is nothing but unbiased people who lie and fake shit on TV for you. So there's a problem. And you guys have fallen in love with science. You're like, it's like a Stockholm syndrome. Rather than admit that there's problems in science, you're like Professor Dave, who can't admit it. He gets so upset in his videos because people in his comments in his chat are saying, I work in science and this is absolutely correct. Science is not what it was supposed to be. That if you have to get this funding, you have to do what they say, and he just loses his mind. Oh, but I'm a science promoter. You can't say that. You see the difference? So when you have science promoters who are refusing to tell the truth, when you have cosmologists like George Ellis, saying that a lot of cosmology tries to hide the fact that the observations tell us we're in the center, right? So when all these things, when you hear these things and you look at flat earthers, you should accept them. You should understand why they're flat earthers. Not take this position like you're fucking smart and cool, because you're not. Believing people that teach you something and then walking around and telling people who don't believe that you're cooler because you believe those people and they don't, you're a loser. It's not cool. Just for believing people that you were told something doesn't make you cooler. In fact, you should welcome people who think outside the box. That's how everything in the world was created. Everything that you ever seen that's different than what was before it came because somebody thought different. You guys go around and tell us to think the same. Everybody better think the same. You better think the same thing. You know, it's critical think. It's like, it's an objective fact. You're not allowed to think what you want about the earth. It's objective. It's an objective fact. Okay. But if there's anything that was ever going to be learned outside of that, it would be from people thinking outside the box, not us all conforming like little bitches to science while they run away with the world and just convince us that, like, oh, they're unbiased people who are actually doing real experiments. Sure, unbiased, and you have dark matter and dark energy. Anyway, we've got Elaine Michael, $100. Wow. Elaine, you are the man. Thank you very much, my friend. Hopefully everything's going well with the limos. Clit rubs, obviously one of my favorite activities. Happy New Year, Jeranism. Thank you very much. Storm Chaser Patrick Panetta, I remember this guy, says, welcome back. The offers to see storms still stands. I got it. I know you want me to see the storms. I'm not much of a fan of bad weather. Do any sports, did you say sports scores like McKeegan in Antarctica? Yes, it's on my footage. I also said it, I said it in Punta Arenas, the score of the Niners game on that Thursday prior. We got Nelson. Thank you very much for the $10. Appreciate that. We've got, where are we at here? Okay. Where are we at? What do you think about Oakley trashing Whitsitt? I think anybody who listens to a word Oakley says is retarded. So the guy is not for truth. They actually say that Whitsitt is stupid. So, I mean, but, you know, 10th Man is a genius, and Brian's logic is real, you know, refracted curve. These guys are geniuses, but Whitsitt's an idiot. Mm-hmm. Sure. And you talk about a cult. I mean, that's the thing I'm talking about is like, let's make good arguments. Okay, the argument from flat earthers that you can't measure an angle from a curved baseline is stupid. It's just stupid. Sorry, they use a tangent. They don't use a curved baseline. So just because you feel like applying a curved baseline to the bottom of the triangle doesn't make it so. You could take from anything, right? Take if you're on a pen and you're sitting at the top of the pen, you're like, can you take angle measurements from there? Yes, you can. Have a tangent, move your little theodolite in the sky or your whatever it's called, astrolabe, and get the angle. Oh, the angle's 30 degrees. Oh, but you can't take it from a curved pen. I just did. So you can. So what are you talking about? And these guys have been promoting that and pushing that, and they all have to fall in line. They all have to say the same thing, and it gets ridiculous. It does. And it looks stupid. And they just think because that's why I call them a scam. The scam is find some positions that can't be argued about. Like, what is the globe going to say when you say that? They're like, well, yeah, the bottom of the sphere is a curve. Oh, you can't take a curve baseline. We don't take this curve. We take the tangent. Yeah, but it's a curve baseline. You can't do that. But we take it's the bottom of a triangle. So anyway, I don't want to go through that. Well, here we go. What? Where are we at here? Thank you, Nelson. What did okay? The 24-hour sun in Antarctica goddamn matters. Thank you, JSS Tiger. I agree with that. It does matter. I think it matters too. I think it's important that we can't. That's the other thing is I hated the dishonesty of people just acting like it was never a thing. Like we all said it. We all believed it. Now, just because you came in later and didn't ever know that doesn't mean that you can just go around and tell people, oh, it doesn't matter. No, it matters. because people that built this flat Earth idea did it with observations and did it with trying to match science or at least stay equal with them. You guys just came in on the TikTok train and just said, we'll just make up anything we want. We'll just be this guy, the fittest flat earther, and we'll just say everybody's everybody. And Justin Timberlake's this guy. And people share those videos like they're good. That's good content. That's good truth. That's not truth. Believing that everybody in the world is somebody else is not the truth. Sorry. It's just not. Dave's Waffle House, thank you, Merch, for the 99 cents. We've got the KM says, you're a credit to yourself, Jaron. Stand up, good-natured, and good-humored about all your experience. Well, I know I have faults. I have faults big time, especially with this trip. Was not prepared for some of it as far as the gear. Again, I felt handicapped with a 50-pound limit. That's not a lot. Try and go pack your bags for Antarctica with a list of requirements, right? You're required to bring all the stuff. By the time you have that, you're like, gee, and I had to get that tripod on there and my little solar tracker. So from there, it was difficult to get everything we needed. Like, I wanted to take a drone. I just couldn't bring things. And then you get there and like, oh, by the way, you can bring unlimited bags. It's like, oh, great. That's nice. So I'm just saying there's a lot of things that we could have done better, that I could have done better. And I give a lot of credit to the Globers. I can't not. I know, here's the other thing that's baffling to me is like, when I say things like that, what if I heard people say like, oh my God, Jaron thanked Will Duffy for that trip. If you're not going to thank somebody for paying $35,000 for you to go on a trip, then you're a fucking piece of shit. Sorry. He didn't do anything to me. He never did anything mean to me. He never did anything rude. He has a weird smile. He's a goofy guy. Yeah, I get it. He's not a Satanist. The things that have been said about him, if he believes in the globe and he's trying to push the globe and he wants me to go see the globe, it is true, and he's going to show me this observation, that's not Satanism. So can we just be a little bit more realistic? Can we just not say people are Satanists or that they've killed John Benet Ramsey or that it's like flat earthers think that that's okay. They're like, oh no, it's okay. We're allowed to question. We question everything. We question everything. Okay. So it's okay just to go around saying everybody killed John Benet Ramsey. Even though there's no evidence of that, you're just going to make things up. You're just going to say things. I don't want to be part of that group. I don't want to be part of that group. It's just lazy. It's lazy. It's like nobody wants to do any research. It's just lazy. It's like, here's the other thing. Do you know from all these people like Sov, Burn to Corporate Fiction, Dave Weiss, how many of these people do you think have called me to discuss my trip? How many? So they would rather sit on their streams. People, all they care about is content. They'd rather sit on their streams and question things about the trip than to call me and say, hey, Jaron, what happened when you went to this place? Why do we see that? Nobody cares. Nobody cares about the truth. What they care about is the content. They want clicks. This is a problem for the world coming up. Just so you know, mark my words. The problem will be people love to be lied to. People love fake shit. And that's what's going to start coming. People on TikTok are no longer, they're going to see that they can tell the truth. Because what happens is in this world, you have like 80% followers and 20% leaders. Okay. That's just the way it kind of works out. The problem is that the 20% has learned to lie to the 80. So you have very few people that are in the 20%. I'd consider myself one of them who doesn't lie to his audience. So you guys can't recognize that. And that scares the shit out of me. It scares the shit out of me that you'd rather watch other channels that are jokes that lie, that get things wrong, and you still follow them. Or people who say undebunkable claims like RV Truth, and you call that truth. Going around making claims that cannot be disproven does not make you a truther. Do you understand? I could go around and just say things like, oh, this guy that died, he really didn't die. He's on an island somewhere. Now, you can never disprove that. And so I can just go around and act like I'm some sort of truth king by saying that people that died didn't really die. They're actually somewhere else. You're not doing any good to the world. Oh, everybody, it's in the news and it's fake. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Everything in the news is fake. Well, the news told me yesterday the gas price is higher. Is that fake too? Or is the gas price higher? So again, we just need to be a little bit more diligent about the things that we chase or the things that we push or the things that we think are true. I mean, you could literally say anything on TikTok and people will share it. Another thing, that guy Lindsay from Tomb of Illumination. Let me just say this. There has been numerous people who keep coming to me saying, he's got the answer. He's the guy. And I say to them, please tell me a summary of what his belief is or his thought is. And every single one of them, we have Joan out there, Joan, somebody who thinks she can explain it, and David Gordon, both say they can explain it. I say, okay, do it then. Explain to me, take his position and explain it to me. The thing is, nobody will be able to. Because what his model is the ramblings of one man. Okay? So I noticed this, that people are so desperate for something to explain things that they just send me videos from people that they can't even understand. Do not do that. If you can't understand what somebody's saying, do not send it to me and tell me it's the truth. Do you understand? That's not, it looks so bad on you. If I say, oh, thank you for sending me this video, can you summarize it? Oh, I don't know what he's saying. Oh, but you're sharing it with me? Thank you. Please don't do that. Please don't. There's a reason why nobody can explain what the hell Lindsay's talking about. There's a reason. Does it mean he's wrong? Well, it means he better learn how to explain it, because you're not going to be right when nobody understands what the hell you're saying. Nobody understands what you're saying. Yet people are like, oh, this is the truth. No, it would not be the truth if people can't understand it. We've got too many people are just 24-hour sun works. There are way more ground was measured between lines of longitude. Flights from Sydney, the weights, plenty of evidence, including the ground itself. There are too many people are just 24-hour sun work. Yeah, you mean people in the flat earth saying it works? Yeah, now I heard somebody yesterday say it was predicted by the flat earth. Like, what? Okay, it is so obvious. Don't be those people. That you sound like Toon, you sound like FTFE when they say, oh, and we went out and it observed exactly what we thought, what the globe called for. Only when they say that, there's usually some semblance of truth. You're just saying that. Oh, but that's what the flat earth called for. Where? Where did the flat earth call for a 24-hour sun in the south? Where? Oh, on SunCalc. Oh, you mean the globe model? The globe model that uses the radius of the earth? So that model called for, yeah, of course it did. It's a globe model. No, but we put it on top of this AE map, Jaron. Yeah, I see what you did. You don't see what you did? You took something that uses the radius of Earth and you put it on a flat Earth map and then said, there's a flat Earth. No. Can you erase the radius from the calculation there? I don't get it. I believe you starting to question the process itself of accepting and rejecting info. There are sound objective ways to avoid trips to miserably cold. Yeah, well, I would like to think so. And I would hope that's why I said to people, if you're going to go on a trip to the North Pole, let's say, if I can offer you $20 and you'll bring me back the webcam footage like I did here, then that's all I want, because that's sufficient. There's no way somebody would bring me back webcam footage. You guys saw me in Punta Arenas live. You saw me the next day in Antarctica live. There's no faking that. It's right there in front of you. Figure it out. So if that can be shown to be true, then we should accept the stuff that comes out of there. Like, we just have to. What you guys are proposing is so out in left field. So, like, you're proposing that we're trying to tell you that there's no 24-hour sun, so we're faking it. We're just going through this whole fake thing. Like, that wouldn't be found out anybody can go down there. Do you understand that? So you have to accept, like, oh, wait, they go down there. There is a place. There is employees. They've talked to these people. Oh, okay, and we can go look, and you can look at the trips for next year and the year after that, and you can book up a trip if you have $35,000. So start to realize, okay, there probably is a 24-hour sun in the south. There probably is. Now, we can ask the questions of why they've hidden that and why it's hard to get footage of it. But to just say you faked it, to me, is I mean, where are we going to go from there? How could we have not, like, there's no way we're going to come back with perfect footage that you're just going to look at and nobody's going to have any questions? We're a little too skeptical, I think, of some things. And again, it's like the whole shill thing. Granted, I'm calling Dubé a shill because I do believe that the shill is the person. I wanted to see, does it actually say that in the definition? Does it say it's the person that gets there first? Probably not. Just want to see if it says that, or if a shill is just anybody who's basically pretending not to work for a company. But, you know, Dubé is from Washington, D.C. So I'm just saying, that's another strange thing. And what happened here? Oh, that's weird. Brought that up. Okay, a shill, an accomplice of a hawker, gambler, or swindler who acts as an enthusiastic customer to entice or encourage others. I used to be a shill in Reno game. So it doesn't say it's necessarily the first person. The title of one of those Stanley Gardner mystery novels. The first use of the word shill appearing around the same time as the noun. Apply it to the kind of cons shills did. That's a really good thing. One who acts as a decoy, as a pitchman or a gambler. One who makes a sales pitch or serves as a promoter. Okay, I just thought that maybe it would say the person who gets there first. That's how I think of a shill, as somebody who goes in front of somebody else to kind of make a sale easy, right? But basically, somebody goes through a town and, you know, breaks a bunch of windows with rocks, and then the guy comes through the following week and says, "Hey, I'm, you know, selling these easy patch-up jobs for windows." So, but you don't know the guy in the beginning was part of it. But I don't see a shillabler. Never even heard that before. Anyway, let's get back to these super chats. We've got Shout out to 24/7 Discord. TFE proved globe. Come present your logic with any TFE observation, proving globe or disproving flat Earth. What? Let's see, I didn't read that very good. Shout out 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. TFE proved globe. Who said that? So I don't believe in proof. So again, whatever you keep applying to me, please don't. Nothing is proven, because then you close the book. I'm always open to evidence. If there is evidence of something, I want to see the evidence. So when somebody tells me, Jaron, I have perfect evidence of the sphere Earth matching exactly what the globe calls for, and it's something that we don't have evidence of, we don't have footage of, we found fakery around it, it doesn't really... Oh, so that's what I was going to say on the other thing. When I was talking about earlier, and I said, okay, for the very first thing you do is you see that you go looking for evidence of that South Pole webcam, and then you don't find it. Well, the other thing is it doesn't work on the AE map. So those two things are good evidence in my book, where I'm like, okay, I believe the Earth is flat, and if it was flat, there would be no 24/7 camera from the South. We go looking for 24/7 camera, there's not one. So do you see how that matches great with my belief? I'm like, okay, that's perfect. So that's why, if anybody asks me, like, why, I think that caller asked me, why did you still believe? Well, because my model calls for it not to be there. So when somebody then says they want to go show it, and I'm like, okay, well, let's go see it, and then everybody in the community changes their position and says now it doesn't matter, that bothers me. Because like, what do you mean it doesn't matter? It would debunk the AE map. So you said here, come present your logic with any TFE observation proving globe or disproving flat. Do you mean, can it falsify the AE model? Or the thing is that I don't know if we're on an equal playing field. I don't know if you're the flat earthers who allow any mystery cycle of any lights that you want. That's the flat earthers I see now. Like, oh, it could be from the other realm. It's a secondary sun. It's a third sun. It's a fifth sun. They're apparent suns. And so whatever it does is what it does. That's what the flat earthers say now. You're like, wait, what? However many, yeah, and everybody gets their own sun. And it's refracted and recurved, and it's from the other realm, from the outside. Well, how did the two... They come together perfectly. It's the same thing. It's like, I don't know about those. I think that we can find better answers. We just need to go back to the drawing board and admit that this 24-hour sun exists. See here, we got... And thank you for the trip. Thank you very much, IC Spin. I've seen a couple things you've been putting out. What did you put out? A video the other day, right? Thank you for doing that. I do appreciate people who are at least going to bat for Witsit and I, which is very few people, mostly Globers. And JT, I saw you did it with the Witsit and Matt are the same person. Stupid thing. Let's see, we got... Oh, speaking of Run Boston Bear, there he is. He says, open tab and new window for later. Plenty of debunks in the description. Matt's at gate. Yeah, I watched that. Definitely check that out. We've got... Suzanne says, the sun might actually be a plasma ball. Check out Electric Universe. God's work are mighty. Super appreciative of you taking the trip and being a genuine truther. Thank you, Suzanne. Yeah, the sun might be a plasma ball, but they actually said that they faked the sun with a plasma ball. So God can do plasma balls in the sky. Man cannot. Okay? This is why I was like trying to tell people, like, this is the sun. If you like, you can't trust me on that. Like, people actually think I went down there and you wouldn't notice that it's not the sun. Like, what do you think is going on in this world? You think they can make this... God let man make the sun and fly it around the sky? With what? I heard Dave Weiss say giants are carrying it. Okay? That's what we've devolved to. Giants are carrying the sun. Banjo said a snowblower, and then when we called him out for it the next week, he came back and said, I didn't mean the snowblower. What I meant is that one of these military tanks. Oh, a military tank is carrying around the fake sun, you stupid ass? I mean, give me a break. You're right. These guys have been calling me fake for months while they go around telling you that military tanks are carrying around fake suns around the horizon. Okay? You have to be smart enough to recognize, here's Jaron being honest with you, telling you what he saw, telling you what he expects to see, what it would mean, and here's Banjo saying that a snowblower or a tank is pulling around a fake sun. And you're like, well, he's a Christian, so we got to follow him. No, Banjo's a little bit retarded. Let's be honest. Okay? The guy thinks because he flew from Florida to Colorado that he proved the AE map. What? But I know this map is real because I flew from Chicago to Washington. Oh, Banjo, good proof. Good proof, my friend. Anyway, I was just saying the plasma ball fake sun theory is just objectively wrong. We got in a plane in Punta Arenas and the sun is in the sky behind us. It's lighting up the Earth expanse. It's being lit up by the ball that's behind us. It's the sun. We flew down to Antarctica. It flew with us. We landed in Antarctica. The sun was in the sky. It did not leave the sky for 4 days. It just goes around you. And the other thing, people, it's like, it looks so much like a set. And I hate saying this because I know people are going to take it the wrong way. Let me just explain. Think about for a second every day of your life that you've ever seen the sun. It rises, it sets. Now imagine you went outside tomorrow in front of your house and the sun was up in the sky and it just circled you. Would you feel like you were on a set? And the answer is yes. That's what it feels like. Because you're in the middle of this huge snowy area that the sun is just circling you. You feel like you're on a set. Okay? So people are all like, oh, it looks like a set. The sun is just going around it. Yeah, and you've never experienced that. And it does feel like a set. It doesn't mean it is a set. It's impossible that it would be. We're showing you the plane right there. It took us 4 hours to get there. We land on the ice. We then take cars to the other place. There's no magical studio shed that is big enough to that we went in and didn't know it. Like, what world do you think exists? Like, you cannot be that dumb. And if you are, then I need to rethink everything I've ever said. Because I just can't imagine people are that dumb that they're like, no, I could trust Jaron, but I think they flew into a fucking studios. Like, give me a break. Give me a fucking break. You guys sound insane. Why would I want to be on a team that thinks that that is possible? But Eric Dubé put out a video saying that we were on a little tiny set. And people think that, like, Eric doesn't even care that now I know that he's a bigger piece of shit than I already knew. Like, think about it. I would never make a video like that with a claim where I know that the guy that I'm making against would immediately know that I don't have a fucking clue. Now we all know. All of us who went on that trip know Eric Dubé has no fucking clue what he's talking about. His research is as good as garbage. Do you understand that? So why would we be excited to be like, oh, I'm still a flat earther and go Eric Dubé? The guy's so good at his research, he plagiarizes everything, and when he doesn't, he gets it completely wrong. Cool. What a team I'm on. What a team. All these guys who can't not say that we faked this event, where it's like, then why would... So think about from a perspective of being on that team. Now I look at it and I say, well, everything that everybody's ever said is fake. I have to take another look at. Whereas before I wanted to believe them. Like, oh, these guys are good researchers. If Sov says something's fake, it's probably fake. But Sov's out there. He thinks this trip is fake. So, I mean, again, another person, I don't know if I mentioned him. Do you think Sov has called me and asked me anything about the trip? No. No. So they would rather get the clicks. That's what it's all about. You watch what's coming. It's coming soon because that's all TikTok is lie for clicks. And here's the other thing. I don't want to say we, but it's not me. People watch those things and they allow it. So I get it. You're a flat earther. You're like, flat earth is cool. Great. But when people start putting out bullshit posts and you just go along with it, just realize what's going to happen. That it just encourages more of the same. So before you know it, we're just going to have nothing but lies everywhere. And again, we're not going to know what to believe because nobody stopped it. So I'm going to have to try and stop those things. And it sucks. And you guys are going to hate it. You're like, Jaron says that the globe does have a map now. They do. It's called a globe. But it doesn't work. It doesn't. Yes, it does. It does. So be honest with yourself and say, I don't think we live on a globe, even though it makes predictions that are correct. But to say like the globe doesn't have any, it doesn't work. They don't have a map. What do you mean? The globe is the map. Yeah, but they don't know the layout of the continents. Go get a globe. That's how they believe the continents are laid out. What are you talking about? Stop lying. Just stop lying. That's all I want from people. Just be honest. Truth is always going to be there. You don't need to lie. We've got, Suzanne, we did that one. We got Flat Out Fudge. Is that your name? Hold on, there's more than I thought. Sorry, I got to go through these faster. Sorry, there's this scroll bar is the stupidest thing in the world. I don't know why I do this. Okay. Are you thankful for the trip? I'm very thankful for the trip. I'm very, like I said, I thank Will all the time. In my little poster and my videos I post, I'm like, and thank you to Will Duffy for the trip. Because, again, I've never had somebody give me 1/50th of that amount of money. Well, he didn't give it to me. But to take somebody on a trip that to offer that and then to kind of come through with some of the demands that we made, I'm very appreciative. And that's all I can say. People can hate him all they want. I mean, he hasn't done anything to me that has warranted him to be hated, especially when I've seen people lie about him. Right? I've seen people say, oh, so-and-so went to his church and his church was closed and there was a note on the door that said closed for renovation. And so I was like, what? So I go look into it. I'm starting to, and then I see it brought up to him in an interview, and right away he's just like, "That's a lie. There's no way they have footage of that because I'm there when I'm supposed to be, and we've never been closed for renovation, so they're lying." So I go talk to Sov, who was somebody said, "Oh, it was on Sov's show." I said, "Sov, do you remember this guy? Supposedly he was there." He's like, "Oh yeah, I do. It's this show." Tells me where to go look for it. I find the footage, and it's of a guy saying, "Duffy's not here. He's supposed to be here." Then you look at the time, and it was 8:30, and Duffy's supposed to be there from 7 to 8. So he's already wrong there. Duffy's not supposed to be there. Then he's like, "Oh, and it looks like it's closed for renovation." So that's different than the story going around that there was a note on the door that said closed for renovation. Just some guy thinking, "Oh, it looks like it's closed." So this is the problem that that all got promoted. It got pushed. Everyone was saying, "Oh, he lied about this. He wasn't at the church when he was supposed to be, or he was there laughing at people." It was all lies. And people don't recognize lies when they're backing up their position. See what I'm saying? We have to learn to not be those people. The Globers are disgusting to me. Not one of them will stand up and say shit about Stephen Hawking faking a fucking observation to hundreds of millions of people. They clam up and they don't say a word. That's who we're becoming. We're becoming the type that's like, "Oh yeah, so-and-so he lied on that video. That's all right. Yeah, it doesn't really work that way, but it's okay." Like Vibes of Cosmos. Yeah, we do. Yeah, the sunspots are stars behind there. No, they're not. They're objectively not. But guess what? Nobody stopped following him for that. They just keep following him. So we are in a community now that we don't penalize people being wrong. People can be wrong. Nobody stops following them. They just be as wrong as you want. Be wrong every day. Make claims every day of what's going to happen. This place is going to get blown up. I think this date and time is the end of the world, and this thing's going to happen, and we're at the end times, and we're going to see signs, and yet they're never right, but they still have people following them. So that's a problem. When you're somebody like me who's careful about what they say, doesn't want to get things wrong, and then you realize, oh shit, but by not telling people what they want to hear, I'm just losing people. People don't want to watch that. People want to watch the fake shit. They want to watch being lied to. That's what they want. We've got, does it... Sorry, I think I went out of order. Somebody says, does it mean now you've conflicted with the physics of water? What do you mean conflicted with the physics of water? I don't think you know what the physics of water is, but you're talking about water molecules? I'm not conflicted with what water molecules do. Water lies flat and level. There's no conflict there. So I don't know what you mean. If you're talking about, oh, but water curves on a ball, well, if you understood, like I've said a million times, and I don't have to do this, you keep doing it. I don't want to teach the globe, but since you don't get it, I have to. That a Home Depot is flat and level. Put a level anywhere on it, it would measure flat and level. Okay? If you're on a sphere, 24,901 miles, let's say you built 25,000 Home Depots end to end to end to end to end. Every single one of the Home Depots would measure flat throughout the entire store. Do you understand that? Okay, so then if it flooded, what would happen? Well, you'd have a bunch of water inside of Home Depots that all measured flat and level. So is it you or me who doesn't understand the physics of water? Is that water bending? Is the water curving? Are the Home Depots curving? How could the Home Depots be curving if all of it measures level? I thought level meant horizontal. Doesn't horizontal mean flat? How could horizontal be? So just because you don't get it doesn't mean that it's wrong. It just means you don't get it yet. How can the globe predict that when we are not... Wait, hold on. How can a globe predict that when we are not spinning? How can you stand upside down if gravity is not real? Dude, come on. When did I say that? What are you talking about? How can the globe predict that when we're not spinning? Predict what? But the sun observations? Because they have relativity. It doesn't, whether we're moving or the sun's moving, it's the same thing in their model. You could say either one. If you're on the sun, you could say that the earth's moving. If you're on the earth, you could say the sun's moving. It's the same thing. How can you stand upside down if gravity is not real? I didn't say gravity was not real. I didn't say that people are standing upside down either. So, deny video of the world that with when a Himawari is doing its best. Himawari comes out 35 minutes. This is what I'm talking about. The KM. You need to accept. Stop being... You believe that we have rovers on fucking Mars. You believe we have helicopters on Mars. But you're like, yeah, it takes 35 minutes to put out a photograph of the Earth, and I'm okay with that. Do you understand? It's just cloud data. They probably can't even get high enough from the Earth to take that picture. I've been in Australia on the ground confirming clouds. Oh, God, this is a lie. And bushfire smoke on the Himawari site overhead. The evidence is out there. So, again, this is the problem with Globers. Is it's so easy for them. In 35 minutes, they put out 2 balloon launches of 2,000 balloons a day from 1,000 locations. where they get Doppler radar, and that's how they predict the clouds. They can predict clouds. I can do it on my phone app, Ventusky, right now. I can tell you what the clouds will be tomorrow. So you don't think I could then just put that into a little program and put it on a ball earth and put it on the internet and be like, look, there's a picture of the home you live in, and you guys would eat it up. This is the biggest problem I have, is that I could never become a glober, because a glober means that you have lost all skepticism. You're not skeptical of any. These guys, Michael Shermer, this other guy who called me this week about being part of some skeptic group, the guy at the Nat Geo, the International Investigations Group or whatever, is like, oh, the two stripes are missing, and that only can happen because of the curvature of the Earth. Flat out stupid ass liar, or he's just stupid. One of the other. These are not skeptics. Skeptics is the complete acceptance of everything science is shoving in your face and the denial of anything that is outside of science. That's all they mean by skeptic. I asked the guy if he could prove the distance to the stars. He's like, of course they can. Like, how? What are you talking about? Well, we could do angles, and we know that. Like, yeah, I'm talking about proof. How would you prove that a star is 25 trillion miles away? He's like, we do. That's how we use the measurement. I'm like, oh my God. That's a skeptic? The guy who just says, we can prove that stars are 25. Okay, guy. Whatever you say. Sure, we can prove things are 25 trillion miles away. That's just the stupidest belief I've ever heard. How would you ever say that? Just be honest and say, like, oh, it's a calculation, and we believe, we think. Like, we don't even know if the universe is expanding. You think it is because you're told that. Nobody observes it. Nobody observes it. Oh, but we do. We see redshift and blueshift. Yep, and then when you look into it, you realize that that is a misapplication of redshift and blueshift, which only happens on the Earth because of the air. So you can't then go to the sky, which you say is a vacuum, and be like, oh, the light does the same thing. It redshifts and blueshifts. What do you mean? What's bending it? I thought that the light in a vacuum travels the same speed. Now you're telling me that if it's traveling towards me, it's going to be stretched, and if it's, away towards me, it's going to be scrunched, and away from me, it's going to be stretched? Sorry, that doesn't work. It works with sound on the Earth, hence Doppler radar. But again, this is things that people will never tell you in the mainstream. And when we fight against McToon and these guys, the problem is that they would never look at these things. So it's a weird predicament. We're trying to say things that are obvious truths, like Edwin Hubble saying that, we have to get away from a unique position. It can't be disproven based on observations. They made up the idea of the expanding universe to get away from us being the center of the universe. Why? Because all observations tell us we're the center of the universe. So if you can't admit that, if you can't be a glober and be like, okay, I admit that that's where it came from. You can't even do that. You guys will pretend like, no, they proved it something. No, they didn't. Edwin Hubble says to stay away from the absolute horror of a unique position, we must use spatial curvature. We must use the spatial expansion. And then they're like, shit, now we've got a universe that's expanding, but who's expanding it? Where's that coming from? Dark energy, bring it in. Now we've got dark energy, never been observed, never been calculated or anything, just needed because we need the universe to expand. If you think this is good science, a bunch of people who hate God, who immediately say to stay away from the absolute horror of a unique position, it must be avoided at all costs. This is what our scientists were saying. Must be avoided at all costs. Can't be disproven by observation. What? Something that we can't disprove by observations. All observations say we're the center, but you're going to instead invent that we're on a balloon that's being blown up by the mystery of God. God's nostrils are blowing up this balloon constantly that is using dark energy. And by the way, none of the galaxies work anymore, so we're going to have to add dark matter, because there's 97% of the matter that has to be there. We don't have anymore. We don't see it, so we're just going to pretend it's there. And then you guys want to call that science. If you don't realize you're the reason why there's flat earthers, you're the reason why people are dissenting from science. Like when you guys say, oh, the vaccine won't, when you're not going to give anybody else the sickness, and then what happened? So the trust the science is your fault that nobody trusts the science. Okay? I applaud anybody who doesn't trust the science because it's been fabricated and lied to us. Now, did I get shown that in one of those cases I was wrong? Absolutely. Absolutely. I thought there was no 24-hour sun because, again, science dropped the ball. They're lying about the curvature of the Earth. They're faking helicopters behind walls of water. These are not words that I'm saying that are lies. These are facts. Your science educators, PBS, 100 million views, faked their proof of the shape of the Earth. And you're like, we can't believe there's flat earthers. I can't believe you idiots didn't notice that. It took us pointing it out. You would have never seen it. This is the whole line with, what's his name? I was going to call him Steven Seagal. What's the Sagan? When Sagan gives the bamboozled quote, right? But people take that to mean he's talking about religion, but he's explaining exactly what's happened to science right in front of your eyes. But you haven't noticed because you're swayed by it, right? What's Bamboozled say again? I forgot the exact quote, but I'll read it real quick. Just because you guys need to recognize this, that you are causing this. This is why Eisenhower says we need to watch out for the scientific technological elite. This is who has taken over the world at this point. They are the ones in charge. This is why all the science goes into some directions, that it's about global warming. It's about pushing these agendas. It's about WHO, is because we've let it be taken over. So he says, one of the saddest lessons in history is this: if we've been bamboozled long enough, we tend to reject any evidence of the bamboozle. So, for instance, when I tell you that we've never seen the universe expand, dark matter, dark energy have never been seen, you can't hear me because you've been swayed by the bamboozle. You think science doesn't lie. You think science doesn't operate that way because we've been told that science doesn't operate that way. We've been told by Richard Feynman, if the observation doesn't match the theory, you throw out the theory. Then they're like, oh, our observations aren't matching our theory. Bring in dark energy, bring in dark matter. What? What do you mean? What happened to get rid of the theory? Well, we can't get rid of gravity. Why would we do that, Jaron? Well, because it doesn't match the theory. Yeah, but our theory is pretty cool because it works here on Earth. Yeah, but the universe, according to you, would be like 99.999999999% more important than the Earth. So because our little math equations work on the Earth, now we're applying it to the universe by inventing something that's never been seen and saying it's there? Seems right. You seem like you're right on. So he says, one of the saddest lessons in history is this: if we've been bamboozled long enough, we tend to reject any evidence of the bamboozle. We are no longer interested in finding out the truth. The bamboozle has captured us. It's simply too painful to acknowledge, even to ourselves, that we've been taken. Once you give a charlatan power over you, you almost never get it back. I want you to also think about people like Eric Dubay. That could these be the same instance? Think again. One of the saddest lessons in history is this: if we've been bamboozled long enough, we tend to reject any evidence of the bamboozle. So at this point, if you're shown things that are wrong about flat Earth, you will reject those. Okay? Why? Because you're no longer interested in finding the truth. The bamboozle has captured you. It's simply too painful to acknowledge, even to yourselves, your family, your friends, your children, your husband, wife, that we've been taken. Once you give a charlatan power, you never get it back. Keep going here. So anyway, just to let you know, you did not verify Himawari. You did not verify bushfires. In fact, NASA's been shown to fake fires on Australia pictures. And then people pointed out from Australia, like, there's no fires here. That's impossible. And then NASA's like, oops, sorry, we gotta move that red mark over here. It's not the right fire. But verified confirming clouds is so funny to me. Go look at the Himawari. There's like a huge cloud over Australia, which is as big as the United States. It'd be like you went out in California and verified the clouds that it shows above the United States. Oh, I verified the clouds are correct. Oh, good. Well, I'll believe it then. It's definitely true. Whatever. Rhino says, welcome home, brother. Thank you very much. Witsit streaming tonight, 10:30 to 11. 24/7 Discord says, shout out to the 24/7 Discord. TVFR. Oh, I read that one. There is Eclipse 360 video from UG where you can deduce 24-hour sun happens. Yeah, again, it's like these guys are just banging their heads against the wall. They don't understand that you can't just accept everything. And when something is lacking in some way, and again, there's all the things that add to it. Why don't they fly across the South Pole? Why is there no south cables? Why is the boat slower in the south? We can go look at the Venti globe right now and see what their speed is. Their speed will come out at like 8 knots for boats that should be going 30 knots in the south. Why is that? Now, again, I would have to look at those things again. I would have to re-question everything. And I don't think there's a problem doing that. It's better than just going along to go along and letting people say like, oh, the globe doesn't have a map that works either. Yeah, they don't have a map. They don't even have a layout. They have a globe. That's what their layout is. I want to interview you, Austin, and Elizabeth for a post-trip discussion. Oh, it's Kingdom in Context. I have so many practical questions about the journey, the interactions with Duffy and others, ALE, and the observations. I haven't fallen into the hoax frenzy. Thank you. Will be a friendly interview. Well, I appreciate that because the ones who have, that's baffling to me. People that are like friends, I get it that you might think that that's, I guess I can't really picture myself doing it because I wouldn't care so much about like, I don't know. It just seems to me like so weird. I'm trying to put an equal person that would go that I would watch this footage and then immediately like, oh, I'm just going to say that the whole thing was fake. It's like, wait, but they have footage of the flight. Like we look at Robert Schwartzman video of the 24-hour sun. It's a video that goes around one time and the beginning connects with the end. Okay, easy to call it fake. Easy to say how easy it would be to fake. I could see calling that fake. That's a actual good conclusion to make. When you look at what we've done, and we've got GoPro footage, we're in planes, we're flying from airports, we're going to location, we're landing fucking jet aircrafts, 757s on ice. And you're like, they're in a studio. You're dumb as fuck. You can't figure that out? You can't go watch the footage of that fucking plane landing and go like, oh, that's real. What do you think, that they CGI'd we green screened a plane and put the video on outside it, and then we get off onto the ice, and what's that? Like, you are so dumb. You are so dumb. And it scares me because of the people that I used to respect in this community. That now I look at it, I'm like, there's nobody for me to respect anymore. Level Earth Observer, gone. Nathan Oakley, gone. QE, gone. Jake the Asshole, gone. QNFE, gone. Nachiketa, gone. Z, Zetetic Warrior, gone. P-Brain, gone. They're all horrendous people who have just attacked and lied and gone after people for being honest. And that, to me, is like the very scary thing, because you're looking like, I can't trust these guys anymore. They got it wrong. Siri, shut up. Oh, sorry. Jaron, I forgot to ask, what was the paperwork? Sorry. Jaron, I forgot to ask, what was in the paperwork that was found at that house about the flat earth? I got to talk to Max. We didn't talk to him when we got back. So, Max, if you're out there, hit me up on, I think you gave me your WhatsApp, but I would love to get video of it, or if you can mail it to me or something, it'd be great. Sure, NASA gets 80 million a day, but the entire space industry is closer to 1.5 billion a day, 570 billion in 2023. Great point, Nuba. That's a problem. People don't realize that either. They ask, like, why the lie? Did you know that the space economy is bigger than Hollywood, and I mean box office, theaters, movies, music, all music, streaming, Spotify, you name it, album sales, Billboard, video games, all apps, all console games, all arcade games, every major sporting event, Major League Baseball, NFL, Major League Soccer, PGA, PBA, NHL, all those combined do not equal the space industry in a year. So don't ever come to me and say, why the lie? What do you mean? It's a lie that is bigger than Hollywood, music, apps, video games, and all major sports combined. So don't say why the lie. You look dumb. You don't look like you're paying any attention to anything. You're just pretending like, oh, a space agency is nothing. Right. And we've all contributed to the other things. We've all bought movies and gone to the movies. We've all bought music and listened to music. We've all played video games. We bought video games console sales. None of us have gone to fucking space. See the difference? So how could one be valued more than all the other ones? We've all contributed to the other ones. But space is just a scam in your face, and it continues to be, regardless of the shape of the Earth. Regardless, if we're a sphere, they can't get far enough away to take pictures of it. That's why they would send these little strip data put together. Robert Simon has to paint it as what people would think the Earth would look like. They probably can't get out of it. So that's regardless of whether the Earth is a sphere or a flat. NASA is faking space because they can't go there. Okay, and if that's wrong, then okay, great. Then we should be seeing very soon. And why you guys accept? You actually come to me and say, "Oh, there is space travel now. Look at Jeff Bezos is doing." Like, you guys are so dumb that you consider throwing a capsule up into the sky as high as it goes and then letting it float down. You call that space travel. Oh, look at where people are going to space now. We're doing reverse bungee jumps where we throw people and then they float because they're coming down at the top of an arc. It's a parabolic throw. And you're like, space travel. I mean, what happened to skepticism? You can't just go all in like you guys have. You have to have a mind that at least doubts some things. You guys are like, we never doubt anything, Jaron. Why would you doubt the 24-hour? We found one video, Jaron. So it's been you can find proof there's one video of the 24-hour sun, Jaron. So we should just accept it, even though it would be model shattering like we thought it was going to be. Hopefully you see that. Happy New Year from a Glober. I know you don't want to go back to Antarctica, but would you be willing to fly on a SpaceX Crew Dragon? Oh, God. I'm kind of crazy, so probably I would do that. Mason's vaping in Antarctica, no footprints, baby. Stupid, but I do appreciate the $3.33. Nick Carey says, are you and will not differing in opinion? Sorry. Are you and Wit now differing in opinion? He seems convinced the observation makes no difference. About how do you track all the convos you guys do on Discord? I don't do Discord. I hate Discord. So they do that, and I don't know. You have to follow the server that they're on, and then they like do little voice chats there. But I don't like it. So I'm on Telegram. That's pretty much it. So are we differing in opinion? Yeah, I think so. I mean, again, Whitsitt's a guy who from day one didn't believe it. Think about Witsit. He never really showed anything on the AE map. It wasn't like his baby. Whereas for me, I really felt that was the Earth. I thought that that's how it must be shaped, and it made sense with the circling sun. Everything about it made a lot of sense, and just when you went looking for evidence that would be against it, everything I found was for it. Like the guy who didn't do a circumnavigation. Well, that's exactly what you'd expect on a flat Earth. That's what he had to go back. He couldn't go across because there is no across in the flat Earth. So when you see that, it's just evidence of what your theory is. The no undersea cables. You look at it and you're like, oh, those undersea cables wouldn't work in the south because they would be too long. They would order 6,000 miles of cable to go from New Zealand to Santiago, and then they would end up in the middle of the ocean and be like, what the fuck happened? Why are we short? So they wouldn't have cables out there, and that's what we saw when we looked at evidence. Same thing with the expanded south would mean that you'd have slower boat speeds than you do in the north. Go look it up. Why the boats in the south have a much slower 24-hour speed than the record in the north. So all the evidence is the reason why we believe these things. So I don't even accept people asking, why did you believe this or why did you believe it? You should recognize why people believe in flat Earth. If you can't recognize, if you're like, oh, the sphere is just perfect and everything, yeah, but kind of it does tell you you're moving 1.2 million miles per hour. So if you can't just say, okay, I agree, that's weird. Okay, I agree, spinning and flying 1.2 million miles per hour seems a little strange, especially if you're somebody who, what if you believe in the Bible? How do you believe in the Bible and believe in heliocentrism? How do you have the Bible say to you, the Earth does not move, and then be like, oh, but we're moving 1.2 million miles per hour? Like, what kind of God do you believe in? Where he's like, right in the Bible there that the Earth does not move, it stands firm. It doesn't go anywhere. And then the guy's like, aren't we moving 1.2 million miles per hour? Yeah, but who cares? They don't need to know that. Yeah, but if you tell them that it's not moving and then they find out later, it's going to cause a problem between the whole church and the state, don't you think? Or the church and the science. Yeah, who cares? I don't believe in a God like that. So I believe in a much different God than most people do. I don't even think you can know the future as God. I think it's impossible. I think that people who believe in that kind of God are like, what? The reason that we all have free will is because we were put here to exist without the knowledge of the future. That's what's crazy about the experiment. That's what's awesome about the test. Is that once you have, if I could create beings, if I create one with free will, I can still control what that one does at all times. I'm the God, I'm the creator of it. So there still is knowing the future. But once you create two free will beings that are interacting with each other, you no longer can know the future, even with just two, because they're free will beings. So you can't be like, oh, they have free will, but I'm God and I go in their head and I know what they're going to do. People believe that because you've been told stories from religion where people are like, oh, God's omnipresent, God knows all things and knows the future. You don't even think to yourself, that would be the most dreadful experience of any God ever. Why would God exist if he knew everything that would happen in the future? You can't be so stupid to be like, no, I think he'd still exist. Oh, he would still exist? He knows what's going to happen the next second and the second after that and 10 days after that and 10 years. You would not exist. You already did. You already did exist. You had to know the things that happen in the future. People don't get it. They're like, no, God knows all things, knows the future. God doesn't know the future. That's what is crazy about this. He's living his life out, or its life out, through us in individual pieces of God. But again, that's my opinion. People would say there's no evidence of that. All right, we've got Jaron, use your talents to expose the conspiracy that January 6th was an insurrection. They are putting people in jail. Videos are available to expose the truth. Well, hopefully Trump, gives those people all pardons on January 6th. But I do think that's a travesty. I remember that one guy, his name was something Coffee. He was like Alex Stein's friend. I remember after January 6th, he was like on Alex's show, talking about it, telling us about it. He didn't even do anything wrong. He's in jail. Pretty sure he went to jail for it. How much did they sell you? How much did you sell for Jaron? Was it worth it? I mean, it's just so sad. People are like, it's like so sad. What do you think that they offered me money to what? To sit here and bitch about science? And to talk shit about these people who pushed the globe? That's what they paid me for? Oh, I'm sure they had just millions to pay me. Look what this is going to do to flat Earth. It's like so sad that you would think, like, why would that even matter? Like, literally, if they paid me to say right now, like, the Earth's a globe 100%, no doubt about it, everybody should believe me. Like, you could just say, fuck Jaron. Why wouldn't you say that? If you thought it was, why not just say that? Like, you actually think like, oh, they would pay me because I have some sort of pull on your beliefs? Let me tell you something very clearly. What you believe has no impact on my life. I don't give a fuck what you believe. I've never asked you. I don't care. I don't need your input. But the difference is you constantly need to know mine. You constantly need to know. Jaron, what do you believe now? What do you think about it now? What about this now? What do you believe? Jaron, tell me you believe in the flat earth. Do you believe in the globe? Do you believe like what kind? Can you imagine if psychopaths were like that other places in life? Like, what's your favorite food, Jaron? Tell me right now what's your favorite food. Oh, I don't know. Do I have to pick? Yeah, you have to pick one. Pick what favorite food right now. Okay, well, I'm sorry. Like, people don't do that. They don't be like, what do you believe now? Now what do you believe? Tell me what you believe right now. I want to know what you believe. Ooh, can you relax? What difference does it make what I believe? It should make no difference. But people act like they're paying me money to tell you something I don't believe because that's going to sway you. That says a lot about you, my friend. You actually think that there's people out there paying people money to change your beliefs. Okay, do you know that they can't pay anybody money to change my beliefs? Because I don't depend on anybody for my beliefs. Now you might say, but didn't you need to depend on Duffy for your beliefs? Yeah, because I believe something wrong. Duffy paid for me. I went down there and learned that I believe something wrong. That can happen. Again, I'm appreciative of that because I would still be somebody that still doubts that observation. Now we don't have to doubt it anymore. But I get back, like I said, my thought was, great. At least we can get rid of the falsities. We're going to move closer to the truth. But instead, we came back with the truth and we moved further away from it. And then I was like, holy shit. Don't tell me that these people are going to take what we did and say that we faked it, because then that would mean that there is no 24-hour sun. So I'm like, don't tell me we did more. Like, that would be the worst thing, that we actually went down there and disproved something, shown something to be falsified, but instead that backfired and got people to believe that it was real. Like, I didn't even think about that. Like, holy shit. I mean, this is bad if we can't ever allow anything to come from outside of our belief system. Do you understand that? We need to recognize that. We need to recognize, wait a second, if we were wrong about something, would we ever accept it? And the answer for every flat earther that I know is no. They can't. So I recognize that now. I'm looking out for it. I don't think you guys can even fathom it. People have told me, like, there's 100% chance that the Earth can't be anything but flat. It's like, okay, do you just realize what you're saying? You've now become the glober that you used to complain about 8 years ago, when the glober just said, doesn't matter what you say, the Earth's a globe. And we're like, oh, this guy, he's just saying the Earth's a globe. He's not even listening to my evidence. And now you're that guy. But you're cocky. Even though your evidence isn't making predictions, your evidence is to say something is fake or is a nothing burger. But you're acting like you're cocky in a fight against globers. Again, the best way I can describe it is like, you want to play a game against them. You're like, let's play basketball, guys. Let's play basketball right now. And then you're like, but we need midget rules, and we need a 4-foot hoop, and we need a wheelchair, and you guys can't block us either. You can't like play defense. And then let's go head to head, man. You guys fucking suck. That's what flat earth is like. They are the clearly position below the globe where we should be working on making observations, making predictions that match where the globe is. Instead, we call things fake and say it doesn't matter, and then say that we're right. What? Okay, you can believe that. You can have a religious belief in the flat earth. You can go to church and believe in the flat earth, but stay out of the conversation that we're trying to have, which is trying to show people scientifically and with evidence. Do you see the difference? Just saying you're a stupid globetrotter, like the amount of people who have messaged me and their entire message is like, oh, you're a stupid globetrotter now, right? So they have become their worst enemy. They used to hate when globe earthers would say flat earthers, flat tards, whatever, right? But that's their only argument. All they have is cutloads. All they have is humiliation. That's all you have now. Your only fight against me is to call me a glober. That's all you have. Or globetard. You have become your own cliche. You have become who you hated. The reason you became flat earthers, you're now that person. And you don't see it. And I can keep yelling and it doesn't matter because people are like, yeah, but the Earth's flat and that's all that matters and we were right and that there's nothing. Okay. Just know that half the shit on TikTok is false. Half the shit about flat earth on TikTok is false. Blatantly false. And you buy it. Well done, Jaren. Is Sovereign Unchanged Souls in your bad books? No, I like the guy. I mean, him and I have always gotten along. We've had a weird relationship because his son one time called me, an agent, and I think I kind of went to him like, "You're gonna let your," and he's just like, "But my son can do whatever he wants. I'm not gonna police my son. I trust you. Obviously, I'm willing to be on a show with you." So I understood that. But yeah, when it gets to the point of me going on a trip and then you sitting around doing live streams saying you don't think the trip was real, or when they're standing there and the big shot, like, to me, I'm just like, okay, that's just. This is something I also realize. The internet is the problem. And I've said this a million times, and I believe it wholeheartedly. I believe most of the people I argue with on the online, people that are fat fucks who haven't been out of the house in 3 months and who would never even talk to me in person. But because the internet is a breeding ground for losers and nerds and dorks who couldn't survive in real life, they get to come to the internet and become supermen, at least in their minds, right? Think about it. You can't in real life go to work and call your employer or an employee there a pedophile. You could do it once. They're going to demand from you evidence. If you come back the next day and call them a pedophile again, your ass will be fired. Does it work the same way on the internet? Nope. Somebody can get on their YouTube channel and call me a pedophile every single day with no repercussions whatsoever. You don't think that's a problem? You don't think little bitch-ass little fucking faggots are going to get on the internet and are going to talk to people like me in ways they never would in person? Do you not see that that's what's going to happen? So that's what I forget sometimes, that I need to know that all these losers are nobodies. These people who come into the chat and say things like, "How much did NASA pay you?" Imagine, that's just some loser who he's getting off on it because he's like, "Yeah, it's like a virtue signal." But yeah, how much? Just fun to type. Yeah, how much are they paying you at NASA, Jaren? How much are they paying you? How much did you get? Did you get a Ferrari? Like, that's just a loser. Do you understand? I don't make claims like that to people. I don't go because I'm not a loser. Because I deal in real life. And that's how I treat people. I feel like when I'm dealing on the internet, I treat them like this is a real person. And then I realize, wait a second. It's not a real person. This person who gets off on going on his channel and just saying everybody's a pedophile every day, that's not allowed in society. Why would we allow it on the internet? Why have we created a breeding ground for losers and psychopaths? There's people who are like gang stalking women, scaring them off the internet. These are just disgusting human beings, and we allow it because we're like, oh, it's the internet, free land, free, get whatever you want. Well, then we should recognize, like, none of these people on the internet are my friends. Do you understand? None of them are my friends. Like, if something happened to me right now and I needed somebody to come, who do you think people would come help me? Because you're very confused if you think that. They just wouldn't, because they're not real friends. But we pretend, we're in this pretend world. We're like, oh, I know these people online. No, how do I know it's true? In real life, it's very rare that one of your good friends or a friend would throw you under the bus or would lie about you or misrepresent you or change their mind and be like, no, I'm not your friend today. Why? Because they have to deal with you in real life. So this is why friendships stay together. This is why people back each other up. Because in real life, you need that. You can't just turn on people in real life. You would have nobody left. But on the internet, you can. See the problem? The internet creates a fake world to where you can just throw people that... Sav can go around and pretend like he's my best friend. Then the next day just be like, I don't think he went on this trip. He would never do that in real life. If me and Sav were like real friends that live next door, he wouldn't have a meeting one day with other people talking about me faking something on the street. Like, because it would come to a loggerhead. It wouldn't just be something that happens every day. That's what happens on the internet. So people have become addicted to drama, addicted to content, addicting to clicks. And so I know what they think. When they hear this story about Jaren and Austin, no, what, you think they faked it? To a truther content creator, they look at it and they go, oh my God, I can get so many clicks off this story. I can just keep saying Jaren faked it, say that Wits have faked it, show pictures of this. I can fake evidence of this. And they get content for 2 weeks. That's all they care about. That's what we need to recognize. Do you understand? They're not doing it for truth's sake. They're not doing it to uncover something. There's nothing to uncover here. What would you have possibly uncovered? It's just like shill accusing. We've never caught one shill. Think of the word shill. Every time you've used it or seen it used, there's not been one caught in 10 years. So remember, who brought that word up? Oh yeah, Eric Dubay. Who pushed it constantly with a shill list of the top 10 shills that kept us all divided for the last 10 years because nobody trusts anybody Who was that? Because that person would be pretty obviously a shill. They would do exactly what we expect. I don't know. Can't think of anybody that would do that. We've got sorry, Jaron, please talk about the A map and how it doesn't explain what is going on above us. So how can you be saying that the 24-hour sun debunks the map? Okay, listen carefully. If you know the known path of something in the sky, and I don't mean for a day, I mean it would have to be years, hundreds of years, thousands of years. Can we say we know what the sun has done for hundreds of years? Yes. It's why we know your zodiac. It's why we know where the sun will rise at what time on, in the year 2075. Okay, we know that because the sun takes a predictable path around the earth. So once you know that predictable path, if you have a map that you say, okay, here's where I think we live, and this is what we would see with that predictable thing that's in the sky, and if it doesn't work, guess what you immediately know? That the map is wrong. That simple. Now, you've heard people tell you, we don't measure the ground by the lights in the sky, and you guys sound retarded. That is for a different argument, just like Dave read in his little quote the other night. It's from an argument of you can't look at the sun and say it's a sphere, the moon's a sphere, therefore we're a sphere. That does not follow. It's non sequitur. Just because things that you see in the sky are spheres doesn't mean you are a sphere. However, we didn't mean that you can't look at things in the sky and determine the shape of the ground. You absolutely could. If the sky is doing something that you can't explain unless the earth is a ball, then the earth's a ball. That's what it means. So we need to explain how that observation happens on a flat earth. Many people think they already do to explain it, but they don't actually explain it like that caller said. They're not explaining it. They're looking at things and saying, oh, no, Joe Hamby's model does show his sun going the other way. Okay, time out. There's a lot that goes into it. Go look at the footage. We flew down there. We landed. The same sun's in the sky. There's no secondary sun. There's not one that comes in and dies. So we need to get it right. Not just say, oh, we figured it out when we didn't. This is the new wave of flat earthers. They just say that. Stephen Alonso just says, we know, well, all flat earth calls for the sun. No. And you're not a pilot and not a PhD. And let's be honest with people. Not make up lies. I don't call myself a PhD for a reason. So anyway, talk about the A map. So just think about this, Katie. On the A map, everybody picture the A map in your head. Great. Now picture going past the Tropic of Capricorn south. Okay? Okay, great. Now we're walking, let's say we're south of Australia, walking in the water there. Where is the sun? On a flat map, on the A map, the sun must be behind you. It's easy. If you can't figure that out, I can't help you. The sun would be behind you. Okay? However, in the world that we live in, if you keep going south, you will see the sun come around from your right side and start working its way left south of you. That is impossible on an AE map. It doesn't take any thinking to just realize that. Like, oh yeah, if the sun is, and I showed Lowry the other night. Here's the thing. We know the sun is on the Tropic of Capricorn. Meaning if we took everybody on Earth and said everybody stand in a circle on the Tropic of Capricorn, we would all see the sun go above our heads on December 21st. Okay? It would go in a circle. Here's the problem. On a flat Earth, that sun goes around the person in Antarctica, right to left. Well, that's not where the Tropic of Capricorn is. The Tropic of Capricorn is behind you. But do you see the problem? On a globe, where does the Tropic of Capricorn go? It actually goes around from the right to the left, on the other side of the ball. Oh, so if you are south of the Tropic of Capricorn and you see the sun in the sky, then that is explained perfectly on a ball Earth. Right. On a flat Earth, how is it explained? It's a nothing burger. It doesn't matter. You can't tell the shape of the ground by the shape of the sky. We don't know what the sun is, so we don't have to. We don't have a model. We don't look at models. If you can't hear me say that and go, oh yeah, we aren't in a position that we can be cocky. You look foolish. You look foolish because you're acting like you're in the position of power, and you're not. You're not when we can't explain how something works or just say, oh, I think Joe's model shows it. That's not okay. Let's perfect it. We're not on equal footing with the globe. If we say Joe's model fixes it, okay, does it? Can we show it? Can we be precise? Can we not just keep saying, all I hear is people telling me Joe's model proves it. I say, oh, can you show me the one that shows? Then nobody sends me any files. So if it does prove it, then let's prove it. We need people to get together, draw maps. It's going to take work. I don't think anybody does work anymore. Nobody wants to sit down and do research and draw something out and use slide rules and measurements. And who's doing that? Who's doing that besides maybe Joe Hamby? So the problem is we've gotten so lazy that people think they can just, and I know I'm one of them, that you get to the point where you're like, okay, I can just do these live streams. I do a live stream every other day. And you just get into a habit of that's what you're going nowhere, right? Like 6 months from now, you can either look at 6 months of progress or 6 months of excuses. I'm done with the 6 months of excuses. I am further into the truth now than I was 6 months ago. And I expect that to remain the same for the rest of my life. So by just dilly-dallying and going with it's fake and it doesn't matter and you're not getting any, you will die with the same level of knowledge that you have about the world that you have today. That's just fact. You'll never find the truth because you wouldn't even accept it if you saw it. So just come to grips with that. Realize it and go, okay, we need to start to be more in line. If we care about the truth, then that's one thing. If you're just religious, then just get out of the way. You can believe the earth is flat religiously all you want. Go believe it as a religion. But then don't come into battle in the science area using the evidence that you think is true when it's just not. When you're just making things up or believing what other people say. There's so many things wrong with what people say, and people don't get it. And they want to demonize me for actually steel manning the globe. Excuse me. We've got Shiloh. What's up, Shiloh? Shiloh says, thanks for getting the data in Antarctica. We will be able to disprove or prove a lot from this. This globe proponents started celebrating too soon. Well, their observations were pretty right on. I mean, you need to go to, what's his name's channel? Sorry, guys, I know I'm going to get to it right now. I feel so bad. Just going to show this real quick. Go to McKeegan's channel because just look at, I'm telling you that there's nothing faked here. This is not anything other than, John Burton. Is he live right now? Damn it. He's supposed to call somebody today. No, he would probably still barbaric. Where am I at here? Where is David Keegan? But that guy had things going. He was working the entire time, keeping his stuff going. And let's see here. I just want to show you these couple. Make sure you watch these before you claim that there's no footage or that we're celebrating or they're celebrating too early. So, I mean, the time lapse of the 24-hour sun is something. Oops. Can't even see that good. Hold on. Let me get this one up there. We got to go with a no. Where's YouTube? That's weird. Proud. A little better. Not much. We'll do it, yeah. But I mean, like, if you can't look at this and realize, like, okay, they didn't fake this, because you could go to any of the other cameras and watch the same sun. It's not faked. It's the sun. How do you not, like, look what it's lighting up. We don't have the ability to put plasma balls in the fucking sky that light up the entire Earth. We don't have that ability. That's the sun that was with us when we flew down there. It's the sun that never left the sky. People are like, well, couldn't it have set when you're not? No, what do you mean? It was set. Look at it. Does that sun look like it's setting and rising to you? So just let's accept it. Let's move on. Instead of having to play, Vapegate, which is just insane. Okay, I'll be right with you. I'm just going to see this. We'll go quickly through these. Thanks for the data. Thank goodness it was a safe journey. I'm happy with that. Thank you for everything. How much further do you think one could travel south? Looking forward to learning more. I believe now in the South Pole. So that's just me. I don't think what I witnessed can happen without a South Pole. If you kept going, and in fact, people are like, how would you even know if you're at the South Pole? I could have by myself if I wouldn't have died or if I would have didn't have a crevasse. But I'm just saying I could navigate from that place that we were to the South Pole. All you would be doing is watching the sun, and you're trying to get the sun to balance out, to not go up and down. As soon as you're at a place where the sun is completely balanced, you're at the South Pole. There's not multiples of those. There's just one. And we talked to that girl, Lizzie, who flew there and said that the sun stayed at the same height and flew back. So, and it's just like 700 miles from there to the south. So again, to not believe in the South Pole at this point would require me to go against my observations, to go against what I saw, and to believe somehow that we were at a place that's easily 80 degrees that matched observations, but that I couldn't go 700 more miles because something would happen. I don't really get it. It doesn't match the AE map at all to have a place where 80 degrees works. It doesn't work. Again, just pointing out to people, when we say they have, like, I think what Alan came and said something about refraction. He's like, oh, but they would need extra refraction to get it below or above the Earth. He said 15 degrees or more. So we make it sound like that's a lot, and it is. But I'm just saying, on our model of the flat Earth now, you guys are granting 180 degrees refraction. You are granting that the sun is above Australia, but is shown south of the person in Antarctica, on the other side of the world. So you are allowing Pac-Man now. Now you're allowing multiple suns, morphing suns. So just recognize if that's where you're at, then flat Earth is proven to you and will always be that way. It will always be flat because you are going to take any, there's 75 suns. There's 750 suns. 75,000, there might be 75 million suns. Could be. How are you going to disprove that? We don't know what the sun is. See what I'm saying? How easy it is? I could take the position of the ultimate flat earther, and that scares me, which is just deny everything. Right, well, what do you mean? We don't know what the sun is. The sun's apparent. So how are we supposed to prove what the sun does? The globe can't prove what the sun does. The globe can't triangulate it, so we can't either. But so it's just a nothing burger. But you're not on the same intellectual page. They have sunrise and sunset times and all these things that they can give you. Now somebody can say, this is another thing I've heard. Oh, but they constructed the earth from the sky. Oh, did they? Then you go do it. If that's how easy it is, they just looked at the sky and created the globe. Okay, then go look at the sky and create the flat earth. Why can you not do that? Why are we struggling with that? We have to come to grips with that. Nobody has just looked at the sky. People have taken the globe earth and put it on a flat map and pretended that that's our predictions. You don't recognize that? Jake did that first. It's like the Walter Bislin model. Think about it. There's circumpolar stars in the south. You know what that means? It means that there's a star that goes around Sigma Octantis, which we can't see. I'm not saying we can see it, but a star that goes around it throughout the night. You can go far enough south that you would see that make a circle, circumpolar circle, meaning it doesn't rise or set. Now realize what we say the outer edge of the stars are. We say they're part of a disk. So what that means is that when that disk goes a complete circle, at one point the stars are across the world, past the North Stars that you can't see because they're too far. But the South Star that's doing a little circle about is on the other side of the North Stars, and we can see it. Why? Because we believe now in 180-degree refraction that it is over there, but it's actually being seen way over there. So if you're going to grant that, by all means, flat Earth will never be destroyed because you will literally say anything. There could be inverted upside down, inside out suns. So, how can we disprove that? You're misrepresenting. You're misrepresenting what I say. What I want to say. If you knew about sunset sunrise you showed yesterday, how did you still claim AE map all this time, and you had eclipse video to deduce 24 hours? You are misrepresenting what I want to say. If you knew about sunset sunrise you showed yesterday. What do you mean I knew about sunset sunrise I showed yesterday? You mean the globe model? Because I didn't believe that we lived on a globe, sir. You're asking me why, if you knew about sunrise sunset you showed yesterday, how did you still claim AE? Because I didn't believe we lived on a globe. You couldn't figure that out on your own? But what answer were you looking for there? It's just so confused. You're like, oh, you can explain the sunrise and sunset on the globe, so you should have always believed in the globe. No, but the problem is I did not. So that's your question? If you knew about sunrise sunset you showed yesterday, how did you still... It's like you saying, if you knew the Earth spun, then how did you claim that the AE map was right the whole time? What? What do you mean? Because I can explain the spinning Earth doesn't mean that I believe that. So I believe that we were on a flat Earth. And you had the eclipse video to deduce 24-hour sun. Wait, what? You had the eclipse video? I don't know what that means. Sorry. I'm not misrepresenting. You're just not saying it clearly. That's what it seems like. No pressure. I know you've been already asked a ton of questions. Much love and respect. Really wanted to know how far away do you think the sun was from you all? It looked close. I mean, that's, again, you'd have to watch like that Lowry stream. It's tough to explain some things with a local sun that are explained pretty well on a sphere with a faraway sun. Now, does it mean, again, that there's proof of something? No. Just saying that people always ask, well, how can the sun be seen by somebody in Australia and New York at the same time? And because they believe the sun is very, very far, and that's just two different pieces of the same half sphere being seen at the same time. It's not that difficult to come up with, but it's just, again, it's just steel manning. I heard that you were saying, KG says, I heard what you were saying, but can you talk about the possibility of the firmament possibly having a reflection of something making it seem like an actual sun when it isn't? So I don't believe that because you can see the sun. So you want me to, you're saying, can you imagine it being a reflection? Yes, if I would have seen a reflected sun. But I saw a physical sun, I saw the sun. It's the same marks on it the whole time. It never flipped, it never did any kind of mirroring. It never did any marrying, it didn't do any coming together. So I'm not saying it can't be that, but I'm not going to say that because it would go against my observations. So I'm not going to lie to people and say, oh, it could be a reflected sun. Really, Jaron? How could it be reflected if you didn't see it reflect? Oh, yeah. Well, maybe it could be an apparent sun. Really, Jaron? How could it be apparent if you saw it and you saw the physical features on it? Oh, yeah. So you see, this is the problem I have that nobody else has, that I can't be dishonest with you. Now, you might say, oh, Jaron, he's so much better. Everybody else is lying to you. Hate to tell you, if you can't see it, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. They are not being totally intellectually honest. If you're just going to say things like, oh, they're being religious. So just notice who you're talking to. I'm not being religious. I'm trying to deal with facts and evidence and what matches reality. If you're talking to somebody else who's just religious, recognize that they're not dealing on the same playing field that I am. So don't expect us to have the same take, because you want somebody religious talking to you. You want somebody who says the Bible's true and God definitely made it flat and we know that and we're his footstool, and he says in the Bible that we're like a stamp and therefore nothing Globers say will ever outweigh that. Okay, I accept religious positions, but I don't accept religious positions of people pretending that they're going to be dealing in a scientific discussion. They don't belong together. You can't make religious claims in a scientific conversation. What you're doing is you're doing what flat earthers do, which is saying, fake, it doesn't matter, nothing burger. Okay, that's a religious position, not a scientific position. So do I believe that it's possible? Yeah, you can. Anything's possible, but we should be working on that. We shouldn't be talking about whether Whitsitt vaped or whether we were in a soundstage. Everyone should be in huddles working on a way to explain the sun doing what we now know it does. For 10 years, we didn't know. Guess what? Now we know. Well, we hope. We hope you guys get it. And again, if we're lying, go expose it. Go down there. And when you see that it's there every year, you're going to be like, oh, shit. If it's here all the time, why wouldn't Jaron and Whitsitt go see it? It's not a mystery that camp is there every year. The people work there. There's people who have gone on the camp. You can go talk to them. You can go look at videos of them. The race that was there. You can go with JT. He's going to race next year. Granted, it's expensive as hell. There's a lot that goes into it. Again, it's just, it's not something that you can just say is fake. It's not like the evidence we had of the 24-hour sun in Antarctica, where they had no video of it for 20 years. Do you understand? That is good evidence. When you're looking at it, Jaron, there's no 24-hour sun here. It's like, great. I'm going to believe that there's no 24-hour sun. See how the evidence lines up there? You guys took all this material. We're in Antarctica. We're there. We're proving it. And you're like, fake. What do you mean? You can't even fathom the thought of them faking the moon landing is difficult. Yet you're like, oh, these guys fake. With what? Jet airplanes? This is not some little NASA studio where we're actually flying on jet aircraft that are landing on the ice with people that work there. They're not faking that. They don't have, well, call in the plasma ball. It's time to float. Guys, I know that you work here when the sun sets every night, but we're going to pretend it doesn't set now. These 5 flat earthers are coming in, and this is how important this truth is that we're going to, like, you are out of your mind. That's not the way the world works. They're not clandestine operations going on that they then just go to groups that are of 70 people and be like, hey, by the way, today we're going to lie to 5 people so that we can continue this lie, and we're going to set up all this nonsense for this lie. They just wouldn't take you there. They would have other ways than, like, putting a plasma ball. It doesn't even make sense to me. What do you mean a plasma ball? Who put it up there? And if you believe that we have the ability to put plasma balls in the sky, they win. Just let them win. Just say the Earth is whatever you guys want it to be. Fuck. I didn't know you could put... Do you realize how big the plasma ball would need to be? It would have to be at least 2,000 feet at the very minimum. And that's like putting it like 50 miles away. Okay, so have you ever seen anything that large? Right? And then even in like the other model, it's 33 miles across. That's how big they say the flat Earth sun is. So we don't even know anything that big. You can't even fathom something that large. 33 miles across the sun. But then you're just like, oh, they put a plasma ball. They carried it around on a fucking rowboat. Oh, okay. Good for Banjo. Got that one? You're misrepresenting what I said. Did that one? No pressure. Did that one? Heard that one? If we can see too far for it to be a globe with the radius value we are told, and there's a 24-hour sun in Antarctica which disproves the Gleason's map, what are the other possibilities? Yeah, I mean, you'd have to start trying to see if you could prove what the globe says about refraction. I mean, if you ask me like right now, and I don't think it should matter what my beliefs are. You shouldn't care. In fact, you should be happy that I'm weighing them out, trying to test different ideas. For me, what would make sense now, since the globe describes the observations of the sky, is then you have to say, okay, so how do we match that with the observations that we measure? We measure the Earth flat and level. So then I do start to see where I'm like, okay, the sphere could be 24,901 miles. Remember that it's only 8 inches per mile squared. We get carried away with that because we keep wanting to measure the position we're at to a faraway distance. But that's not how anything would be built ever. Ever. So somebody told me the other day, they're like, oh, but the Suez Canal, Jaron, 119 miles, there's no drop of such and such distance. And I said, there wouldn't be. You would just do one section of Suez Canal because in 1 mile it only goes down 8 inches. And actually, if you reduce that, it's even less, right? So it's not, if it's 8 inches in a mile, it's not 4 inches and a half mile. It'd be like 2 inches and a half mile. See how it's exponential? So you only need to worry about that. And you build the whole canal. Right? If you're going across Lake Pontchartrain Bridge, you would just build the bridge across the lake. That's it. You wouldn't take the curvature into account. That's ludicrous. That's something McToon would say. Same thing that they say when they're like, ice rinks are not flat, they're curved. Shut up. The ice rink is just water. It's just flat. Okay. Now, again, what people don't realize, so you just asked the other possibilities. I started to think, wouldn't it be cool if God made the Earth a sphere with us at the center of the universe and said, I'm going to make it so that they can build and they can do everything on it as if it's flat. Now all of a sudden we can fly airplanes. We can build bridges. We can build canals. We can do everything. You know why? Because we don't treat the Earth like a sphere. We treat it like it's flat. Why? Because it is flat. Now, again, people are against that. They're like, how dare you? Oh, so yeah. So go with the religious flat earthers that will never tell you anything outside of what you already believe. And you can just rah and have your little basically circle jerks, or you can follow somebody like me who's going to give you the real truth. Okay, the real truth is you can start to imagine, I don't think we live on a sphere, but you're like, why not? Well, because I don't think people are upside down. Well, isn't it kind of crazy that the model that we're told, which seems very metaphysical, is that nobody's upside down? Well, what do you mean no one's upside down? But some person has to be upside down. Yeah, so why can't we think of it as pretty magical that really, in their model, nobody's upside down? Nobody is. Everybody is right side up. Now, again, if you're like, well, what about compared to you, Jaron? Yeah, compared to me, somebody would be upside down compared to me, but they're not upside down. So it's kind of a metaphysical thing, but you could see it as, well, that's kind of cool. Again, I think that some of that is worth looking into when I started realizing that, like, oh, wait, because the Home Depot thing got me. Because I just thought the Home Depot, if you laid it on a globe or a flat earth, doesn't matter which one, everywhere on the globe would show flat and level with a level. Put a level on it anywhere. Okay, so once you realize that, then you realize, okay, what if we flooded that Home Depot? Okay, well, now the water is an equal height from the floor at all parts of that Home Depot. So it's level. Okay, great. But if you kept building one Home Depot after another over thousands and thousands of miles, do you realize that you would have built every single Home Depot flat and level? But you're like, but Jaron, I thought you were on a sphere. Correct. Because a sphere can be so big, I don't mean bigger than 24,901. It can be as big as they tell us, and you would never measure curvature where you're at. It's not that hard to figure out. Again, people are like, but what about over distances? It goes down this much. Right, and even planes. People get stuck on this whole plane idea. A plane flies because it flies over a flat plane. Right? But then they take that to mean, oh, the whole Earth must be a plane. Well, if the area where the plane is flying over is a plane, that's enough. It's flying over a plane. Oh, but it has to nose down. At what part did we build part of the Home Depot nosing down? Well, it's different, Jared. No, it's not. You're just handling the Earth locally. You're not having to nose down any plane, just like you don't nose down Home Depots. Just like you don't nose down a railroad track. You lay the railroad track on the ground and say, done. Then you go to the next track and lay another one and say, done. Lay another one, and then you just build the whole track. If it so happens that you live on a sphere, then somebody could say, well, where's the curvature of these railroad tracks? Well, if you back out and measure, there is a curvature, but there's no curvature in the whole line. It's all flat and level. Again, people want to argue with me, make songs about me. Oh, Home Depot this. It's because they're so fucking stupid that they can't even hear words out of my mouth and fathom them. So that's a tough position to be in. Why would I want to continue to talk to people that just can't get it through? They would rather make fun of what I'm saying, even though what I'm saying is correct, because they're so stupid they don't get it. How long do you want to do that? How long do you? I don't want to do that very long. I think that's your question, right? Okay, and then we got one left. We're done. See, I think we're at the bottom. We've got great stream and sun on a screen can't change shadows. Great stream and sun on a screen can't change shadows. Yeah, I think that there's so many things that there's too much evidence, which is kind of what the whole point was, is that that's not a fakeable thing. And I think as human race, can't we accept that? It's not the same as when you're like, what did NASA do? Well, NASA had a moon landing that they had all their controllers who could get fake data and wouldn't know it. We know that. Great. They went to the moon and there was one feed, and the feed came back to NASA, and then somebody had to film off of a CRT screen to get the stuff to the news. Just insane. This is 1969. We had TV. We had long-range television. We did not need to do it like it was 1910. Okay, but NASA was, oh no, you got to film off our CRT screen. Well, yeah, that's exactly what you would do if you were hiding something that was fake. We didn't do that. We got lucky. We went down there. It was the first year they had Starlink. I don't know how the fuck it worked. We put it on the roof and the fucking thing worked. We tuned into the Wi-Fi password at the camp and it worked, and it wasn't there last year. We got lucky. But people are like, oh, and then you just went down there and just filmed it and nobody's ever done it before, and well, what do you want us to say? They didn't have internet. We went down to the internet. We were able to go live a few times. I was shocked. If you listen to my GoPro footage, I say there's no way we'll go live there. No way. And then we did. It's like, okay, I was wrong about that. But again, I'm just saying, there's too much evidence. It's not like everything else that we call fake that makes sense when you're like, oh, there's just a couple. Like, I remember, like January 6th or any of those events, there's just a couple feet, but this is totally different. Look at how much feet. You can go look at any of those cameras all shooting at the same time. So then you would have to believe in some plasma ball theory, and you can't ask yourself, how did they put it up there? And people are like, oh, they can do anything. If you believe that, then get out of the conversation of science. You cannot come into this realm and be like, oh, I'm just going to say they can do anything. Well, you're not arguing in this scientific realm. You're arguing pretend stuff. Well, yeah, it's just like people say, like, oh, they clone people. If they clone people, then I give up. I'm not going to look into who murdered people and who was here and who did this when they clone people. So I don't believe that they clone people. But I think that they want you to think that they do, because they want you to think that they're smart and that they know a bunch of shit, and they don't know a bunch of shit. They don't. That's why they look at the NASA pool where the picture on the wall is the Vitruvian Man with a rocket going through a glass ceiling. They probably can't get out of the Earth, whether it's a sphere or flat. Okay, we're done. Let's go back to the calls. People are going to hate me. Who's there? Somebody just left. Mamacita? Give you 2 seconds to come back. Okay, let's go with Flat Earth Math. Flat Earth Math! Haven't seen you in forever.
Hey, how you doing? Can you hear me okay?
Hear you great. Sound good.
So, Jaron, the last time we talked, it was like 4 years ago.
Quite a ways.
And believe it or not, we were discussing the Anthony Powell footage where there was the wristwatch in the foreground,
right,
and then it tracked the sun. And it's just ironic that literally 4 years ago we were discussing whether or not that was fake footage or not, and you insisted that it was fake, the 24-hour sun in Antarctica. So I just think that was funny.
So wait, which video was that? The one that had the watch on it? So that's the one. So it's layered, right? But it is layered.
Well, I mean, they put like north, south,
right,
east, west scrolling by.
Okay. I wouldn't do that on my footage, just so you know.
Oh, sure,
right,
because your footage is designed for, like, evidence in the court of law of
not really that. It's just a video of the sun. But if I'm going to show it to people as like some sort of showing of something, I wouldn't make it like art.
Well, but that wasn't designed to prove to people who didn't believe in the 24-hour sun.
So was there more, or was it like one thing? There's like that one video.
No, yeah, I'm just saying that was the video that we talked about.
Okay.
And the thing is, that wristwatch that was in that footage was actually a Ball watch. They're a watch company, and so in the credits it said thanks to Ball watch, and you said, "Oh, Ball, you mean like Globe?" You know, and it was just a funny moment. But
okay, well, I'll punish myself tonight for that. I'm sorry.
It's all good. It's all good. I just want to say, keep your chin up. The haters are gonna hate. It's really a shame that you've been receiving all this flack. I mean, here you took time out of your life to go down to Antarctica, and I really want to say thank you. You proved me wrong. I did not think you were going to go, so I was wrong in my prediction. So I just want to say my hat's off to you, Jaron. Thank you for going, and keep your chin up.
Okay, that's it. Oh,
I just want to say one more thing. If I got less than a minute left.
No, you got 3:36. You're good.
Oh, okay. So there's a really, really great phrase from a guy. I think it's from Peter Boghossian, and he says, "Don't tell me you're smart. Predict something." And I think if people could just like really digest what that means, don't tell me you're smart. Predict something.
Right.
Because if someone's able to make accurate predictions, it might mean that they know a little bit more than somebody who can't make predictions.
I agree with that. I do think that there is an opening for deception in that, but it's still more often than not you're going to be correct.
Yeah.
Because if it's a prediction that matters, that something, right? Could they be lying about GPS and that they end up in the right place, but it's kind of a lie inside of it? Yeah, that's possible. But generally, if you look at something and it keeps getting something right, then it tends to have good backing. It's very rare that something like that would be built on a lie. It's hard to build truth on lies.
Yes, especially if there's like two people who disagree about something, and they, one's able to make a prediction and the other person is not able to make the prediction. That it's like, I'm not saying it's proof. I'm just saying it's evidence that the other person might be onto something.
Well, and I think that what I liked best about what Duffy did is Duffy came out like a man and said, I'll take you. I say the sun does this. You say the sun does this. Let's go find out. Yeah. And how can you knock that? And everybody did, but I didn't, because I said, okay, if this guy's saying he's going to pay for me, then there's really, all I'm going to do is find out whether I've been right or wrong. And as long as I can make sure there's no deception, which I felt strongly about, and when it's clear as could be, and I think anybody that went would say the same thing. If you flew down there and the sun's in the sky and you're flying in a plane and you land and the sun's in the sky and the sun goes around for 4 days, you feel the sun. You feel the sun when it's close to you. You feel it get cold and miserable when it goes towards that mountain. It's away from you. It's obvious. So I don't think anybody would ever go there and be like, oh, I think the sun is a fake.
Right.
You just wouldn't do that.
A reflection.
You can tell the sun. The sun is the sun. So I just think that's the most surprising thing, is I thought more people would be able to look at a body of evidence and not jump, like they think there's an award for the first one to point something out or to make some crazy claim. And it is, because you get the most views, right? So whoever comes up with a claim that just is nonsense gets the views for it, and nobody gets punished ever, and there's no matter, and nobody cares if you throw people under the bus. So that whole pizza is a very gross meal when you look at the whole thing, because you've got people calling people out, calling people liars, which is then putting discord or doubt in other people's minds, and then nothing is getting done. The person who's actually instigating it doesn't even believe what they're saying. They're just trying to get clicks. So that is a recipe for disaster. It's probably the scariest thing about humanity going forward is, are we actually getting to a place now that we are going to pay people for lies that are put out there as truth, right?
Yeah, it's Satan is the father of all lies, so we always have to be on guard, because
Indeed.
People lie every day.
And they will. They'll take advantage of you. Just when the evidence is there and you can kind of go, okay, let's see, or to just jump on and be like, oh, it's a green screen, you're in a studio. Let's think about it first. Let's say, do they have footage of them flying in there in an airplane? Oh, they do? I should withhold me saying they're in the studio, because it doesn't make sense. We just don't have things like that. Oh, no, you could fly into a studio. And they pretend like when we do live streams, like that's the same as a movie.
Yeah.
If a movie's done, they're in a studio. It's done over months. They chop it up. They put it together. We clearly were there the days we said we were. So there's
what was interesting is when the different participants were live streaming and they were in each other's shots.
Right.
That's a little bit of a confirmation that people are actually where they say they were.
It'd be very difficult to fake that. I mean, it would take tons of people, and it's not just one observation of a helicopter going behind water where you're like, oh, okay, we can show that that's fake. that's one thing, one camera, one show. This is different, and crazy because we didn't sign any NDA. I didn't sign anything, but nobody ever at any point, which is weird to me. I thought at some point I was going to be told, like, you don't take pictures of this. Don't say that. Nobody talked to me at all. Anything I took a picture of, anything I took a video of, I can post. So that that to me is the most honest thing that there can be. How could they be deceiving me that nobody even cared what I filmed? It's not like,
well, the answer is that you're lying, right?
Of course,
you're a paid show,
that's the thing.
right?
Of course, right. So of course I'd say that, right? That's the thing.
Right.
So I hate that position. But again, if people want to, people can believe. I don't care if people believe that I'm lying. Like I don't care about that. Just I don't want them to think that it means that there is no 24-hour sun, because then we're going backwards. I just want to move forward. Just move forward.
It's disappointing.
Yeah.
Especially since you're one of the top guys. You've been one of the top guys in this field for what, a decade?
Yeah.
And it's very disappointing to have people throw you under the bus just because you happen to witness something that is inconvenient to them.
Right. And it scares me because in the future, as people found anything else that was different from our model, then would they act the same? And then we actually would never learn anything. And that's the thing that's scariest is I would rather believe everything that the Globers believe and sit around and just believe that, if it meant the alternative to that was to never know anything. Right. Even if you're like, oh, Jaron, they're just lying to you. It's like, okay, but where at the end of your life did you have the most enjoyment of it? I'm sorry if it just means that I just have to believe the ball lie, but I get all this enjoyment. Whereas if I talk about the flat earth, even though it doesn't match any of the observations and people are just lying about it, but I stay on that team and I go through the struggles of life to just honest. It's just like, that's not looking enticing to me anymore. Not when there's nobody who would even have your back in a crunch. Like, what am I doing? Who am I fighting for?
Well, Jaron, I think you are on the right path because you are a very, very sincere. I mean, I disagree with you about the shape of the earth, okay? But you are sincere and you go out into the field, whereas a lot of people, they just spew their rhetoric online. It's really easy to type in YouTube comments, oh, you're lying, you're a shill.
Right.
But Jaron, you're the one that goes out in the field, and I really respect that about you, and I encourage all other people listening, go out in the field, make observations in Mother Nature, and
people need to be doers again. It's what has gotten away from everything, is because they've put people on TV, sports stars, poker players, people that game, whatever it is, race car drivers. They put it on TV so that you don't do that. So you just sit home and you actually live through these guys. You become a watcher.
The celebrity endorsement.
Right. And it's just, I think you want to be a doer. You want to get out and do things. You only live once. You're not going to be happy if you just watch people your whole life. So I figured do it. And you know what? When you do some things, you make mistakes, you get things wrong, but who cares? I mean, it's like people are acting like it's a big deal. Like, I can't believe Jaron's admitting that he was wrong. It's like, it baffles me that I'm like, why can't we just all do that? Right. Like, now it is a little bit scary when you get messages from people saying they're going to kill you, or that you have we know where you live, we know your family. That's a little strange. But beyond that, it's like, okay, I can be wrong. And then if me being wrong helps other people now be right, then why would I be afraid of that?
Well, it's a measure of personal integrity to say that you're wrong. A lot of people will be like, they'll just double down on, whatever it is to lie, or,
Yeah, it's disgusting. But anyway,
Jaron,
thank you so
much.
much.
Let you go.
All right. Appreciate it.
All right. Take care. Bye-bye.
Mama Sita, are you coming on? Nope. It says device is not connected. We've got Ryan M. What up?
What's going on, Jaron?
How are you?
Good, man. Good.
Okay, 4 minutes. I'm putting it on the clock right now. We're doing it for real. People are going to get pissed. They're going to start throwing rocks, and they've already had rocks being thrown at me. So go ahead.
Yeah, man. Sure. So I just wanted to say, thanks for bringing me on. I'm
Anytime.
also your Telegram group.
Sweet.
So I'm a Globy, and honestly, I've disagreed with you and Austin a lot over the years, but I joined your Telegram to stay in the loop, and I got to be completely honest with you. I've gained so much respect for both you and Austin over the last couple of weeks. You guys have repeatedly stood your ground, even knowing some people were going to turn on you. That takes some serious guts, dude, and I respect that a lot. So I just wanted to say, first off, thank you for being real and honest about everything. It's really rare these days, and it really stands out.
Thanks. I appreciate that. It feels good to hear that.
Yeah, man, for sure. So one of the things you were talking about the flat Earth people who claim that they always knew that there was going to be a 24-hour sun, and I know you brought up Alonzo for a minute. I've been seeing a lot of his stuff on these Facebook groups, and this is really bizarre. And he's been acting like he's been predicting this for years. Then he turned around and used his quote modified Haversine formula to get the same results that pretty much match the globe and what the globe model predicts. Have you ever spoken with him directly? And what are your thoughts on him?
I have not at all, and I'm not a fan. But I mean, that's
yeah, same.
Yeah, just for me. I mean, again, I do feel like I can read people, and I don't think he's being honest when he says, you know, I think he said the other day, like, oh, actually, the observation of the flat Earth of the sun down there actually proved flat Earth.
Yeah, he did say that. Yeah.
Yeah. So when somebody says that to me, I'm like, what is he talking about? Like, you can't. And the thing is, I know why people say that. It's because I've learned that the people that watch flat Earth content are the kind of people who would believe that, and that's just the truth. Just the truth.
Yeah. No, absolutely. I agree with you. And also, I just want to, really quick hit on what flat Earth matches said a minute ago. Definitely, while I disagree also with the flat Earth, you are out there and you're doing the work. You're doing the actual hard stuff that a lot of people are just sitting back and, kind of mocking you for. And honestly, it's kind of scary to think that we live in a world now where even, people who are supposed to be like these really big truthers are going and stabbing you in the back, going and stabbing you and Austin in the back. It's honestly just really kind of scary.
It's about clicks. That's the thing. I mean, people should recognize that. It's just people, again, if these aren't your real friends, and I do think of them as friends. I think of all these guys that I was with as friends. That's why you never saw me do a video where I would just go and trash somebody's and trash the relationship like they do. But it's because I feel like I have never learned to live on the internet. I feel like I still try and apply real life to the internet. And that doesn't really work well because there's people on the internet who don't do that, right? So they're operating from a position where they can just say whatever, throw accusations out, and you're busy trying to field them and trying to, and then you're like, wait a second, this isn't a fair fight. And I think I need to recognize that. I need to recognize that these people are not doers, they're watchers. And watchers don't.
They're sitting back and they're just throwing out,
Correct.
Throwing out more flame, basically.
Correct. They don't get to question what the doers are doing. It's like that quote. I read. I think Ruhif said it's his favorite quote too. But it's basically saying that the person that should get the credit is the person that's out failing, right? That's the person that's actually making progress.
Yeah, for sure. So I'm not going to take up much more of your time, man. I wanted to say thank you again.
Thanks for staying on before.
Yeah, appreciate it, man. Take care.
Peace. All right, we've got. Okay, hold on. We get right here. Let's see. This one. Thanks, Jaron. Wait. Straight stream. Okay, this person says, no, dude. Sunset and sunrise path in the south on flat Earth, not globe. For the eclipse, you have to watch the 360 Union Glacier eclipse to get it. Okay, but the 360 Union Glacier eclipse was them looking in the north, and you said that the eclipse would deduce a south spinning sun. So I don't know where you got that from. And you said that I should have figured it out, but now you're telling me the video to go watch to figure it out. So how would I have known if you're telling me now the video? And then you said, no, dude, sunset and sunrise path in the south on flat Earth, not globe. You mean that they set to, I've already said that when Jake, the asshole, said to me, Jaron, how do we, the guy, Cool Hard Logic, is saying something about the sun rising in the southeast and setting in the southwest. How do we explain that? And I said, we don't yet. He's like, what do you mean? And I said, we don't have an answer for that yet. Hold off. Debunk his other things. Leave that alone. He's like, what do you mean leave it alone? It's like a debunk of the flat Earth. And I said, yeah, and we don't have an answer for it yet. So hold off. And he's like, oh, you guys all know that you don't have an answer for it and you're still pushing this model? You're all shills. I'm like, we're not shills. We don't have an answer for that yet because I have the only explanation I had, which still works. I don't know if you can actually see it here if I do it like this. Yeah, I mean, you can look at it with this. So you're looking at this light here right above my computer, right? Or it's over here. So if you just move like a dome glass, you can move that light. So the light's not moving, but where you're seeing it is moving, right? So if this is the reflection of the light, it's over here, or is it over here? So when somebody says, Jaron, the sun sets south of west, okay, I can look at that and say, does that prove that it's going around the other side of a ball? If that were true, there would be evidence of that 24-hour sun. There's not evidence, therefore, I deduce that it's setting that direction because of something with the dome causing, see that light to displace over here? Look at the light change. This light is not moving. It's just the glass that's moving. So you can displace lights like that, right? So I was able to dismiss that and say the answer could be that the dome is causing it. Now, I also knew that if it meant that the sun was going around the backside of the Earth, that the Earth's a globe. But I wasn't willing to go there because there's no evidence of the 24-hour sun. Now, I've seen the 24-hour sun. It's there. It's fact. It happens 4 months a year in that location, 6 months a year from the pole. That's not going to work on any flat map that we've seen unless you start invoking reflections, refractions, inside out, mirrored domes. I'm not saying that cannot be true. I'm saying we have to show it to work before we even talk about it. Saying, oh, his model does call for that. Does it? Because when we go look, it's like the people telling me that Leslie has figured out the southern sun. It's, oh, Leslie, where does he do it? Well, one of his videos, Jared. Can you summarize it for me? I have no idea what he's saying, Jared. Like, okay, just because a guy has pretty pictures on a whiteboard, I swear I always want to do something like that. Like, it's for like 2 months, I could go undercover and just start talking to you guys on a whiteboard and just drawing pictures of domes and crazy squiggles and saying that it's the Bible explains it. Basically, it's out from in and down from south, up in the north, down in the south. And it's it's magnetics. The magnetics explain it perfectly. And you've got the toroidal dome, which comes over the top, out from in, down from under. That's all he says over and over again. And people are like, no, this guy, he's got it. I don't know. Thanks, Jaron. Maybe No Show Dubé would go next year. I don't know. He might be busy. They're going to come up with the new Do-Gay Olympics. You basically have to do yoga, then dress like a woman, and then shill, and then copy Rowbotham's book, and then just read from that script every time. For like, it's a whole competition. I'm not going to enter. I don't have that kind of ability. The mistake about the Suez Canal comes from Dubé, who claimed the bottom is the same level below sea level for the whole length and therefore flat. The mistake about the Suez Canal comes from Dubé. A lot of mistakes come from Dubé. You notice? Did you see why many are seeing the possibility of deception, like video footage that looks like Whitsitt vaping, then claims it's his breath, and knowing 360 screens like the Vegas sphere exist? Thank you. Katie, we need to talk to you sweetly, okay? Think about what you're saying. The Vegas sphere, go watch videos of that. And then go watch video of us in Antarctica and tell me, is that anything alike? They're so different that to compare them tells me that you are, I don't know, not thinking, or you've fallen for some sort of trap of believing somebody who you shouldn't believe. Okay? Because that's not the same thing. Go look at the videos of the sphere in Vegas. To even compare those, you're talking about we flew in a 750. Did people fly in a 757 to the sphere in Vegas? Did people drive cars around for miles and miles in the sphere in Vegas? And if you're going to say, oh, they just build it bigger, it's just a bigger sphere in Vegas, go watch the footage. The sun is lighting up the whole entire area. Like what? That doesn't exist. What you're thinking of, it doesn't exist. So yeah, and Whitsitt is not vaping. You are believing liars. Here's the problem. There are people out there who are taking video, and I still don't think people get it. Because you already believe it. You've already bought into the lie. You think you've seen a video of Whitsitt doing that. Somebody edited a video. Listen to me carefully. They took video, cut out one portion, put it here, then told you, look, he bent down, and when he popped up, he blew out. It's a lie. We keep saying that, and then I get people keep coming and say, what about when he vaped? What about? I'm telling you, it was faked. It's faked. It's provably fake. So you need to come to the conclusion that you were lied to so that you would hate on Whitsitt, so that you would have a problem with this when it's not true. And you've got stupid ass Flatzoid in there who thinks he's so fucking smart, and he's just stupid. He's just stupid. He's just repeating the same thing. He watched the video and believes it. And Whitsitt's like, dude, that's a live video. It's been cut. And he's like, we watched it. We saw it live. No, you didn't. You said you saw the 360 stuff live. Oh, we saw this other one live. It's edited. So you didn't watch it live. So you're lying. They can't even, they just think if they just say, and Nathan Oakley a bunch of times that they can get away with things. They're lying to you. I'm telling you, Whitsitt is not lying to you. I'm not lying to you. That's the difference. Why don't you see this? There's people that are lying to you, and you guys are supporting them. I've got people in my inbox on Facebook that I was friends with that are calling me out as a sellout and a fraud because they believed liars rather than me. You don't think that pissed me off? I've been doing this 9 years. Why would you ever believe a lying, no good son of a bitch that got here last week? Why would you believe that rather than me? It makes me sick because it's not when you do something for 10 years. Let's say when I worked at CBS for 10 years, that anything I did, people had my back. Legit. they're like, this guy's a stand-up manager. He treats us well. He treats the store well. He's a good man. They would go to bat for me. So you think in the internet world it'd be the same. Like, oh, I've done good things for Flat Earth. People would have my back. No, they'll throw you into the bus. They'll lie about you in a heartbeat. They don't give a fuck if it means views for them. And I've seen this happen a million times. If you put my name or Witset's name in your title, Jaron and Witset, fake, whatever, you're going to get views. So that's a problem. Because if you don't think people out there do things for views, you're retarded. That's what they do. You can tell the ones who do. You can look at people like me who put titles like Friday Night Live, Jeranism Live, Jeranism Show. I'm actually not even enticing people to watch my show. I'm not putting tricky little things in there like, oh, such and such proven, this happened, or this person's exposed. That's all they do. And you guys can't recognize that, and it bothers me to no end. Because, again, I don't want to toot my own horn. I don't want to say I should be held up in this regard, but it certainly should be different than it is. And that's upsetting because you're just like, okay, people can't see that. People can't recognize when somebody's being honest. When I had that conversation with Zetetic Warrior, the amount of people that I loved, like Sarah Breslin, was like, it was like a friend who followed Zetetic Warrior, where he was saying he saved Flat Earth by saying that we don't know what the sun does. That's the way he saved Flat Earth. Because I was saying if it does this, we can't. And he said, no, we don't know what the sun does. And was just making up shit and saying we don't know anything. We don't know where anything is. We can't. It's like, get the hell out of here. The people that followed him, they're like, yeah, Zetetic's right. We can't say what the sun. So people are devolving into, well, Jaron's trying to explain the phenomenon, and this guy just says we don't know anything. Let's go follow the guy that says we don't know anything. That's what happened. So what are we doing? You're a truther who will never know the truth. And those people are over there telling you that the earth is rising. I mean, it makes no sense. We're over here like, you're not in a vacuum, and you're not flying through space, and then this guy's over there like, Jaron's a liar. I saved Flat Earth. We're actually moving up through space. You were traveling through a vacuum again? Yes. Oh, this is where all the truth is. I had no idea. All right, let's go to the next one. In the year 1600, Giordano Bruno was burned at the stake for his beliefs. You clan is burning you at the stake. Yeah, but yeah, whatever. I mean, I don't look at it that way. I don't think people are burning us at the stake. They don't have any connection to me. They don't care if they've watched me for 9 years. They look at it, they're like, oh, he could just easily be a plant. So there is no respect, there's no love, there's no friendship, real friendship. It's just not. There's just not. If there was real friendship, things would be apologized for when things happen. And this is not the place that we live. This is not the place that we are. It's people would reckon, oh, let me help you out with this or send you this because it's your anniversary or something. There's just nothing like that. So it's not real life, like real friends. I will tell you, keep your real friends if you can, because those are the ones, at least you hope. I had friends that were different, but you should have friends that would have your back in instances rather than to just immediately disregard you. I mean, I should read that thing that this one girl wrote me. This girl was my helper. People remember Flattoberfest. Flattoberfest, I had a helper with me all day, Friday and Saturday. She was selling things with me, helping me out. She was great. We've been friends. She has a podcast. I listen to all her podcasts. She's great. Yesterday, she just lost it. And now says insane things. She might have blocked me. Yeah, I don't see it. Can't look at it. Anyway, they just said the most insane. Oh wait, I think it's, you have to put a period after it? Maybe. I don't know. But I mean, and the just the vitriol, and then it's like, who are you believing? Like, I've been nothing but 100% honest. Do I deserve to hear things like this person says here? She says, keep lashing out because that's obviously all you're good at. Because I'm upset at her, like, you're calling me a liar and you won't even say the fucking lie. She says, you're a complete and utter embarrassment to all truthers and to the communities that trusted you. You're a pig and a fucking money-hungry, attention-seeking implant. Get off my text window, you creep. We'll never see you the same way again. Good riddance. So imagine seeing that from somebody that you think is smart, that you think is awake, that was your friend. It's not like I haven't even heard from her yet what she believes. She won't tell me. She's like, you're a liar. You and Witsit sold out. I'm like, what do you mean? Where did I lie? Oh, you know exactly where. We know what's going on. We see what's happening. Where? What are you talking about? So that's upsetting because this person has said things that cannot be forgiven. I mean, this is just on Telegram. They said a bunch of things on Facebook I had to erase, but it's more than that. It's more than that. It's just sad. Just sad. So again, oh wait, sorry. Finish this last one. Do you see me? Let's see. Okay. And this one. Is that no-show debate on the bottom left? That's cute. It is him. He won the shill. Well, we figured it out. We did it a scientific way. It's official that he's the super shill of all super shills because he got here first, demonized everyone who came along. It's a brilliant move. It's what you would do. Now, it doesn't mean that flat Earth is false, though, right? Because you could also make it so that he comes out with a flat Earth and you demonize every creator so that it never gets on its feet, never goes anywhere, which he did a good job of. Or it could be that the entire thing, the map and everything is a deception, meant for us to basically shut down the geocentric debate. I mean, if you look at the timeline, The Principal, which if you've never seen that movie, fantastic movie, came out in 2014. Immediately after that, Dubé came and interrupted the fanfare that would have gone with The Principal, because instead people latched on to Flat Earth, and then from there, the entire geocentric debate got put onto Flat Earth, which is why Son Genis hates it so much, because it came in and disrupted his movie that was going to be huge. So it does look like somebody wanted to derail the geocentric conversation by creating a Flat Earth conversation. And again, when you've lied to people about everything, when they hear something like Flat Earth, if you've been lied to about everything, that's one thing that you're going to go, I'm going to think about this. Right? Now, we've all said that it's not easy to get it first, but it's also something that's like, they've lied about everything. I wouldn't doubt that they lied about the Earth too. That's where I was, right? Is they lied about so much, religions, the moon landings, everything, that when I heard Flat Earth and I told my wife, no, it can't be flat, how do planes go around it? As soon as I saw that map, the A map, I said, okay, now I do see that they could do that. But again, that map, I've always said I wasn't part of a PSYOP because nobody fed that map to me, but I wasn't thinking of Eric Dubé. Eric Dubé had that map on his site. That's why I latched onto Flat Earth. So again, I think that the guy could be the only show. All right, you're done there. Good. Let's go back to the calls. I'm gonna drop you, Mama Sita, because you're not ever coming off the thing there. Let's go with Authentic Intent. Are you there? Thank you. I'm gonna give you
I'm here.
4 minutes. Go.
Hey, thanks a lot for having me on. This is probably the most exciting time for Flat Earth since I think it's almost been introduced, almost 10 years ago. I just want to quickly introduce myself too and share that before 2020, I spoke out in public for 3 years here in Minneapolis about Flat Earth. I'd go to my local lake and talk about Flat Earth and share the information with people, because I know that in social media realm that they pigeonhole a lot of topics so that the information isn't going to be brought to people that are never looking into Flat Earth. So I decided that coincidentally enough, it was Eric Dubé's video that kind of sparked that for me. It had never crossed my mind that the Earth could be flat. I always thought that it was a globe. I believed all the school scriptures that I was taught in school. And so, I never crossed my mind that there could be any other possibility. Earth Day 2017 was the first day that I went out in public and started talking about Flat Earth, which was the same day that Bill Nye, the science guy, did his little thing here at the St. Paul State Capitol. And so I went out there, and that was my first kind of interaction with people, creating some friction, just getting, my toes wet in discussing Flat Earth. And before 2020, that's what I did for 3 years. So I think, a lot of people in this community know who I am. I spoke at a couple of Flattoberfests. I went to the Denver one was the first one that I went to, and I spoke there. And then I spoke at the two Flattoberfests after 2020. And so I think that this is a really exciting time, like I was saying, because, you know, what this is doing is it's separating the divide, because a lot of people were kind of lukewarm about flat Earth and globe Earth. And I think that something like this is going to really start to kind of solidify a person's stance, whether it be flat or a globe. And I think it's going to draw a lot of attention, like your guys' video that you guys did with Nat Geo. I've heard a lot of people come to flat Earth through that documentary, and we can use any opportunity to get flat Earth out there and just kind of switch it up a little bit for everybody. And I think this is another great opportunity for people to get into this discussion. I know that there's tons of new people that I've even just heard, recently on your channel and in other channels, people just getting into flat Earth in the last couple of months. And so, I'd introduce myself to you guys who are new to this. I don't sit in the background. I brought flat Earth out into the public here in Minneapolis, and come check me out. My videos, Authentic Intent, my first channel, had over 6,000 subscribers, but it got removed because I spoke about the things after 2020. So
how dare you?
Yeah, I know, shame on me. And so I just wanted to encourage everybody out in the chat to just keep on, looking for the evidence that you need. It's kind of ironic that everybody needs you and Austin to go down and verify something and then come back and share the testimony of it, and then everybody gets mad at you for just sharing what you guys saw. Effed Up World actually brought up the idea that not that it may be true or not, but you and Austin could be the two witnesses, that saw some truth or some information and then brought it back here, and now everybody is gonna fight over whether or not what you guys saw is true and genuine. One thing that I wanted to really quick
You have 10
point out
seconds
is,
though. 10 seconds only. Your timer.
yeah, I wanted to ask you if you know of anybody that's going to go back down there in 6 months to see if there's a 24-hour sun or 24-hour nighttime. Just because I think that would be
for sure
science.
For sure
if you
there
did
is
something like that.
For sure, there's a 24-hour night. We've already known that. And I know people are going to go down next year for the marathon. I mean, I would be all for sending another person too. I mean, I know it wouldn't do any good. They would just all say that person faked it. But there is strength in numbers, and I think with as many flat earthers as we have, we should be able to $1 each for 35,000 people would get somebody there. But again, if we can't even get 35,000 people to give $1, what are we really doing? So that's the question we need to ask ourselves. And would it even change anything? People have already told me. One of my VIPs says, "Okay, Jaron, the real test is to fly over the South Pole from Auckland to say Johannesburg or something." And I'm like, I used to maybe think that, not anymore. Now I just think people would say it was fake, because now I realize that it doesn't matter what kind of stuff goes into it. You can just say fake. So it's not like, but the flight was being tracked and the flight had these planes next to it, or it could be faked. People think 10 people going to Antarctica in a jet landing on they think that can be fake. So they clearly can think one flight can be faked. Like we did so much more than one flight. We actually got out of the plane and did shit for a bunch of days, and we're moving around. And these people are like, "Oh, the real proof will be just flying." Yeah, right. Like you wouldn't call that one flight fake. So I don't think Flat Earth is in a position anymore to demand evidence or demand tests, because they wouldn't accept the result unless it's in their favor, which is you are wrestling in a handicap match. You're not playing fair. Again, it's Flat Earthers that want to be given kiddie rules for putt-putt, but want to go against professional golfers, and then when they celebrate when they win, they're going to rub it in their faces. Like, what are you talking about? You got to putt from 3 feet from the hole when the guys had to putt from way back there. That's what it feels like. We're not in a position to be cocky, and yet that's what all Flat Earthers are. They act like we have all the evidence, we have all the proof, we have all the explanations, and we have all the predictions, when the actual truth is we don't. We say fake, not real, nothing burger, and the globe sits there and explains out, whether you believe it or not. They're doing the work. They're showing you this is the refraction. You can call it a lie if you want, but you're not on equal standing when you don't even provide it. That's not equal standing. Somebody is beating you. But thank you, appreciate it. We've got oh no, not this guy. MC Tune.
Hello.
Are we live on your show too? Do I need to
We are live on
give
my
a middle
show.
finger? What up, dog?
How you doing?
Putting the clock on quickly.
Somebody in my chat here was saying that you had more people watching you, so I'm like,
How many do I have? I don't look at that, but I feel good if I have.
Well, you were at 1200 at the time, but you're at 866
Oh,
now.
I got bad. I should go back.
And I was in the 600s. Now I'm in 992. So
you're beating me now.
It's all over the place, Jared.
We are simulcasting. So what stuff do you have still to put out?
Oh, so much.
Okay.
I've been trying to render multiple times. I've rendered the sundial that I did, and it takes 24 hours to render 12 hours, and twice I've done it wrong, so I have to start over again tonight. And it bogs the computer down, so I can't do a whole lot more.
No, I know I've been trying to do it in my garage computer, and it's just so slow. And if I do it here, I can't do anything else. It's been a pain.
Yeah. So people are like, how come it's not out? It should be the first priority. It is the first priority. That's why, but it's still not up.
Yeah, and I didn't know idea that uploading things to like online services was so slow. Like 2 megabytes per second is just a nightmare.
I'm not even getting that. I paid a pretty good service.
I thought I did too.
Crystal.co.uk, and right now I'm uploading at 797 kilobytes per second.
Yeah, and how much are you trying to upload? Multiple, like 100 gigabytes?
4 terabytes is.
Oh god, yes.
Yeah.
I don't envy you at all. Ridiculous. Yeah,
I mean, I have all these SD cards that I filled mostly while I was there. So.
Well, thank you for the terabyte drives.
Oh, you're welcome.
I've already used 2 of them. So
good.
Thank you for
that. Yeah. Let's see. Somebody told me that Whitsitt was going to swear in the Bible. I don't know if he's listening. Don't go read Matthew 5. Don't do that.
Well, I swear on the Bible about what? Oh, the vaping thing?
Yeah.
It's so stupid. It's like devolved into such. And then poor Whitsitt, because then people are like, he has to admit that he had a vape there. Because he can't say he didn't have one, right? People are like, he's like, oh, no, I had a vape. And they're like, oh, you had a vape? You definitely do. With this guy faked a video of you doing. It's like, no, that doesn't work. Just
people are asking me, like, did he have a vape? I'm like, I didn't see it.
It's so stupid.
Yeah.
It's so dumb. But again, it's like, I just want to know what people's point is. Like, so, okay, so let's say he did do that. Like, so does that mean, what is he doing? We were so desperate to show breath that we told him to like, I don't get it. It's just really dumb.
I was looking today on one of my Facebook videos that I uploaded when we were there, like when we first got there, and I'm like, oh look, you can see my breath. Like,
yeah, I know. I remember on a live stream that I did, it would have been like the 3rd day we were there. Somebody asked why they weren't seeing my breath, and then I breathed and didn't see it, and I said, oh, it's because there's no moisture here. And then Whitsitt called me from the side of the building. He's like, I could see mine, and I walked over there, and you could see his. And he was just in the shade of the building.
Yeah, the shade helps.
Yeah. So again, it's just different because people aren't used to. It's like somebody in my chat said, they're like, I lived in a desert, and it doesn't. I'm like, okay, the desert that you lived in is not the same as the Antarctic desert. So don't compare those.
Yeah, and the snow. Now you're in California, you don't get a lot of snow there, but in Minnesota we get a lot of snow. That wasn't actually snow.
Right.
That was
ice. Right.
It was like little bits of ice.
Do you know they get 1 inch of snow a year? 1 inch of snow a year at Union Glacier.
Yeah, but it never leaves.
No. And it actually, yeah, I think it actually just goes up a little bit each year because that glacier that pours in there.
Yeah. Did you get over to the? You didn't, did you? We went over with Scott.
No, to the Elephant Head thing.
That was nuts.
Yeah, you guys left me. After, it was in my contract that we weren't allowed to leave. You guys left me.
What?
No, I was like sitting. I was in the Fram room, and I was like having a Q&A with my Telegram people. And then I think Duffy came in. He's like, we're leaving in 5 minutes. I'm like, okay. So I thought that meant like somebody would come get me. But no, it meant like, Jaron, you better be out here in 5 minutes. Because I went out like 5 minutes later and just the car was gone. Like, okay. Whatever. F you guys.
So sorry, I didn't know. But we saw the cargo plane take off.
Mm-hmm.
And that was pretty cool. I got video of that. And then we went over to where all the wind comes down. They call it the scoop.
Right.
Where the wind has carved this
Oh, is that where there's like ice walls or something? You said ice
yeah,
shelves.
Basically, yeah. We found the ice wall in Antarctica.
Nice.
It's like 30 feet high.
Nice. Antarctica doesn't exist, by the way.
The wind was just insane. Plus, it was on ice, so we all put crampons on our boots. It's like basically spikes that you stand.
You guys had to do that?
Yes.
I didn't know that.
You couldn't. The ice was so slippery. Like without them, you're falling on your butt constantly. So even with them, you had to be careful. But yeah, we walked up to that scoop there, and the wind was just tearing through. And Jonathan, he surfs, and so he's like posing in front of the scoop because it's shaped like a wave, like he's surfing. So
he's funny. You know, he's getting good views on TikTok by all his stupid videos he was doing.
Oh yeah,
they're funny.
He's a goofball. I really liked him.
He's fun. Mark is awesome too. Mark's so smart, funny guy.
Yeah.
Quick. So what up? What did you come here for? We're not doing a simulcast.
I don't know. Just say hi. Just and encourage you. And
hello. Toon and I both had our flights delayed, leaving there a whole day. Nightmare.
17 hours.
Yeah, it was just a nightmare. We're supposed to fly to Miami on the 20th. And it got moved to the 21st. Yeah, it got moved the next day. That was fun.
It was later the same day.
Yeah, that night. We were supposed to fly in the morning, and we ended up flying
overnight. Oh my gosh.
That is those flights. Tell me this though. After you get off a flight like that, how do you think anybody's ever going to Mars? You can't believe that anybody would actually not kill each other. They can't do. You couldn't do that flight for another 5 hours. Everybody would have killed each other. And yet you think people are going to go to Mars. Don't think so, my friend. Don't think so.
I don't know how going to Mars is going to work. It's just going to be.
They should start at the moon and prove that they can do that, so that people can stop saying it's fake if they just go do it. But they, for some reason, I know you want to blame politics, but that's a pretty good excuse to keep kicking the can down the road. Do you think people will be on the moon before you die? Putting you on the spot. You want to bet money? Let's go to Bet Moose.
you know I've said betting on the
you're the only person that said, you said betting on space is stupid.
Yeah, it's stupid. So
by the way, it's January 2nd. I have not been paid. Can you go on public record and tell whatever his name is, Arctic Loser, that he is a poor sport and a terrible human being? Thank you.
Arctic.
Oh dear. Oh, Jaron, he didn't go to Antarctica. Oh, they proved him. Yeah, that guy.
Yeah.
Arctic, you have a bet that you were supposed to pay out when Dear Moon canceled, which was in June of this year. After I gave you a full year, after you agreed to the bet for 2023, I then let you get out of it and move to 2024 as well. And then they canceled when you should have paid me. And you said, I don't have to pay you till December 31st, which is the lowest thing I've ever heard anybody do. And now it's January 2nd, you still haven't paid me. So, piece of work.
I'll go on record right now. Arctic Reflections.
There you go.
If you entered a bet with Jaron.
He did.
And Jaron won the bet.
I did.
Yeah.
There you go. See, Toon told you on your own Globers. All right, Toon. I'll come crash your show sometime.
All right. Sounds good. Thanks.
Later. Lawrence, you're up next.
Oh, hello.
Hello.
Hello. Very nice to meet you.
You too.
From Ireland.
Hey, what's it? Ireland?
Yeah. Ireland.
Okay.
I was thinking, it's just fascinating, this entire thing, like seeing all the flat earth people turn against you. And it's like, why is it such a problem for the earth to be a globe? Even if you're a flat earth person, I'm saying, like, if you believe that God or that this entire place was designed, why is it such a problem that it's a globe? I mean, it hardly makes a difference. I was thinking something very interesting, like, for instance, what if, the way refraction apparently shows all these things to make it look flat, or that things are looming up to the horizon perfectly to make it look like it's not actually a curve. What if refraction and light and things like this were designed perfectly, that perfect balance of, so that humans could see perfectly and navigate perfectly without having to, like, it's a globe, I don't know where to go, there's no Phantom Morganas, everything's up really high, everything's down really low. What if the entire globe was designed so humans could navigate it perfectly? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I thought about it. First thing I thought was like, well, wouldn't it be cool if you build a sphere and you say, okay, you live on the sphere so everybody can navigate it like that, but you make it so that it's flat. Yeah. Because then you can build planes and bridges and boats and you can sail oceans and you can do everything because the Earth is measured
Yes.
and flat. You can use
You could
spirit levels.
navigate.
You can use navigation, right? But instead, I think this is where sometimes I think the Globers are the ones who are causing more flat earthers, because we're not actually getting real scientists here fighting for the globe on YouTube. We're getting just guys, right? That
True,
love
true.
the
Yeah,
globe
that's
so
so
much
true.
that they actually they just pretend that things are perfect. It's like Ruif who says every observation ever made shows globe. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
yes. Geometry, mate. It's all geometry.
Geometry.
All geometry.
Geometry. Yes.
The math says so, but people are misunderstanding. It's like, if the Earth is a globe, oh no, everything's wrong. God doesn't exist. What can we
Well,
do?
that's
No.
the hard part, though, is that Christians, if you're talking about the globe that moves in space, that is a real. Christians will never accept that. They can't.
You're totally true. You're totally right.
Yeah.
You're correct about that.
Yeah, that one.
I
That one's
just
one.
find
Is
it
if you're talking about geocentric, though, they should latch onto that. That seems
Yeah.
to work.
Exactly. And even just a simple observation like this.
You know what I have to admit I was looking into today?
Go on.
Don't tell anybody. I was looking into concave Earth. Don't tell anybody. Don't tell anybody.
Oh my God.
Don't tell anybody.
Oh, no.
Now that who's that pastor, that guy that pushes it, sent me a bunch of messages, and he's like, concave explains everything, and he's got the whole model on his website, and it made me start looking at it like, okay, let me look at this again, because then I think the thing I don't like about if it were a globe is I lose all contact when it's like, oh, stars are 25 trillion miles away, the sun's 806. Like, I can't picture God creating the
Not
Earth.
necessarily.
But hold on, I can't
Not
picture God
necessarily.
creating the Earth and then being like,
Sorry.
okay, now I need a sun to light it. Let's make it, I don't know, 1,000,000 times bigger. That just seems
Yeah.
like such a joke to me. But in the concave model, it's much, much smaller.
Mhm.
The Earth is
I've heard you
huge.
say
in
that
this,
before.
Yeah.
I can't imagine God doing this. I can't imagine God doing this.
Well, and I think people have been told that they're not allowed to think like that, and I think it's a stupid thing to think.
Exactly.
You should be able to think that if you want.
True. Can I say a tiny little observation? Just
Sorry, go ahead. I'll give you a whole minute because I.
No, it's okay. It's okay. Just when you look out, just simplistically, when you look out into space or into the blackness, you see certain things. What do you see? You see spheres, orbiting spheres. They're moving around each other. Well, not gravity. I don't know what it is. It doesn't even matter. You see things moving around each other, spheres, and we see on the tops and the bottom of these certain spheres, we see kind of icy regions, or what appear to be like cold, like white regions. So we are on a place. We look up, we see a sphere orbiting around us. So it appears to be a moon. So you can kind of use the sky to
Do we
the
see?
ground.
Why don't we see icy portions on the moon?
Well, I find that slightly irrelevant because it's not icy.
Oh,
there.
it's only brought it up because you said that we.
No,
look
I
at
don't
this-
mean it in a bad way. I don't mean
Okay.
it. Sorry. I don't mean it like a negative.
No, I'm just saying that, like, I would agree with what you said, except for I've never seen Mars have polar. I've seen it on CGI, but I've never seen it like.
But
through
you
a
can
telescope.
actually. But this is the thing, Jaren. I swear to God, this is interesting. Okay, the thing that I've been noticing recently is, and you might want to look into this. You can correlate a lot of the amateur astronomy, just normal people.
Yeah.
With what you can see this. Spheres are orbiting spheres, so it's quite interesting that when we look.
So the
up,
spheres, the
we see
orbiting
that
spheres, you're talking about just like Jupiter, Saturn.
Just any planet that has moons, apparently moons. There's just I'm talking about so simple. I'm not defining planets. I'm not defining space. I'm not
So you're talking
defining
about our
gravity,
solar
nothing.
system only, though.
Yes.
Okay.
Just looking outside.
Okay.
When we see a sphere orbiting something, but we see a sphere orbiting us too. That's quite an interesting observation, then, no? You know what I mean?
Yeah, but I think again, it's a stretch. If people could tell you that the sides of those things are a certain size, you wouldn't know.
That's totally true. I'm not even talking about the size. I'm just talking about the principle, the
True.
concept.
But I think that to just assume that because I see little spheres orbiting other spheres, and then to say that means I'm a sphere, I think that that's a stretch because it doesn't have to be.
Actually,
That way.
you're right. You're right about that. You're correct with that. I'm not.
But I get what you're saying. You
know what I mean?
It
It's not
shouldn't
definitive.
it shouldn't be like out of this world, right? It's not
Yeah,
like
exactly.
Right. I get what you're saying. That you're looking and you're saying, okay, so it's not out of this world to say we're a sphere if you do see other
Yeah,
spheres.
exactly.
Right. Okay, it's not out of this world.
And why should it be? Why
Right.
should it be? The universe is incredible, you know?
It seems like it's out of this world because of the implications that go with it, and then all the magic that goes with it. Like it literally is magic if the atmosphere of Earth spins and travels with it. That's just it's a little bit far fetched, right?
But the thing is, the entire of existence is magic.
I agree.
You being alive is magic.
I agree.
Your
That's the
entire
thing.
body, if you look into how the body looks.
Think about how many sperm were racing for that egg.
The sperm itself.
And I was
okay?
fucking fastest, you know that. Oh,
Yeah,
sorry.
that's true. The sperm has a mechanism called the sperm block to polyspermy, so that as soon as one sperm penetrates the egg,
right, then the
egg then shuts off the ability to receive sperm, so that doesn't create something.
See, that's magic,
horrendous.
and that's what people need to.
That's magic.
Yeah.
So why can't the Earth be round? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I think that there's so many problems with what I've seen that it's going to take so much time to go back. I mean, like, it seems to me that they have to be. Yeah, I have to go to TikTok.
Yeah.
I got to do some studying on TikTok. I'll figure it out.
Yes. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah. Anything else for me?
No, that was really fun. Thanks. Big fan.
Okay, appreciate it. Later.
Okay.
Sacred Terra in the house. What up, Sacred? I believe you're there. Got a good group tonight, man. It's been one call after another. I like it.
Great evening.
What up?
Bro, it's good to see you, bro.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Happy New Year. God bless you and your family.
You as well.
Thank you, brother.
2025, it should be a good year for everybody.
Yes, I pray peace, joy, and abundance upon you and everyone listening. This is going to be the best year of our lives.
Amen.
All right. So I agree with what you said. We should not care about what people's opinions are. I love hearing the facts and being able to analyze them on my own.
Good.
And being able to come to my own conclusion. I say this with respect. I only have 4 minutes, so I want to say this as fast as I can. And if you allow me to speak later, maybe I can. I do agree. I do disagree with you on a couple of things, and it's probably because I didn't understand what you were saying. So first and foremost, I want to say thank you, and I'm grateful for you in Austin. I appreciate what you guys did.
Thanks.
I was really stressed the whole time. Like we've been hearing about it for almost a year now. It came to fruition. I appreciate you. God bless you both your families. I'm so grateful. I also want to thank David Weiss, Flat Earth Dave. Even though you and Dave haven't been communicating lately, like you showed me your phone, he showed me his phone. Both of you don't have missed phone calls from each other. I think it would be great if you actually called each other. I know, like I said, this was a conflict created to create microaggressions within our community. And you can check my channels. I made videos about them. They were starting to rise, and then they deleted half of my views in one day. So I forgot about it. I think this was the first experiment to open the doors to true discernment, which will allow those with the eyes to be able to see. Like you said, we're all tired of convincing people. It hasn't been a waste of our time, but at this point, it's getting kind of tiresome. So here it goes. I asked myself what I disagree with the most. And I asked myself why the fake news needs authorization to speak into existence false prophecy. Because earlier you were saying that you don't believe that God has the ability to know what happens in the future, and that's another thing I disagree with. I'm a dreamer, and I dream about things that happen in the future. So if we have time for that, we can talk about that later. Earlier, Moringa, I don't remember his name. Moringa something. It was
Moringa Man. Alex. Yeah.
Moringa Man. He said something that and also Flat Earth Math. They were both trying to to illustrate the same feeling that I've been feeling, and they put it into words way better than me. You got to go rewind it. I don't remember what they were saying, but I want to thank both of them. And it was something about that Jesus is the truth, and then he also said if you think you're smart, don't tell me you're smart. Show me a prediction.
Mm-hmm.
So that goes back to what I'm talking about, dreaming and seeing things. Because if you go back to Joseph in the Bible, he saved all of Egypt. He became first in command under Pharaoh because of his dreams. Long story short, God doesn't know the future. I beg to differ. Forgive me, I'm repeating myself.
Just about 30 seconds.
Go ahead.
I said you have 30 seconds. Go ahead.
All right. I just want to thank you both. I just want to say that I appreciate all the research you guys did, and I was able to watch. I saw footage, and I heard Austin speak earlier today, and I appreciate that he's explaining why it's taking so long to post it. But I saw other footage for myself. I think, in my own theory, and this is just my own theory, I think you guys were so close to the firmament because I agree that you guys left, but in my theory, when I started being concerned is when they were using globe maps to show us your guys' locations, and then
yeah, but that's all the map that exists by that company.
By that company, exactly.
Right.
So my hypothesis is why for 25 years that the 6-hour gap is because I saw when
What's
you
6-hour gap?
I saw all the footage. You guys were so happy, and then right before you guys went into the tent, you said we have a mandatory meeting, and then you came back out, and then you came back onto Will Duffy's live footage, and then all you said was, "Hey, I was wrong. I saw the sun," and then I was watching the live stream when Flat Earth Dave was talking about it, and he was just saying, I wanted you to say something else, and then there was comments made about, which I think, in my own opinion, is why the green screen debacle came into existence, because I heard what Austin said, and whatever happened in that tent, that's why immediately I started praying for special forces and angels to pray protection over you. I love you guys. God bless you. God bless your family. And that's all I have to say.
All right, appreciate it. Thanks for the call.
Love you, bro.
You too. Let's go, Tim. Tim, you are on the air. You got 4 minutes. Cuatro?
Yes, Jaron, you won me over.
What's that mean? You're now flat earther?
No. I was a flat earther. No, you won me over as far as your sincerity. I thought I had it figured out. I says, I know what happened. He went to Antarctica. He met these 3 guys from NASA, head of NASA operations. They basically threatened you and your loved ones. And then you did what everybody that can hear my voice would do. You took the money and you says, you know what, I'm going to protect my family. And so I thought that was the deal. And then you went to like an enclosed structure where they shot the whole thing. Which, by the way, I wanted to congratulate you on your anniversary meeting. That shows you still got young love for your wife. That you actually.
It's very important. It's very important that you flirt and that you do. So we have basically it's like a F day, right? Every January 2nd, where we make sure. So like this whole first half of the day was about her mom watching the baby and us being at an Airbnb. When you do stuff like that, it's important.
You stay in love. And the other thing is, before I get to my 2 points, is that I wanted to apologize basically for all the fellow Christians out there, which is really shameful the way how they could just go so vicious. It's something else. So anyways, please forgive the Christians out there for the viciousness. Good Lord, man. But so I wanted to get the mechanics, Jaron. So you landed, and then you had to put your stuff on a truck. And there's a reason why I'm asking you about this. And that you said you drove for 5 miles, and then you set your camp up. Is that?
Yeah, there's a 10-mile loop, I think, is it? And then they call it halfway point. Halfway on that loop, there's that side building with a bathroom.
Right. And so was your camp, you went to the base camp, I saw you landed, and so then they put you in a bus or a truck, and then they took you 5 miles away and you set a camp up?
Right, because we had known that we wanted to get the sun as soon as we could, but we knew that maybe the sky wasn't going to be clear. Well, we landed there, they did the orientation, and then the sky was clear, so Duffy was like, let's go now. Because let's say we waited and we said, we'll do it tomorrow. Well, tomorrow might have came and there was clouds, and then we missed our shot, right? So it was better to get that done as soon as we could, if we could. So as soon as we saw the sky was clear, we told them, let's go out there now. So we went out there. We had to put the thing up on the roof. We had to put our stuff in that room, get all of our bags in there, and then start doing the observations.
So you did the observation where you had the camp from?
Correct. The halfway point.
So where all the cameras were at, that wasn't a couple of miles away, separate.
It was like 5 miles away from the camp that we got to when we first got there, where we ate and where we slept.
Right. So the camp that's where the planes are and everything. That's the same place, right?
The camp was where the small planes are, the red plane, and the bikes and stuff like that.
Uh-huh.
So when you say the camp, you mean the actual camp or the 5 mile, the halfway camp?
So you landed in the big jumbo jet. That's the base camp. Let's call that the base camp.
No, that's called the Blue Ice Runway.
Right. And so then the next place you went is
it's about a 10-mile drive from there. So from the airport, from the runway, it's about 10 miles to camp.
Right. And then you set up camp there.
Not really. We were there. They kind of gave us orientation, and then we wanted to go to our tents and set up, but then we're like, no, we need to go to the other place. So we had to take all of our bags with us to the other place.
Well, where you set the cameras up.
Correct. Halfway point.
Oh, I see. And then where did you set your actual tents up?
We didn't set our tents up. The tents are they're there at the regular camp.
Oh, I see. Now, because I've got two models. I'm still hanging on to being a pure flat earther, and so I want to knock this one out. You convince me you're not lying.
Okay.
And so I'm looking for a way they would do it. Did you fall asleep? I know you all were tired when you were all driving from the camp, where it's set up, to the
halfway point
place where you set up the cameras.
Right.
Did you ever fall asleep in between those different trips?
No, not in the car. It's way too bumpy and uncomfortable.
Oh, so it's not like they could hit you with gas and you would fall asleep, and then you wake up like in a dome enclosure,
No.
Yeah, that's not possible then.
No, and that there's like it's a route. It's a halfway point of a loop that people ski on. I saw a lady ski by on that. There's like people that actually are on that. Cars drive on that loop. The bikes go on that loop. So it wouldn't even make sense. Then we would be somewhere other than the halfway point. But we knew where we were. We can see. You couldn't really see our camp, but we knew where our camp was. Right, our camp was right over the little ledge towards that mountain that's in the south.
Right.
Right. So there's nowhere else they could have taken us. We wouldn't have. You would have to take us way further north, but then we wouldn't be on the loop anymore.
Right. I'm just trying to figure out if they could somehow stick you in like a super green screen enclosure.
Never.
Where you wouldn't even know it, but you would have to fall asleep.
You would know it.
Yeah.
You can just. I mean, it's. I don't know how to describe it, but it's like you're outside. It's not. There's nothing about it that would make you say, like, you wouldn't know if you're inside in a enclosure. I mean, first of all, it's freezing cold, right? So it's like, it's 10 degrees. It's like windy. It's miserable. Nobody was having a good time there. So it wasn't something like if they put us in something, it doesn't even make sense to me. What is it, open topped or is it closed topped? And how did the sun get in there? And how did it morph from the real sun? So it just makes more sense when you think about it. The most sense that makes is that's the sun. It's the sun that goes around in a circle.
Then that rules that out, that you were actually deceived. They put you asleep. They took you in the dome.
Yeah.
They woke up. You got to set the cameras up, and then you didn't realize that you were in an enclosure.
And there was never a time where like me, Austin, and Lisbeth fell asleep. Like nothing like that.
Right. And then the other model that I got, now this is a strange one, Jaron.
Okay.
This is my mind pushing any alternative, because the model that you paint of what you saw, it's like, wow. I'm just trying to force it. So here it is.
Okay.
So you flew from that point in Argentina, South America, whatever, and you flew for how many hours? Was it 6 hours, 8 hours?
4.5.
4.5. And so figuring out at about 500 miles an hour. So you went about 2,000 miles deep.
It was about 400 miles per hour, but yes, about that.
Yeah, deep into Antarctica. So the other thinking is that just like we have an enclosed, flat, domed world, is that just outside of this one, God actually has created pockets of similar type of, but smaller type of dome type enclosed world, and that maybe they have found some way to go in, whether through a portal, maybe somehow, that you actually went to other land, another place.
Nothing like that.
Which, yeah.
Just telling the honest truth, it would be impossible. I mean, my main goal there was to observe what those guys were doing, right? Making sure that this wasn't some sort of, they're going to lie, they're going to post some lie about it, or we would be implicated. So it was about watching what they were doing, and they were diligent about everything. And they are way more exact than like, I've done experiments with flat earthers, or, we're there, Austin and I and Elizabeth, we have our little plan. But these guys had notebooks with, exact angles that they were trying to get and trying to show. And they were laying down, what do you call them? Like compass roses on the ice, like, getting directions perfect with getting a GPS, looking at the, what do you call it? Compass, what do you call it? Deviation, whatever, looking at the declination. So they just seem to be, on it. And then when you look at the results, I mean, they were filming the sun. They were getting this sunspots from the sun. Like, it was legit observations. So that made me feel like, okay, there's nothing nefarious going on here. These guys are making legit observations. Yeah, I did like critical think. He has some experiments I'm not so sure I would totally buy into that, this, I predicted this weight to this. Okay. I mean, it's cool, but I heard like some of it was off. And again, to me, what was the most important thing is, what is the sun doing? Because I do think that we could determine a lot from the sun. We know what the path it takes. So did it follow us down to Antarctica, or did it peel off and head off north, and then we just got a residual light on the dome? That's what I thought. I expected to see that, but it's clearly the sun doesn't leave there.
Right. So we're basically down to this. The only hope now to actually from altering everything we know is this guy with this two-way reverse liquid mirror or whatever in the sky.
Don't start copying my when I talk about it. Yeah, that's what I call it. Is that the only way? It's difficult for me to, but again, this is the problem, is that you can have mental blocks. And I realize that. Like, I realize that because of how I think, I might have a block that doesn't allow me to see something that somebody else will see. So I like to put it out there and just tell people, yeah, we need to find an answer for somebody in the south of a tropic of Capricorn, looking south and seeing the sun going right to left. You should immediately think to yourself, oh wait, that doesn't work, because the sun goes in a clockwise fashion, and if you go past the Tropic of Capricorn, then the sun's behind you. And there's no flat map, there's no flat anything that will ever be able to explain that, unless you're employing something that I can't think of right now, or you're using like a Joe Hamby reflection inverted in front. But I don't think reflections work, because a reflection would not give you the same output heat-wise. I was basically able to use a magnifying glass and burn something with the sun in the north or the south at about the same.
I saw that, yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, it just tells me that if that's a reflection off the dome, it's operating the exact same. And then what you have to believe is, if you're on a flat Earth AE map, that the sun is above the people's heads in Australia. But then all the way across the world, the people in Antarctica are looking south and seeing the sun there. So that wouldn't make a lot of sense. And I don't like to ever, I do like question, if I was God, would I do this or that? That's a weird one for me, is why would God do that? Like, why would you make it? Like, think of the flat Earth. Works perfectly, right? The sun rotates around it. If you go too far out, you get to the snow. It's kind of like come back. You shouldn't go that far. Everything fits perfectly. So then when you throw in the fact that a sun is going backwards and outside of the realm, and it's the same sun that you saw come from the north, now you have to start wondering, well, what would God do that for? Like, you don't need the sun to circle Antarctica. You don't need it to do it, because it's just ice there. It's not even really doing much. It's just, that's where the sun is. So to me, it just, to add all this, we have a refraction double walled, reverse mirror thing. It's just why not just let the sun do what it would do on an AE map? You don't need a reflection to reflect the other side of the ice that you don't want people to go to anyway. So that's why I think that there is no flat map that can describe correctly the observations that we saw. However, the Earth measures level and flat and stationary. So to me, I have to somehow figure out a way to jive those, or to uncover things that tell me that my other assumptions about the Earth are wrong.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, Jaron, if it was me and I would have been in your shoes, I'll be honest with you, I would have started to have a nervous breakdown. I mean.
Well, I kept thinking the trip was going to be canceled, man. I was like, I really thought it was going to be. And then I kind of got a little excited when it wasn't. I was like, oh my God, are we going to see the sunset? So when it didn't, you're like, All right. Well, I did open up that possibility. Obviously, I didn't think that there's no chance I would see it circle because everybody was so cocky. Every flat earther started to bail. Then you start thinking, oh, shit, could this be a psyop and that this has been this way the whole time and it's just been... So no nervous breakdown. It was just not what result I wanted. But I feel better knowing that truth now. Right? Like, I don't have to ever question that again. I don't have to question ever again in my life whether or not the North is the opposite of the South, and whether the South goes around, the sun just stays there. There's, I have no question ever. So that's awesome, and I wish everybody could get that feeling. I understand that's not going to happen. I understand that I wouldn't just be believing somebody else saying that as well. So the only thing is that you should kind of take what we've done and start looking into it. Look at Union Glacier. Look at the past. Look at people who have traveled there. When you see it's the same thing, it's all the same. They're not sending people down there to rotate plasma balls in the sky somehow that nobody ever sees the actual changing or morphing out of the real sun. People have to remember you're seeing the real sun in the north. You have to, because that's the sun that comes around and heats South America. So you're seeing that sun. So if you see the north sun, if you're going to say it's another realm, well, then how did the north sun go away that we didn't see it happen and the other sun from the other realm came in and we weren't even noticing? So this is the thing is, it couldn't even happen. It couldn't even happen. That's not how life works. There's no perfect mirroring things like that. There's no like, oh, we're going to morph this second sun with the real sun and no human will see it. No, if you're talking about things morphing together, there's a coming together of the two suns. You would see it. You would watch the coming together of two suns. So people pretend like, oh, it could just magically happen. Life doesn't really work that way, not scientifically.
Yeah, and then also you would see the real sun separate from the projected sun off of the double mirror, whatever.
Correct.
And then it would have to happen all around the whole Antarctic, all around
Correct.
the whole ring.
That's the other thing people forget. When I draw that little picture and I say the sun's going around me in Antarctica, it goes around you wherever you are.
Yeah.
So you could put yourself anywhere on the outskirts and the sun's going around you.
Yeah, well, listen, Jaron.
I gotta let you go anyway.
Please forgive the Christians, my fellow Christians, for all the hard words. And you got a great program, and thank you for your courage.
Thanks so much. Appreciate it. Thanks for the call. All right, we'll go to the next caller. I did want to get to, just wanted to show. McKeegan did the sunspots to show those, and that was pretty. Whoops, sorry. What happened to where it was? Live videos. Oh, here. Let's put you on the better one you can see. And again, I just have to say, because I've had there's a funny story about McKeegan, is when we had our breakdown. So we had this moment, I guess the day before we went down there, where Austin and I gave some paperwork that we wanted everybody to sign, which basically said you can't use our. So it created this riff, right? Everybody's arguing with each other. And I'm like being real kind of tough in front of everybody. I'm like, and we don't need to make fun of you guys. We don't do videos about you. We just do videos about our own. We don't even mention you in our videos. You guys can't stop mentioning us. And McKeegan just pops in and he's like, now, Jaron, I do believe that it was you who did a video about me called Dave McKeegan is a fucking shill. And I was like, yeah, well, yeah, I did that video, but I'm talking about in general. I don't need to mention anybody's name. Like, I don't have to mention anybody. You guys just mention everybody's names. I don't do any videos about anybody. He's like, I believe you did a video. Dave McKeegan is a shill. Like, yeah, I did that video. That was true though, Dave. That was a true video. Anyway, he was a nice guy. Helped when you needed help. Seemed to be a nice guy. So this is kind of showing you here that he took. Where's the time lapse part? And he has all the footage. You can download it yourself. You can look at all the JPEGs. So he took a 24-hour time lapse where it took a picture of the sun every minute, I think. So that's the crazy part, is that he's showing here. This is the Colorado picture from Colorado. This is from Washington. And you'll notice that you can see these three sunspots. The same thing that Melodome got. These were the sunspots. You can kind of see these triangles he's drawing. And then when you look at the one that we saw, this is what we saw in Antarctica, that if you then draw the triangle here and then you flip them, it's exactly flipped. So that's weird. The sun is flipped. There you go. If you flip it around, they're identical. So we were just seeing the upside down version of the sun. So he's got all those pictures, and you can find people that were here taking pictures of the sunspots, and then find our sunspot pictures from down there. But that's good. He's just showing you here. He's got all these pictures. You can go in there and pull them apart. Take a look if you want. I forgot what this is about. Oh yeah, it's just something fell off its track there. But he did so much work. He talks about how much work he had to do to get this thing to line up, because he wasn't doing it like mine. Mine tracks the actual physical sun, whereas his doesn't. So he had to keep adjusting it slightly until it was perfect, which means he had to basically check it every 15 minutes or so it didn't fall off. Anyway, there's a lot of good footage here, and I stand behind everything that he shows. There's nothing here that is not exactly as we saw. This is the flight from Punta Arenas to Union Glacier, which is awesome because once you get past, think about what you're flying. You're flying from Punta Arenas. You're flying over that water that looks small on a globe or on a AE map, but it's pretty large. So you get past the land, you get into the water. Then you get to basically an alternating water ice through the peninsula. Then you start seeing the sea ice. Then you start seeing the mountains. Is this 360? Oh, weird. I know it's 360. Anyway, let's check this out. But you can kind of see. What did you put this in? This is terrible. I hate 360 cameras, to be honest with you. But you can see here that's sea ice. Now you can start to see the sea ice as you're kind of alternating water, ice. These are some ice wall kind of like structures here, but they're intermittent. But then you start thinking, right now you're already thinking, we're talking about freely and independently explore. Like, you don't want to freely and independently explore that. That would be miserable. You're in a boat, you don't know which direction you're going, you're hitting ice, you're hitting sea ice, that would be mountains. Okay, so let's say we keep going. We're in this boat, now all of a sudden we get to this edge. Like, what's this? Well, this is the edge here, but it's sea ice. So a boat is not even going to have a good time. That's ice wall there, looks like. So now you get back over this. Now you get onto the continent to where, I don't know if there might be one more stretch of water. In the peninsula, there was a couple, like, that tail that pops out. Alternation, maybe there's not. Yeah, it looks like we already passed that. Well, no, we got some more here. So as we get here now, you're going through the last bits of water. This might be the last bit of water that you see. And then there's ice wall. And then once you get up on there, now you're flying, and now it's kind of like this is where the sea ice is. So you'll just see that you're kind of going through this progression, but you realize how big this is. We're flying 500 miles per hour. You just realize this is an expanse. It doesn't prove flat Earth or anything, but what it does is kind of gets rid of these notions where people are like, why can't we freely and independently explore? Like, what do you mean by that? Like, you wouldn't. You just wouldn't. You would die. So you would need logistics. You would need help. You would need people to survey for crevasses. You'd have to have people in front of you leaving food. That's what ALE does. You can call them and say, I want to go across Antarctica by myself. And they will say it'll be 100 or 150,000, 350,000. Because what they do is they go and they drive their little trucks and they use their radar machine to make sure that the path that you're going to take has no death falls. And then look at the mountains over here. See these? That is incredible. That's so cool. So the way they describe it is, we do take food out for them. We give them the path. We tell them, hey, you have to call us every 3 days on the GPS button, hit the locator button, because if you don't, then we'll come get you. So there's a whole thing. And I talked to the girl about the guy who died. I don't know if you guys remember. His name was like Henry something. But I remember watching him 2015 or 2016. So I asked her, I said, were you guys the ones that were, helped him? And they're like, yeah, unfortunately. Because that guy, I remember following him, and he was on Instagram walking across Antarctica. And he got like close to the end and started saying, like, every day he was like, I'm just really tired today. I feel like quitting, but I'm not going to quit. And then the next day he'd be like, I'm feeling worse today. I really shouldn't even go on, but I want to get to the end of it. Then the next day he's like, I can't go on. I need him to pick me up. I'm going to call it in. They called it in. He died when he got to the hospital. So they were saying, like, yeah, he could have lived if he would have recognized, I guess he had blood poisoning or something from not eating right or something. But he kept fighting. He was like saying, I don't feel right, but I'm going to keep going. I don't feel right. I'm going to keep going. And they were like, yeah, if he would have recognized that he didn't feel right the first day and had us pick him up, he would have lived. But because he took 3-4 days to say that he needed help, by then he already had this blood poisoning that took him over or something. Pretty sad. Anyway, they're just once you meet this ALA team, they're not lying. They're a travel agency that specializes in that camp. There's a lot of things that go through that camp. Like if you're going to go to the South Pole, you go to Union Glacier first. You don't fly to the South Pole. I don't think there's any planes that fly to the South Pole from like the mainland or from South America or from Australia. Everybody flies to Union Glacier, or if they're coming from the other side, they fly to Mawson, or was it? Yeah, I think so. But anyway, most people fly to Union Glacier on a big plane because that's where you land the big 757. And then from there, if you want to go to the South Pole or you want to go look at penguins or you want to go somewhere else, then you do that from there. So anyway, this you can see now is just insane. And I mean, if you listen to mine, you hit that ice and you're like, it's not a landing like you're used to on a runway. You kind of hit the ice and then you're sliding. You're like, you'd have to watch my footage, but like here, you hit the ice and you're like, that's a slide. You go, and slide right. It's like, hit it and then you like slide down. So it's kind of weird. It was just different. Not used to sliding in the airplane landing. But I mean, look at this. Is out in the middle of nowhere, and it just is. You flew there. How could it be anything else? So when people say you're in a studio, you're like, no. What did they do? They built. Why would they build a studio in Antarctica? It doesn't make any sense. If there's Antarctica, then they just take us to Antarctica. Not like, let's go to Antarctica and build a fake Antarctica. Doesn't make any sense. So let's see. Do we have more calls? Still going? We are. Let's go with Lytton. Lytton, I seen you there for a while. Sorry about that, bro.
No, that's fine. No, I just want to say I live in Central Illinois, and it's like 24 degrees out right now.
Okay.
That shit sucks. So there's no way in hell you would go there for a vacation.
No, you would not.
No. I'm leaving for Florida on Saturday, and I just really appreciate everything you do. Like, I mean, I quit calling myself a flat earther quite a while ago. Because I like the term that you coined, a true earther.
Right.
To where we're true earthers and we're doing whatever. Because I had the same upbringing as you with the religious BS and this and that. And that's like, no, I'm not religious. I'm not any of this and that. And I really appreciate it because I was already there, but you helped me come out of it with, when you used to do the Saturday streams. And everything else to where like, I'm not in a cult. I'm not going to be in a cult. I'm not going to do this anymore. I'm not going to raise my daughter like that.
Yeah, that's a big one. I think parents will take it. It's a pretty big deal when you have a kid, right? Like I've got Maverick, and I can't show him the AE map and be like, this is where we live. That's a lie to me. To tell my son that is not. I do not feel comfortable in that. I don't know that. So I want to make sure I don't say that. I also think it's better to teach children how to think and even show them different options and let them come to their conclusion themselves rather than to force it on people. Because I was forced a belief and then I bucked it as soon as I could.
I 100%. I totally agree.
Cool.
I'm in the same boat to where like, with a lot of stuff, I didn't care. I didn't give a fuck. But now that I got a 6-year-old daughter and it's just like, all the stuff that was pushed on me, it's like I can't even imagine doing that to my daughter. It's like I'm not going to.
Yeah,
and if I'll let the chips fall. I mean, even with like Santa Claus, to where like part of the family, they push all that, and my daughter just blatantly tells everyone, yeah, my dad doesn't believe in Santa Claus. He knows he's not real. And they're just
way to go.
Well, and they're like, well, he's an asshole. And I'm like, I don't care. No, he ain't real. And she's like, well, I know he is. Hey, you believe whatever you want to believe, but I just don't think it's right to lie to your children from the time they're born to wherever, because eventually I understand little stuff. But for me, it's just like, I just don't, I don't want to engage in the stuff. It's not my thing. But
yeah.
I utmost respect for you and Austin. Like, I've been following you. I've been a supporter for quite a long time. And I've gotten out of the community for a while because it's before even this trip happened, it got so freaking toxic.
It's so toxic. It really is.
And at the end of the day, like, can't we just agree that like, we don't believe the bullshit we're being fed, but like, I don't know what it is. You don't know what it is. None of us can prove what it is.
Yeah.
So how is anybody going to sit there and say, like, you know, I know this is what it is, absolutely, and it's like that's disingenuous. Like, yeah, no, we know we're being lied to, but who knows what it is?
So if you know you're being lied to, the first thing you should realize is that the truth is going to be difficult to find. And so when people have different opinions of the truth, then you just accept that that's what happens when you're lied to. Not be like, oh, you're a shill because you don't believe all the exact things we believe that we were hidden from and we should know the truth of. That doesn't make sense. It doesn't even
it's like the decoder ring. It's like, you know, I mean, someone has some content creator, they have the decoder ring, and you have to go to them to get the information because they have the decoder ring that will give it to you. And like you said earlier, to get clicks, to do whatever. And that's why I really liked you and a certain group of people, because you guys weren't like that. And I mean, this just shows right here that you really are the genuine thing. So we're like, yeah, no, what you thought has been questioned, and you're willing to take a step back and go, yeah, you know.
Right. And if people have a problem with that, then I have a problem with them. You know, if what is this? It's like saying you can't change your beliefs based on new evidence. Oh, you can't? Okay, cool, guys.
Yeah, but I think some of it too is, I mean, there's a business model that's built on it.
I get
to where it's like you can't back down. Because I mean, in my financial career, you know, my life, there's been times when I've gone into things and I was right about what I put forward, and people were just pissed the fuck off about it. And once it got proven that, you know, if we take this model, and that's where it's just too bad.
1 minute, okay,
because,
1 minute.
I mean, fucking A. No, I love the good old days when we could all get along and we could do this and that, and it.
Yeah, and I don't know why flat earthers, why they burn bridges. Like, you can question people.
They burn bridges and they rape their wives and they kill them. It's
Yeah.
like, no, I mean, like they want to kill each other, and it's like,
it's like people call my wife a whore. It's like, you think you can't call my wife a whore and just be like the next day, like, sorry, bro. No, that doesn't work. They would never even do that. But like, once you've done that, you've severed the relationship. I'm not saying there was one. It's just disgusting.
No, it's over, because I mean, you can apologize, but at the end of the day, it's like, you went to that extent. One, don't ever go after my wife or kids.
Right.
But it's just like, this is something that you could, like, clearly you could just ignore and not, you know, to where like why I really don't want to comment on that, or I really don't like the path they've taken.
Right.
But when they go after you, there ain't no coming back. And that's why I know you always got my support.
Well, thank you.
I like the direction you go down with everything. It's freaking great. And I'll let you go. Happy 2024. I hope your Christmas is great. I hope everything else goes great. And don't ever go to those cold places again, because it fucking sucks and they don't work out.
It does suck, although I'll tell you, I had Baffin boots, which were the best boots ever in the history of boots. My feet were not cold for 1 second. So,
what did you say, Baffin boots?
Baffin. If anybody wants size, what are mine? Well, I think they're 15.5. But if you want them, I'm selling them. Because I don't think I'll go to the snow ever again.
No, you're not, but 15.5, fuck. So I guess it is really true what you said, to where with your, you know.
You have to do an extra.
Big downstairs.
Oh, big socks, big shoes, big socks. No, you have to order a full size above your shoe size. All right.
No, but thank you. I mean, and if you give me a good recommendation on that, because I got to work out in the cold, and that's
awesome.
I
don't know if these are the -100 boots, the ones that like the highest rated, or whatever, that'd be lowest rate, whatever you say. The rated for the lowest temperatures. So I don't know if you need those, but it's Baffin, and I had the white camouflage one. All right, thanks, buddy. Appreciate it.
No, thank you. Have a good night.
David C. Welcome to. Oops. You have something else?
I don't know if these are the -100.
David C. You got to turn off the YouTube link and just listen to the show here on the.
Temperatures.
You'll get there in a second. Because you're listening on a delay, so just turn off the YouTube feed and then come to StreamYard and just listen to my voice here.
David C.
You're not ready yet? We'll give him a second. See you on this one?
David C. You got to turn off.
Okay, he's not ready yet. How about Brett K?
What's up, Jaron?
What up?
What do you think? How do you explain the squishy sun in the footage? How does that make any sense?
Well, I would just take your camera out tomorrow into the street and film the sun, and when it squishes, then you're going to go, oh, I guess that's what cameras do.
Oh, that's interesting because that's never been done.
Oh, really? What footage are you talking about?
It's like an oblate sun ever.
What footage are you talking about, though? I mean, are you talking about?
Footage I've seen of the sun, we have glare, all kinds of atmospheric magnification and everything. Never seen the sun squish oblate like that before.
I'd have to see what you're talking about. So you're saying
in the 24-hour time-lapse footage with all the shadows that don't line up on any
they do
model.
They do line up. Dave Weiss showed you how they all happen. Did you watch his video?
Yeah,
so,
I've seen his damage control is pretty pathetic.
Damage control, that's hilarious.
Yep.
So you don't understand how cameras work at all. You don't understand how shadows work at all, but you think that it's okay to accuse other people of being deceivers when you are pretending you have knowledge and you don't have knowledge. Because I was there.
Well,
so
I have a bunch of points I'm going to go across here anyway.
Sure, go ahead.
So,
I'll give you your 4 minutes. Go ahead. You have 3 minutes, 11 seconds. Go.
Yep. So it's called the final experiment, and that's not a real thing. All experiments must be repeatable in science.
I didn't name it, so good for that.
And it wasn't even an experiment. It was a hoax of an observation. I mean, why would you go to something that was called such BS?
Why did I go? Because it was a free $35,000 trip where I was able to go witness something I thought didn't exist and was proved to myself that it did exist. That's why I went.
Cool story.
Yeah, it's called The Truth.
Gets it when he was there. I don't know how many hours it was. It just seemed like just hours after he got there, he jumped to the wild conclusion that there's a 24-hour sun. But in that same video, he puts up 4 Masonic hand signs right in a row. Pretty interesting, right?
I don't find it interesting. I know it's it.
So are you saying that he didn't do that?
I'm saying that it meant nothing. He didn't do it on purpose, or he does not have any allegiance to any Masons.
Oh, so you're saying he accidentally did 4 Freemasonic hand signs in a row, right?
I don't know. I haven't seen any. I'm just listening to your words.
You haven't seen Witsit gets this video?
No. Where would I watch his video?
You weren't there with him?
So why would I watch his video if I was there with him? What do you think? You think I hang out with him and then I go back into the room and watch the videos we just did outside? Is that what you think we did in Antarctica? We watched our own live streams all day. What are you talking about?
Kind of surprising that you haven't seen it. Anyways, none of the people that went filmed it live for longer than 3 hours.
Oh, heaven forbid. It's never been filmed live before, ever. And then we go down there and film it live, and you've got a complaint that we didn't film it live long enough. Okay, great. So you wouldn't have, this is what I'm saying. You guys wouldn't have been happy. If it was 18 hours, you'd be like, the longest it was taped was 18 hours. If we did it for 56 hours, you'd be like, you only did it for 56 hours. You were there for 72. Do you realize that you are just creating a never-ending conspiratard activity for yourself? It's like you're getting dopamine hits.
Or was a 24-hour live stream footage, even if there was connection problems or anything like that. But it looks like there was no connection problems at all in the live streams.
What do you mean?
Very short, just like
another lie. My stream cut down all the time. I was walking around and say, "Oh, I'm going out of service. I wasn't close to the tent." What about Candace Owens's attempt to do that? Hers went down. So this is the thing. When things don't go down,
had anything to do with the whole thing. Now,
what do you mean?
The table and the footage of Mick Toon was dark and unlit by the sun, and as the cameraman walks away, it's suddenly lit up by the sun again. That's another point.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I got a whole bunch of here that I'm not going to be able to get to because I'm kind of running out of time here.
Sure, I'm just telling you that I was there, so all of your points are wrong. That's the truth. Now you can go and spin your wheels, whatever you want, laugh all you want. I'm just telling you.
The footage of Mick Toon on his live stream, or I think it was somebody filming him, they showed the camera right up at the sun, and there was no glare whatsoever, and the sun just kind of shape shifts in size a little bit.
The plasma ball. Yep. So what I don't know what your claim is. So you think that the whole thing's fake? Like, this is where I get to the point where I'm like, okay, so now make your claim. Because you have to have some claim. You can't just be a watcher and everything. It'd be like you watching football and then the next day being like, why didn't you hand off to this guy? There was an opening in this, and you could have passed it to the tight end right here. He was wide open, and you could redo the whole game And who cares? You didn't play at the playtime. So tell me what your claim is.
My claim is the whole thing was fake.
Faked where?
Everybody involved is a Freemason.
Oh, yeah,
You are a Freemason.
Yeah, I'm a Freemason.
I got some more questions. How come nobody's ears were red?
Because we had hats on?
Antarctica.
I had a hat on the entire time.
Red ears?
Beanie on the entire time, plus that ear thing that I wore.
And then we got...
See what I'm saying? So when I answer your questions, you just move right past it.
Footprints in the snow.
It's been disproven already. It's not snow. It's not snow. It's called ice.
On there of people.
Do you know there's no snow there? There was no snow
The
there.
rest of the video did show footprints in that.
There's no snow there. So stop saying snow. It's called ice. And ice, when it's frozen, doesn't leave footprints.
Oh, so was it really cold or was it
What are you talking about?
just warm like you guys claim? Now on timeondate.com it shows it was negative 22 degrees Fahrenheit when you guys were there.
It never was negative 22 Fahrenheit. That's a lie.
Also, timeanddate.com is a reliable source of
No, you're lying.
data.
There's no way time and date says that. So
I'm not lying. Timeanddate.com says that.
You mean Celsius? Wake up, dude. It's not Fahrenheit.
Negative 22 degrees Fahrenheit.
Bet me money that it said negative 22 degrees Fahrenheit. Didn't say that.
I think people kind of probably already went over Witsick. It's just blowing Dave Puffs into the camera.
It's a faked video. This is guys. So hopefully everybody listens to this. Listen what's going on. Somebody faked a video of Witsick. It's provable that they took a piece of the film, put it at the other piece, and then made you think he popped up, and that's what you saw. And we've continued to see what I'm saying. So these people have already made their decision. They've accepted a fake video by a nobody and thrown Witsick, one of the best that we've got, under the bus. This is how fucking clueless flat earthers are.
I think he threw himself under the bus.
I think you are retarded, sir. I think you need to go to the quickest mental facility because you're retarded. Okay, thank you very much. Goodbye. What a joke. I mean, why would we even care about people like that? It just doesn't make sense to me. I mean, they're so far out in left field that they think a fake video. I'm telling him that it's fake, and he'd rather laugh at me. Can you imagine? Think about this. He thinks that the whole Antarctica was faked. That's more likely than one guy faked a video about Witsick that everybody can't get it through their head. Like, what's going on? We don't have the discernment to say, Jaren's been here for 9 years. Witsick's been here for 9 years. We should probably give them the benefit of the doubt over some nobody who did some fake video. No, not this crew. They believe so heavily in conspiracies that they want it to be true that Witsick and I got paid off. That's what they want to be true. Do you see that? This is not a group looking for the truth. They don't care about the truth. And that's pathetic because they call themselves truthers. But you think that's a truth? He doesn't want the truth. I'm giving him answers. He'll go right on to the next one. He wants everything to be unanswerable so that at the end of the day, he don't have no truth. Follow him and see how much truth you have at the end of the year. It'll be a big nothing burger. David, what's up?
Hey, Jaren, how are you?
Good.
Hey, I'm a ex-flat earther, I guess you could say. I used to be a flat earther way back in 2017, actually.
Okay.
And no longer. I was only a flat earther for a month. I really just came on here to tell you that I really appreciate what you've done. Really appreciate you telling the truth about everything. That last guy, man, he is like the epitome of it all, isn't he?
Yeah, that's the, again, and you're trying to, I mean, it's somebody you're talking to, face it. I'm talking to him. It's my voice. It's his voice. And it's not even a budge. It's like that girl that was my friend. It's like, I'm trying to talk to her like, listen, stop. What you keep saying I lied. Tell me what I lied about. And she'd be like, you know exactly what you lied about. You and Witsick. Like, this is like hurting my soul because I'm telling you, we're friends. I don't know what you heard. I don't know who you heard it from. Talk to me. What did I lie about? You know what you did, you scumbag. You. It's like, wow. I mean, I can't imagine I would never do that to somebody. Never.
Yeah,
like,
I think the thing that kills
crazy.
me is the fact that, like you said, you were answering his question, and then he immediately just went on to the next thing.
Yeah,
like
they're not
he
looking
wasn't
for that.
interested in truth. He just wanted to berate you. That's all it was.
Yeah, they like it. They like they think that they're like super sleuths by saying you guys faked it. It's the most lazy, intellectually dishonest position. They make fun of Globers, but guess what? The Globers know some truth because some things that they were taught are true, and they had to learn something. When you say everything's fake, you don't learn shit.
Yeah.
You just get dumber.
What's your take? Because obviously Eric Dubé came out with his video, flashing a ton of nonsense, really. But the point about the LED projection screens, which I can go on about that with you guys leaving in the tractor. I've actually timestamped it, the 3 times that you guys left and came back. How do you explain that? Oh, it was just all on the screens to begin with because it's all choreographed and planned.
Right.
But how do you feel about Eric Dubé, a big, the king of flat Earth, quote unquote, stealing King Nico's idea? And the fact that these flat earthers don't even know that the whole he literally is parroting a small flat earther, King Nico, not giving him any credit. How do you feel about that?
I think that Eric Dubé has learned how to play this crowd. That's what he does. So it was evidence so clear when he makes a video saying, so Duffy says we're going to go down for the final experiment and look for this 24-hour sun. Dubé comes out with a video saying that's not a proof anymore, reads a part of a book that says it's not a proof, even though it's in his proofs, and then says, I'm shilly for going down to make this observation. So I'm going down to make an observation that he claimed was proof. I'm going to go down and look at it, and I'm shilly, and then he just flip-flopped. So the fact that when I see that and nobody says a word, nobody said a word. In fact, the only person I give credit to is Karen B. Karen B said, fuck Eric Dubé. And I was like, thank you, Karen.
Call a lot of people retards, actually. That was a great clip, wasn't it?
But, Eric Dubé has never, the guy has never talked to me, accused me of stealing $80,000, which would actually be a couple $1 million now with Bitcoin going up in price. He was shown the evidence that he was wrong. Even the guy who came to me that I had to spend 6 months of my life trying to get money from that was stolen from him, the guy went to Eric Dubé's site, his forum, and left him a big old message saying, hey, you're wrong. I'm the guy, Ricky James. I'm the guy who had the money stolen. I'm the one who went to Jaron for help. Anyway, he explains it all. Eric Dubé just didn't care. Just continues to say I stole that money. So it's like somebody like that. He's not after truth. He plagiarized books. He never gives live content. He's never spoke at a conference. In fact, every conference he demonized and called a shill conference. So he single-handedly kept us from moving faster together as a unit. So he single-handedly has fragmented and destroyed the flat Earth community. To me, that is exactly what a shill would do. So if you could look at me and say, did Jaron ruin the flat Earth community? You could say, oh, well, he got caught up in behind the curve. He got caught up in this or whatever. But what I'm doing is not purposely driving stakes into the flat Earth community. I'm actually trying to help. If I get it wrong, oh, well, I was actually trying to do something. With Dubé, he cannot say he's trying to do that. He can only say...
How long is it going to go before they realize that you're telling the truth? That's the part that kills me. You can try to play the facade of,
they can't.
Oh, see this. Oh, yeah, Jaron's full of shit. No, you're telling the truth.
Right.
And anyone with 2 brain cells can go online for 5 seconds and go, oh, Jaron's telling the truth. But they're just going to listen to their Papa Flirt. So
yeah, that's the sad thing.
Hey, brother.
People
really
want
appreciate you.
Right.
Thank you.
Thanks. Let's go. We got trying to get the rest of these. How about Vax Wax? Nice name. Vax Wax. Going once. Vax Wax twice. Let's go to FE Test. Brian. Oops, wrong one. Brian, what's up?
What's up, man?
How are you? Funny video you sent me today. It was good. Thank you. Or I don't know when you sent it to me. I got to it today.
I was a little bit late joining, man. Did I miss anything crazy?
I would go back and watch. It was pretty good. Witsit was on.
Oh, was it good, man?
Yeah, we had somebody from Flatzoid's panel who came on to tell me that Flatzoid didn't lie today at all.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
Having said that, I just telegrammed a part 2 of Flatzoid in Austin.
Okay.
So I guess I'll go ahead and spend my time. Just play like about 4 or 5 minutes of the beginning of that. If somebody thinks Flatzoid didn't lie, listen to that and then come to me and honestly say he didn't lie. Just
well, this guy from his actual panel told me he didn't lie. Again. So which one? The second video?
It's the one I just sent. It says Austin Witz.
Okay, got it.
Yeah. All right.
And how long? How much you want to watch?
Just play as much as you can stand. About 4 or 5 minutes would be good.
And start it from the beginning?
Yeah.
All right. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate it.
All right, man.
Later. Okay. We will be right back with these. We're going to listen to a little bit of this. And let's get out. Where to go? All right. I have to use the restroom anyway. I'll be back and we'll continue on. Let's listen to. You said from the beginning? Or?
Right. We actually see this in real time. It's an entirely different moment in the stream. It is a lie. You just now said the lie, so show the screen, show everyone that this is not a lie. Show right now that you watch me duck hit a vape, stand up, and fake my breath. You won't, because that isn't what happened. It's an entirely different part of the stream.
Just like I wouldn't show up here. Okay, I'm gonna try to see if I can get the video.
Right now, I want you to say on the record right now, you're claiming you watched the 360 camera and you watched me duck, hit a vape, stand up, and exhale. Is that what you're claiming?
Yeah.
Okay, that is a lie.
I say you are lying because we saw you duck down and take a vape, stand up and show your breath, and you were out of breath when you tried to do so, like you're holding your breath. Now,
that isn't.
Let me give a little context at the beginning of this video for people who didn't see part one. Somebody lied or deceptively clipped and changed the timeline and showed Austin bending over, apparently hitting a vape, and then going on his laptop. But that's not what we've seen live. We've seen him coming out the shed, going directly to it. Now, Flatzoid acted like he didn't see that video, but claims over and over that he bent down and then came up and exhaled the vape. Now, he's doing everything he can to get out of that claim. So watch these tactics. Okay, before we start out part two with the lie counter, I've got to point out Flatzoid's response video to my part one. And this is a perfect example of how you got to keep lying and tell more lies to cover up your deception. Because now he's calling me a snake and a liar.
Brian Leak is showing to be a deceptive snake liar too, because he's not calling Whitsett out on these lies. Instead, he's putting lies onto me that aren't lies. And what did he just say? He just says he objectively did not vape on the way to the camera.
I did hit that vape a couple times when I was in Antarctica, but I did absolutely objectively not hit a vape, walk over to the scene with a screen, and then exhale it to fake my breath.
Just says he objectively did not vape on the way to the camera.
But I did absolutely objectively not hit a vape, walk over to the scene with a screen, and then exhale it to fake my breath.
So cut your losses. Don't triple down and start lying on me. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. Maybe you misheard it, or maybe you cut it short on accident. I ask that everybody pay close attention here and watch this clear method. I mean, this dude's a professional. He includes himself like Austin's talking about him when Austin was talking about the people spreading the bullshit of that video.
Oh my word. This is weird. Let's carry on.
It's just objectively not true. And that's why all the people that are claiming it, are not actually showing the consecutive moments up to that point. And what they're doing is blatantly lying about the timing. And they're saying, look, Austin's ducking behind the trash can here. Then he stands up.
And again, another lie. I didn't say he was ducking behind the trash can.
Guarantee you, Flatzoid looked long and hard for an out, and it's the best he can come up with. So now he's going to use the trash can for his magical out. When he knows damn good and well Austin was explaining the video. He literally said they are pointing out when I duck down behind the trash can out of sequence, okay? But he gets you to explicitly, clearly say that you've seen him bend down, hit the vape, rise up, and blow it out on his live stream like it was his breath.
Egan's 360 VR, and I said on the way to the laptop, not ducking below the trash can. If I said that, I would have said you crouched below the trash can, which you did later on, by the way. But this was specific to cutting out of the container and walking towards the computer.
Look how you put on the screen how it says bending down head. That's not what you meant, Flatzoid. Good try, though, buddy. Let's hear what he really meant.
Address what just was said, dude.
I say you are lying because we saw you duck down and take a vape, stand up and show your breath, and you were out of breath when you tried to do so. I say you are lying because we saw you duck down and take a vape, stand up and show your breath, and you were out of breath when you tried to do so, like you're holding your breath. Now,
that isn't what happened. Show the screen right now. Show what you're claiming is true.
Don't worry. No, it's a bit difficult to show now, but don't you worry. We will show everything. But for now, why did you walk away to pick up snow when you could have...
Is that where you saw it? You saw the video that showed that the guy's narrating it, and he says, look, here you see him ducking behind...
camera. It shows off a 360 camera.
You're not answering my question. Is where you supposed...
No, not off that. No, I didn't see it off that. It was off a 360 camera.
Yeah, on the 360 camera. I want you to say it on the record right now. I want you to say it on the record right now. You're claiming you watched the 360 camera and you watched me duck, hit a vape, stand up, and exhale. Is that what you're claiming?
Yeah.
Okay, that is a lie. Because It's an entirely different moment in the stream. It is a lie. You just now said the lie, so show the screen, show everyone that this is not a lie. Show right now that you watch me duck, hit a vape, stand up, and fake my breath. You won't, because that isn't what happened. It's an entirely different part of the stream.
Just like I wouldn't show up here. Okay, I'm gonna try to see if I can get the video picture.
No, I agree with
Um,
Austin. That was an edited video. They moved the timeline around. You have to look at it because it is false.
Flatoid and with to go back and forth.
Okay, cool.
So anyway, you have to, I mean, listen to that whole thing. It's getting disgusting because it should be something that people are called out for. Like, I would expect that if I'm just sitting here blatantly lying about something, it can be shown that people stop watching me. Like, I don't deserve an audience. And there's people in this community that do that. They just lie. They just can say whatever. And because people are more attached to personalities than they are to truth, it doesn't bother them. They just allow it. So people who like Flatzoid don't care if he sits there and lies through the whole thing. The entire stream he did back and forth with Witsit was a lie. He's lying. He's actually keeps talking about an edited piece of video. Then when it's pointed out and he figures it out, he's like, oh, then he changes it. Like, oh, well, I didn't say that. I mean, you did do it later. But just earlier you were saying that it happened and that you saw it on a live stream with McKeegan's camera, which wasn't even possible. Let's see here. We've got a couple more super chats I want to get to. Thank you very much by the super chat total. Wow. You guys rock. We've got Flat Earth has a chronic distrust of math, but simple math honestly rules out the Flat Earth. Do you think there's a chance to revisit the math and give old Aristophanes his due? I'm not sure Aristophanes exists or existed. I think that's been shown in more ways than one. But distrust of math. I don't think it's a distrust of math. I think that you can't just say that, well, we know these distances of these planets or something, and that math is somehow provable. It's not. It's just the same thing. Like I said, I could have a what do you call it? Like an amusement park out on an island, and I can give you all the math to it. I can tell you all the angles of the roller coasters and how many people it holds and how many, but it could be that math is not real because there's no real place there. Now you might even say it's something you could see with a telescope. You could look out there out of the ocean. There's an island out there. You can kind of see some structures on it. Well, I could tell you a lot about it, and I could give you the math, and it doesn't make it real. So it's not a distrust of math. When you're talking about things here on Earth, there's no distrust of math. Nobody has ever distrusted. I have $1 million, and here's $1 million more, and it's going to be $2 million. Nobody's saying that's not true. Okay, but when you start talking about hypotheticals in the sky, it's okay for people to say, all right, but that's not fact. That's just numbers that you've worked out that jive. And that whole thing is just bullshit anyway. There's no way that they found a planet based on some weird anomaly in the sky that they're like, oh, there must be a planet right here. That's so stupid. Because in order to say that, it would mean that you have to believe that you have all the masses of all the planets correct. Nobody has that kind of moxie that they're like, we know the mass of Jupiter, and so if there's a little anomaly here, it means there must be a planet there. No, the first thing you would do would be like, well, maybe Jupiter's off. Maybe some of the moons are. How the fuck do we know the mass of the moons of Jupiter? Just because we have numbers that have worked out doesn't mean shit. People get confused. So it's not a distrust of math. It's an understanding of math that Globers don't have. You guys would buy anything with math because you just think math is reality. Do we need to get, what's his name in here? Where's stupid ass Red's Rhetoric? Where is he?
Math is reality.
Thank you, Enrique. You're finally getting a little quicker on this fucking sound effects, dude. Nice job. All right, we got T-Bone Beats. We are microscopic compared to the size of the earth. Everywhere is flat and upright to us, no matter where we are. Our God is truly amazing. I think that is, if the earth is a sphere, definitely the truth of it. That the earth level and is level and flat everywhere. That's how we treat it. That's why we get papers from NASA saying to treat the earth as flat and level, because you should. If you treat it like a curve, you're an idiot. So all these Globers who just, because they don't want it, they don't know the truth, and they're just like, oh, blah, 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 they have to make up some reason. So they're like, yeah, planes adjust for the curvature of the earth and they nose down. And shut up. Planes don't need to nose down. They don't need to nose down. If the earth is level, the plane just flies over the earth, over the plane of the earth. They wouldn't go out to space because that would cause it to have to rise. We've got Antarctica is a hottest topic right now. The channels called it fake, are grifters, or stupid, or what, I don't know. But it's bad for we flat earthers. Well, I'm happy that I don't know what the poll ended up at. But I was happy that it was 70%. Hopefully it hasn't gone down to like 50%. But that gives me hope that at least with 70%, you think we could move over 10% of those other ones and you come around, okay, I do see they're telling the truth. And then we're better off than where we started. But if it keeps going, if it's like this, and I've already heard people like reach out to me like, oh, I'm getting called names. Because I'm standing up for you guys. I'm like, don't do that. Like, I don't want any of you guys standing up for us. It's just because you're going to get jaded over something that you shouldn't be jaded over. You know, like, let us take that. I appreciate it, but I don't like to hear people that are upset by it and they're like, oh man, because I just don't like it. I don't like it. We can deal with ourselves. You know, I can handle it. I've dealt with it my whole life. I'm shocked by it and kind of saddened by it, but at the same time, it's not like crazy to me. It's not, you know, it's just now I'm used to it. The internet sucks. People on the internet suck. They do. They're nothing like they've ever been in real life. Never. And when somebody says what the Bible says, which is what you can tell by its fruits, let me just tell you that the fruit that is coming off the flat earth tree is sour and fucking spoiled and tastes a little bit like asshole. Okay? It actually tastes a lot like asshole. That's the fruit that's coming off. So if that's good fruit to you, go ahead. They are toxic. They are pathetic. They will talk about your wife from 3,000 miles away like, oh, you're a tough guy. A real tough. Like, can you imagine me talking about somebody's wife from 3,000 miles? That's such a pussy move. But this is what we have in this community. This is who we have elected as our content creators, who people follow. People who followed me, who then go off and follow dirtbags. It's upsetting. It's like, what happened? How did these people... So it's because there are people, like I said before, I didn't get to finish my story. There's 80% of people that follow and 20% that lead. The problem is the 20% has learned to lie to you. So you've got to be real careful because you've got to pick and choose very select few people out of that group that are actually there for you. How would you know that? I don't know. When, you know, things like I've told you before, things that we tell you about that don't cost money, incline bed therapy, things like that we're just trying to help you be a better person, to be more fit, to be more happy, to be a better parent, to be a better husband, to be a better wife, those kind of things. So I'm not grifting for that. Okay. Not grifting for that. Do I do consultations? But I don't get a lot of them, but I mean, yeah, that's also you're trading projects or you're trading, making a deal. Right? It's like all the people who said, oh, Jaron, this Antarctic footage that you got, you were grifting for that money. It's like, what do you, I made a deal with people. Like, hey, help me buy this camera. I'll send you the GoPro footage when I get home. So that's what happened. So that's just a deal. It's not a grift. People are so lost that they can't even determine anymore what's a grift, what's just a deal. If Henry comes to your front door and wants to mow your lawn, do not call him a grifter. You can tell him, no, thank you, I don't need my lawn cut. Or you can say, I don't really feel like paying $12. Can I pay $8? But what you can't call him is a grifter. It's just stupid. He's asking you to do a job. You don't want the job, tell him no. That simple. People can't even get to that point on the internet. They can't even get there. They're like, oh, you're a grifter because you're a flat earther and you're doing flat earth videos. What? That doesn't make any sense. And actually, that would be the worst grift of all time. So if I'm a grifter, then Professor Dave and McKeegan and Byman, these guys are all grifters. So you don't even think twice. You don't even think about what would you make more money at. Do you realize I could just make globe videos starting tomorrow? I could just turn on NASA's website, read from the fucking website, and I would make so much money. NASA would even give me a little check mark that I'm an affiliate. Let me put live streams on things that aren't live streams. That's what NASA does. Because they just want to be promoted, and so that's how they pay. So, believe me, there's a grift out there, and it certainly isn't flat earth. Go ahead and get into flat earth for the money. I dare you. I dare you. Do you think you'll do well? I mean, I've got a VIP for how long? I think I've got 122 VIPs. So, I'm very happy with them, but just, it's not a very good grift to do something for 9 years, and then you can get 122 people to pay you $15 a month. And actually, most of those people got a bunch of free months, so it's not even like I get that much. It's not like I get 100 times 15 a month. So it's not a successful. If you're calling me a grifter for making $1,500 a month for my VIPs, who, by the way, get 2 VIP hangouts on Saturdays that I attend. So it's like, that's not a grift. I'm setting up a truther hangout with somebody from the community that comes in and answers questions. And there's everybody there, and we've got to send out links. I have shit to do. That's not a grift, retards. That's called a job. I'm doing a job. You should be proud. It's a show of real courage. Thank you very much, Eduardo Ferrero. I like that name. That's like, that sounds like a candy. We've got DJ Curious. What's up, DJ? That's a huge fucking tip. Thank you, bro. Jaron, I pray you stay strong. You guys don't deserve this. I believe you were there and respect the truth. The truth of our realm will always surprise us. Nothing about existence is simple. The work of our creator is magnificent. Sending you very well wishes. Thank you very much. That's nice of you. We've got Sir Link. Can you make a video commenting to yourself about your old Antarctic video, addressing arguments line by line, because old Jaren would just as skeptical as critics are now of new Jaren? That's a lie. You cannot find me. Like, there's a reason why I don't deny the Vendée Globe. Why not? Because I've watched enough of it and seen multiple camera angles that I'm like, that's not fake. So don't say that I would say this about this trip. Not when there's this much footage. How would that ever be faked? Okay, when you're talking about one fucking video from one guy who says it's 12 o'clock midnight and it's just, look, it's in Antarctica, and then he disappears, and then the next scene and the mountain's full of snow when it wasn't before. What happened? Hello, hello. That was weird. I lost my sound in my headphones. You know what that is? What? Hold on a second. I still have clogged ears from the plane. That sounds crazy, but I thought that it was unclogging, but it's not. Anyway, now I lost my fucking train of thought. You'd said something about the work of our creators. I read that one. Oh yeah, line by line of the old videos. So that is a plan, to go through my old videos and to address things, but you're wrong about what you said. So my way of looking at evidence is, if there is a lack of evidence of something that fits my model, like there's a reason for the lack of evidence, then I accept that as being good evidence. For instance, if the 24-hour sun causes a problem for my model, and then I'm saying my model's the truth and one other one's is a lie, like the globe, then when I don't find evidence of the one that would prove the globe, then that is evidence of a flat earth. So you're talking about, you're like, oh, well, if old Jaren would do the same thing, I wouldn't take a look at 15 people or 10 people, however many of us were there, 10 people who have multiple live streams, them being in a plane, them landing the plane on the ice. I can't even imagine why you would think that. I have nothing equal to that. I've at no time ever called something fake that's equal to that. The moon landing is nowhere near that. Think of the plane landing that we have. Think of the footage of the fucking little stupid meth head fort landing on the moon. So please, there's a big difference between a very controlled couple people on the moon that nobody else gets to see and you got to film it off of a CRT monitor, and this multiple live streams filmed live in Antarctica on days that we said we'd be there, giving you sports scores proving we were there that date. That's way different. So I disagree. Old Jaren would not. He might be skeptical of it, but there's no way I would ever call it fake. There's just no way. It's impossible to fake that, at least in my book. And this is why I went down there. Everyone said it's a fake sun. They're going to fake the sun. I said they can't fake the sun. And I'm sorry, until the day I see them fake a sun, they can't fake the sun. And no, you can't go find a Chinese rocket launch and say, but Jaren, look, there's footage of them faking the sun. You are another person who just reads what some liar told you, and you want to argue with me. When I'm not doing that to you, I don't build fake videos, put things on TikTok that are lies. I don't put things on my channel that are lies, and then go, oh, and then make a gaslight you over it. I don't do that. There are people that do that, and there are people that it's not good research to watch videos unless you're going to follow them up. Because if you just accept what people say because you're thinking that's a truther who's talking to me, go watch that girl I told you about. Go watch that guy, the fittest flat earther. They're not telling you the truth. When he says that Matthew Perry is actually, some other guy, what are we doing? And people just share that video like crazy. I don't get it. Well, why do these guys all... Oh, sorry, you don't want that on the screen. My bad. You want to see my happy face, I'm sure. So I disagree, Sir Link. But that's just, it's okay. We can agree to disagree. Why do these guys all sound like stoners? Are you talking about me? Probably because I'm sucking on this joint the whole time. Just to get a little taste. Just to get a little... Just tease myself about what's going on. So I don't know if you really want me to answer that or what. How is TFE not an experiment when they measured sunspots, did shadow analysis, and many other things? It's just a stupid thing that flat earthers say. They actually think that that's an argument. That's what they think. They think that we can say it's fake, it's a nothing burger, who cares, we don't have a model. That's okay for us to say. But when the Globe Earth wants to go do something, observe and do, it's not an experiment. It's not an experiment because we say our experiments have to be what Nathan Oakley says. The grocery clerk, Nathan Oakley. So, again, how can you, I can't convince people that that's dumb. They have to come to their own conclusion. I can't tell them that. That's another thing. You cannot ever force people to believe anything. Not one of you has ever heard somebody say something and you're like, that's true. You kind of went, thought about it, had to go look into it, and then you came to the conclusion yourself. So one of the problems we have, and Globers are the worst at this, is they take this high position of like they're cool and they can talk shit to Flat Earth. That's not bringing any flat. We hate you more and more every day. McToon is getting 0 Flat Earthers to turn into a globe. Now, I think he knows that. That's not his goal. But if it was for the truth, if he was about the truth, it would be about bringing people over to, teaching them softly, not being abrasive, not having an entire character that's meant to make fun of them. That's not turning anybody into globe earthers. Not one. Anybody that ever did switch would never be like, well, I was a flat earther, then Toon called me retarded a bunch, and then I went to become a globe earther. Not one. Right? Not one. So, anyway, the moral of the story is, let's go back to the calls, finish this off. Thank you, everybody in the super chats. It's been awesome. I think that we were caught up. I don't think I missed anybody. Okay, good. Let's go to here. What do we got? We got Evan. What's up, Evan?
Yeah, I just want to say you should let Vax Wax on. He's been waiting for quite a while, and I think you tried getting him earlier, but something went wrong.
He's not on the list.
Oh, he's in. Maybe he left. Okay.
Oh, I do see him. I do see him. I'll get him next.
Put him on. He's waiting.
Before you?
Yeah, just put.
Okay, we'll go with Vax, Wax, Waxy Vaxy.
What's up, Jaron? How you doing?
Good, you?
I'm good. Everything, like the conversation, me listening to you was going good till about 2 seconds ago when you said that saying that it's not a science experiment is something that just certain flat earthers say.
It is.
If it's a science experiment, what's the independent and dependent variable? You don't have one.
Why not?
Well, what is it?
The location that we saw the observation.
The location that you saw so you're going to vary and manipulate your location for an observation?
Correct. Because in certain places on the Earth, you wouldn't expect to see a 24-hour sun. In other places, you would. So we varied and manipulated our position. You couldn't see a 24-hour sun from where you were, but where we were, we varied and manipulated our position and saw a 24-hour sun.
It's literally not. No, you varying and manipulating where you are is not. That's not an independent variable.
Why not?
Because you're just changing your distance, like your location to something.
So when you have another independent variable, you're just changing one part of the experiment also. So you get to pick and choose what we can change and what we can't.
Right, but it's literally not. That's not the criteria of an independent variable.
So independent
just say,
variables.
I'm going to go. If I stand here versus me standing over there, that's. Anyway, I didn't even want to get hung up on that.
Neither do I, because it's a dumb argument. Because really, what is an experiment? Is we're meant to go make an observation, make a hypothesis, and see if our prediction comes true in reality. That's all it really comes down to. Your
prediction would be a hypothesis.
Right. So the hypothesis is whether or not there should be a setting sun in Antarctica. So why would that not be something that we would call science?
Because it's literally not science.
Making an observation after a hypothesis that one would lead to.
For one, you guys were going down there to see if there was even a naturally observed phenomenon to be taking place. And for what, it's not just an observation; it has to be a naturally observed phenomenon. And you changing your location while looking at the sky is not an independent variable. But again, that's not even the points I wanted to get on. The point I wanted to get on was you did say something earlier that I 100% agree with.
Okay.
You said that the Earth is measured flat.
Yep.
And I find it funny why you're so quick to just like run away from that 100% proof that Earth is not an oblate spheroid.
Because we cannot explain what the sun does.
What does the sun have to do with the Earth being measured flat? That's the whole point. That's the whole point of why the sect that I'm in, all the flat earthers that I know, have not given a toss about the quote-unquote final experiment, or as Will Duffy said, the final expedition.
Okay, so imagine though, let me just bring up something real quick. Imagine that we had some observation of the sun that matched the flat Earth, and we start bringing it up to globe earthers, and they just say, it doesn't matter what the sun does. You wouldn't
It
accept that.
doesn't,
You would laugh in their face. You ask them all the time how far the sun is, things about the sun, the seasons. Now, when it's on, you guys don't even understand that you're being one-sided. You can either take it both ways or don't. If we're not going to allow to mention the sun, then we can't mention it for seasons. We can't mention it for anything, because you'll choose to say it sometimes.
Me personally, I don't use seasons or anything for
nothing.
An argument for flat Earth. That's some
you don't
weird
use the sun at all.
Hocus pocus Dave Weiss talking points.
Okay.
They're not good arguments.
That might be true. Okay. I would agree with you.
Yeah, but the thing is, Earth's physically measured flat.
It measures flat, and yes.
Yes. And the thing is, what's a glober going to say? They're going to scream tangent. Once a glober screams tangent, what are they doing? They're apologizing for how not curved their angle measurement is, because you cannot have a elevation angle with a curved baseline.
You watch too much Nathan Oakley.
Huh?
You watch too much Nathan Oakley. Show me this.
Yeah,
hold on. This pen.
That's a non-response.
Hold on. This pen right here. No, it's not.
That's literally a non-response.
Well, I'm trying to respond to you right now. Say this pen right here. If somebody sat on top of this, could they get an angle measurement to a light on my ceiling?
They would have to use a bubble sextant, wouldn't they? Not a Mariner sextant.
Okay, but would they be able to, from the curved top of this pen, would they be able to look up, if a little being lived here, would they be able to get an angle measurement to anywhere on the ceiling in this room?
Sure, as long as that.
But there's a curved baseline, but they got a curved baseline.
As long as they're able to establish a horizontal off the surface of that pen.
That's what the globe Earth claims to do. They make
Globe Earth claims that they have horizontal planes on a sphere.
Correct. They have a tangent.
How many horizontal planes does a sphere have?
Unlimited.
Yeah, isn't that the problem? The thing is, Jared,
no, it's not a problem. It's not a problem.
You're in California, right? It's not, because we're both in North America.
Okay.
I'm in the Southeast. It's both nighttime for us, right?
It's nighttime for me, yes.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure you're home or what. Not that matters.
Right,
I don't care where you live, nothing like that. But I've heard you say before that you live in California.
Correct.
At least that's what I assumed. Anyway.
Yes.
If me and you were to both go outside right now,
right,
and take an elevation angle to Arcturus or
the
middle star in Orion's belt.
Can we do that? That's not an experiment.
I'm not saying this is an experiment. This has nothing to do with science.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, this is all just math, geometry.
Okay.
Right. To call this an experiment would be a category error.
Okay. So what are we doing?
Well, what I'm saying is, let's say that I go outside and I look at star A, and then you look at star A. For me, star A is at 45 degrees in the sky.
Mm-hmm.
For you, let's say star A is at 36 degrees. Yeah, whatever.
Whatever.
Our angles, the baselines would smash into each other. They're on the same horizontal plane. I feel like this is what you guys aren't getting. If I was to go outside and make a circle of elevation at Polaris, let's say Polaris for me is 32 degrees.
Correct.
Somebody in London makes a circle of elevation around Polaris at 51 degrees.
Okay.
Our circles of equal altitude are on the exact same horizontal. You cannot have that on a sphere. It's physically impossible. That's not how a sphere operates. And for one, spheres don't have horizontal planes anyway.
Right, but do they have circles?
Anytime you take an elevation angle, the elevation angle has something called a ground position,
right,
or a geographical position, the GP of the star.
Correct.
At some point, that star is going to be at 90 degrees.
But hold on.
Now, if that star's
the equal elevation.
Well, that's what the GP would be, 90 degrees. That means that wherever that star is, that's the zenith of the star.
Correct.
In the location that it's at, it's going to have a ground position.
Right.
That ground position is perfectly parallel and on the same horizontal plane as as where I'm standing.
Okay, but not if you're on a circle. If you're on a circle around that spot, then everybody in that circle has the same angle to the star.
Yeah, but a circle is not a three-dimensional sphere. A circle is a flat surface.
Correct. On a sphere.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Correct. No, not a sphere. What? No. If it was a sphere, how would my angle to Polaris be on the same horizontal as somebody in London or Bangladesh or whatever?
That's
wouldn't
not true.
But it is.
But it's only the same degree as you.
But the thing is, it's all based off the same horizontal. There's only one horizontal you can have for celestial navigation to work. If you have multiple different horizontals, that means these angles are never going to line up with each other.
But that's not what they're doing. They're not lining up with each other. They're just getting the angle to the star. Then you know how far away you are, and then you're on that circle, and you have two of those circles or three of those circles, and you can pinpoint where you're at.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I don't know why there's a problem with that.
But they're all on the same horizontal.
Okay, all right.
And the thing is, if I'm in a boat and I have my Mariner section, which is really the crux of the argument, because Globers want to kind of like go down an alley and start talking about aviation sextants. But the thing is, if I'm in a boat and I take a 45-degree angle to a star, and then I get in a blimp, go 500 feet above that same position as the dude in the boat, they take that same angle to the star at 45 degrees. Then you get in a jumbo jet with an aviation sextant. They take a 45-degree angle to the same star that I took in the boat, and then you get an SR-71 Blackbird flying above that. They're all on the same horizontal.
Mm-hmm.
Every time, like, you take an elevation angle, it's all going to be perfectly parallel to the person in the surface of the boat.
Right.
And I feel like that's well, you're saying it right, but at the same
how
time,
does
I don't
that
think
explain
people
on
understand that.
Well, how does that explain on a flat Earth?
It can only work on a flat Earth. You cannot have an elevation angle with a curved baseline.
So you're going to draw a flat Earth, and then you're going to have all these things on top of each other. They all have the same angle, though, to something in the sky, but they get higher and higher?
Right.
How's that?
How is what?
How does that happen? How could that be the case?
Well, what are we taking angles to?
I don't know. You're the one who brought up the example.
Well, we're taking angles to stars. We could pick one in Orion's belt. We could take an angle to Jupiter. We could take an angle to Polaris.
Okay.
What is Polaris and where is it?
Above the North Pole?
Yeah, but what is it and where is it?
I just said above the North Pole.
Yeah, but what is Polaris?
A star.
Right. What is that?
I don't know. Light.
There you go. How high is it?
I don't know.
How far away is Polaris?
What difference does that make?
See, that's the whole thing. What difference does it? Doesn't make a difference. The height's never accounted for.
Right.
So you're asking how we're taking angles to things that might not even be a tangible object.
Yeah, I'm not asking that question. I don't think that stars can be determined their distance at all, ever.
Right, exactly. But the thing is, we don't know what they are. We don't know how big a star is. We don't know what a star is made out of.
Right.
The only thing we know about stars or the sun or anything that's in the sky is its apparent location.
Do you have a point, or let's get to the next person? Because I don't know where we're going with this. I don't need to be arguing that fact with you. My point is, I think that that's a dumb argument to say that we can't take angles from a curved baseline, because we're not taking angles from a curved baseline. You're taking angles from a tangent.
Okay, fine, but let's just clear the air. What is an elevation angle?
An angle between you and something in the sky.
That give you a C-.
Well, I'll take it.
Well, okay, so we'll just go to Merriam-Webster. Let's see. Angle of elevation, noun phrase. The angle formed by the line of sight in the horizontal plane for an object above the horizontal.
Right.
Spheres do not have horizontal planes.
The tangent. They use the tangent. They don't use the sphere.
Well, okay, so if they want, that's begging the question. They say tangent, how is there any proof that we're on a sphere anyway? And they're going to go say tangent.
I didn't say that was proof of being on a sphere. So you're talking to the wrong guy.
Right, but when they say tangent, that's literally a begging the question fallacy.
It's not when you're just using it for its activity. If you're saying, let's pretend for a second that we lived on a sphere. Just pretend. Would we then look at stars in the sky and be able to take angle measurements to them? The answer is yes. How would we do so?
The answer is absolutely categorically no.
Why not? We would use a tangent.
What is a 90-degree angle?
Straight up.
And?
What do you mean?
Well, it has a baseline, right?
Sure. It could be a tangent, though.
Yeah, two lines meeting at a right angle.
Again, do I need to show you this pen? If you were on top of this, would you be able to take an angle measurement of 90 degrees? There's no bottom baseline.
Establish a horizontal on the top of a pen.
You could. It's called a tangent.
Well, yeah, but what's a tangent based off of?
The local flatness. The top of my pen is the equivalent of being
just
flat.
Said local flatness, though.
That's
like
what
Earth, a disco ball.
No, nobody said anything about a disco ball.
Well, the thing is, Jaron, when a Glober claims tangent line,
I see.
When a Glober says tangent line, all they're doing is apologize for how not curved they're measuring the Earth.
Okay, so tell me this:
they have to have a horizontal
baseline. I want to see if you're
for their angle.
Okay, so if we have a Home Depot built on the Earth, if we put a level anywhere in the Home Depot, would it be level everywhere?
Say that one more time.
So we build a Home Depot on, let's say, on a sphere Earth, but we put a level everywhere, every aisle of Home Depot. Will every aisle say it's level?
What's level in relation to horizontal?
I'm talking about
horizontals on a sphere.
Here we go. That is literally your inability to understand large spheres.
Understand large spheres.
Yeah, large spheres have flatness everywhere.
No, they do not.
Okay, so you're clueless. I mean, this is the problem. Is
Karen, they claim it curves at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. If
Right.
you're 1 foot above the surface of water, the geometric curve, which is the edge of the ball, which is the part that's curving away from you, would be no more than 1.22 miles away.
okay. So again, we're building a
They
home.
don't have that. They
go
don't
back-
have a radius value.
Let's listen again. We go back to a Home Depot. We build a Home Depot on Earth. Let's say it's a sphere. Okay, but we build a Home Depot. Is the ground level and flat of the Home Depot?
This is a really poor analogy.
It's
and
not a
for
poor
some
analogy.
reason,
It's
you can
because
really
it's because you guys don't get this that bothers me. It's like we have to recognize that a sphere could be so big that the
so
ground.
big it's flatty, right? Yeah, it's so big it's measured flat. That's
Yeah.
what you're saying.
Yeah, that's the truth.
Right. So again, if it is a sphere, they're literally begging the question of it being a sphere. There's no proof
Correct.
that it is.
Correct. The Earth measures flat locally
Mhm.
and it is stationary, but the sphere describes the sky. That's the truth. You can cry about it, but that's the truth.
What do you mean the sphere describes the sky? The sphere is a horizontal. The sky is horizontal. The only
No, I'm talking about the
curvature that
observa-
exists in this world
The only
is
what?
the apparent curvature when we look at the sky.
The only what?
When things appear to go east to west, they appear to arc. What they do is they take the arc of the sky and they shoehorn it onto the floor and go, "Hey, look, Earth's a ball." That's not true.
Okay, what about the sun going backwards for somebody in the south? The opposite direction. How do we explain
What do you
that?
mean the opposite direction? The sun goes east to west around Polaris.
Not. I just went and proved that that's not true.
So the sun wasn't going east to west where you were at?
No, the sun goes it goes right to left.
Right to left is subjective. Right to left will change whether you're facing
Okay,
north or
it's not
south.
subjective when you think about it this way. So at the North Pole, which way does the sun go?
East to west.
No. Does it go left to right or right to left?
It depends on what direction I'm facing.
It doesn't.
It's going right
it doesn't.
to left
So
or left to
you
right.
you get too upset and you're not just listening to what I'm saying. Listen.
No, it's just.
No, you're wrong. So listen to what I'm saying.
No,
If-
you're using a poor Glober argument.
I'm
that's
not. It's not a
good.
poor Glober argument just because you don't get it.
It literally is.
If you're at the North Pole, think for a second. If you're at the North Pole, which way is the sun going? Right to left or left to right?
It's going east to west.
Son of a
Jaron.
bitch. You can't put yourself at the North Pole on a flat Earth.
So in the North Pole, the sun doesn't go east to west.
I'm asking you, would it go left to right or right to left? If you can't
It really
answer that,
depends on what direction I'm facing.
sorry, you're at the North Pole. There's only one direction. It's called south.
So I can't. So if I go to the North Pole, I can't face north.
Correct.
So I'm like at the zenith of Polaris.
Let's say you're
very
at the
tip, and
you're
I
at the
can't move from
very
that spot.
you're at the very North Pole of the flat Earth. Which way does the sun go? Right to left or left
Has
to
anyone
right?
been there?
Holy
Because
shit.
that's the other thing too. Like people only want to talk about the
I gotta
South
let
Pole.
you go.
didn't
I gotta let
tip
you go.
on the
You
North
guys are
Pole
you
either.
guys are intellectually dishonest.
I'm being intellectually dishonest, and you can admit that the sun goes east to west.
I'm asking you. Okay, so I know that it goes east to west, but I also know that that is a certain direction from the North Pole. It can't be right to left. That would be impossible. So it
I
means
never said right to left. You did.
no, because you won't answer my question. If you're at the North Pole, the sun goes left to right every day, every time, every year, no matter what. It can't go right to left. Do you understand that?
So if I'm at the North Pole and I'm facing north, the sun's going right to left. But what if I turn south? You say if I turn south, I'll never be able to look at the sun?
Hold on, the sun never goes right to left. So I didn't say that. If you're at the North Pole, the sun goes left to right. No matter which way you look, no matter which way you look, the sun is moving left to right. That's the orbit that it goes left to right. Right? Think of a
Yeah,
flat
my
Earth.
phone's at 1% too. So if
Okay.
I cut out,
Sure.
my phone's literally at 1%.
Think of a flat Earth, though. We know that the sun goes clockwise around it. So if you stand in the middle of that clockwise rotation, then the sun is always going left to right. Okay? There's a problem.
Clockwise is subjective based on if you're facing north or south. If you're facing, if you have 3 cameras set up in your yard, you got one facing north, one facing south, and one in the middle, you will get clockwise and counterclockwise star rotation.
I mean, for me, it's just bothersome that I'm making a point that you can't even grasp the point. You're just skipping right over it into some nonsense where I'm just making a simple point. If you're standing at the North Pole, it is objective that the sun must go left to right. You can turn any direction you want. The sun goes left to right. So you're getting
So
confused.
if I'm sitting at the North Pole and I'm looking south, the sun's going to go
left to right.
left to right. But then if I face north, the sun's going to go right to left.
There is no facing north. You're at the North Pole. Every direction is south.
So you can't face north at the North Pole is what you're telling me.
Where would north be? It would
Like,
be
but yeah, but if I was facing south, wouldn't I have to be looking at my feet?
No, you're looking south away from you at the North Pole.
Right, because you're pretending we're on a ball, Jared.
I'm not. I'm telling you on the flat Earth. We're talking about the flat Earth right now. The flat Earth has a sun that goes clockwise over the top of the flat Earth. If you're inside that middle, you're at the North Pole, the sun moves left to right all times. It's like not even, I don't know what I'm arguing with you about. If you can't get that, then there's no one, it's not even a surprise to me that you can't get what I'm saying about everything else. Because we're not even able to get past that. It's
you literally don't know what the difference between clockwise, counterclockwise, and east to west is, dude. And you've been at this for how long?
Then here's the thing. This is how you guys all act, and you don't even realize that you're the one that's grossly wrong. And it's just pathetic that you're going to...
You're over here talking about taking elevation angles off a pen. How am I wrong?
Because you're wrong about it. If I take an elevation off a pen, I could do that. If I lived on a pen, I could go to
How
the
would
top
you
and
take
draw
an
a tangent.
elevation angle off a pen, Jaron?
Like I just told you, you draw a tangent. And you find the item in the sky and use whatever you want to use, the astrolabe, and figure
So
it out.
you would stand on top of a pen and draw a tangent? Or would you get on a gigantic pen like the size of the Empire State Building and turn it sideways?
You don't get it. All right, so look at... So this picture, you can see, I don't know if you can see the flat Earth map here. This is called the North Pole. Somebody stands here in the center, right? And I said, if you're there...
Nice globe projection you got there. Like, that's the other thing, dude. You're upset over a globe projection.
I'm not upset about anything.
Oh, my phone died. Shit. Bye, guys.
Your phone died, but you were able to tell us that? All right. Let me just explain, because I was saying, if you're here at the North Pole, which way does the sun go? We know the sun goes this way. There's no question. We're not in Z-land where we say we don't know what the sun does. We know what the sun does every day. It's done it for thousands of years, and it will do it tomorrow and the day after. So it goes this direction. So if you're here, no matter if you're looking this way, or if you're looking this way, or if you're looking this way, or this way, on this map, this sun goes left to right. Left to right. This guy, left to right. This guy, left. He's like, what if you turned around? It's the opposite direction. No, it's not. If you're here and you turn around, it's still left to right. Turn around here, it's left to right. Okay? So on a flat Earth, the sun goes left to right if you're inside that circle. Now, if you go to the south, here, and you see the sun going the opposite way, the sun is now moving this way. And it doesn't do it once, it does it for 4 months. And again, what people didn't understand about this is we were showing this, people might think it just happens here. It doesn't matter if you're here, if you're here, if you're here, or here. Or if you're here, wherever you're at in Antarctica, the sun goes around you every day. Now, granted, if you're closer to the edge, it only does it on the solstice, and if you're closer to the middle, you get it for longer. But all these places have the sun doing this. So that makes no sense, right? Well, here's why it does make sense if you start thinking about it. Is because we know that the sun travels on the Tropic of Capricorn during December. Tropic of Capricorn is like right about, further than that, maybe here. Make a different color, make it green. Okay, there's your Tropic of Capricorn. About there, okay? So, here's the problem. We know that the sun travels above the Tropic of Capricorn December 21st. So the question becomes, when we went down, all I wanted to see, what I was looking for, they said, okay, one of two things is going to happen here. Either the people here are going to see the sun, sorry, I'm dry here. So as the sun goes around here, let's say that we're out here, Punta Arenas, we're out at Union Glacier. Either the sun's going to come around here and keep going this way, because it has to get over to Australia. We know that it's on that path, on the Tropic of Capricorn. So it's either going to do that, but then when it's going like this around me, well, here's the thing. If it's doing this around me in Antarctica, I know that it's above the Tropic of Capricorn. Do you get it yet? How could this be the Tropic of Capricorn and this be the Tropic of... We have two Tropic of Capricorns? No, we have one. So when we realized that the sun came here in the north and then said, I'm going to follow you bitches down south in your plane, and then we landed and it said, now I'm just going to go around you for 4 days. Well, you should be able to put it together. That, oh, if it does that, it's because the Tropic of Capricorn is around this spot and it goes this way and comes back up here. How would that happen on a flat map? How am I seeing the sun here at midnight when it's over here? How would that be? So you can say it's a reflection. We can't see these stars, but we can see the sun. That makes a lot of sense. It's projecting 180 degree refraction. That we make fun of the globers for having 5 degree refraction. We're going to use 180 degrees. It's going to come all the way over here, be seen over here to my south. Or is it just the reason I'm seeing the sun here in my south is because it's above the Tropic of Capricorn here? And that means Australia is here. And then you're like, well, how could that happen? Oh, wait. There's a model that explains that to a T. So we can pretend it doesn't. You guys can cry like little bitches all you want. Or you can be adults and be like, oh, we should look into this. Because this map is no longer tenable at all. 0. And if you want to start invoking, oh, well, there's 6 different holes here, and they're portals that reverse. Somehow the sun's doing this, but it shows the sun go this way, and this sun has the same sunspots as this sun, except for they're upside down. And it also is seen to be a physical item. We can zoom in on it and see it's physical. But we'll call it apparent because Z wants to call it apparent, and a couple other flat earthers have decided that the sun's apparent, so we don't know where it is now. Or do we recognize that we know where the sun is? So people all ask me, they said, you keep saying we know what the sun does, but then you're saying you don't know. So yeah, we know it stays above this tropic. The question is this the tropic, or is the tropic down there around the bottom of a globe? That's your question. Now, since we can't explain it on this map, to me it goes, oh, this map can't be right anymore. You can say, oh, yes, it can. Okay, then show us. That's the great thing. I'm not saying anything's been proven. If I say that, then I close my mind. You guys have already decided things have been proven. I have not. I'm open to evidence. The problem is we don't have flat earthers anymore building evidence. We have people like Alonzo lying, taking globe models, using the radius of the earth, using the Haversine formula, which comes from the globe, and then putting it on a flat map and calling it, let me bring up his site if I can find it. Gosh, what is it? Geocentric something? Do I have it open here? I might have his site. I just wanted to show you one thing about his site because I just want people to stop sharing it when it's not, it bugs me. I don't know his site. I'm just going to put Alfonso Geocentric. Will it come up? Follow the geocentric theory. I don't. Shoot. What is his name? The world could have been proof of geocentric theory. Alfonso. What is his name of his? It's like geocentric, biblical geocentric cosmology. That's it. All right, we got it. Here we go. So I want to bring up his model. Can we find it here? Publications about submissions, legal. I thought he has his model here. Well, there's the Walter Bisland theory. Okay, so let me just show you this. No, I need the actual model. Well, I don't want to install anything. I'm not installing shit. Maybe we're not going to do this. Press release, textbooks, podcast, verified, Jeranism, Stellarium Web, Horizons web app. Where can I show it? Where have I seen it? Oh, yeah. So he's got a video where he shows it. I just want to show that it's clearly, like, I don't have a problem with us having ideas like this. The problem is that we need to recognize that we're not in a better position than globers. That you'll say things like, the Stellarium eclipse is impossible on the globe. When the globe says, give us 5 degrees of refraction, and then we make it work. So that's their position. So we can make fun of it all we want. But then we can't act like we are in a better position and use 180 degree refraction for suns and stars. That's not okay. And you guys don't know that or something because you just think it's okay. You're like, we're at the better position. What do you mean? We're taking suns that are way the fuck over there and moving them way the fuck over there, and then we're like laughing at globers because they moved the sun up and the moon a little bit. They moved it up a little bit to explain a stellium, and we're like, that's impossible. But the sun from over there is seen over there. What are you fucking talking about? You can't do that, and that's what you guys do. It's not a good look. And the people that see it, I don't think are very many. So it's sad that I have to be the one to call it out because I'll get the shit for it. But unfortunately, I can't just let you guys keep lying. I can't let people say things like, they don't even have a map. Yeah, it's called the globe. What do you mean they don't have a map? Yeah, but it doesn't work. But they have continents and laid out on a globe. Yeah, but they don't match. What don't they match? What don't they match? So let me show you this.
We just got Dave McKeegan's time-lapse footage of the 24-hour sun in Antarctica, and it's doing exactly what the Flat Earth model predicted it would do.
No, it's doing exactly what, this guy is lying to you. He's taken the globe mathematics, put it here. So this is what the globe would show you. The globe says if you're at the South Pole, you see the sun go around you. So he put it on a flat map and says, oh, you can see the sun go around you.
This is fascinating.
It's fascinating.
It's a big win for Flat Earth. Even right now, as it's climbing up through their arc of vision. Look at that.
He's like, look at this. It matches the observation. Yeah, because you're using the sphere model, the Earth as a sphere. This is what the sun does in the south in Antarctica, and you're just putting it on a flat map and then saying, look, it matches what we see in the real world. How do people not see this?
Every prediction made by the flat Earth model has come true.
Every prediction made by the flat Earth model has come true. Here's the problem. I mean, like, this is embarrassing. I feel like bad. Like, I feel like attacking this guy because he's clearly lying to you. Who could say that? I mean, it's like, why would okay, so he's showing you here. See where the sun is being seen by these people in Antarctica? But really, that sun is all the way across the Earth, above Australia, way the fuck over there, and we just magically grant it. No problem, Jaron. The flat Earth has all the answers. Globe Earth's a lie. But this, look at this. It matches perfectly. What do you mean that we see the sun there and it's 180 degrees? It's on the other side of the North Stars that we tell people they can't see because it's too far. Why can't I see Polaris, Jaron, from the south? It's because it's too far. Oh, Polaris is too far, but not the fucking sun way on the other side? No, because you don't understand how light works. Like, do you guys realize you're believing a lie? You've bought into people like Alfonso Soriano here. Oh, look at this. It's magic, guys. These guys have learned to lie to you. Next is to take your money. Probably he's charging for a book or something, because he's just going to tell you the flat Earth predicts exactly what we see. If you're talking about the flat Earth that has suns on the other side of the world that somehow magically appear behind us, okay, then you can grant them anything. Flat Earth wins. That's the new religion. Have fun. Look at the sun. It's going this way, way over there, and we can see it over here. And you guys are like, that's not a big deal, but the stellium, let's chalk it up. Globe's done. They can't explain a stellium. What do you mean? They need 5 degrees of lift. You won't give them that, but you're going to take 180 degrees and move the fucking sun all the way across the Earth and be like, what? What's the big deal? Our model explains it. Every single model, every single prediction we've ever made comes true. That cocky behavior is disgusting. You're not in a... Stephen Alonso stealing the globe numbers, putting it on this flat map, is not in an intellectually higher position that he can act like we won something. What doing what? Look at the sun's doing. Look at the sun's doing. And like, you can't ask him either here. Where's the thing? Like, so this person here, remember we were there, we were in this little bubble, watching the sun go around. How come we couldn't see this sun coming around? Here comes the sun. Oh, shouldn't we see 2 suns now? The sun here and no. You only see the sun that's in your circle. Oh, okay. And where does it come from? Sometimes, Jaron, it comes from over here. So when the sun is above Australia, here, I see it over here on the back of my wall. So we are literally giving ourselves carte blanche, free range, to put the sun anywhere we want. And you guys are like, we are winning. Jaron, you're an idiot. Flat Earth is so true because look at all these predictions it makes. Yeah. So there's a model that tells us the reason why the sun is above Australia and you're seeing it from here is because you're looking at the other side of the sphere. That's one explanation. The other explanation is we're seeing a sky here that is getting a sun that is not inverting, not reflecting, staying true. The same sunspots that come by here in the north stay there as it goes to the south. But the sun is really over here. Which one is heating up things? Does this sun heat up here or this one doesn't? Does the main sun heat and not... Well, that doesn't make sense because we only can see the sun that's in here. So I felt the sun heat me. So we have the fake sun and the real sun that both heat. Like, we just need to be honest. All I'm asking is for people to be honest. Don't act like you have the moral high ground over sphere earthers when they literally are like, so it's the same thing, right? Like we say refraction, like, Jaron, you can't believe refraction. No, I have a hard time believing refraction is 7.6R. That's about 15%. They're making the Earth bigger. So that's okay. So if I take that position, then can I allow us to move the sun 180 degrees? If I'm saying, you're asking, and I'm like, you're right. I find 15 degrees pretty tough to swallow with refraction. However, if Stephen Alonso says we need 180 degrees, move that fucking sun over. Move it over. Who cares? Who cares? It's a nothing burger. Like that, you're not being honest. You guys are lying to yourselves. Or somebody's lying to you. And the people that lie to you are doing it for their own gain. They don't give a fuck about you. I'm not lying to you. I cannot tell you that this is a good model. If I'm lying to you. It would be like me saying, oh, it's okay for us to move the sun 180 degrees, but the globe better not try and move it 5 degrees. If they do that, and then we act like we're in the intellectual high point. You're not. You are literally bottom of the barrel, making shit up, using globe things to put on flat maps and then claim it our own. And you expect me to be impressed. If you impressed others, good for you. Good for you. Your lies got through. Other people aren't very sharp. They're not going to work with me. And I'm sorry if I have to be here to be the one to point them out every time, but I will. Because if the flat earth is true, then it's going to be true because it's true, not because Stephen Alonso makes up some bullshit and magically moves the sun 180 degrees. And you're not going to just accept it and send me videos like, Stephen Alonso already proved it. Oh, it's already been proven. What's been proven? Stephen Alonso's map, it perfectly calls for the flat earth. Everything has ever been, determined by... No, this is not the flat earth. You can't just... Imagine what they're doing. They're just taking what we actually see and saying, okay, let's just plop it here and say, okay, we see it from here. But look at what you're including. It's not just, the sun's going around in my own personal dome. It's that the sun has to get to the other side of the earth and also be in your dome. So you're now taking the sun and placing it anywhere on earth that it needs to be. And then again, we are asking for bumpers in bowling, going against pros, throwing the ball left-handed backwards. And then we're celebrating and getting in their face like we're so cool. But it's like, you're using bumpers, bro, and a 6-pound ball. Yeah, but I beat you. Yeah, you asked for bumpers. That's who the flat earthers are, the bumper bowlers. They're the bumper bowlers, and then they go around celebrating as if they have some sort of title. Haha, Globers, we just outbowled you. But you are moving the sun 180 degrees and not allowing us to move at 5. Yeah, but because we're flat earthers and we can do whatever we want. It's a nothing burger. It doesn't matter. We don't know what the sun does. What is the sun, Jaren? How high is it? Didn't think so. See, if you don't know anything, you're allowed to move the sun wherever you want. This is the most intellectually honest position there ever was. Flat earth. Winning! Or not. All right, let's go back to... Is there still more people waiting? Jeez. Evan, come on back. You got 3 minutes. 4 minutes.
All right. Yeah, hey, man. Thanks, Jaren. I'll just start off by saying I'm not a flat earther. Never have been. Never will be. But I've been paying attention to the flat earth community for probably almost 8 years now. I think you were one of the first channels that I came across. And I kind of got disinterested in flat earth a few years ago. But then when the final experiment came up, I kind of got back interested in it. But just a quick rundown, the previous guy he was talking about, you can't measure the angle of elevation on a spherical object. All you need to do is just take a basketball, take a protractor, and you can place the protractor anywhere on the basketball as long as it's perpendicular to the edge where it is, and you can measure the angle to something that's outside of the basketball. I mean, it's not that hard.
Literally what they're saying is that if we lived on a sphere, we couldn't measure angles. Which,
yeah, I mean,
it's so dumb. It's the dumbest argument I've ever heard. Sorry, go ahead.
And okay, just a couple of reasons why I'm not a flat earther. When I did come across it at first, I did think like, oh, do we actually live on a flat earth? But here's why I'm not a flat earther.
Okay.
If you look at the sun and the moon as they go across the sky, they do not change size as they rise, as they get to the center of the sky, as they go down. And even if you thought the earth was flat, what does it look like the sun and moon are doing? It looks like they're going down and underneath the earth. So, like, if I was a Native American living in, like, Kansas, like 1,000 years ago, I'd probably assume the earth was flat, but at the very least, I would assume that the sun and the moon were going underneath the earth and then coming back up the next day.
I think that's what they believed, yeah.
Sorry, say that again?
So I think that's what they believed, yes.
Right, and I think that's, like, I don't understand how people, even like you for, 9 years, you look at the sun and the moon every day and you see it and they don't change size and you assume that they just like go across flat earth. And
well, I believe that we see them on that kind of your own personal dome, or that's your dome or your sky, so I think it's always the same distance from you in there. But again, I'm not invoking 180 degree refractions.
Right. Yeah, and also like anyone can just go to their, like if you live in an apartment or if you go to an office building or like a hospital, and you'll see like the square tiles on the ceiling. If you look down, they get smaller the further they get away from you. You don't see that with the sun or the moon. And also we know that the sun and the moon are spherical because like right now I can look on the other side of my room and I see there's these lights shining down, and the lights are kind of in a circle shape. But they look, from my perspective, they look squished. because they're like
Yeah, Flat Earth has to basically say they don't.
Underneath them, they look more circular.
This is why
And-
Flat Earth says they don't know what the moon and sun is. Just so you know.
Right.
Yeah, because they can't say
And-
it's a sphere. They can't say it's physical because then you're going to get those questions. So it has to be something we don't know.
Right. Anyways, I've kind of given the rundown as to why I'm not a flat earther. I'm glad you're starting to come to your senses, even though it took 9 years, but better late than never, I guess. But
Yeah, it's
anyways, one thing I did want to mention is, you know who Zach Hubbard is, right?
He was on the show earlier.
Oh, he was on the show earlier?
Yeah, he came on. We just
Oh,
we just
what did he have to say?
we just argued and then he left.
Oh, okay. So what's funny
I tried to bet him money. He wouldn't bet me money.
So what's funny is about 7 years ago, I was watching Flat Earth videos in my spare time because that's what I did. And I was watching one of your live streams actually, and you mentioned his name, and I was like, who's Zach? And I went and watched one of his videos, and then I was like, oh, okay, that number stuff seems ridiculous. But then maybe about a year and a half after that, I kind of, for some reason, I came across his channel again, and if you search my channel name, The Sports Critic, on YouTube with this logo, you'll see I make videos talking about how the Cabal uses gematria and numerology to create scripted headlines, scripted sports events.
Oh, I think I've seen your videos.
You name it. What?
I think I've seen your videos.
Yeah, so I'll make the point because I know that you grew up a big Giants fan. I did too because I'm also from the Bay Area.
Nice.
And there's a reason why the Giants, when they won the World Series the first time, they went 11-4 in the playoffs because San Francisco Giants equals 114. And there's also a reason why the last World Series they won, it was in their 57th season in San Francisco. And then when Bruce Bochy won the World Series last year with the Rangers, he picked up his 57th all-time World playoff win. And then when the Dodgers won the World Series,
Can I make a prediction real quick? Can I make a prediction though? You did not play sports.
Yeah, but I mean,
I'm just saying.
I mean, I played basketball in middle school. I did cross country and track in high school. I mean,
Yeah, but
not at a high level,
Okay.
but
Yeah, I mean, it's just it's
it's different when it's not at a high level. I mean,
Right.
the games are more organic there. When you get to the high level, these players are so good that if they tell them, hey, we want you to throw a pass 20 yards into the back corner of the end zone, I mean, they can do that. If you're a
You think a
golfer, they
baseball player can hit a ball to a certain location that's thrown 100 miles per hour? That's what you really think?
Well, these players have been training since they were 6 years old, probably at the very youngest.
So it's so funny that people
they're
that
used to seeing
you come here like you've got
high
this you've got this intellectual higher point or and then you believe that a baseball thrown 100 miles per hour that is literally life and death for somebody. If that hits you in the face, you could die. And you're like, oh, they can just swing and hit it wherever. I mean, it's just
it's not that simple. They've been training at this for their whole lives, and
right.
it's
So they would
something know
never
how to do.
just
I
like
mean,
they would
yeah,
never
you
do
or I,
anything.
we can do
They would go hard as could be. You would never go half-assed in sports because you would break bones. You would get hurt. So you go full speed.
Players do get injured. We see players get injured.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
I
So
mean, injuries happen. I mean, they have
Okay.
understudies. It's like a theater production.
again, if when sports are rigged, and I do think they are, but it's done by referees and by coaching, it's not done by the players. Players just do.
The players are definitely to the extent I don't know how much.
So what would happen? What would happen? So the Giants win 11-4. Like, what would happen if they win 11-3? Because one guy
that
didn't.
wasn't part of the script. I mean, they
Right.
weren't
So
gonna
you're
do it.
making
It
it
was
sound
already
like a
set probably
guy.
years in advance.
If that's true, then a guy who gets up to hit a baseball, get a base hit in the bottom of the ninth, has to get that base hit. He can't
yeah,
not.
I mean, that's why the pitcher will throw the right pitch for him to
No.
get the base hit.
You're so lost. That is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. We got to go later. We've got New Moon up next. New Moon, do you have more garbage for me like this than the last guy that thinks that we can hit like that? It's so obvious when somebody hasn't played professional sports. I mean, I have friends that are in like if I even told them that, they would laugh hysterically. Like, it is so hard to hit a baseball. Not just like, oh, I have to hit the base hit at the end of the game. I'll easily do that. Just throw me nobody's going to question if you usually throw the ball 100 miles per hour, but right now you're going to throw it 60 so I can hit a little base hit. That won't be questioned. All right, go ahead. Sorry.
It's hard to read. Yeah.
New Moon,
So-
you're not faking. I'm not falling for any of your tricks. We're not doing it. We're not doing a golden ticket. And
Oh, man,
I
that
don't
was
trust
funny.
you. I don't trust anybody with the emails now. You got me. Now what's up? So you sure it wasn't you who did the Dave Weiss scam? Sounded like you.
What you did? No.
Oh, somebody was trying to get Dave Weiss to like give up their Facebook page. I thought it was you.
No. Why should I do it, dude? Why?
I don't know.
He's a
Why would you
flat
do?
earther like us.
Well, why would you do that to Lisbeth? So, you have to think
No,
about
not Lisbeth. It was for Will Duffy, as you know.
that. Yes. Anyway, New Moon, everybody, the one who fooled Will Duffy and almost, well, it ended up working out, I guess.
Yeah, like Lisbeth is like still angry or not? Like she
No.
must be happy, right?
She's
She had
happy.
a great trip, right?
Yeah. She had a good time, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, she had a good time, and like you know everything. Like it was not supposed to like lose anyone money, but Will Duffy, it was his choice to
Yes.
still continue. Okay, she'll go. Okay, if he can manage to do that, then it's good for him, right? He got the donations,
Yeah,
and
it's
I
a
think
put him in a
there was
pretty tough position. Remember, I called him the night before because that's when you told me. So I basically was like, do I tell him? And at first I was like thinking, no. And I was like, I have to tell him because otherwise he's going to give away a trip tomorrow that doesn't exist. So I called and told him, and then he's like,
yeah.
fuck, I have to still give that trip away because people are already going to show up and they think there's a trip. So I can't cancel the trip now. People are going to all go to the. So anyway, just a big.
Yeah. And bro, you was also confused, like, because when I was talking to you on Telegram, and you don't know, like, that was my Telegram ID, right?
No, because you're not. See, people out there need to learn this. It's very
your name.
difficult for us content creators to
Just your
keep
name,
track of you people if you change your name. If you're New Moon on YouTube and you're something else on Telegram, there's no way for me to know that's you. I know you know it's me,
Yeah.
but you need to say like, "Hey, I'm New Moon," because I don't know that's you.
No, I told you that I think years back, but
Oh
like
yeah, I can
forget
remember
that.
that. Yeah, it was,
Like,
I remember
like
all those
because
things.
we were, yeah, because we are talking on Telegram from like years, so like I forget. Like, I was like, oh, Jaren, you don't know I'm Newman? You said no.
I didn't
Man,
know.
forget it.
All right, what do you got? You got a
Okay,
minute
so
35 left.
yes. So
By the way,
as I
did you
know,
know
like,
that? Did you know that Dubé won the Super Shill Person of the Year?
Yeah, yeah.
You know, okay, just make
Like I don't like to watch like, and any people like right now who are calling it fake, like we need to work on them. Like I don't watch them first of all, and I'll not watch them anymore because I know like they are lying, and still like if they are into this flat Earth conversation, they know like it's real, right? But they are fake. They are just lying. Like the person here in the chat, like Flatzoid, I would like to call that he is lying, right? So, like there is an Antarctica sun, and and I also want to say, like, we flat earthers were also not very good in researching that there is a 24-hour sun. Like, we should
Yeah, I
be
feel bad about that. Yeah.
more, we should have good research, right? So we also say that this was our fault, and that's why I 100% agree what you said in that interview on TFE, that yeah, I was wrong. So yeah, we all should say that we was wrong, and honestly, we had very poor research in that. And like in June 20, I also messaged you on Telegram, hey Jaren, you're going there, but there is a 24-hour sun for sure. I am 100% sure about that. But that time we started researching when TFE
Right.
come into, right? If there or not. So it was our bad research. So we should be accountable for that. And
Yeah, and I'll
you
take
said that
I'll take responsibility for that.
yeah, and you take responsibility. I agree with everybody said, but flat earthers are going crazy. Oh, why he said like we was wrong and they were right? Yeah, that's the truth.
Yeah, it's the
You
truth,
need
and
to
that's
say
what I'm
that.
trying to get across. Is it's okay. It doesn't make the Earth change shape by saying, "Oh, I was wrong." Now we know what really happened, so we can like. If I would have told you 2 months ago, "Hey, make a flat Earth," first of all, you're gonna have a very difficult time because you don't know what the fuck the sun does in the south. Now, if I tell you to make a flat Earth, you know what it has to do. So that's progress. If we didn't have a bunch of numbskulls going around trying to make sure we never have progress, which may be Eric Dubé, which may be these guys who fake evidence. Like, there should be a rule. I wish I could be the YouTube police. If you fake something on YouTube, you're gone. You should be gone. Like, if you're faking shit, we cannot have that in the truth movement. Now, the problem is that nobody cares. Nobody's like, because they're like, oh, sometimes you have to lie to get the truth across, which is not true. But that's what people allow them to do. They allow themselves to go down the path of, well, this is the truth. Like, if flat Earth is the truth, then it's okay if I lie to get flat Earth out there. That's how people feel. Just so you know, that's what I think the globe feels. I guarantee you I know exactly what happened with the Stephen Hawking thing. Stephen Hawking, they were going to go do this experiment, prove the shape of the Earth, whatever. And they went out there and they said, okay, it's 6 miles. Okay, the helicopter should hide behind 24 feet. Send him over there. And they didn't know that the height of the telescope has to be figured in. So they probably flew the helicopter over there, and the helicopter just kept not being able to hide behind any water. And then they're like, fuck, well, we'll just fake it. Because they're thinking the globe is true. We can't show it right, but we can fake it, and we're getting the truth across. That's the way that these people think. So we are becoming the same way. Flat earthers now are like, we can put up any meme, we can say anything, even if it's not true. We know it's not true. We're getting the truth across. We're bringing more people onto flat earth. The problem is that'll blow up in our face. It really will.
Yeah, and like I never told like I also go to Nathan Oakley channels, right? And like still I will not say like Nathan Oakley is very good in deceiving other people, and he knows the truth. That's why he don't go to other platforms and debate in neutral platforms, because he says like he has 2 mantras like Earth is matter flat, and I have the second law of thermodynamics that proves that all this both arguments
All he has
are
is a
wrong.
mute button.
Both are wrong. Yeah.
It's just a mute button. A
Can
mute
you hear
button.
me?
Yep, I said all he has is a mute button.
Yeah, and oh, okay. So like the guy came just wax, right? I also know him. So he was saying like you cannot take the elevation angle of a star if you are on a globe. No, you just need a plumb bob. So the plumb bob give you the plumb line, and the horizontal
Some
line
of
is
us know
based
that,
on
but
the
they'll
plumb
just
line.
argue against it because here's the thing: this is how you know a scammer. A scammer is if they take a position and they will never get off of it, right? So he took that position. Now he can never be wrong about it. So he'll never say, "Oh, I was wrong." You cannot say that. So he's scamming. Do you understand? If you've blocked, he's blocked himself from ever being able to say he's wrong about that position. So we shouldn't even listen to his shows. His shows are, you can't get an angle measurement from a curved baseline. That's it. That's his show.
That's wrong. That's wrong.
Yeah, it's
Like
wrong.
I also go to his channel and his Discord, like in his live, but I can't say in his live stream when he's doing. I can't say, hey, no, we can take the angle measurement, because I know like he will fight me, right?
Oh yeah, I tried one time to say it, and I was like, never do it
I
again.
also go silent. Okay, let him say whatever he's saying.
Wait, let's
Yeah.
watch this real quick because I think that we need to be cheered up real quick. Hold on one second. Let's watch this. See.
Yeah, so that's the whole thing. Like,
Hold
you
on,
can
hold on. I
take
said,
the
hold on.
elevation.
We're gonna get cheered up here.
God. Okay. So
Die, you fucking piece of shit!
he's killing the flies.
He's got to kill the flies, man.
Fucking die!
The fly went in between him and the computer, though. Fucking flies.
Oh.
It went right in between him. In the middle of, listen to this. In the middle of his live stream where he's talking about esoteric.
Die! 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 Get the fucking hint!
Stupid fly. Listen what the fly did, though, first of all. It's really fucked up.
So Jaren, there's another guy who has offered you another
Fucking
trip.
fly
that is
again. Yeah.
$150,000 trip.
Oh, yeah, right. Where
you know
to?
that?
What?
You know that another guy who offered you an $150,000 trip, and he told you like he will also go with you.
No,
to
I
fly
don't.
Over the Antarctica.
New Moon, you're the one person I'm not listening to anything about any money being given to anybody. Do you understand that? That's called crying wolf or whatever. You don't get to tell me anything. If there's somebody like that out, somebody else needs to tell me. You don't get to tell me that.
No. He's a YouTuber. Everyone
I don't
know
care.
that
I
guy.
think you're lying. You offer fake trips to people, dude. I'm not listening to this.
No.
Tell him to reach out, but it can't be you. All right, let's go to Tony Drake. Tony!
Hello. How you going?
Good, you?
Yeah, very good, mate. I've been listening to you for a long time, and I respect your honesty and straightforwardness.
Thank
and
you.
I understand what you're saying about the sun appears to move in the opposite direction. That sort of evidence supports the globe. You agree with me or not?
Yes.
Yes. Right. It also supports a globe. I'll start again. You're familiar with the Gleason's map, right? It's a big rectangular map, and we've got those sites on the internet where you can see the shadows of the sun and the moon move from right to left across that map.
Okay.
And do you agree that map is probably the most accurate map relating to size and distance between countries and so on. And everybody in the world can check that the sun shadows and the moon shadows are where they are on that map, and it's fairly accurate. Will you agree with that or not?
Up until the Tropic of Capricorn, absolutely.
Pardon?
Up until the Tropic of Capricorn. Yes, it's perfect.
What's wrong with being below the Tropic of Capricorn, which is where I am?
You're below it?
Yeah.
Okay, so if you look south, if you kept walking a little bit south, would you see the sun again?
Yes.
Okay, so but you just said the AE map is the most correct because the
No, not the AE map. No.
Oh.
The Gleason's map.
That's the same thing. The Gleason's is the AE map.
Okay. The rectangular map.
Oh,
you see,
that's not Gleason's. That's not Gleason's. You're talking about MERCED.
MERCED, right? Okay. Would you agree that the MERCED map appears to be fairly accurate, and anybody anywhere in the world can check and see that those sun shadows are in that place at that time?
It gets really distorted at the poles, and it requires a Pac-Man sun, but yes.
Yeah, I agree. It does get distorted at the poles, but I've always known that the sun is circling around the south because I see it rise in the southeast and I see it sink in the southwest. So I can assume it's circling somewhere to the south of me.
Right. So that doesn't really work well on any flat Earth map. So are you a globe believer?
I've been following you since you started, mate. I've had flat Earth written on the side of my vehicle now for about 8 years.
Okay, so then
and that's the way I attract newcomers.
Nice.
Because when I park somewhere, sooner or later someone will come up to me and said, "Who wrote Flat Earther on the side of your bus?" And I said, "I did."
So you expected the sun to circle in the south?
Absolutely.
And how do you explain that?
Okay. Yeah, okay. If we go back to that map, what do you call that map?
MERCED.
The one that MERCED map, right?
Yeah.
So what they've done with that map is they've printed it out and then they've curved it, and so the map, because you've got to have the sun and you've got to have the sun doing a circle. So they got that map and they folded it to make a cylinder, right? And then they squished each end of it to make the globe. Can you believe that?
I could see that.
Yeah. There's one other way of doing it that fits the parameters of what we observe, and that is that you fold it in the opposite direction, and the sun is inside, and so are all the stars.
You're. I'm looking into this. I've been looking in the last couple of days. Give me a couple of weeks on that.
Hey, I've been looking into it for 5 years.
You're convinced?
And I've made measurements, and I've come across proofs that can prove it to anybody. It'll take me a long time to explain them all to you, but there's a few measurements I've done. One of the good ones is that photograph that you guys have got up called the Black Swan, where there's 2 oil rigs out in the distance.
That would be pretty good concave evidence.
If you look at that photograph and you draw some horizontal lines starting at the bottom, the furthest away line is higher than the camera.
Really?
Have a look at the photograph. It's
Yeah, I guess
plainly obvious.
Yeah, I can see that.
Can you see that photograph?
I could see that, but just so you know, there's a bad echo on your line.
What do I do about that?
I don't know why I'm echoing and you're not. We'll just finish up the call. Your 3 minutes is up, so give us your final words here. We got more people behind you.
Well, there's some things that some of the people on your show would like to investigate if they've got time, and I've done it, but I've taken years and years. In South Africa, there are mine shafts that go down for miles.
Right.
And there's mine shafts miles away from those, and then there's shafts that run horizontally between those vertical shafts, and those shafts are all perpendicular. They use a big plumb bob, and down 1 mile down a shaft, a plumb bob, and it still stays in the center of that shaft, and another one a mile away. And if you extend those lines, they join to each other about 4,000 miles above. It's proof,
Wow.
and it's evidence, and anybody can research it. There's also the.
So how big is the sun? Is the sun 33? Is the sun 33 miles?
No, I can't tell you, but the measurements I've done with geometry suggest it's about 3,000 miles, but I'm not prepared.
No. That's 3,000 miles in distance, but I'm talking about its size. How big? How wide is it?
It would appear to be maybe 30 miles.
Okay.
I don't know.
Yeah, it seems. I mean, that's the math. Okay.
And it's obvious that the moon is the same size as the sun.
Yeah.
And these people that try and control us, have you challenged them to give you how they came to their measurements?
Yeah, I've tried before. It's impossible. In fact, you want to know a good one? Is that there's no talk, at least that I've ever been able to find, of the change from when they went from geocentric to heliocentric. They would have had to reverse the moon and change the moon from orbiting once a day to 27 times a month. I mean, 27 days, or once every 27 days. But think about how that would have been a conversation. They don't even talk about it. There's not even a mention of it. It just happened. It's because it's a fabrication. The storyline is fabricated.
That's all we've got to demonstrate, and it is demonstrable.
I'm looking at this model and I fucking love it. This is my problem. I shouldn't love it, and I love it. It's just too. Oops, that's the wrong thing. Where? Okay. Man, I just had. Oh, here it is. This thing is it's just pretty. Is that Stephen Jackson's or Stephen Christ's model?
Yeah, he's pretty close. I reckon he's doing a pretty good job.
I just like it because I like the idea of everything being small. The stars are close. The sun is small. But he was describing. He was. What's the guy's name? Pastor or brother?
There's quite a few of them.
Yeah.
There's
anyway, he was describing the 24-hour sun and how it works in the south and what I saw, and it does match observation.
Yeah.
But it requires us. Here's the other thing: is that this is why you would have no pictures of the Earth, because you can't get far enough away from it to take a picture. You're going to run into the fucking celestial sphere.
No, I believe that you can't actually go more than 60 miles above the surface. Absolutely.
Yeah. All right. I appreciate the call. I will look into it. You can bet on that because I'm just going to either debunk it or believe it.
I've got plenty of evidence if you want more things to look at.
Thank you.
Because I'm a privileged person. I'm 77 now, and I've been doing research for the majority of my time for the last 20 years because I'm self-sufficient.
I love that. Are you on Telegram or no?
No,
Okay.
I'm not very good on the computer, and I'm nearly blind, but I can use these. I can come and talk to you on this thing next time you're there.
All right. First Thursday of every month. Come by. I appreciate
Thank you very much.
Later. I see Flatzoid in here. Let's get his 4 minutes of more lies, I'm sure.
Hey, Jaron, thank you. Yeah, just been waiting a while, but I came in to say thank you for Wicked for still not responding to the video he said I contributed, and thank you for being rude to Roger Ledwell for literally showing that Wicked was lying.
Oh, so Witsit lied. You didn't lie at all.
You claiming that Dave McKeegan's 360 doesn't show Wicked doing exactly what he said he didn't do.
You said you saw it live.
Yes. I've done many lives before. I tested to Wicked, and on those lives we watched it.
No, but you said you saw it live, which you couldn't have
Yes,
if it was
live. Did we not watch it live? And we were watching Wicked live too while he was breaking. We even said, "Oh, is that maybe a glitch?" Because we also saw his blouse went on because of the black screen.
You realize that the video you're talking about has been edited, or no? You don't realize it yet.
No, I used Dave McKeegan. Are you saying Dave McKeegan's 360 is edited?
So in Dave McKeegan's footage, Witsit walks over and then ducks down behind the computer and pops up?
No one said trash can. No, I never said trash can. I said he comes out the house, takes his vape, and bends down and walks up to the computer and releases his breath.
Yeah, he does. He doesn't ever bend down. So where's that video?
Say by the trash can comes after, which is also on David.
All right, sweet. Can you share it with? Can you share it for us so we can all see?
Yes, I can share screen. Share screen. Let's just show you mine because you can see here, and then I'll show you David Keegan. You can see that?
Yeah, I see it.
Okay, this is taken straight from David.
You show the breath. But if you say walking in concession and doing this, we see you go down, and we see you actually put things to your mouth, and then you show the breath. But if you say no, it's not a lie. Are you saying I'm lying? While we showed this
that's
live,
what I just said, right? Didn't I just say you're lying?
Oh, I'm saying
Yes,
you
I'm
lying
saying
because
you're
the
lying,
actual
right?
we got live.
Hold on. Where did he bend down?
Here's a little breath.
Where did he bend down? I just showed you.
No, you didn't.
There we go. Bending down head.
Where?
Your mouth, and then you show the.
There we go. There's taking a vape.
You said he was bending down.
That's bending down.
What is?
Is he not bending down to take the vape?
On the picture that's on the screen?
Yes.
No, dude.
What? Is he not? That's not bending down. What's he doing? What's his head doing?
Man, you guys are really bad at this. So
What's he doing there?
Wait, the
What's he
video.
doing there?
So now we're just not talking about the video anymore, where he pops up in the screen and does it.
I didn't say anything about the trash can crouching. That's still in the same video, by the way, of David McKeegan.
Okay.
So, but that wasn't what I was talking about. I was talking about him walking specifically to the computer and taking a vape, which he said he did not do.
Correct.
And this is showing it.
Showing what?
Him taking a vape, going to the screen, and releasing his breath.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know if that's what that shows. You can tell he's taking a vape right here?
Yes, that's a vape.
Oh, I don't know that.
Okay, what did he do?
I don't know.
He himself in the face.
Did you ask him?
You can see he even puts it in. Let me slow it even more down so you can see him put it in his pocket.
Please.
Okay.
And yeah,
You can
and
see him put it in his
did you
pocket.
ask him? Did you ask him what happened?
Yeah, ask him. Whitsett is literally, there we go, he puts it in his pocket. He just put the vape in his pocket, and now he's walking over to show his breath.
It literally makes no sense.
Yeah, because he's lying. He said.
So
he said,
again,
I
I'll ask you the
can't
same thing. What is your contention then?
From whatever you guys are talking.
What is your contention? So what is your claim? Your claim is that this is not in Antarctica?
Nope, never said that. This is me in contention saying with it. If you lied and you were just honest, you would just say, okay, I was pressurized to do this because everyone is going blah blah about my breath.
But that's not true. That's not true. But that's not true. You just said.
Down and saying we are lying.
But we're not
It
lying.
doesn't exist. You're always showing it.
But we're not lying. So why would he say that?
He is lying. I just showed him vaping. He said he never did this. And if you don't believe me, I can even show Dave McKeegan's 360 self showing exactly the same thing.
Okay, I will, because it's such a big deal that you keep lying about it, you keep talking about it, I will find out what happened and I'll put out a video and show it if it's one way or the other. Because I don't know, I haven't talked to Whitsett about what is he doing there. I thought he said he got a drink of water. But I know that the video that everyone's talking about is a different video where he's kneeling down and taking a vape. And I heard you talking about that.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about.
Okay, but where is he?
Kneeling down, bending down. Kneeling down and crouching would be by the trash can, which I didn't even talk about, by the way. I was talking about specifically him bending down, or in this case, bending over, as you guys would say. Sorry, because I am off the
We
top.
don't call that bending over. Nobody calls that bending over. If I told my wife to bend over and she put her head down like this, I would think she's retarded.
Sorry. There's a difference between bending down, like this, and crouching at a trash can.
That's
The
not
point is
bending
I never
down.
spoke
Anybody who
about
calls
the
that
trash
bending
can
down
at
is...
all. And you guys are trying to intentionally put on crouching at a trash can, which I didn't talk about.
Okay.
And then
I have to go back and
you
listen to
just
the
don't
conversation.
use
In
the
the,
video.
in the
So
conversation, I thought you were talking about the video that's been cut. You now realize there is an edited video, right?
I've always realized it is a video. But
Okay,
I've
so why...
told Whitsett and everybody,
Why are
never
people
used that in
why
the
are people
video.
making edited videos of Whitsett lying? They're lying and putting it out there. Why would that be happening?
They're not lying. You did crouch behind the trash can and vape as well. You want to see that part?
Oh boy, here we go.
Okay. Let me
Did the guy who made the video, did he edit it so it looked like Whitsett came up from the vape and then blew it?
Dave McKeegan
Dude, I'm so sad. I'm so sorry that you guys are like that.
What are we like? We're pointing out deception.
It's not pointing out deception. There's no deception. That's what you're missing. The point.
He just said he didn't vape, and then he shows him vaping.
He didn't. That's not showing him vaping. That's you assuming he's vaping.
Okay. And by the way, I just want to see if I can get that video to see that point.
Okay, 1 minute. Let's go.
Okay. Getting it.
Oh,
okay.
come on,
Get
man.
it on screen. Sorry, I just got to get it off my desktop. Where am I? Stop sharing. Okay. Sharing again. Screen, window. Okay. Can you see this?
Yeah, you're on.
So this is from Dave McKeegan's as well. This is when he's busy ending his live stream apparently or something. Low edit. Just watch. So he puts it down. He's going to vape now. He's going to come now. He's putting his gloves on his side. Not this. This is from Dave McKeegan's 360. Okay. There we go. He's vaping.
Okay, and wasn't that during a music?
Nope.
What do you mean?
Never claimed it was.
Wait, hold on. So he ducks down to not show himself vaping because he's playing a song.
Nope. This is afterwards.
So what's going on in the live stream?
The way I show him vaping was when he came out of the container, where he claimed he went in to drink water.
I'm talking about right now. Right now you just showed. Hold on. Right now you showed him at a laptop. Right? He's at a laptop, and then he bends down to take a vape. But are you saying he came up and then blew it in the camera's face again?
No.
So he just took a vape.
He came out of the container, he took a vape, walked to the camera, and released his breath. This crouching at the drum is just to show he did definitely vape, because everyone said he didn't vape.
I don't know who said that.
Jaren. Everybody said that. You just said it as well.
I did not. What?
So I just showed you.
I said, dude, you are so. When you show him walking out and you say he's vaping, I'm saying we don't know that. I wanted to ask him what he says he was doing.
He definitely a vape.
Okay.
That's taken from the 4K.
So then, what does he say? That was terrible footage. That's not 4K.
Oh, what's it say? Nothing, because he said I can't produce it. I produced it, tagged him, told him what's going on. When am I getting a response? He hasn't responded to it.
Okay, I'll find out, because you guys are talking around each other. He's talking about the edited video. You are now showing a video that's not edited.
And I made it very specific. I'm not talking about the edited video. And he keeps going back to the edited video. I said I don't care about the edited video. I didn't even see it on the edited video. I saw it on Dave McKeegan's 360.
Okay, gotcha. So the video that there's out there of him coming up and then blowing the smoke in the face of the camera, you realize that is a chopped piece.
No, I just showed you on Dave McKeegan's 360. He walked out of the container.
Not that one.
And he walked to the computer and released his breath.
It's so stupid though, because what is your?
That's not edited.
Your claim is that you caught us because for some reason we needed to show our breath, even though you don't see breath in Antarctica. We needed to show it. What?
It's not about that. Again, it's about if he just says, okay, yeah, guys, I was under pressure. People were pressurized.
There is no under pressure. So you're asking him. You're saying if he Flatsway. How is that okay for you to say? How can you just say if he said this, then I would accept? But what you're asking him to say isn't the truth.
It is the truth. He's lying and he's tripling down about it, and he's defending his lies. This is the whole problem with this whole truth, the community of his lies.
No, I'm not defending any of his lies. I don't think that he did what you're saying.
He's trying to weed it out.
Well, I don't think you can tell by a little video like that that's what happened. I don't think you can tell that. So I don't think that Whitsitt came out, hit a vape, and then went in the camera and blew the vape in the camera. That's what I don't think happened.
Did you see he hold his breath? And I want to ask you a question.
That's why I told you I need to see.
Unpause the video.
Hold on.
I'll see unpause the music video.
I asked
he
you.
Talk. He literally just released his breath as he was holding it. He was even out of breath.
During the video?
Yeah.
See, right. So I don't know what you're saying. So he didn't breathe it on camera. He didn't show anybody it, right?
He did. He did breathe it on camera. He was
Show me.
holding it.
Show me.
Okay.
And then just realize that your picture for me is very small, so I need to actually look at the real footage. I'm not going to take this little pixelated job that you're sending me and assume that I can, from that, determine whether or not somebody was vaping. Just, I don't assume that.
Okay. Just thing again.
Oh, sorry.
This is because I had to zoom it in. That's the whole reason. But
Yeah, I got you.
Just quickly, let's put it back to normal speed. You can see there he's vaping. He's walking through the screen.
No, you're saying he's vaping. I get
So
that.
this is now when he's going to stop his wife's video playing. It's black screen now. Okay? Now he presses it so it can go on. This is him live now. You see that?
Okay.
Straight away, pushes his breath out. And he's out of breath. He didn't talk first. He immediately expelled his lungs.
Okay.
When you walk up and you want to talk, he just talked. This shows he knew he was holding the breath.
Okay, but he could have drank water or something. I don't know what he did.
He said he drank water inside
Okay.
the container.
Right.
And he already expelled his breath when he came out. You see him putting the vape to his mouth, sticking it back in his pocket, and then doing this.
Okay, so
And by the way, if he drank water, why is there no ice crystals on his beard?
what? He didn't spill the water on his beard.
He drank water. There should be some ice.
No, that's not the way. Oh, Jesus Christ.
But yeah, the point is, he's lying about this. He said, I can't show this footage. He's showing it. And the dishonest guy is trying to keep pushing it back to King Nico's edited video.
Everything is all messed up because he's not claiming that. Okay, I'm just done because what we're talking about is on two different things. He's talking about the edited video. You're saying you're not talking about the edited video. I will watch it and I'll find out from what he says he was doing when he came out of that box. Okay.
Awesome, yeah, that's fine.
Thank you.
But thanks, that's all I wanted to show.
Well, I appreciate it.
Because yesterday he's avoiding me for some reason.
Okay, we'll find out. We'll get to the bottom of it. But I'm promising you that we were there in Antarctica. There's nobody who ever told us anything about we had under pressure or anything. I could post whatever I want. I didn't sign any NDA. I didn't say I would ever say anything. I never was told to say anything. I was never told I couldn't post video footage of anything. I was completely free to do whatever I wanted there, film whatever I wanted. If you don't want to believe that, that's okay. That's on you. But I'm trying to...
Like I said, the only thing I've been saying this whole time, okay? It doesn't matter when you guys are there. It doesn't matter if the sun shows or not. Just like you guys said, it's still flat. The point in contention is, if true, why need to lie?
I agree with you. So that's why I don't think he's lying, because there's no reason to. So I need to talk to him and find out what he's saying.
He's lying.
No, you are making a claim based on a very hard to see picture. At least it's hard for me. It's small. So let me look at the original footage. That's what I said.
Okay, I'm going to give you Dave McKeegan's link.
I don't need to do that. I can find that on my own. Thank you. I'm capable of doing that.
There we go.
Thank you.
Okay,
All right.
so I've got to go. Thanks again.
Later. All right. Much love to you. All right. We got Tony. Oops, Tony already was on. Dan. Sorry, Dan.
Hey, Jaren.
What up?
Thanks for having me on.
Yeah.
I just wanted to say kudos and congrats on probably being the only truthful flat earther that I know at this point. I'm a Glober. We've chatted a few times throughout the years, and it was your videos that I initially got interested in the flat earth thing. I particularly loved your videos because you seem to always be in pursuit of truth. All the way back when you were always trying to think of some sort of experiment to demonstrate what you believed. And I just found that commendable. And something strange happened a couple years ago, maybe 2-3 years, maybe right around the time that Beyond the Curve came out. I don't know, where the conversation within the flat earth seemed to change from that of pursuing truth to that of not just saying they don't have a model, but celebrating it. I'm not sure if you've seen this, but it's strange to me. Like they will say, "Oh, you can't argue with us because we don't have a model," as though that's a good thing.
Right.
And so it just drives me insane. I'm glad that you are one of the only people to not do that, and you still continue to hold on to
It's like you guys we didn't throw any gutter balls. It's like, yeah, because you had bumpers.
Yeah. So anyway, I just wanted to say kudos, and I had one question for you, which is I think somebody asked a similar question, which was what's next, but I have a more specific one. Not what's next for the flat earth, but specifically for you. What is next for you? Because you said something, probably the most true statement that you could be uttered in your situation right now, which is, somebody said, "Oh, we know it's still flat," and you said, "I don't know anymore." And I think that's a great statement to start with. But seeing what I know of you and your pursuit of truth, where does that bring you right now? And what do you plan to do next? Do you plan to test more things or revisit old ideas? or what? Because I know after that laser experiment, you kind of stopped doing, at least in my opinion, it seemed like you stopped doing experimentation.
Well, that's not fair. I mean, COVID happened, but
right.
So
anyway,
I mean,
maybe I won't put words in your mouth. What is next for you?
And remember, they misrepresented that experiment, so that actually made me more of a flat earther. So these are the things that these people don't realize hurt you along the way. When you lie to people, when you lie about an experiment or you lie about my experiment, what do you expect me to do? So what I get most upset at is people who are like, don't understand flat earthers, whereas I don't understand how you could not understand flat earthers. So I can't hate on flat earthers because I get why they believe that, and I get that. When you start having the vitriol that comes from Globers, you take it as it's no longer an intellectual conversation. It's no longer science when people are starting to call you globetard, flurf, right? This is now devolved into basically no longer treating each other like they're human. I don't agree to do that with ever. I don't want to treat people who believe differently than me like they're scum. They're just humans who believe differently than me. So I don't want to be part of that, and that's where this is going. And now it's gotten so bad that now you flat earthers do it to themselves, right? So I'm going to remove myself kind of from that group and try and go with my show on Fridays and make it well produced. Have some segments that are going to try to explain some things that I think haven't been explained right. I think I can explain things better than others can, and I think I can point out where people have gone wrong, and then see if I can actually gather enough kind of evidence to show people that there is a direction that we can go towards the truth. Now, I might find out within a week or two that I have half the views I've had before because everybody bails and they're all making video. And then I become this, instead of people doing what I want them to do, which is actually research what they believe. So if you believe in the flat earth still, then you should be out trying to design a map that works. But if instead I just become a poster boy that these people can now turn on me and just focus on that, and that's like a rallying cry for flat earth, then I don't want to be part of that. Right? I don't want to perpetuate stupidity because these people, because that's what they'll do. They, rather than fight what's coming at them, which is the actual data that needs to be addressed, they just call it fake. That's what they did in the final experiment, right? We went down, we saw the sun. So what should be happening is right now everybody should be in groups at their houses or getting together and talking on Zoom and saying, okay, we now know the sun does this. Can we explain that on a flat earth? But they don't do that. They'll just say it's fake and refuse to look into it. So if that's the case, then they'll do the same thing with things I point out. They'll just say, I'm lying, I'm a shill, I got paid. And then it's just, what am I really doing? Because my goal would be to probably help people get a little bit closer to understanding what I understand, which is, hey, this could be a psyop, this could be a lie, and I want to dig through it. I want to talk to somebody at PBS. I want to get in touch with somebody at PBS that's going to explain to me why the fuck you faked an experiment that's supposed to prove the curvature of the earth. That's not cool. That creates flat earthers. That creates science denial. So don't go around, and then the person at the end of that documentary is like, oh, and it's just so baffling that people today, they question science. It's like, no, dipshit. It's baffling that you're faking science. You can't expect people to believe it when you're faking it. So
right.
I also want to put together some sort of campaign. I think there needs to be a camera at Union Glacier 24 hours a day during the summer. There's no reason why there shouldn't be. It would literally cost, even if it cost $100,000, that's 1/650th of NASA's daily budget. Daily. They can put a fucking camera at the South Pole, especially if we can show children in school so they don't have to grow up and be like, I don't know any evidence of the globe earth. That was my problem. I told you guys in 2015, I'm looking for evidence of the globe earth, and nobody could ever provide it. It took 9 fucking years. So that's not fair to people that are in school. We should be showing children, look at the sun does. It's the middle of the summer, and look, it's just going around. We don't even have that. So it's by design, I think. That's what sucks, because what I'm asking to do is go against a purposeful psyop, which I'm not going to beat a psyop. But the other thing I want to do is just not allow these lies that I think are being told to affect me anymore. Right? Like, if I look at it, what's happened now, let's say that there's lies that were told about the globe, which there were. Stephen Hawking, my experiment. Okay, so those lies are being told about the globe. They've interrupted my life. They've caused me to have to waste time on explaining it, showing it, a bunch of bullshit that'll never get my time back in my life. I don't want that to continue. It's not important enough to me to ruin time with my family, lose time with my son, with my wife, over picking apart little details of these lies that somebody wants to tell me. I need to find the ones that are important. I need to find the things that we can make changes on, and not just spend all day doing what people are doing right now, right? Like just picking through the shadows, or like that's literally what they want people to do. I think that this government wants people to be worried about anything other than who's governing them. So they don't care if you argue about the shape of the earth. They don't care if you argue about science. They don't care if you argue about religion. They don't care if you argue about who's black and who's white and who's trans and who's not. They want you to do worthless shit and not research them and figure out that we've got a government that is stealing more and more money from us every year. So that's, and it's a whole political act. It's just not even real. So anyway, that's where I want to focus, is kind of clean up my stuff. Like I have a bunch of videos up on my channel. I need to go through them. I need to point out where I may have been wrong, where I still think I'm right, where things are facts, and where things were conjecture. Like one thing already I'll say, I've said that guy Sir Ranul Fines, because he supposedly did the circumnavigation north south, but then he stood in court and admitted to fraud. So when you look at your map, the AE map, and you're like, well, you can't go north south here, then you hear about him and you see that he stood up in court, it's very easy to dismiss his entire body of work, because I can say he stood in court and admitted to lying, so therefore he didn't do circumnavigation. Well, that isn't correct, right? That's not, sure, he did stand in court and admit to that, but that doesn't mean he didn't circumnavigate. So I took that to mean that, because I thought that the earth was shaped like the A map. If it's not, then chances are maybe he did circumnavigate. So I need to look into that again. So those are the things I'm talking about, where there's things where you, because of your position, will just dismiss, or you will put in a certain category. And sometimes you need to reevaluate those and say, okay, let's look at with the new evidence and now see if it's possible that he did what he said he did in those 3 years or whatever. And
I totally understand that.
Yeah,
you know,
so
like I've also gone through. I wish everybody on Earth goes through a moment where they have to confront something that they 100% believe was true.
Well, but we kind of did that as flat earthers,
right?
Globe earthers,
yeah.
2 flat earthers, right? So
sure.
But I think it's different.
Maybe you have to do it again. But anyway, my main
Yeah.
point is I know it takes time to reassess. You
Well,
know,
there's a lot of, I mean, there's a lot of things that I can't bring myself to yet with the globe. So, and I realize, okay, the sky is perfectly described by the globe. So you're like, okay, I'm in the globe category. But then you start thinking, wait, the sun's 93 million. Wait, I'm spinning. Wait, I'm flying through space. And then I put myself back over here. And I don't think there's a problem with that. That's why I'm like, when people are like, what do you believe? Tell me what you believe. It's like, shut up. Like, I believe what I believe based on evidence that I find, based on things I see. That's what you should do. It shouldn't be about what I say. Like, I literally don't care what anybody else believes. You don't see me going and saying, what do you believe about this? What do you, because I just want to know your evidence. What do you think you see? What is your kind of points of, and then I will decide for myself what I believe. I don't know why we ever got away from that. I do think it's because people don't want to put in the work, and they want to just have it, you know, they want the truth, but they want it from you. They want me to tell them the truth, and then they don't have to work towards it. And so if I've already told them that the earth is flat, and now I'm saying it's different, that's going to upset people because they already bought into what I said the first time, right? So I think that's kind of dealing with that. And I'm ready to leave. I mean, I'm really ready to, it wouldn't hurt me. This community has not been kind to me. They've not been, I don't think they put me where I deserve to be. So it wouldn't be hard for me to leave. Honestly, I don't make money doing it. It's, you know, like I said, $1,500 for my VIPs. It's a struggle to make the other money. People don't come to consultations anymore. It's just it's more trouble than it's worth. However, I enjoy it. I enjoy the people that I do, my VIPs, the people that I like, the people that have been around for a while, the people who stood behind me during all this. So that would be tough to leave. But at the same time, it's, if I'm not doing a benefit to anybody, like for instance, if I sat here and taught the globe, let's say I wanted to teach people the globe, I'm absolutely doing nothing for my life. Zero. If I believe the globe and then I say, oh, now I want to teach people the globe, it's just nothing for me. That's nothing. It's a complete waste of my time. It's a hindrance to my growth towards truth. Like, if I believe in the globe, I should just accept it. Okay, it's a globe, and then move on to learn other things. Spending my whole life on the globe isn't going to be any good.
The reason why I ask what's next is not necessarily the negativity of like the scene, the backlash, but more of what you were mentioning earlier about the response to it. You know, any scientifically minded person that experiences something, it witnesses something that completely goes contrary to what they thought, would excite them, right? They would, all of a sudden, their mind would be rushing about all the different possibilities that it could be.
Well, I think that's kind of pretend, but okay.
You don't think so? You disagree with that?
Yeah, I don't think that Neil deGrasse Tyson would be excited to realize that, you know, quantum mechanics is wrong.
Well, let me put it in a different way. it means that you've learned something that you didn't know
got
before.
what you're saying. Sure. That's
right?
it's a good
Right?
thing for me.
And so
That's
then
why
it
it's
would
not a
just
bad
lead
thing
to
for me.
further questions. And so I'm
Correct.
wondering if there are further questions. Are there like, do you immediately want to go out there and do new experiments based on what you learned or anything like that?
I think Toon wants to do the canal experiment again. And I've talked to Enrique, and we like the changes to it to kind of check that out. So I do want to do the canal experiment. It's very cheap, and easy to do. This time, rather than like we did last time with a hole where we tried to see through a hole, Toon had the idea of doing slits basically at the certain levels, and if we go up higher, get away from refraction, and we'll actually have a bigger variance between the bottom slit and the top slit. And we can have the person standing next to the board with a light, and then we'll say, okay, we see you, because they're outside of they're not being blocked. And then we'll say, now step behind the light, or behind the board. They'll step behind the board, and then we'll just see, now hold the light at the bottom slit, hold the light at the top slit. We're going to see that light one way, on one of those slits. So that's something we thought about doing. Besides that, no, I don't know if there's any more experiments I want to do. I mean, I think that the Earth measures flat to me as far as I've seen mirror flashes from far distances. I mean, not super far, right? Like I haven't seen a 50-mile mirror flash. But I'm just saying, I think I want to venture down that idea a little bit and see if people feel what I'm saying, that the Earth is flat, but it's a sphere. Now, that's going to drive people crazy because I've actually heard people tell me all circles have curves. You're like, okay, yes. All spheres have curves. Like, yes, but there can be a sphere so big, and then they all laugh like crazy. Like, the Earth isn't that big. Like, when I say so big, I mean 24,901 miles. That Earth is so big that where you're at is level, is flat. So I think you guys teach incorrectly if you go around telling people that water curves. Water does not curve. Water is a molecule. The molecule is tiny. It doesn't curve. The collection of water over long distances, if you zoom out, can curve. But locally, you'll never see water curving. Water lies flat and level. So I think you guys do it. The way you teach it is just incorrect. It's the idea that we have to nose down or anything like that for flying. We don't do that. Like we use the curvature of the Earth to build bridges. We would never do that. I think that there's like ways to describe things better that people could maybe kind of grasp. Like for me, I don't know why the Home Depots just finally clicked when I started kind of putting Home Depots together. And then when I thought about flooding a Home Depots, then it like hit me like, oh shit. If you have, I think I figured out that 17 Home Depots is a mile. So 51 is 3 miles. So 51 Home Depots lined up in a row, side by side, all the way down on a curved Earth would still be level everywhere. And then if they flooded, they would have a little bit of water in there and the water would be level everywhere. But it's not level. It's 6 foot lower at one end than it is the other. Now people then say, well, wouldn't the water fall off? Well, what direction is it going to fall off in? It's level. There's no direction for it to go. So it's kind of like if somebody would have stopped me, just like if I would have seen the 24-hour sun at the very beginning, or somebody would have stopped me and told me some ways to look at it differently than what they said, because I say that water doesn't curve. You think the oceans curve like that? Again, now I look at it, I'm like, well, if you were on a sphere, then I can see what they're saying. Now, again, there's too many things that go with the sphere for me. Too many things that I can't buy into. That's why I like the little interior model. I want to look into that a little bit, see how that matches, because I don't think the things in the sky are 25 trillion miles away. I think that's a joke. I don't think you'd ever be able to calculate it or figure it out or even have a clue. And if it is, then I think that NASA's inept anyway for even thinking about stars or trying to make people think like, oh, we found these exoplanets. That's just stupid. You're talking about something that would take us 28,000 years to get to if we traveled 100,000 miles per hour every day for every hour for 28,000 years. That alone should tell you we shouldn't even talk about it. The fact that NASA brings it up or puts any money into it is a literal joke. It's a literal joke. So it'd be like, again, there's not even something feasible that we could even think about that would be anywhere near as dumb as throwing money away like that. So I know I can't change the world. I can't be the head of NASA, even though I think I'd do better than the last ones. But I can at least try to kind of ruffle some feathers of some of these people and make them realize that it's not okay to go around gaslighting flat earthers. Like, I can't believe people question science. I'll give you 100 reasons why people question science. And they're legit reasons. And like I was talking to that guy from this skeptic organization, which at first when he called me, I like got excited because he's like, hey, we want to offer you to come out to our next meeting. It's a skeptic. And I was like, oh, really? I'm like, They wanted me to come out there. I mean, I would like to learn about skepticism, stuff like that. And then he started asking me questions, and we started going back and forth. And I realized that these are not skeptics. They are science cheerleaders who are only skeptical of things that are not science. But anything science, they are beyond not skeptical. They are full-on religious parishioners. And that I don't want any part of. So I pointed out to that guy, too, because I was like showing him videos of showing fakery, and he would just come back and be like, I didn't see it. Like, what do you mean? Stephen Hawking, he faked the 2 videos that we showed you on the screen. I didn't see any fakery. I'm like, the video explained it. Did you watch the video? Like, they can't even watch a video that says science faked something because they just assume it can't happen. Like, there's no, science has never faked anything. Can't be that. Like, no. He's like, how do you know it's fake? I'm like, dude, go back and watch the video. There's the same water in 2 different scenes with a helicopter in one and not the other. It cannot be anything other than fake. It cannot be anything other than CGI. But he can't even see that. But he calls himself a skeptic. That's a problem. A skeptic, a real skeptic, would hear me say that and say, really? They faked it? Show me. Oh, yeah, you're right. They did. That is fake. That's what a real skeptic would do. Nobody would just be like, I don't see anything. You're a skeptic and you don't see anything? The video's telling you what's fake. And you're like, I don't see anything. Okay. Anyway, I don't want to join a skeptic organization that's going to basically make me a science cuck.
You know, I think you're exactly right in your earlier assessment that yeah, it's probably fake. Probably a decent reason why it was faked. You know, probably
there is no decent reason to fake science.
Well, what I mean, just like production reason or something stupid. But I do get your point.
Well, they should realize that they're doing more damage than they would ever do good. They literally did way more way more people are not flat or not globe earthers because of that video than anybody who is ever like, I was flat, but now I'm a curvert because of this video. So they are doing damage, and then they walk around acting like we're so surprised that there's flat earthers. They just don't believe in science. They just don't. We need new education. No, you need to stop lying. That's a good start.
Gotcha. Well, I appreciate your answer. I don't want to take too much of your time. I'm going to start using Home Depots as a new unit of measurement from now on.
Thank you.
I like that.
Wait till you hear the song. Now, there's songs out there. If you look up Jaron Home Depot, there's people who made me a song. They put me in a little Home Depot outfit.
Okay,
but they literally have now gone. That's what flat earthers have. They used to make fun of globe earthers, like all they have is insults. Now all flat earthers have is insults. That's all they have.
All right. Well, rock on. I wish you luck.
All right. We've got D-Cog Scientist.
Oh, shit.
Yes.
Hello. Am I on? Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you.
Okay. I have a lot of things that I would love. So, first off, what part of California are you in?
MERCED. MERCED. It's a little... basically, drive around till you smell a bunch of methamphetamines, and you're probably in the right city.
Do you know what Benicia?
Yep.
You ever been there?
Yeah. I used to have family there.
You're like way too close.
Is that by Vallejo?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. I used to like Vallejo because they used to have the SeaWorld, but they don't have it anymore.
I think it's closed.
Yeah. They were probably destroying animals. Yes, exactly.
Yes. You know, when they get rid of the animals there, they have to be put down. So
yeah.
It's a bad thing.
They don't put them back into the ocean. I don't think they do well.
Yeah, it's not good.
I still think that's the craziest thing that I can even imagine humans doing. There was a human at some point that looked at a fucking orca whale and said, I'm going to go get that whale and I'm going to train it. Yeah. And he did it. That's pretty crazy. An orca whale.
You have the resources. What are you going to do? You know?
I don't know, but who would have even thought like we can train that big fucking whale? I can't imagine. I'd be like, no, you can't. That thing will eat you. All right, go ahead. You are down to 250.
Okay, so we've sat here this entire time, and you've gone over and over again about how like flat earthers are terrible scientists and researchers, but you're still a flat earther, and I just can't. What's stopping you, Jaron, from just saying?
Oh, probably. I probably am not a flat earther, but I'm probably questioning everything. But I think that I wouldn't be able to say I'm a flat earther unless we have a map. Unless we have an explainable map. To just say I believe in the flat earth, but I can't tell you how it works or anything, I don't feel comfortable in that. And I certainly don't feel...
What do you mean if we had a map?
I'm saying...
You could go on...
No, I'm saying if flat earthers had a map that explains the observations, then I would, then I have no reason to be not a flat earther. But right now, I don't think we have a map that explains it. So I'm holding out, because again, I think people too often make statements and then they've kind of put shoes into the sand where they're stuck, right? So if I say right here, oh, I'm now a globe earther, everything's the globe, then I feel like if I do start to see evidence that should lead me back to flat earth or look into it, I'll just ignore it because I've already made that statement. So it's better to say, I'm open for evidence and hope that somebody brings evidence of
I
that.
don't know. But that kind of comes off as a cope, doesn't it? Because we presented you evidence. Like, there are lies.
No. I'm talking about flat Earth. I'm not talking about the curve Earth. I said the flat Earth needs to.
But I'm asking, why are you not completely out of it entirely? Why is it even a consideration? Like,
Because of the things that the
anything else?
globe
Why
Earth.
is it even?
Because the globe Earth, the globe describes the observations that I saw. The globe.
Yeah.
But it doesn't include a distant sun. It doesn't include flying through space. It doesn't include us spinning, right? Like what I saw looked like the sun moving in the sky. It didn't look like I was moving. So I'm just saying, I know you guys say that I'm moving. So I'm just saying I'm not ready to adopt that yet. I'm not ready to adopt because the sky.
Why? What's the hiccup on that?
Because every experiment that's been done has shown that we're not moving.
I don't know. There's a pretty famous clip talking about a gyroscope that would disagree with you.
Again, you guys never realize that if the universe is moving, then that's going to cause the same forces in reverse. So you would still get 15 degrees an hour.
I don't know if that's real.
Well, okay, go look up Einstein. Go look up, what's his name? Sagnac. And find out what they said about Coriolis forces and things like that. They said this Coriolis force could come from the moving of sky. Again, I don't want to argue
because we have 20 seconds left. I have to ask you this: when you talk about things like the mark of the beast and stuff, like that kind of conspiracy stuff, is that something you believe in?
No, not really. What do you mean? I mean, I believe
that. Do
that.
you ever think that like there already is something marking everything that's made of something that's like?
Oh no, I think that if anything, they just play. I think the elite play into the prophecies of the Bible. So I don't think they're like real.
I'm talking about Jaron. You've never, as a conspiracy theorist yourself, you've never noticed this thing all around you that suddenly popped up a few years ago that marks everything and takes over communities and destroys them.
What is it?
Out of the inability to create on its own, that was prophesied. You don't recognize that?
You mean the group of people?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't recognize that symbol that's plastered everywhere. That is what that is. Like, it's not literal. The Bible isn't literal, but looking at it from the
correct. No, I agree with you on that. Okay,
we are the emergent property of complex networks, and there's no like magic.
Okay.
But we've predicted this would happen, right? Just through our old texts, we
right?
Predict things.
Correct.
And so, looking at this literally, that is what it is.
But they could be playing into it.
There would be this corrupting agent in the world, or this that's taken over.
That is happening.
And
okay.
Just,
when you say mark of the beast, I thought you were talking about like the mark in your hand or your head, or that's just prophecy in the book, but. I don't expect that to happen if that's what you're saying.
I don't understand why you go on Flat Earth and why you don't go on like Rumble or something and use all your energy to do like anti-SJW or anti-woke or something creative like that. Because you are smart. You can come up with something interesting and novel.
I think I think I have so many things in my head I could talk about a lot of things. There's passions that I have that are not well received by people, so I don't really go there. But I guess I'd have to think a little bit more about it.
Just something that isn't nuttery, like not flat Earth and not like hollow Earth or concave. So something that's tangible.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. I have things like that. I just don't think that I have the audience right now for it, but I don't know. We'll see.
You can shift. We don't hate you. You can admit you're wrong, and we won't hate you. We'll just say okay, and then you can come laugh at the flat earthers. Like it's okay.
I understand flat earthers. I cannot laugh at them. It makes sense to me why you would become a flat earther, why you are a flat earther, why I'm a flat earther, why I was a flat earther. Those things are clear.
What was the first piece of evidence that got you to go like, yes, the Earth is flat? Not that made you
the
question.
guy that they gave a record to somebody who did a circumnavigation north south who did not.
They did what?
So the guy ZQ Pilot, you can find him on Facebook. He got the award for fastest circumnavigation north south in a plane.
This is a recent thing. This isn't like from the 800s.
No, this is like 2015 or 2014. I think it happened.
Okay.
So
this is actual on record.
Correct. 2014. My wife and I became flat earthers. This is before there was even YouTube videos. We were flat earthers in November. Then December came around, and December said some guy was going to become the circumnavigation champion. So I was like, I want to watch this because I don't believe you can go north-south circumnavigation. So I wanted to watch, and they put spider tracks on this plane, which track the plane online. So I'm tracking the plane for like days. He goes from Brazil to the South Pole. He's supposed to fly across to New Zealand, but he comes back to Brazil. So then everyone was asking him in his like Facebook, what happened? Why'd you come back? And he said, the weather was so bad at 90 degrees. I just decided to turn around and come back. Now that I understand Antarctica and I've looked into it a little more and I've been there, I realize that the side that we're on from Brazil is a very short track to the South Pole, whereas from the South Pole across the other side of Antarctica is huge, right? So I think a lot of us think Antarctica, the South Pole, is at the center of Antarctica, which it's not, right? It's more towards the peninsula. So anyway, he flew to South Pole, flew back, then flew to Easter Island, then flew to Phuket and then to New Zealand, and then came up through the north and back down, and they gave him the record. So he literally did not circumnavigate. He went to touch the farthest he could at 90 degrees, came back, and they gave him the record. So anyway, once that happened, I said, okay, again, if I look at the AE map and I'm looking at it, I said, what's different about this than the globe? Oh, you can't north-south circumnavigate. So then when you go look for people north-south circumnavigating and you find somebody getting the award for not doing it, how am I not a flat earther?
So, so first off, why do you not believe the story about the 90 degrees? What was it? Yeah, the 90 degree weather. Like, why is that not a real, like, why?
It has nothing to do with my story. My story was we gave somebody a record for doing something that they did not do. He did not circumnavigate.
Why would your understanding of existence and the model, do you have a model of the world in your mind? Like that kind of exists, that used to predict things?
Yeah.
Okay. Is that something that you have? I'm asking this question.
I had, yes.
You had?
I believe the AE map.
Oh, okay.
The AE
Yeah,
map was,
that.
that's where I thought the world was.
Why would you edit that so drastically for a world record and then disregard so many other parts of like science, actual science, and even other records like that would verify the Earth in one way or another?
Because
like,
you have a guy who got an award for not doing something, and that not doing something is impossible on the model that I believe in. So it fits perfectly with my belief. In my belief,
it's so arbitrary.
It's not arbitrary. In my belief, somebody can't circumnavigate. So it would be that we'd have to give away awards to people who couldn't do what you can't do.
But hasn't there been other people that
No,
have?
there's like been billions of
Never
people.
been ever.
Look up how many people have circumnavigated north. I mean, you'll probably find 6.
But that's not 0.
Okay, it's not 0.
1 is fine. 3 is good.
So billions of people go east-west, and 6 did it north-south. See, but hold on. The difference between me and you is how do you accept? How do you accept that? If somebody told me, Jaron, billions of people did this and 6 people did this, my immediate brain is why is that? And you're just like, it's just fine. It's just the way the Earth works.
No, Jared, because I understand the practicality of doing something like that, and I understand that it's very difficult to do. Like it's a challenge for a reason. If it was easy, we just do it.
Why is it a challenge? What
like
shouldn't the directions on the globe
be? I don't
know
about a pilot, but I'm assuming that if it's only
okay, well, you're assuming that's different. I gotta let you go. We got more people. I'm trying to get out of here before.
If you're a pilot,
fuck, I've been on through 3 o'clock. It's been maybe 8 hours. But
project yourself into the pilot's mind for a second, though, and be like.
Yeah, I didn't get the record. I didn't get that's
flying.
Yeah.
No. I'm talking about one of the 6. You are a person that is flying airplanes for years and you love it. Are you gonna lie? Like, what do you think happened? Do you think that they're lying about doing it?
No, I'm not. I'm talking about circumnavigating on the ground. First of all, not.
Yeah, weren't there 6? You said.
I don't even know. There's that guy.
Nobody ever done it on the ground.
Well, by the way, Sir Ranulph Fiennes, the guy who supposedly is the world's greatest explorer, who lied and admits in court that he lied about faking accidents on trips. He is cousin of the Queen. His best friend is Prince Charles. He's called the world's greatest explorer. He's like the only one who's circumnavigated like 3 times. It's kind of ridiculous.
It says less than 300. So that
less than 300 people have circumnavigated north-south?
It says, I googled how many people have circumnavigated Earth on the ground. And it says less than 300 people are known to have sailed single-headed around the world.
Yeah, that's in a circle. That's the other way around. That's not north-south.
Oh, shit, it doesn't. In history, only 199 people have accomplished the full So 199 people have accomplished the full circumnavigation of Earth.
Yeah, that means east-west. Where's north-south?
The full? There's single sailed, which is marked specifically as 300.
Well, see, the problem with that is that the only way you could sail is east-west. You could never sail north-south. That wouldn't really make us. I guess you could. Well,
hold on, I'm looking.
I get so confused on the globe because I think I see the other map so often that I'm like, wait, is there anything on the other side? There's just water on the other side of the Pacific.
I don't know.
I don't know if anybody ever even tried that. Yeah, but I'm just saying, even on a globe, I don't think anyone's going to claim to go on north-south circumnavigation. Like, what did you do? You went up through the Drake Passage and down through, I don't know, by Greenland and come all the way. I don't even know why you would do that. Anyway, I got to let you go. I got to get to these people.
All right. I'll see you. Thank you, Jerry.
Later.
Goodbye.
All right, we've got Lowry.
What's up, buddy?
What up? How's the reckoning going?
What a hell of a night.
I've been in here for 8 hours.
Like Super Bowl for Flat Earth.
I'm dying.
Tonight.
I'm dying for this fucking blood. What else is going on? Oh, Nicole's there.
Yeah.
Nicole just made my night. Let me see what she's.
We've been listening to you and Witsit and everybody else.
Oh, Witsit's on. I forgot I was supposed to get off.
Yeah, he's running. There's like probably 1,000 people listening to him. You got like 700, 600.
Yeah, I get.
Like that.
Yeah, it's probably going down.
Yeah. How are you, buddy?
Tired.
Been a rough night, huh?
It was a great day, but just 8 hours of this has not really been a good start or finish.
Yeah.
But I'm dying for this joint. It's like really culminating.
I knew that it was gonna happen. It was gonna happen this way. I knew it was gonna be rough, and I knew early January was gonna be particularly difficult.
Yeah, you said that. You said there would be some drastic moves or some changes or something.
Yeah, and you also have to go through like we're all going through this whole thing. Is like, who is God? Who is God? What is this thing? What are we going through? And you got a lot of people saying a lot of things about this is how it works. And
it sucks too because the people who have ideas who are not in line with others, then they can't even say it because then you get demonized for it. It's the kind of community that we're in.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you this: like I hang out in a lot of circles, not just yours, but like I've been with you for a lot of years, and I try to like keep the walls very stabilized between certain circles. And I know there's people that don't trust what you got up to. They don't.
Yeah.
And I'm basically like what I'm operating on is like, how many years have I been dealing with you? I want to hear what you got to say. I listen to these other guys have intellectual like dispositions that are really fun to talk to, and that would include all the people that you talked to tonight. But we're out in front of the world right now, and that's what it is. And it's tough for a lot of people that aren't used to getting out into debate world. We've been in debate world. And a bunch of bullshit is going to come out of the side rails. It just is. And I sat the whole night tonight listening to 8 hours for you, or however many hours you've been on here. And Witsit also. And you got to understand, guys, this is an argument that we've been having for 10 years, 10 effing years. And we're now it's coming to what I would call a crisis point, not a crisis point. That's not the right word, but like where the rubber meets the road, where now we have a bunch of positions, people who have seen something that doesn't make sense in the A position, some things that don't make sense in the globe position, some things that just don't make sense in general. But you guys got to understand, this is a culmination of 10 years of work of a lot of people. Right. And it's not just Jer, it's not just Witsit, it's not just, I was a bystander, man. I was like, I'm a musician. I watched this thing happen from 2015 up to now. I tracked every single thing. There are people that have tracked every single moment in this position up to now. Go check out the Reckoner, or not the Reckoner, the Archivist. That's Bill Keith. Bill Keith has tracked every single person's video from, I think it's 2015, maybe. Maybe he'll come on at some point in time. We have it tracked, and now here we are. Are we gonna get in a big fight?
I know, and it's so simple because of the way I operate, and I've always talked like this, but it's. I don't have a problem with anybody else's beliefs. Like, for instance, if the Nachiketa group and they believe in the moving up Earth, right? That's fine. Investigate that, because you might find something that I would never find because I'm not looking into it, right? You might find something that's important. But what happens is people married to their ideas. And then we're just now, like, if you think you can convince Dell that we're not moving up, it's gone. That ship has sailed. He has adopted this. So is the guy, whatever his name is, flat level headed or whatever, William, and his wife and all this group. Once people, like, we don't have the ability anymore to say, oh, I did kind of think that, but I don't now. Because people are afraid of, like, losing followers. I get it. By me saying what I'm going to say, and I have been saying, I'm going to lose all my viewers. So I'm okay with that.
It's weird, too. It's like the whole upward moving thing. I like, whatever. I've never been like, it's a time suck. You guys want to deal with that?
Whatever.
Fine.
They can do whatever they want.
Have fun with that. Like, right. But like Dell's old school. So there's a lot of they're old. A lot of these cats are old school.
Yeah.
Like
and I don't mind them looking into that stuff. I don't mind that. Why would we? Why would we have a problem with other people? Like, I don't care. Like, we are on the same team, that we recognize that we're lied to, that the world's not what we were taught. So if some people believe some things and some people believe another, or that's fine. It doesn't need to be a fight. Like, I don't understand why. Like, you don't know shit.
It's ugly. It's
People
ugly.
just don't know shit. So, like, if you don't know shit, why are you fighting with people like you do? You want to hear the big one? I'm about to release something right now, and people are gonna love this one. I'm also
All right.
taking this position. Here's my position. Are you ready? All Mandela effects are fake. There you go. So, that's gonna go
Stabley
well.
will not like that one.
I believe all Mandela effects are meant to take away from us that there is objective reality, that you cannot change reality. There is no changing of any videos. There's no changing of people's last names. There's no changing commercials. It's simply things that happen that we as a collective believe a certain way. And what we should do is look back and see reality and say, oh, that's actually the truth. That's what we should do. Instead, we pretend like reality is changing. Think of the elite. They love it. They love it. They want you to think that nothing is real. Everything's fluffy. Your Monopoly box just changes. And Sally Fields actually did say this. It's a whole entire stop. That's going to piss people off, but it's called the truth. And how did I get there? I got there because I saw too many times where one person claimed one thing and another person claimed another thing. Like in one case, when I was getting really into it, I was into the Mandela. I had like 3 or 4, or just like, oh my god, these are blowing my mind. And I went and told my wife, I'm like, did you know it's Sex and the City? And she's like, what do you mean? And I said, it's not Sex in the City, it's Sex and the City. She goes, yeah, that's the name of the column that she writes. I'm like, no, what is? I said, Sex in the City is the name of the show. She goes, no, it's not. She said, I watched the entire show. It's about a girl who writes a column for a magazine called Sex and the City. So then I was like, oh, fuck. Okay, because I didn't watch that show, so I didn't know that. Then I go watch Brian Stabley's show. He has that guy, Nathan, on. Is that his name? Nathan something?
I didn't see that episode.
Who's ask Nicole, the Nathan, the guy that helped her on the commercial sound and videos, Nathan, right?
Oh, yeah, commercial sound video.
Right.
Yeah,
he
Nathan.
says he worked on that show, and the name of it is Sex in the City.
That's what I always thought it was, but I'm like,
right, but then so that's the problem is that now we've got a guy who worked on the show who's saying it was Sex in the City, and my wife who says she watched the show saying it's absolutely Sex and the City. So it just made me realize that, like, okay, so there's always going to be some people who see it, some people who don't, and that's the way it is for all of them. And they just kind of all say, oh, well, they all must be true. But the answer is, I think that they're all not. I think that we have just allowed them to make us think that our memories are better. Our memories are more concrete than reality.
Yeah.
Which
And
I don't know about.
just everybody out there that's listening, we are going to do a long, slow burn through all of the footage, the raw footage.
Oh, did you start?
We haven't started yet. We're
Okay.
going to start tomorrow. It's going to be a long, slow burn. We are just going to be human beings looking at the footage
Thank
that we have from Jer. And then if there's any more requests after you go through it, I'll look out to you, Jared, to get some more of it.
Sure.
But like, we're basically going to go through all of it tomorrow and at a very slow rate. And I picked out, and I want you guys to know that I picked out Vlad because he's of the Venn diagram of like all the circles that are talking about flat Earth. He's the best one that meets in the middle. He's fair.
Are you doing the
He's,
triangle for everybody now? Now we have to explain that.
No, I was doing the Venn diagram.
Oh boy,
Venn diagram, not a triangle. Oh my God, no, I don't do that shit.
Don't you know Witsit put up 16 Masonic hand signs during his live stream in Antarctica?
No, I was trying to do the Venn diagram. Anyway, Vlad and I kind of meet right in the middle of the Venn diagram, where he's of the other circle. He's of the.
I keep laughing at Eric Dubé, by the way. It's really funny that he's doing that dance.
I can't even believe he did that shit. That was just the dumbest thing I've ever seen in my whole life.
He got picked as the super shill of the year because I got $250.
Yeah, it's weird. It's fucking weird. And there's people in intermittent circles, which is like especially Vlad. Vlad and I'm going to balance it out when we walk through your footage tomorrow night on the Reckoner channel. Vlad is more fair. Flatsoid, you guys have a thing. Flatsoid's he's Flatsoid.
Yeah.
But Vlad is more in the middle. We're going to do a little bit of the center point, and I wanted to put my side because I'm probably more team Jaren and Team Witsit because I've been with you guys for years, but I wanted to do it where we had two sides. We had two sides that made sure that it was balanced. We're going to look at the footage, look at it tomorrow night, and like I know you already showed some, and I just want this stuff to be done because I think we're in deep.
I think it could be. I think people just need to be like, realistically, isn't it okay if there's a 24-hour sun? Like, I've
always been fine with it.
Right.
Like I was reading the old Zetetic writings for forever. They
But
always
if
said there was
people,
a 24-hour sun.
but
I
if
don't
people
care.
think we faked it, then they're saying that there isn't a 24-hour sun.
Yeah.
That's the bad part.
Since I didn't get to go down, all I had was the old Zetetic writings from 1904. It was Lady Blount, and then you had a couple others. They all said 24-hour sun in both Arctics, but still flat water. So
But they had
like,
no
I don't really
explanation for
care.
it, right?
I don't really care. Like I just want to now have a good time.
That's all
Hanging
I'm
out
for.
with
Good time.
yeah, and like I know you got attacked a lot, buddy, and we were watching out a lot from the whole time, and yeah, it's vicious out there, and
I'm okay with it.
yeah. But anyway, we're gonna review the footage tomorrow. We're
Okay.
gonna take a level-headed view
We're
of
gonna go
it.
through it with a fine-tooth comb.
Fine-tooth
Do it.
comb.
Do it.
And
But-
you know, everybody out there that are listening, we really appreciate you and we love you. This is one of the biggest topics of all time.
There's some bad
Yeah.
scenes in there that are just like me eating a cup of noodles, but I left it in there because I was like, I shouldn't cut that out.
Did we cut out all the places where you were peeing? I think
The one
so.
time there was that it did cut out. We're okay. We're good. But that was actually I actually rendered that video and it was done and it was ready to go and I was like, I'll just watch through it one time and then I was like, oh god, that would have gone over real well. People would be, he did it on purpose. Look, I found it. So it did happen.
I know it's rough for everybody out there. This has been one of the roughest times, but it'll get better. We're
will
gonna
get
go
better.
through it tomorrow and we're gonna do some stuff. Jared, thank you. And
Anytime.
it took some balls to go up there. So
yeah,
good job.
you're under attack, and I get it, and I
okay.
think everybody gets it. And thank
It's
you
okay.
for doing what you do.
Thanks,
Seriously.
guys. Later, Nicole.
Yeah,
Here we
man,
got
sure.
Metaphysics Mike. Is that the Metaphysics Mike?
Hey, what's going on?
All right.
I don't know. Am I?
I don't know. Okay, we got you. You got 4 minutes. The clock showed up. There it is.
All right, cool. So first, I just wanted to say thank you for going down there. I know that must have, I mean, who knows what was going through your mind just being offered this. It seemed like an incredible experience, everything I've seen. So I wanted to point out something about the 24-hour time lapse and get your thoughts on it.
Sure.
So can you pull up or do you want to let me
Which
share
one?
my screen? So just the main time lapse of the 24-hour sun.
McKeegan's or where is that?
Yes, McKeegan's.
Give me 1 second. I should be able to pull it up. That's the one. Part 2, awesome. What did I do with it? Let me go here real quick. McKeegan. All right. And you want the 24-hour videos. Okay, the 360 one?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
And basically what I want to look at with you is where it appears that the image of the sun gets squashed. Have you seen this?
Somebody mentioned it earlier. Videos. I'm just trying to make sure the right thing's on the screen. It's kind of that. Okay, so we're at what time?
You could start it right from the beginning.
Okay.
Just blow that up. So basically, the orb of the sun here, as it travels through the sky, begins to become squashed as it goes over the mountaintop. So I don't think that's it. It should follow the sun throughout the sky. The one I'm thinking of.
Hold on 1 second. I'm just trying to get the right screen up so we can do this. YouTube solo. Okay, so this one is playing. It's just not very fast. So it's following the sky. I mean, it's just like that squished. Did I lose you?
Yes, but
You mean like there?
Yeah, so I have one that's 48 seconds. That's what I'm looking at from
total?
his YouTube channel, yeah. The entire thing, it's 48 seconds.
I got it.
Yeah, there it is. Okay, so look as it comes over towards the mountains, it begins to basically just get squashed.
And you turn it to 4K?
Yeah, sure.
No, I was asking if you did.
No, I did not.
Okay.
See right there, it just gets squashed out. You see, pause it right there.
Okay.
So it's just, the image of the sun is heavily squashed as it passes over there. To me, this is very interesting. So I've done a ton of astrophotography. I've photographed, I mean, most of the planets, the sun, the moon. I have never seen the image of the sun get squashed like that. To me, that's very interesting.
Well, the first thing that I would say though is that it's not the image, and that's a glare, right? I mean, that's not the image of the sun. The sun would be so much smaller than that. So the sun didn't get squashed. You're talking about the glare did. That's not the size of the sun is not that big, right?
Yeah, so I actually can't see the sun in what you're sharing
hold on.
right now.
This thing messed up. It went on the wrong side. There, now you can see better.
There we go.
Okay. So I mean, like that's sideways. That's squished, right? Is that what you're saying? Like this right here looks like an egg.
Yeah. So
that's the glare though. That's not the sun.
So you're saying you think this is caused by the lens of the camera then?
I have no idea. I would have to. I think that if I went outside and did a time lapse of the sun tomorrow, that it would do the same thing.
So you should look up time lapses of the sun. To me, this is it's very unique. And basically, so I mean, I distanced myself from flat Earth a while ago because I thought there were some things that are very hard to explain. And I feel more like you, where I'm just sort of open to evidence and I build things as I go. I certainly think that the people who wrote the Bible certainly believed in some type of cosmology, which was enclosed.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Had a firmament,
No
etc.
doubt. No doubt.
So basically, the only tenable explanation I have heard for such a thing would basically be saying that the sun itself is a projection. So if you've ever seen like the reflection of the moon on water, let's say that you're standing along a beach, you could pick any point a mile apart from each other, and the projection of the moon on the water is going to be directly in front of the eye of the observer.
Correct.
So if the sun was a projection due to some type of caustics, optics, however light is performing under a solid crystalline structure, I wonder if it was a projection, if it could cause a 24-hour sun no matter where you were on the edge of the map, because it's a projection that to the eye of the observer is going to appear essentially in front of you no matter where you were, just like the example of looking at a projected image of the moon on water.
So how would it be though that the sun would come across the north and then become this sun? At what point does it change from real to not?
Well, I mean, I don't know how much you've looked into the theory around the black sun, but the people who postulate the theory of the black sun say that the sun in general is a projection. They
Right.
wouldn't just say this one.
Have you looked at what
everywhere?
Have you looked at what Melodome's been showing?
No, I have not, but I've heard of it.
Yeah, I mean, check it out because I mean, he's just going out and observing the sun, making video of the sun every day, and then when you put them together into a time lapse, it is showing a physical, moving, spinning sphere, and it's also showing, if you look at Crow 777's work, that it is a physical thing with like veins. You know, with a hydrogen alpha, you can actually see surface features.
Mm-hmm.
So to me, that debunks any idea of it being a projection. However, I'm open to it because I have never looked at a projection through a lens or through a telescope. Now, I assume it would look nothing like what we see on the sun and nothing like what we see when we look at the moon. But that's just because I assume that. So it's something we could look into. But to me, I think that they are starting to look like items. Right?
Yeah. Well, I think it would have been amazing if they had a camera with a solar filter tracking the sun as well over this 24-hour period.
They do.
Because again,
They do.
So they did. I haven't seen that. Where is that?
Right here. He's got all the footage too. So go to his most recent. It's called Solar Photography.
Allowed my camera to stay alive.
And then if you kind of go towards the end, he'll show you, he's got a 24-hour time lapse the same time doing this with the sun, sunspots and everything.
Okay.
So,
very nice.
and I think he's got a link in the, try everything he has to offer. If I put in there. Yeah, so there's solar photos RAW and solar photos JPEGs. So the RAW you have to have, Photoshop or something.
Is that video right there? That video right there. Is it full frame the whole time? Is that a 24-hour time
Vary
lapse?
by any perceivable.
Yeah, it's you get to see, like, the weird thing about it is there's like a little flash of light that comes down if you watch it for a second, it'll like go down. See that little thing? It's
Yeah.
because Toon had to write a program to recenter the sun, and since there's marks on the camera lens, he can actually show you in other videos, and that because the camera's actually moving, but then it's centering everything. It's what you're seeing is that's the marks on the lens moving through the image. So it just looks funny because you're like, wait, why did it do that to the sun? It shouldn't do that, but it's not really doing it. It's just the stabilization causes a little shadow to go by because it's a shadow of the what would be there before, right? So it's on the lens. I mean, anyway, so this you see it go by there. Anyway, what this shows is he takes then the images we took in Antarctica, which are these ones that look like a arrow going down, and then they put them with the ones in the north, and then you show it that it's just a flipped image. So
okay,
so this here, so this is the I think he's showing it here. That it's not mirrored. It's not.
To have come from various locations across North America, and comparing all of them with each other, you can see a.
Can you hear him or no?
No.
Okay. So he's. I'll just. So he's basically saying that you're not seeing what he says. Some flat earthers say that there's a mirrored sun or that there's some sort of reflection, but he says, but when we do the solar spot 24-hour time lapse, we don't get anything like that. There's no flipping of the sunspots. There's no inverted mirroring. It's just one side has the arrow pointing up, and when you take it from this North America or whatever, then the arrow's pointing down.
Okay,
So
that's
it's-
cool. Yeah,
it's
I
flipped.
really just meant in terms of seeing the object squash or not.
Oh, you're not going to see that. I mean, there's the
yeah.
sun stays consistent the whole time.
Yeah, right. That's what I was paying
Now you can
attention
pull
to.
all those images and see because you could just go down to the JPGs. I think that you would get all. So this is all of them. So you could just pull these up. They're all going to be the same size. I think there might be 1 degree of change, but it's not much.
Okay. Yeah, well, I think that's that's great. That's certainly what I was looking for. There was a model. This guy, he basically set up some type of a dome. He put something on it to mimic what do you call it, a superfluid ceiling or something like
Joe
that.
Hamby.
Yeah, but they basically had put the time lapse next to the model of a projection, and essentially as they went over the south, you said the north there, so that wouldn't line up anyways, but over the south it became squash. And I just thought that was very interesting. I mean, just because you can sort of correlate something on a smaller scale doesn't mean that's what's taking place, of course. But I just
Right.
thought that was quite interesting.
All right, and I'll look into that too. I want to ask Dave what he thinks it is, since it's his footage, and then also because he might have a good answer. You never know. So, and then also, I want to take video tomorrow because I've heard everybody saying this that like, and here's what I've noticed, and I'm not saying this is true because I don't know for a fact, but I've had people who will say to me like, "Oh, this happened," the sun squished, and then I'll say to them, "Well, maybe go outside tomorrow and take a video." And they're like, "I take video of the sun every day." It's like, show me one video. Like, what are you lying for? Like, you don't nobody takes video of the sun. First of all, you don't do that. You're gonna wreck your camera. So, like, I feel like people are so sure of themselves that they're willing to lie about it. And it's like if they just really were intellectually honest and were like, okay, let me go before I say Jaren's footage is fake. Let me go film the sun and film shadows and see what happens. And I think we would get past a lot of things, but people are like, they don't want to do any work. It's just easier to just call fake, yell fake. They don't want to go outside and use their camera and film things. They want to just sit and yell at me.
Yeah, absolutely. And, hopefully just in this moment, I just want to encourage you, Jaren, like, to people like me, we immensely appreciate what you did. And, I think it matters. I'm tremendously interested in this subject for a while now. So, I mean, I am sorry that people are treating you like that. I really hope that.
I told you I'm okay with it.
I just don't.
I'm okay with it. It's a weird thing for my life, but it's kind of par for the course. Just the way it works. So I think it's part of my test. I gotta learn to deal with it.
Hey, makes sense.
All right, thanks, bro.
Yep,
Appreciate it.
thanks. Yeah.
Ralph, can people stop calling in? There's enough of you. Come on, I gotta get to bed at some point. Ralphie, what's up?
What's up, Jaren?
Can I call you Ralphie?
Yeah, you can call me Ralphie.
I like Ralphie better than Ralph. Anyway, go ahead.
So, I was wondering why you don't think that or at least flat Earth elevation angles don't work like on a Like you're saying they work on a sphere.
I'm saying that the idea that you can't measure angles from a sphere is retarded. Because if we lived on
I
a
agree.
sphere, let's pretend we lived on a sphere, we'd be able to measure angles to stars. It's that simple. So they're just pretending because they want to be flat earthers. They're like, oh, you can only do it from a flat baseline. So what they're saying is if we lived on a sphere, we'd be fucked because we wouldn't be able to do any navigation. We wouldn't be able to draw any angles to stars. That's retarded.
I agree.
Okay.
But I think on a sphere, it would work differently. So if you obtain, because this is how celestial navigation works, right? And in order to triangulate your position, you have to have a level baseline, basically. And
They're not triangulating their position.
well, but that's how celestial navigation works. So like,
You mean transliteration?
Yeah, I believe so. Yes.
Okay, so why can't you? So is there a spot if I'm 37 degrees from Polaris? Is there a circle that is all 37 degrees from Polaris? It's the circle of equal altitude. Everywhere that's 37 degrees in a circle would be the same distance from Polaris.
Okay, so then why is there a need for a dip correction? So you said you can create a tangent line to a sphere, which I don't disagree with. But
Yeah, I don't really know what the dip where they put that in or where they use it. I'm not trying to argue the point. I'm not even trying to argue the globe point. What I'm trying to argue is that as flat earthers, we just need to recognize when one of our arguments is really poor, and to say you can't take angle measurements from a curved baseline is in and of itself a true statement. Because they're a curved baseline, how are you taking any angle from that? But we're not. They take it from a tangent. So yes, is the ground curving according to them after that? Sure, but again, you're at an area that's flat. So the tangent that we talk about, the tangent, is actually just the horizontal ground below you. So it's just taking angles from the ground that you're on, and these guys think that they've debunked it by saying you can't take. Well, the ground doesn't curve that way. Where you're taking the ground tangent from isn't curved. We're not on a beach ball.
The issue is that, like, say you take, so you correct, because the dip angle correction is to correct for your height.
Okay, that makes sense to me.
And once you correct for that height, you've now changed your tangent line. You just aimed it to the sky, even higher.
Wait, tangent would never be. You mean aimed flat to the ground? It's parallel to the ground, right?
So when you make an observation,
okay,
you're obtaining an elevation angle from the horizon to a celestial body.
Sure.
Okay. So from there, after you make this angular measurement, you take into account the height from which you're observing it from.
Right.
That is known as a dip angle correction.
Okay.
So once you do that, you've now changed that tangent line that you've created to the horizon, and you've aimed it up. You aimed it upward, but in reality, you're not actually aiming it upward. You're just creating a parallel line.
Right. So it doesn't change the angle, right?
I mean, well.
Okay, so tell me this. Tell me this. If you went outside, you're in the United States?
Yes.
So if you went outside right now, and you needed to get an angle to a star, okay, just think to yourself, does it matter whether the Earth is curved or flat? Think about it for a second. Don't just answer quickly, because the answer is no, it doesn't matter. The ground can work as a sphere, meaning it falls away from you at a distance, or a flat. And you can definitely get an angle to a star from where you're standing. So
yeah,
to act
I
like,
agree.
okay, so when Nathan Oakley and these guys keep repeating something so foolish, what they're actually saying is that if we lived on a sphere, we wouldn't be able to get angle measurements. How dumb is that?
The thing is that they're not saying that you can't obtain an elevation.
They say you can only get an elevation angle you can't get an elevation angle from a curved baseline. That's what they say.
What they mean by that.
Oh, so they mean something different. Okay, well they should say what they mean, not just make up stupid. This is what I'm saying. It's a stupid statement that they go around saying we beat you at bowling, but they use bumpers and a mute button.
What they mean by that is that it denotes a position on the ground. So it denotes a distance and a position on the ground. And that distance wouldn't be accurate if it was curved. it would give you couldn't triangulate your position if it was. If
No,
you
there's
lived on
the position it gives you is a distance from the GP of that star. So let's pretend it's Polaris, and let's pretend it's 37 degrees. So if you were to, the GP is Polaris, and then there's a certain angle that everybody is the same distance away from that GP. It's a circle. Now you're saying on a sphere there wouldn't be that circle? It's the place that is the same distance and the same angle everywhere on that circle. So I don't understand when you say it wouldn't work on a sphere. What do you mean?
Because it's the distance that, so when you create this, okay, so say we're triangulating a position on a sphere.
Okay.
And you create this, you make an angle measure, you take 3 different angle measurements, angular measurements to different celestial bodies.
Correct.
Or at different times. And you're triangulating your position. These angular measurements denote precise.
Okay, but I don't like when you're saying the word. You're using the wrong word. They're using trilateration, not triangulation. Trilateration is when you have 3 circles, and wherever the one place that crosses all 3 places is where you are.
Yes, that is what I mean.
Okay, that's not triangulation. Just this triliteration. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so in order to do that accurately, you must have, or at least take into account the distance of a straight line, not a curved surface. Otherwise, it would be taught as a chord that goes from one point of the sphere to another.
Well, it's just a radius. It's just the distance from the GP to the edge of the circle. And do you know the difference between a curved circle and a flat circle are minuscule? Like if you were to take, what's the distance between California and Hawaii or New York? And then you said, well, what if it was on a curved Earth versus a flat Earth? Do you realize that it's a very, very tiny number? Like maybe.
But when you do, I get that.
Okay.
Yeah, I get that.
Gotcha.
But if then you do that 3 times, then you wind up with inaccurate positioning.
No. But when you're talking about the GP, they don't do a GP of a star and then you be 2,500 miles away from it. So I was giving an example of the distance between the United States, but you wouldn't do that with your doing celestial navigation. They never are like, oh, this circle I'm on is 2,500 miles, right? It's small. You're closer. You're more. It can dial you in better than that. I would hope. Could be wrong about that. Maybe that's as far away as you are. I don't think that they use numbers that big. Wouldn't you use 3 stars that are generally closer to you? Like you're not looking at stars that are 10 degrees or 15 degrees, right? You're trying to find stars that are close to you, 45 or higher, I would guess. So you're doing some sort of a 3 little circles. Maybe I don't know.
I'm not an expert in this, but that's just what I see that they've described.
Okay, so I just want to make sure I understand. So you're saying that on a globe Earth, that if you laid down that circle of equal altitude, that circle, because I guess that's where I'm losing it. So because some heights are different, it's going to be different angles. Explain to me what you mean. Because I kind of don't get what you're saying. Here's what I'm trying to say. What's wrong with, okay, so if we took, like we said, let's just use something super simple, Polaris, and let's say we're 35 degrees. Okay, so you would then, everybody who could take 35 degrees from Polaris, which is the equivalent of the 35 latitude. So all the 35 latitude would be a circle, right? That's the latitude of 35 degrees. That's a circle. So everybody on that circle will be of equal altitude, meaning that they all have the same angle to Polaris. So now tell me why something is wrong with that. What would be incorrect about the mathematics of that? Like, where's the mistake there? Because you're basically saying there's something wrong that we wouldn't be able to get accurate numbers. So I'm saying what I just gave you about Polaris, where would the inaccuracy come from?
Well, the first thing is assuming that there's a sphere. That would be the initial thing. But
if I hate that kind of argument too. Like when we believe in the flat Earth, then we go in and we talk about things and we assume it's a flat Earth. That's not a problem. They're like, oh, you assumed it's a sphere. Yeah, well, because if that's where you think you live, then that's where you'll start out. So just like a flat Earth, you would start by thinking it's flat. You wouldn't start by thinking it's nothing.
I think the dip angle correction kind of, indicates that it's level and flat. Because like I said, if you're gonna take an elevation angle from a certain height, you're gonna create a tangent line, which is what you said is the surface of a curved surface if it were a sphere.
Okay.
Then from there, you correct for your height, and so now you're changing the tangent line. You're changing the rise over run of that tangent line.
I see what you're saying. I can see what you're saying. But what you need to do then is you need to figure out if their numbers come from just a general distance, or are they actually using triangles to figure out that distance? Because I don't think they use triangles like you think, or else they would try to pretend that that's how they know the distance to the stars. They're not using.
Yes, you're right. You're right. It's not like triangulation, but
I'm saying that it's not even if it was triangles, then you'd be able to say we know this side, so we know the height of the star. Nobody's claiming that. So they're just saying we know the angle to the star, and if we know it's GP, then we know the distance from the GP to where they're at on the circle. That's why you need tables. That's why you need the almanac. Because you don't. It's not a mathematical thing. You're describing it as if they're taking angles of triangles and then saying this is how we know the distance to these places, but they're not saying that. They're not claiming that they're using triangles because they're not using. If you could use triangles, you would know the distance to the stars. What they're using is if we know the GP, right? So you know a star's there, we know the spot that's right below it. Then they can know the distance to that star from where you're at, because it's the only way you could have that angle. If you are at 39 degrees, you'd be different than if you're at 37 or 38. So that's all they're doing is they say that circle of equal altitude, we know its distance from the GP. Nobody's claiming that's done by any triangulation. They're not claiming that.
I'm not saying they're triangulating. So the issue, look at this too. So like, if we're taking an angular measurement from the surface of a sphere, once we establish that tangent, if like any degree of change from there will give you it'll give you a different slope. And
think about going outside right now and looking at Polaris and then saying you're going to figure out the angle. There's nothing that you're going to do on the ground that's going to cause the angle to change unless you're on a mountain or a hill, which you'd be able to figure out. That's why they're on the ocean. That's where they're getting that flatness from. So you're talking about, well, we wouldn't be able to, something would change. Why would it change? What are we doing that's so drastic on the ground that's going to cause the angle to the Polaris to change? I mean, we can think about it right now. I can go out in my front yard, look at Polaris, which is 37 degrees up. I can look at it and then I can say, okay, it would draw. If I now decide I'm actually taller up, I'm higher up, I'm on top of my car now. Well, that's not going to change the angle to the star just because I changed my baseline flat tangent. And I'm not using the angle as in, oh, I need to figure out the a squared plus b squared equals c squared. We're not using the triangle for that. We're using the triangle because if we know the angle to the star and we know it's GP down below, then we know the distance from the GP to where I'm at on the circle. I think that's what they're doing. And then what you do.
Okay, so and that's not possible on a flat Earth either?
I never said that.
I mean,
it's absolutely, you could absolutely do celestial navigation from a flat Earth. That's not the claim that they're making that sounds stupid. They're saying you can't do angles from a curved Earth, which is just retarded. Because they're basically saying, let's pretend we live on a sphere. Okay, I pretend. If I go outside now, I can't get the angle to Polaris. That's what they're saying. That's how dumb what they're saying is. Let's pretend
I don't know if that's what they're saying.
What do you mean? They're saying you can't. They say you can't get an angle from a curved baseline. So let's pretend that we live on a curved Earth. Okay, it's curved now in my front yard. If I go out there, they're saying now I can't get an angle to Polaris because the ground curves. What are you talking about? The ground curves way away from me. It's not going to change my angle to Polaris. But people, they love what Nathan Oakley says. They're afraid of him, and so they keep repeating garbage content.
Well, what is that? An elevation angle, right? What is elevation? Like, what is elevation?
The height above the horizon. What do you mean?
Right. And what is the, like, isn't that level? Isn't that like
Yes, what I'm saying is, if you think about going outside of your house right now and then look off into the distance, you're going to kind of have an idea where the horizon is. You're not going to be off by several degrees too low or too high. You can figure out what flat is, and from there you can draw an angle to Polaris. That's all they're doing. To say that we wouldn't be able to do that because the ground is curved is ridiculous, because at the ocean, it only curves 6 feet in 3 miles. So isn't 3 miles of flatness enough for you to get a baseline? What else do you need? You just need, you don't even need that. You could use literally a foot. That's why I keep bringing up the pen. I was showing the pen saying, even from the top of a pen, you'd be able to get an angle measurement to a star. They say, their words are exactly, you can't get angle measurements from a curved baseline. And which is true, but the Earth doesn't have a curved baseline. If I go outside my house right now, whether I live on a flat Earth or a curved Earth, the ground is flat. It can work as a tangent. I can draw an angle to Polaris and be perfectly happy with that angle. It wouldn't matter to me if somebody's coming and says, Jaron, you're actually on a flat Earth. I'm like, oh God, now what do I do with my, the angle's the same. Oh, Jaron, you're actually on a curved Earth. Oh, but I can't do curved base. It's the same. These are the kind of things where we've let these guys get away with saying bullshit, and it's all become these like cults. Like, I should just be able to say that to Nathan Oakley and them just go, yeah, we should stop using that. We have better arguments. That to them, that would be career suicide. He'll make 85 videos about me before he would ever even contemplate that I'm right. That's the problem. So I don't even deal with them. I don't even talk to them. I don't mention them. I don't watch their show because it's the same show every week, which is basically them just repeating that mantra. And then I got to listen to everybody else go around saying it. And that's why, I mean, I had to stop doing debates on my channel because I couldn't take how bad flat earthers were doing anymore. And it didn't feel right for me to tell them they can't debate. So they would just come and say like, oh, Jaron, I'm going to debate Ruhif. I'm like, no, I don't want you to get destroyed by Ruhif. So, but they would just want to come, and then people would be like, you're working with the Globers because you're letting these flat earthers get destroyed in debates. I'm like, yeah, because they need to learn to debate better. Right? I mean, because they will say things like that, and it's just ridiculous. Just because Nathan Oakley says that, it's not going to work in any other situation. And if you're talking to anybody who knows anything about science or angles, they're going to laugh at you. Because, again, by saying that, you can't take angle measurements from a curved baseline. That means if the Earth was curved, which if we went outside, nothing would change. If the Earth was a sphere and you went outside your house right now, nothing would be different. Okay, it's the same flat or curved on the local level. So why wouldn't you be able to get an angle measurement to a star? So
no, I agree.
Okay.
If we lived on a sphere, we could obtain an angle.
Good. So when they say you can't get angle measurements from a curved baseline, they are lying. That's not true. You would be easily able to get. Now, again, if you're on a baseball, even if you're on a baseball, something that small, it would be much more difficult because then you'd say, oh yeah, that the line curves immediately at your feet, but you could still use a tangent, which is again making it just like the front of your house. You're just getting an angle to a star. I don't know why this became such a big deal that people think we can't get angles to things in the sky. Just get a protractor and you get an angle.
Yeah, I mean, you can obtain an angle to a star if you lived on a sphere. You could. But okay. I think that what it's actually denoting in real life can only be obtained on a level surface, not on
and yes, and it is level. This is why I think people are under some assumption that the curved Earth should have much more curve than it does. And I get it. When we start looking at far distances like California to Hawaii, and that distance is 2,500 miles, so it's got 721 miles of curve. That's where you get very like, oh, but on a local level where you would always be doing celestial navigation, you aren't dealing with any curve that's of worry. Right? Like we need to recognize how much so here's one thing I don't think people realize. So did you know if I told you, hey, we have to go out and we have to build this on the sphere Earth, so we have to build this mile, how much does the Earth curve in 1 mile? Do you know?
In 1 mile?
Yeah.
I don't know.
8 inches, right? It's 8 inches per mile squared. But here's the problem, is that that's from the original location. So if we were going to go build a bridge or build a canal, all we need to worry about is that 1 mile and 8 inches of curve. We just need to lay the canal and then do the next mile, because guess what? The next mile is only 8 inches of curve. And the next mile is only 8 inches of curve. Now people, flat earthers will say, no, you're not, you need to square it. Yeah, if you're starting from the beginning, but we don't build anything in the world that way. Anything. Ever. So drop that from your vocabulary. That's why when I heard these Globers saying like, oh, we do use the curvature of the earth to build railroads and tunnels, like, shut up. That is so stupid. We're not giants. We're little people on a big earth. So we would just build. But why would you need to like, people think we need to know that full distance of the Suez Canal and we need to build it with that curvature in mind. No, you don't. The earth only curves 8 inches in a mile. So every mile, think about right now a distance a mile away from you. I'm looking off down my street. It's going to be past the medical place here, couple blocks that way. Now think that in that distance between you and what you're thinking of a mile away, the earth drops 8 inches. That's it. 8 inches in a mile. Now, here's the crazier thing. I don't know if people know this. What I figured out, and I didn't even know this before, is if you take that 8 inches per mile and you just calculate it out by actually 8 times the size of the earth, 24,901, and then you get, that's 8 inches would be 1.9 million. Then divide that by the 12 to get your feet, and then you go divide, that's 163, divide that by your 5280. So we're going to now get the total miles of curvature on the earth. Equals, and it's 3.14. So you could, the curvature of a sphere is always 3.14, which is pi, which is it's the ratio of the diameter to the circumference. But I just think that we don't realize. So you could figure out, if you want to know, Jaron, what's the curvature of the moon? I could figure that out just by knowing its diameter. If I know the diameter of the moon, then I can just backwards engineer it until I get to a point that the curvature of the moon equals 3.14 pi. Yeah. When I got there, that is the curvature. So, and I think I've done it before. It's like 29.5 inches per mile squared. But what I'm trying to say, the important part is, we look at it as a big amount of curvature. And I get it. If you're looking at Canigou, yeah, you're looking at 175 miles. You're seeing a mountain that should be 2,000 feet behind the curve, or 10,000 feet behind the curve, all that, right? So that's a far distance that you have a lot of curve. But when we're building something, you don't care about that. So for instance, what I just mentioned about Canigou would never need to be known in any situation ever for any builder, for anything at all. Because we don't build things from 175 miles away. You would just build something right where you're at. And then you would go in the direction that you need to go. So I feel like we are almost being like gaslit or lied to. And I think it's because there's no actual scientists doing some of this stuff. It's just globe lover zealots that are like on their computer. They love the globe. And so like they just lie about it. They just say, oh, we do build with the curvature in mind, and we do make bridges with it. No, we don't. That would be insane. It wouldn't even make sense. How would you build a bridge on a sphere? It just doesn't make sense. Anyway, I gotta let you go because we have other people and they're pissed off. All right, love you. All right, we got Mr. Namso. Is that your name?
Yes.
I gotta set the clock.
Jerry,
People are
clickety
pissed.
clack.
Clickety clack. Who's this, man? How do you know about that?
It's Timmy.
Clickety clack shoes.
You remember that shit?
Fuck yeah, that was scary, man. I remember having my headphones on and he's like, I actually felt him behind me. Like, Jaron, you better tell me who killed those babies. Tell me who killed those babies. How are you, Timmy?
Oh yeah, dude.
Are you gonna be happy if I come over to your side? Is that gonna,
I don't care, dude.
Is that gonna finally please you? Is that gonna be like you finally score that chick you've been wanting for all those years?
No, man, I haven't made a video since September of 2019. I could care less.
All right. I couldn't care less, by the way, but go ahead.
I could care less.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I really, this whole flat earth thing really helped me actually out of my very, very conspiratorial ways. And I kind of tried to help people out of theirs as well, but there's really like a dogmatic kind of belief system that comes from.
Yeah, it's the scariest part of it.
It is. I mean, to which like people will. I mean, they'll say you guys didn't go or it was all fake, or I mean, it's just how is that even possible? Or there's like a big green screen, or there's
it's literally so dumb.
Yeah,
and that's why when like Eric Dubé comes out and says that, like, how doesn't the community just go like, oh, Eric Dubé's done. His research is terrible. No, I had a girl call me that I know are friends. And she's like, oh man, I'm starting to believe Eric Dubay now after this video. I'm like, believe him about what? Oh, I think you guys didn't go to Antarctica. I'm like, okay, you're done. Like,
yeah.
I'm like, I'm not talking to you. Like, you know me. And because Eric Dubay put up a video where he talks like a female and makes no sense and just is basically biting off that other guy's content, I mean, it's like sickening, because what I don't get is that when you do that, if Witsit and I, who know it's real, so does Jonathan, so does Mark, so does Duffy, so does Toon, we all now know that Eric Dubay is a piece of shit who can't research anything. So that's just, if he doesn't mind that, by all means. I actually care about my reputation. I don't want to say something so dumb that everybody who's ever watched me before is like, now we know Jaren's full of shit and doesn't know how to research. I don't want that. But these guys don't care. And the reason they don't care is because there will be no penalty for it. He will gain viewers. He will gain subs because he's calling it fake. He plays the game differently than I ever would, right? Because I'm actually somebody who's coming at it honestly. So I could never look at something and look at and go, oh, if I take this position, I can't be debunked and I'll get more subs. That's what that's what he must do. He's taking it from a position of like, how do I come out of this best? And so when we were going to go down and visit, he knew better than to say, I don't think it's there, or I do think it's there, because you make that claim. So he just said, if it's there, it doesn't matter, right? The Lady Blount said it's there, and she said he didn't care. So he's just taking a position that always allows him to just go to the next day. And so
he's always had like a guru type status. So
he does.
Anything that he says goes.
Yeah.
And really, I wouldn't worry about it, man. I mean,
well, I worry about him in the fact that he flip-flopped on his a proof that was in his book, flip-flopped, and in that video called me a shill for going. It's just, what are you talking about? I'm going to go check on your claim that you called proof, but because you flip-flopped, I'm a shill. And the only person that called him out, Will Duffy. The only person that made a video saying, hey, dipshit, you can't call somebody out for being a shill when you just flip-flopped and changed your book that's 200 proof. Not one flat earther called him out. And that's just because they're not going to dare do that. They're not going to go against Eric Dubay, right? Whereas, thank you, by the way, I do love Karen B for putting it quite frankly, fuck Eric Dubay. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I thought you guys had that mentality for quite a while since he went against the cow patty steer crew and all that kind of stuff. But patty steer.
Where did that come from? Cow patty steer. Okay.
Yeah, I got names for everyone. I mean, really,
what's my name?
Jerry, because the clickety clack.
Is he still around, man? That guy was scary.
Oh yeah, he talks with
RV.
I think he talks with JLB, and I think he talks.
Is JLB still around? Does he have his own website where he's still? But isn't he geocentric?
He's more so. Yeah, he doesn't want to give up the full thing.
Okay, I got it. I haven't heard him in a while.
Yeah, you might want to check in, and you might not want to, but he was just on Nathan Oakley's just like a week ago, dude.
Really?
And that was Quantum Eraser, Nathan Oakley, and their whole.
That's a quality people over there.
Yeah, I call them Flat Earth Daddy Daycare because literally these guys are on talking about Flat Earth all day, while their wives like go and work or something, and they have kids.
Yeah,
so.
It's
pretty crazy. But I'm wondering, I mean, at this point
can you imagine somebody who watches QE? Like, I want to picture in my mind somebody who's like, I'm gonna go listen to a QE video right now. I just can't
people
picture
like me, dude. I mean, I listen to it because it's so over the top. Like it's like
so over the top.
Conspiracy parody, dude.
Dude, one time I forgot if it was Wits. Somebody told me to watch this video of them, and like it was a Ballbuster show. Literally for like an hour, it was them like just so pissed off at each other, just like throwing these little like underhanded insults, but they're like trying to hide it or something. Like, I don't even know why I have you on this damn show. Like and you could like tell there was like anger, but it was like a comedy. I couldn't turn it off. It was so funny.
I know, that's what I'm saying. It's hilarious.
It was comedy
because he's such a like a religious fundamentalist, and some of these people, they just can't be wrong about anything.
Right.
And I guess you were talking about Dell just a minute ago, and that's true. Like that's one hard nut to crack. I've talked to him for years and years, and even behind the scenes and stuff, and he's just like I've always called him Dogmatic Dell. Like there's no breaking him of what he believes. And
Do you know they're all
I was-
rising earthers now?
yeah, I mean now he's onto that, and then there's no such thing as a push or a pull. I always forget.
I don't even. It doesn't even make any sense. And like I've explained it, I've like debunked it so many times, and this is the thing. Is like there is no. It's not even worth it because the debunk is so simple. They're like, why is there no displacement when things are dropped? It's like because that's the direction things are going. Meaning that if you have a cup of water and it's on a desk and you move it to the left, because the water was going down, it displaces and goes to the right side of the glass. Same thing if you move it the other direction. Same thing if you move it up. But if you drop it, it doesn't displace because the water was already and the glass are already going down. It's that simple. They've based their whole world off of why things don't displace going down. And then they asked that classic question that Bob used to ask that I was like, where they're like, yeah, but why down? Why this way? And it's like, okay, do you realize that no matter which way things went, we would stand there and we would say, why this is down? There could never be a situation where we're not standing somewhere and asking, why is this direction down? It's because it has to be some direction. Down has to be the direction, and that's where we would stand, and then we would always get there and go, why is this direction down? So it's just that simple, and they want to fight and say that there's no displacement down, so the Earth is rising up. And then you're like, through what? Are we back in a vacuum? Is it space again? What? We're just traveling through the vacuum of space again. More power to them.
Constant acceleration. Too.
Right, even though the speeds change on Earth. I don't know. It's baffling to me. I think that people like the idea of a community that they can become part of, and I think that they don't even mind if it's like a small community, right? So the small Mandela Effect community or the small Rising Earth community. I think that people need that connection. The sad part is they don't realize that the internet is not a place that you want friends. It's just they're not real friends.
They're not friends. They'll stab you in the back
in an instant.
In 2 seconds.
In an instant.
I mean, we saw that with Ranty that was on Nathan Oakley's show for years, and
right. It'll just take a second and you're done.
Arwen was just excommunicated off that show, and they just sit there for years, every single day talking, and then we have this disagreement. I mean, they're like catty women at that point, like he's not our friend anymore, Yeah,
and then it's like they have Whitsett on there, and they're just like, Whitsett's so stupid. And I'm like, okay, come up with a better argument than Whitsett, because Whitsett's not stupid. He may be wrong. You can use that argument or something other than this, like, he's the stupidest flat earther we have. It's like, okay, guys, you're just going, it's a little bit far.
Dude, I was listening just the other day to Quantum Eraser, and literally he says he has like 147 hours on his channel of Whitsett's lies and debunking. Like literally, they've been. And if you ever watch him while he's doing a video,
his
he'll play
presentation?
2 seconds.
Yeah.
He'll play 2 seconds, dude, and he'll go 5 hours, and he'll get through like 40 minutes of a video of him stopping and going and stop. I mean, it's insane. But
it's crazy. How about a couple other people? Is Zed Skeptic still around?
Jed
Skeptic, yeah.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, he's always getting very little amount of viewers, but he doesn't really talk about flat Earth or anything anymore.
I just haven't seen it in a while. All right, what do you got? Because I got 3 more people left, and I want to be done.
You got to get out of here.
I've been here for like 9 hours.
I'm just wondering, like, at this point, I'm wondering what it would take, because
For me,
I was watching you. Hold on, I was watching you when you and Missa were like dropping phones in water and stuff, dude. So I've been with you
the good old days,
the whole time. Yeah, the whole time. And there was a lot of things said on Globebusters, and a lot of things. You guys were just wrong about a lot of stuff. But then I think more so than any flat earther will correct yourself and try to.
I thought you were saying I was wrong more than any flat earther. I almost jumped through this fucking computer and beat your ass. Okay, good.
No.
Okay.
I'm saying you guys were wrong a lot, but then you wouldn't just continue to say the same thing over and over again. Like you'd be like, remember you did like a Star Trails with like lasers or something, and someone corrected you, and you were like, okay, maybe it does.
Yeah, Wolfie. Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, there was like so many steps and so many things where you guys, what you would say on Globebusters, 7 years ago is like pretty much all debunked at this point. But you move on and you kind of hone your craft a little bit. But
Well, for me, I was always trying to find those things that were still, and I think that the one reason that I would be like, I don't want to be a Glober is because I don't want to answer questions that I can't answer. Like somebody asked me, well, why did Stephen Hawking lie about his experiment? Fuck if I know, right? So, and it's a legit question because people who are flat earthers would be flat earthers because they saw Stephen Hawking lie in his video, or they saw Nat Geo use so it's hard for me to be like, oh, well, now I'm over here, even though I don't know the answers to those questions. Because I do still wonder, what the hell would they do that for? Why would you, unless this is all a psyop that they want us fighting, and so they purposely fake part of that experiment because they know they're like so smart, they know science people are not going to see it. They're just going to accept the video as is. They know that maybe truthers or maybe people like that might find it to be fake, and when they start talking about it, it will just make them look crazy. Because people are like,
there's a lot of, I call it conspiracy breadcrumbs, where
they do it on purpose, huh?
Yeah, I mean, even on Twitter and like these events that happen, there's a lot of like misinformation.
They do that on purpose.
Disinformation.
Yeah,
But
totally.
I'm wondering, like, you kind of have evidence for yourself now that things do get obstructed, like even looking over water. You know about 2 celestial points. You know the sun doesn't change in angular size basically throughout the day.
Yep.
You know about 2 different, basically 24-hour suns, north and south. You know a lot of things that do match the globe.
When I've already said
at
that the globe matches the observations I made perfectly, and the flat Earth cannot answer it at all. So that should tell you something right there. But I don't think it's the right place or time because of what's going on. I don't want to create a problem for people to be able to turn to me and say, okay, let's focus on this, because that's not what the focus needs to be on. And I also am open to being fully into flat Earth again if we can explain the observation. Now, I've come to the conclusion that that cannot be done. It is a literal impossibility for you to, on a flat map, have a sun circling the opposite direction on the outside of the map, because you know the sun circles on the inside of the map. So that alone, I say that hoping somebody else comes along and says, Jaren's wrong, this is how it could work. But I think that would have happened considering Lady Blount and Samuel Rowbotham wrote about the 24-hour sun in 1900 and said, yeah, it happens, and we don't have an explanation for it, and we're still flat earthers. So we're 100 years from there, and now we're hearing the same thing. We know that the sun does that, but the water's flat, so we're still flat earthers. Well, in that case, between the globe and the flat earth, one of them has way more clout than the other. The other can't even make predictions, and the other one at least makes predictions. So people can cry and scream and say, oh, but the earth measures flat, and we were lied to about this and that. Sure, but if you're going to be in the same conversation as the globe, then you have to be able to match them, at least in predictions. And if we can't, then, and you could say, but it's a lie. Okay, but would you rather fly in an airplane that's flying with a globe coordinates, or with whatever you have coordinates you can't even give me? Right? You would just tell me that it's flat and we know it's flat and we don't need a model. Okay, but then we wouldn't be able to do anything in life. Like you wouldn't be able to fly a plane.
Be able to never make predictions. I mean, they got this thing so refined for lunar eclipses, solar eclipses, all.
Sure, and I don't think those are proof of sphere. I don't believe in proof, but I think that you have to look at it and say, if you're gonna try and supplant something, you have to be able to beat it, right? Like I'm trying to think of something else where somebody might say, well, it's a lie, but it's like, okay, but if somebody lies to you about how your car works. Right, they tell you that it runs on peach juice, but you keep going to work every day and you're able to work with it, and then somebody comes along and says, "Oh, it's not peach juice," and you're like, "Well, what is it?" And it's like, "I don't know." It's like, okay, but you can't just become then like this other person and be like, "Now I believe this," even though you can't explain anything, and now you can no longer drive your car. At least the lie allowed you to drive it because you're like, "Oh, okay, I fill it with peach juice and I go to here and the peach juice works." I'm just saying that I'm certainly not saying lies are okay, and I'm certainly not saying we should believe lies, but if it explains the world better than what you think is the truth, then you probably should wait until your truth is equal to it. Like try and work on your truth. It should get better. Like I hate the one where they keep saying, "Oh, Jaren, they built the globe Earth by looking at the sky." It's like, what do you mean? Oh, they reverse engineered the sky and built, and then it's like, okay, then if it's that easy, then go reverse engineer the sky and build a flat Earth.
Exactly. I've said that for years.
Right, and they can't
Yeah,
they can't do that. They just want to say we can't do that. I mean, but it's like, well, then if the globe was able to do it, why can't we? And then I get the answer which I used to give, which is, well, they've got all the military and all the smartest mathematicians. It's like, okay, so if it's a lie that big, do we need to face facts? You're not going to change it.
Yeah.
You're not going to change if it's a lie so big that they had to use every mathematician and then how will you ever supplant it? Like, do you think you're really going to take down the governments? Do you think you're going to take down colleges and universities when you can't even show a better prediction? Like, nobody's ever going to change colleges because you're like, but water lies level. Oh, okay. But it's just not going to do anything.
Yeah, they're like water never curves, but then someone will be like, "What? Have you ever seen a water drop it? Like even at a small level, it can curve. So what are you talking about? I mean, just some of the
things are
memes."
So anyway, I'm just going to continue to be honest with what I see and feel, and if people don't like it enough, I'm sure I'll leave, and so be it. What are you going to do?
Yeah. Hey, one thing before I wanted you to finish up and get to bed, but
Thank you.
Fuck. You know, it really, like, there was a lot of lies that happened about me, and it really like woke me up to the kind of crowd that I was kind of considering myself to be a part of. And I think with it, I think you are going through something similar to that degree, where you just know that they're lying or they're deeply mistaken, and with the things that they say about you, because you can lie about somebody else, and you can kind of go through in your head like maybe that's true or not, but like when it's about you and you know, like you're experiencing
even that girl Lisbeth, she's somebody who's just getting into this, but she noticed right away. She's like, wow, you really look at conspiracies a different way when you become the conspiracy. Yeah, totally. Because she's just a girl on TikTok, and all of a sudden they're like, she's Duffy's plant. They knew her ahead of time that she was hired, and then, you know, poor girl, she's like, where would they get any of that from? Like, where's their evidence that I knew? I said, they don't need evidence. She's like, where's their evidence that I knew Duffy before? I'm like, don't go looking for that. Believe me, that's the last thing they're worried about. They don't care about the evidence. They're just going to say that, and you're just going to, and they know that they get to you. I think that the one thing I really, and I am not somebody to advocate for like internet ID or anything like that, but I do think we as a society need to realize that the internet is the problem with the world. The internet is allowing people to act as they're not allowed to act in real life. And we just all allow it. We're just, oh yeah, YouTube channels call people pedophiles every day. That's not okay. Yep. You can't do that in real life. So why would we ever have a platform where we're actually allowing people who literally live in their grandmother's basement to get on there and act tough and call people pedophiles? Because it actually, I bet you there's been suicides and actual damage done to people from little nobodies who have never left their house.
Trolls.
Yeah. Because we have to think of all the nerds in school. Okay, so there's still that same amount of nerds, but now they've got a place where they can act tough. They didn't have that when we were kids. There's no place for the nerd to go and act tough and tell somebody else they're a pedophile and that their wife's a whore. Right? It didn't exist, and now it exists. And then you got people like Jake the asshole who are going around saying people like Kelsey are men. Give me a fucking break. It's just boys that are 5'6" that now want to turn down girls. So they're like, oh, I'll just go on the internet and call them boys. That's all it is.
Yeah.
In person, he would pee his pants in front of Kelsey. Yeah.
Oh, I met him in person. Funny thing.
Did he pee his pants?
Bob.
Oh.
No, with Bob, and I never knew how small he was.
He's like 5'4". You know who's tall? You know who he's taller than? He's taller than Critical Think, though. Out of Australia. He's pretty Danny DeVito-esque.
Wow, that's fun.
All right, let me let you go. We got 5 more people left.
Yeah. Later, bro.
Later.
Take care.
We got who is Elway? Oh no, I'm sorry. Mitt Namso? No, maybe it's Elway. There's Elway.
Hi, Jaron. You okay?
I'm all right. I'm ready to go to smoke this joint. But,
yeah, well, I won't be able to have mine until a little bit later. But listen, I just wanted to say, long-time listener, first-time caller.
Thank you.
I appreciate everything that you've been doing. Been watching you for many years. And, it's not just about Flat Earth for me. You've opened my eyes to a lot of information, the health movement, moringa, drink that every day now.
A lot of people really like that.
So yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the moringa. Obviously, I've done a little bit of research into it after you mentioned it, and me and my uncle, we both sort of taken the supplement now. But I've moved on to the moringa teas and
Nice.
like sour sop tea.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm just doing a little bit of that and drinking distilled water. I got a distiller machine
Excellent.
for Christmas.
Awesome.
So yeah, it's just I just want to say thank you really, because it's not just about flat Earth. I mean, as a flat earther, I'm a little bit confused right now.
I get you. I'm confused
kind
too.
of slowed
Don't worry.
down.
Don't worry.
I'm kind of slowed down on sort of pushing my position and trying to open people's eyes to it, because I feel like we need a little bit more.
Yeah, I think the kid thing,
time
the
to
kid
maybe
thing
work
really
it out.
bothers me. The kid thing, when you have such a young child, like I don't want to just teach a map that I know doesn't work right now, right? And I get it. People are like, well, what about Joe Hamby's? And there might be okay. I'm not saying it'll never work. I'm just saying right now it doesn't work. So it's not safe for me to assume, oh, it will eventually work. It's a difficult situation. It's, and then, you do have the questions of like, okay, what, they say like on a flat earth, what's underneath it? And I get it. We've always kind of shooed that away and said, we don't need that. It could be, but then you kind of, the sphere answers some of that. Like it kind of, okay, right. There's just, it's a sphere. So I don't know. There's
At the moment, it's very weird for me at the moment. I mean,
Yeah,
I
it's very
can't
weird for me.
undo all the information that I've learned in the last few years.
no.
But now that observation has been made in Antarctica, I totally 100% believe you. I would never call you a shill. Witsit has
Well, thank you.
opened my mind to so many things, with the electrostatics and the physics, and I actually feel myself getting a lot smarter in the last few years.
Good.
And understanding a little bit more, but at the moment I'm a little bit confused. Hopefully we can work it out, like you said. If someone shows you how it's observed and how it's done, then
I wonder how
we're all for
important it
again.
is. It's not. Everybody always says it's not like important to your salvation, and so I just wonder if it's really we're just having everybody bang their heads against the wall, and it may be not as important as I thought it was. Like what's important is what you said: health, right? Your family, feeling healthy, living longer, eating what's right, not believing lies. So, like, if you just said, okay, I don't know what the Earth is, I'm not sure. Like, if I just say that, well, who cares? Like, to me, that's not
See, an unknown earther at the moment, and an unknown
right.
earther.
Now, the problem with saying that is that I can't say that because people want to know, what do you believe? And if I say I believe nothing, then they'll flip out, even though I'm like, that's what I'm saying. I'm like, I would never ask people what they believe in and flip out because, like, you don't have an answer. I don't care but people do care a lot of what I believe. So, yeah, I just don't know why it would be a problem if it was like, well, I'm just kind of waiting to see if anything pops up as better evidence. I wasn't even looking at the sphere. I thought there's no fucking way. And then I knew about the 24-hour sun, and I knew that it was, one of the reasons I became a flat earther. So when I started hearing people say like, I didn't even know about it, I didn't even ever look at it, I'm like, okay, lucky you, because it's a pretty big deal on the map that I pushed that Dave Weiss on the Zap. It's just the kind of observation that I can't explain.
I have Dave Weiss's app.
And
at the moment,
it's the best tool to wake up, right?
Distance myself. Yeah, I mean, it's a great app. It's got
Yeah.
all the information I could possibly imagine when it comes to, our lost history and that kind of stuff. But
See, for me, I woke up so many
Dave
people
Weiss
with
at the
that.
moment, I think my personal opinion is he's trying to distance himself from this observation from you and Witsit, because it's kind of like he's built up this whole thing about the flat Earth, and this observation, he's even said it himself that it doesn't work on a flat Earth. So now I've seen a lot of videos where he's just pushing out all these other information and stuff like that, and trying to recreate what we already know.
And the sad thing is
But
that
now we
the
need
app
to
works
work out
great.
what we don't know.
The app is good for like waking people up. I feel like everybody I've ever woke up, I've used the app. So that's where I feel bad, because now it's like I couldn't do that again. I couldn't pull that app out and show it to somebody, and it's just my own personal morality that I the second I started to do that, I would feel, Jaron, you don't believe this map anymore. The map doesn't work. So I can't start teaching somebody. Whereas before I believed it. So it was very easy to pull it out and be like, this is the way things go and this works. And, so it was like, that's why that observation makes me go, okay, now.
Well, obviously, Dave Weiss says that belief is the enemy of knowing. You believe there wasn't a 24-hour sun in the south, and now you know that there is.
Correct.
So that for you, that's gonna, and for me as well, this is kind of like a big psyop, like you say, because if they know there's a 24-hour sun in the south, then why haven't they shown us that for the last 10 years? Why have they let us believe that everything is fake down there? You can't go down there, or you say you can't go down there to prove it. You have done that now. And I think with our community, I mean, I've been a flat earther since 2020, but at the moment, I've seen your observation. I've seen your Antarctica footage. I paid the $20 for it. Awesome stuff, by the way. So I've watched all that, and I believe you were there, and I believe Whitsitt was there, and I just now have to, as a logical thinker, I have to now input that observation into my mind, think about it, and work out, what, actually, we need to take a step back a little bit, because I now need to know how that could work on a flat earth before I go and turn other people's into flat earthers. And then when they trump me about that question, like you said, I'm not going to say to people, it doesn't matter, because it does matter.
Right. And for me, I think if one step past that, if it was just that, but I think kind of the reconciliation I came to about the South Pole, and maybe I need to work through that to make sure that I'm right about it. But I just, once I knew where we were and was looking at the angles, I figured out like, okay, so the South Pole is, 700 miles that way. And as I went that way, it would start to balance the sun, and the sun would get to a place where it was the same height as it circled me. And then it's like, oh, wherever that location is the South Pole. So before I used to tell people, oh, there's all these ceremonial poles, or they could have them everywhere on the flat earth, right? I used to kind of say that. But then you're like, oh, but that won't work if there's a place where the sun circles at the same height. Like that can't work. So just like in the north, there can't be multiple places at the north that the sun just goes around. There's one place, it's the North Pole. So now that you kind of realize the same thing happens in the South Pole sounds feasible. And then I talked to a girl who had no reason to lie to me. She's a girl, Lizzie, who flew there, came back and started hanging out with us because her friend had to stay at the South Pole, so she didn't have any friends. And she's like, yeah, I went there. And so you're like, okay, so they have a place at the South Pole where the sun does. So they would have to then they'd have to have the sun where we're at going a certain up and down, but then fly her 700 miles to where she got to a place where now they've got the new other sun that's staying at the same height. Now it's getting in the realm of impossibility.
Absolutely.
It's just not something we're doing. So anyway, I appreciate
listen, Darren, I won't take much longer of your time, but I just literally wanted to phone in and just say I love everything that you've done. I've obviously been listening since 2020.
Thank you.
Flat Earth, health, you've opened my eyes to a lot of things. Whitsitt's opened my eyes to physics and cosmology, and I find myself, even this morning, I walked outside, it was 5:30 in the morning, I'm in the UK, looked up in the sky, and there was a star, I zoomed into it, and, it's one of the most beautiful things I've ever seen. So,
yeah,
you kind of, I've never looked at that before, and you look out now, and I've got small children myself, and they do know the flat earth model, but they also know the globe model because they go to school. I think it's important to teach both just so they can become logical thinkers and actually learn to think for themselves.
That's the most important thing you could teach right there, because
absolutely.
I wasn't taught that. I was taught that everything in school was fact, and that's how I took school. I never even questioned any of it. So then when you find out about some lies, I think you might go too far in the other direction. Whereas if I was taught that, hey, they're going to teach you things in school, that they're just testing your ability to regurgitate, doesn't mean it's true. You don't need to look at everything as true. It would be so different. I'd be so much further now where I'm at because I didn't have all those years of thinking everything I was taught was true. But I did want to say also that the view from the plane when I was going over that sea ice had me crying first time since my mom died, because you never see anything like it, and it's
so beautiful.
Yeah, it's just, it just makes you think, because I've flown everywhere, across the world, around the world, whatever you want to say, but it's like I've never seen that where it's just that water was still, no waves, no nothing. It was just like still water with huge ice sheets in it, and it's just like, wow, like what Whitsitt was saying. Whitsitt says we're not supposed to be here. Like this is like somebody's telling you like don't go here, don't go here, and then you get there and you find out that there's no animal at all that's ever learned to live there.
Yeah, in your screen, there's nothing that lives there, is there?
Nothing at all.
But
and then people will be like, "What do you mean there's no penguins?" It's like, well, what would the penguins eat? Eat each other?
I thought you said you weren't going to go on any excursions. You had a bike
I wasn't,
ride,
but then I didn't like the idea. They were like all going to get on there, and like my luck, they'll all die. Right? I'll go die with them. I don't want to be hear the plane crash, and then I'm like, now I'm by myself. Like, the people that
Okay, you have to come back and take all the crap.
Oh boy, I would that would have been funny. I would have come back and been like, it's set.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no video footage. They took it all.
All right, thanks, bro. I appreciate
Anyway.
it. Later.
Jaren, take care, buddy. And also one more
Yes.
thing. Don't Reefer Roulette. That's one of my favourite shows. So please try and get that back up and running as soon as possible.
Damn it.
I know obviously there's a little bit of
There'll be a little bit of
things
conversation
going
we
on
need to
with
have.
Sov.
Yeah, well,
But
I'll
yeah,
talk to
Reefer
him.
Roulette.
I think everything will
That's
come
great
out
stuff.
okay. I think people will realize that thinking that we faked anything there is kind of dumb. Okay, you had your fun. You kind of threw some theories around, but as the footage starts coming out, it'll kind of dissipate, and then we'll just be back to figuring out if that works on a flat Earth or not. So, all right,
Exactly.
later, bro.
Good luck, Jaren. Cheers, buddy.
We got Crazy Doug. Crazy, are you smoking with me?
I am. I'm lighting it up right now.
You bastard! I hate the people who smoke in their house.
I want to say long time listener, long time caller.
Yes, it's true. How long you been with me, Doug?
At least 2016.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
I was
Well,
gonna say
in
18 or
public, I'd say probably 2018. Yeah, 2019.
All right.
I was a closeter,
Yeah.
But and I kind of agree with a lot of what you say. There's a few things I disagree with.
I'm sure. Yeah.
The sun being physical, yeah, it's physical as far as God put it there, and we can see it, and it does kind of appear to be a ball, but that could also just be stuff going across the surface of a circle.
Could.
But I definitely would like to take the test one step further and either go across Antarctica or see if you do pop up on the other side of the ball, because that to me would be definitive. Or
Do you think that people would accept it, or would they just call that fake?
I would. I don't give a fuck about people. People are stupid. They've proven that. But I would.
Okay.
Or the test of going around Antarctica, kind of see if it is about the 13,000 mile or whatever they say it is.
Well, the thing about that one though is that there could be a continent of Antarctica that's at the bottom of a flat map. So I'd be careful about that one.
Yeah.
But I do think that the idea, I would fly in a plane from. So I think I can talk to Duffy. We can maybe charter a flight. I mean, we need to sell like 200 tickets, and they'd probably be $2,000 a piece. But there might be a way to charter a flight to do that.
Go to South Pole and then go to the other side of the Antarctica.
Well, you can't land at the South Pole. You'd have to fly over it.
What about old Lizzie?
Well, you could. Yeah, that was in a small plane. So that's why I said you have to land the 757 at Union Glacier, then take the small plane to the South Pole.
Yeah, and then maybe another small plane again. I don't know.
No, because that's a lot further distance. So that's what we were trying to talk to them about. Is that I was asking how come people always go back to where they started? They don't get picked up on the other side, and that's when I kind of learned that. So like that plane that flies from Punta Arenas to Union Glacier, that plane would then not be able to make it from Union Glacier all the way to Australia, because that's now because it's one tank of gas, right? They can't keep fuel in Antarctica, so they can't put fuel there for the plane to get there and then fuel up. They have to take the full tank the whole way. So anyway, I think that total distance, it should only be like 7,000 miles though, which I thought they can do. So I got to look into that, because I think that I would like to do. I mean, to me, I think that there's no doubt that you would cross the South Pole and come up on the other side at this point, because I don't really know what else could happen. If I'm at a place where it's 80 degrees and I know that a girl says she went to 90 degrees, so I'm just wondering what could be that direction other than that. I guess it could be at the end of the dome.
I do think you're assuming that is the same. I'm not saying there's multiple suns.
Right.
I'm just saying you're assuming that is the same sun that's over Australia. But what if that's just the sun you see from God showing you that in that
True.
place? But
yeah, I showed Stephen Alfonso's his model earlier, and yeah, the weird part about it is that when you see that sun coming across your sky, it's actually the sun that is over on top of Australia, even in his model.
if you're there, well, in his model, his model's just rip off anyway. So
I'm glad that you know that. I wonder how many people actually know that.
I think Melodome and Richard in your chat knows it for sure.
Richard knows everything. Come on, what are you talking about?
Ryan M in your chat, he and Richard are going crazy in there.
The one I couldn't stand, the one I kind of gave him kudos the other day, but I also told him I don't like him. I don't want to talk to him. Is the Canuck?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not another fan.
I was actually starting to really dig him too until he started pushing boats over the curve.
What happened?
I put it in your VIP that I forwarded.
I'm way behind on that.
A boat showing, that it's going over the curve. It's like, how big is Earth then? If it's it looks like it's 3 miles away, and it's already
Canuck was doing that.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's
and that was kind of turned me off because there were some good points he was making, but again, I think it all assumes that you can actually take the sky and definitively say, well, yeah, that's above this place. I know that. When really we're just looking up. But I wanted to talk about a few things, and I'll get off here because I'm trying to get done. The guy earlier that didn't even know that if you're on the North Pole looking south,
I don't know.
all ways are south. Oh my God! And he almost dragged you back down to his level and beat you with stupidity because he started going back to some other point, and it's like, no, dude, hold on. You don't even know that in the flat Earth model, if you're on the North Pole, all ways are south.
Yeah, I don't understand why they get so boisterous and like I'm the idiot, and it's so disappointing because I'm just like
that
whatever.
was such a Zetetic warrior move.
It was a Zetetic warrior move. It's like I'm done.
Anyways, dude, understand if you're on the North Pole, all ways are south. So that's what Jared means by no matter which way you look, you're looking south. So the sun should be going from whatever left to right,
right,
left,
that's right,
east to west, correct? So,
correct. Which is the same thing it does in the south, but it also then but just the other way.
Yeah, it depends on if you're looking north or south when you're past the whatever the outer ring,
right?
Correct. Wherever the sun is, past it.
Correct.
Anyway, so that guy almost dragged you back. Like, I got pissed, but I wanted to say thank you. We had a 14-hour drive from Florida, and it flew by because I wasn't drowsy. It was awesome. So thank you so much for keeping that shit going.
I hear that a lot. So you're welcome.
I almost punched that dude in the face through the fucking radio. Like, dude, shut up. You
$sign Jeranism on catch up. Anyway.
Well, and I also wanted to say,
yes.
I don't know anybody else that's thanked their donators like you have. You've had some weird issues here and there, but when it comes to this trip, you've done exactly what you said. And
well, thank you. I felt like it's not as much as I wanted to do, but at the same time, there wasn't like because we couldn't film each other. It was difficult. Like the only time I really could film is when nobody was really around me. So, or I had to ask them. Towards the end, people were kind of better about it. I think at the beginning they weren't as open to it.
Yeah, it was like high tension.
Yeah, there was a lot of. We had a lot of tension. So, I mean, I wish I would have done more. I was sad about some of the stuff we didn't get, and the trip sucked. I mean, really, looking back at it, it just sucked because I should have thought like we should have just said no. We're not doing any live feeds. We're not going out to dinner. Like we needed sleep the night before we flew. Because we hadn't gotten sleep the 2 nights before. Then we got like 2 hours before, and then we're in Antarctica. Then it was like, now you got to do a 24-hour time lapse. So we were just like, it hits you like, oh shit. And it's not like you're comfortable. It's you're miserable. It's cold. It's it's when it's night, 2 a.m. there. So then the sun's over in the south, and now you're feeling it. That room's not heated, and you're just like, there's no food.
You're trying to live up to your obligation with the GoPro and everything.
Right.
I mean, dude, people are not even considering anything.
No, and it's just hard. I mean, poor Elizabeth too.
Won't watch those videos, even when they come out for all. I don't know if you've released it publicly or not, but I'm sure people have leaked it. They won't watch them.
Yeah,
just like
I know.
They won't watch the Witsit with Owen Benjamin. They're just like, why would he fake it with vape? And I'm like, that's my question. Why would he fake it?
It's so
One
stupid.
time, with all this other evidence, like you people are so stupid.
It just doesn't make sense why I'm always asking, like, what's the claim? What's the claim? Let's get past the little, like, Keith just kept saying over and over again, what's it? Here he is hitting a vape. I'm like, no, you're saying that. Like,
it's a studio.
Oh, God.
It's a studio. And you started a fire from both the northern and the southern sun.
Yeah.
That's a pretty fucking good LED.
Yeah, or plasma ball. Plasma ball that's going on.
Whatever. I mean, the snowblower was working its ass off. You were starting fires.
Snowblower.
People are so ignorant, and I wish they would just stop and think. And
Me
there are
too.
people that are just feeding it, and it's like.
And look at like Banjo. Like Banjo, I believe the same thing as Banjo. I believed in that map. Like
I did too. Well, and it still works. And here's what I want to say about that.
Okay.
Is you say it doesn't work, but a lot of AE map does work until you get to the south, of course. Right?
Absolutely.
That's 24-hour sun, right? A lot of it does make sense. Seasons, oh my God, makes so much more sense.
I told Dave Weiss, I said you should keep your app and just say it's perfect up until the Tropic of Capricorn because nobody lives there anyway. So
right, and majority of people live in the northern
95%.
And so people, anyway, you said it earlier. You're not supposed to be in Antarctica. That's off limit. It's like God saying, hey, this far as you can go.
So here's the thing that sucks. But here's the thing that sucks, Doug. If that's true, then the way that we had the AE map is perfect. That's what it should be.
Well, no. Then it'd be easy for you to figure out. God said no man will figure it out. So the globe people think they got to figure it out. They don't quite have it figured out. AE map people think they got to figure it out. They don't quite have it figured out. God said, fuck you. And here's another reason why.
That's my favorite line of the whole time. God said, "Fuck you."
Another reason why it would be in God's interest to have a 24-hour sun in the south, because it definitely fucked a lot of people up right now, but it disorients you. It's not the same sun. I mean, like, same
Yeah,
kind of sun.
Austin says the same thing. Austin's like, imagine that you get out there and then you're like, oh shit, where did we end up? We got to turn around because they screwed you up. I got to go back the other way.
6 months of darkness, 6 months of light, or 4 months, whatever, depending on where you're at.
Yeah.
That doesn't make sense. Also, in the north, it's like a softer, life-generating 24-hour sun. Out there, it's like a blind your ass, sunburn your ass, disorient your ass,
And never
'cause
gets
it's still frozen.
Yeah, never gets up. But I read that it hasn't gotten above freezing in many, many years.
And why is that? I mean, if the sun is really that high, it should kind of melt something, but it's because it's different. It's not.
It's different. It's angles. Yeah, it's just hard. I mean, again, once you've been lied to, it's hard to know these
Mystery
things.
of God, man. It's a mystery of God. We're never going to figure it out fully.
You might be
I
right.
still want to dig, and I
Oh, yeah, we
definitely
got some
appreciate you
super
going
chats.
out there and getting us this evidence like you said you would. And
All right.
the GoPro is awesome. People need to fucking watch all this video, even the stupid Glovers videos. Watch them.
By the way, next Friday I'm going to start my new show, and first thing we'll do is raffle off the whole camera package. So everybody who is a purchaser will get put into a spin the wheel deal, and somebody's going to win it all. So that'd
And
be
you
cool.
passed down the tracker to Austin, like, just, I don't know. You're a great person. I
thank you.
appreciate you. Also, I did want to say this. Oh shit! I just had it. I think I lost it.
Oh,
So that's what stonerism does to you.
well, I want to do that, but I can't. I haven't smoked yet.
Shit. Yeah, I'll just have to get at you next time. But man, I appreciate you.
Message me. All right, later. We've got. I just want to get through these real quick. JSS Tiger says the IV is a control variable, a person moving to a different location and watching how the motion dV of the sun changes. All right, so I think I got it right. Elaine Michael, thank you very much. $9.99. Great guy. Vaxwack should do his experiment from a third city, but to the sun. On Flat Earth, they should meet, but they never do. Does the globe, however, basic math, which disproves the flat. Thank you, the KM. We've got the KM again, says use zenith. It uses plumb line, not a tangent. Yeah, but they're talking about celestial navigation, right? So then you would have the GP. You would use a plumb line. Oh, obviously, you use a plumb line to get your tangent. Okay. Ask him if he uses ocean waves as a flat baseline. Don't know if you're talking to me. Sea Lion Prime says, we don't have flat earthers anymore building evidence. This is 100% on point, especially using Walter's model and pretending it's a flat earth model. Yeah, that's bad. I mean, I get that we can use it and say, okay, well, this is how it would work, and then like they do, backwards engineer it. But that's not what's going on. It's just taking the observation from a sphere and saying, oh, now we'll put on a flat earth, and that makes it work. But then you have the issues that we already know we have. So what do we got here? Those plumb lines, those plumb lines in mining aren't parallel, though. We use geodesy for long tunnels, assuming flat earth will result on long adits not matching. So they say that it does the other way, that they diverge, or diverge. So they think that's evidence of the concave. Salutes friends from Charlie. Charlie, what's up? $45. Charlie, you're a man. Today is the chance to share. Link up. Nice. You didn't come on. We got 2 more people left. We'll get to you. You're definitely on the right track. Who's this? Suzanne. What's up, Suzanne? You're definitely on the right track with your right attitude, Jern. Said many good truths tonight. Regarding science, faith, politics, and finding truth. So glad I recently subscribed. Will follow. Thank you. That's awesome. And she's back. 10 more bucks. I wanted to believe in flat Earth in 2018, but figured out the 24-hour sun in 5 minutes online by checking southern sunrise sunset times. Electric Universe and Michael Levin show electricity is key from a cellular level to the universal. Yeah, I totally agree with that. In fact, if you don't ground, you need to ground. It's made me feel a lot better. Something that you said that was interesting there, though. Sunrise sunset times, 5 minutes by looking. Oh, so another flat earther, I don't want to say his name because he doesn't really give me permission to do so, but he had pointed out about a couple months ago that there are drastic sunrise issues at South America. And he wanted me to like look into it deeper, and I told him I'm going to wait till after this experiment because I knew that if what I thought then what he's saying is true. That what basically the problem is that if you draw on like SunCalc and you look at the sunrise sunset times. I'll show you just an example, and you'll be like, oh, that makes okay, that's a problem. So basically, if you go down here to South America, okay, so this is South America. So if we go and we look at, remember, it's almost December 21st, right? Or it's close to there. I mean, close enough that we can kind of pretend. Actually, we can just put the clock there. There we go. Date 21st. Okay, so now it's on the Tropic of Capricorn. So if we go to sunrise time here, okay, we've got where do you go? More solar data. Sunrise up there. So sunrise is 5:07. So I don't know if you can see this. I'm just going to write this down on my pad here just so you can see what I'm talking about. So 5:07 from basically the very tip. 5:07 from the very tip. That's 5:07 a.m. sunrise. Okay. Now we're just going to move up the coast. So we're just going up to here now. Okay. So now we're here, and now the sunrise time is 5:52. Okay. So we're going up the coast. So we have 5:07 down below. Now we're already at 5:52. I barely moved. Let's go up to here. And we get sunrise 6:10. Okay. Now, so now we'll move way up here. And sunrise time is 6:40. And now we'll move up here. And sunrise time is 6:55. Okay. 6:55. And so now think about that the sun is coming here, right? Or actually they show it here on the tropic. But so sunrise time down here is 5:07 and here is 6:55. So you're talking about 2 hours of distance of sun in just this area. They look north-south. I mean, the north-south shouldn't have any time frame difference. There shouldn't be time zones. So what is causing a 2 hour, if the sun is doing this, it wouldn't be 2 hours before this one, right? If you're thinking about a flat map. But if you do start to look on a sphere, it starts to make sense because, again, you have this sun going, move this thing here. You basically have this sun coming around. Hello. Over here. Hey, what was that?
Oh my god.
$50 tip from Crazy Doug.
It is so big.
Damn, Doug. I like
like
big tips and I cannot lie. Thanks, Doug. Appreciate it. Take SOV's spot on Refurb Roulette if you need it. All right, we got maybe an incoming. That's awesome. I should have made Eric Dubé do his dance though for this. That would have been better. It's funny. He's winning, chunning it big time. So yeah, we did get a lot done tonight. Let's finish this off. Anyway, there's sunrise, sunset times problems in here, and one of our good VIPs kind of asked me to explain that, and I asked a couple people in the community, and they all kind of handed it back to me like, I don't want to look at that. So I was like, okay, I'll worry about it when we get back. All right, let's go to finish this off. Tell me there's only 2 left. All right, we got 50 cents in the house. What, 50?
I'm white, man. It's 50. All right.
Okay, 50.
No, but hey, man. I've probably been following you since right around before the curve came out. I was on the other side, and I've been just kind of watching and following the community since then. Like, when do you know when that movie was put out?
2017, I think. Or 18.
Okay, so probably like 2016ish. Yeah, I've been following you since around then, and your story arc is fucking crazy, man. It's just kind of insane where you're going with this, and how honest you're being. It's kind of insane. And I want to ask you, going down there originally, did you think that the globe could back it up? Did you think that they were that you were gonna see a 24-hour sun, or did you think that
no? I actually thought,
or were you kind of up in there?
Thank you. By the way, Dave McKeegan just gave me $10 and says, "Here is your NASA shield payment," which I was told it'd be a lot bigger than that. So you must have forgotten 2 or 3 zeros on that, Dave. Appreciate that. No, and Dave, I just have to say, Dave was awesome as much as Dave. I told the story earlier where I was telling how we're getting a fight, and I'm like, we don't need to use you guys in our videos. We would never do it. And you're like, Jaron, I believe that you have a video out called Dave McKeegan is a Shill. Yeah, that video I did, but the other ones I've never done. It was just funny. But Dave was great to everybody. I mean, I like seeing him helping Elizabeth with her camera. He was helping me with my camera. Always there to help. Always awake. He was awake like 48 hours more than anybody else was able to pull, and got some great stuff going on his channel. So appreciate it, Dave. All right, and we have. Thank you so much for taking this trip on it. Okay, good.
No. I'm just saying, it was crazy following you guys down there. And like I talked to Witsit on Discord a couple times while he was there, like, showing people whatever they wanted to see with this camera. It was just kind of nutty watching this all happen, and especially talking to Witsit while he's live in Antarctica was nutty.
Right. And people don't realize that they're like that guy earlier, like, well, you guys didn't even do longer than 3 hours of live stream. It's like, yeah, it's never been done before, and you're complaining that we did 3 hours of live stream. It's like funny. It's like it's never been done.
A bit.
So.
But I wanted to know: did you think going down there that you would see a 24-hour sun, or did you think?
Well, it depends. What going down to Antarctica, maybe by that time I did, but not going down to Punta Arenas. I thought that the trip would be canceled, or that that we would see it set. That was my thought. As the trip got closer and closer, I started to doubt it a lot more that it would set. But when we got to Punta Arenas and we saw the light in the south at 1:30 in the morning, that pretty much, I mean, we had it still in our mind, like it could be the coffee cup costing, it could be, but it was following exactly, Elizabeth would show her phone app where it would show where the sun would set and where it was going to rise, and it was just doing that. So
bang on.
Yeah, and that's the thing is that I said also that like if there was any issues with the globe model or it wasn't matching our location, I expected that, and then it just nailed it. So, and again, people were like, "Oh, well, this is all set up. They know about it." It's like, okay. I mean, they had a location. They said we're going to this location, so all the observations have to match that location. So it's not they're making it sound like they took you here and it just you could tell you wherever. No. When they tell you where you're going, then the observations have to match. So
exactly,
that's why the globe came up impressive, and even some of their experiments. I may not agree with all of them, but some of the stuff that they're doing is good data, and certainly all the camera shots they have and the stuff that even Toon hasn't been able to get out yet, or Duffy has. Did you watch the drone footage? I thought that was awesome. Duffy's drone footage.
No, I haven't seen that. I would like to see that's on Duffy's channel, or
yeah, the
that's
flatter
on Keegan's.
No, it's on. I think it's on the Final Experiments channel.
Okay.
But anyway, yeah, it's just a pretty awesome view. He went up to a mile high, which you're not even allowed to do. So
yeah,
I mean, I think everybody did. There's nobody to talk shit about. In fact, if I had to talk shit about anybody, it would be me. So I think everybody else did a really good job. I would have liked to done more, but again, it was definitely. I heard Dave's video today, and he was talking about how he didn't even know what day or time it was the whole time. Like the sun doesn't go anywhere, so it's not like you're like, oh, it's starting to set. It must be close to nighttime. It's just. Yeah. Where's the sun?
It kind of stays at the same. What was it, between like 20 and 17 degrees? I don't know.
I think it's like 15
you might know
and
what
30.
It was.
Like 15 and 30.
Between 15 and 30.
35,
yeah. Kind of bounce up and down.
Yeah, and it's not a bounce. It's just, yeah, I mean, it's so weird for me to say that it felt like a studio. It's the worst thing I could say right now, but it really does, because if you just picture going out in front of your house right now and the sun just circles your head all day, that would feel like you're in a studio. You're like, what's going on? It just feels like it.
Yeah.
So it was,
and the landscape too,
right,
being so uniform.
Oh, it was surreal. It was like, and you just, that's why when people were saying it's fake, I'm like, we flew there. Like we flew for hours. That's the thing about flying, is that's when you realize how big this world is. When you're like, you think when you look at a globe or you look at a map, it's like, oh, there's Punta Arenas, and then we just fly across the little water section, then we're in Antarctica. And then when you're flying it and you're like 2 hours flying to get across the water, you're like, this is a big fucking channel. So it's like it's just kind of surreal how big everything was. And then when you're out there, like Austin and I were saying on the plane, we're like, okay, we need to take back, like we always said, like we want to freely and independently explore here. When you're flying over it for hours and you just see nothing but blankets of white and mountains, you're like, oh, you'll die. Like you'll straight die out here.
Better come prepared.
Right. So you better bring a logistics, and then this what ALE is. ALE says we'll put the food there, we'll put these camps for you. You have to check in with us. So then you start thinking about it, you're like, okay, that's what you would do. You wouldn't just say, oh, you want to go freely and independently, go ahead, and then everybody goes and falls into crevasses. We would all look at that like, this is crazy. The government's killing people that go down to Antarctica. So again,
that'd be a bad look for sure.
Yeah. Anything final?
No, I just want to say, like I said, your story arc's incredible, man. This has been a hell of a thing watching you through all the years.
What are you
And,
saying there? I
but
keep missing
would-
what you're saying. My story arc?
Yeah, your story arc, like just because I used to go on Nathan Oakley's show, and I followed kind of a lot of flat earthers. I'm a global earther, and I followed a lot of guys over the years. And I kind of come back to it every like 2 years or so. But ever since 2016, probably like every 2 years, I'll bounce back in and out. So I've kept up with quite a few of you, and just your story arc. You're just a lot more honest and open about the way you're feeling instead of like putting up a front. And I don't feel like you're putting up a front, whereas a lot of other guys, it's like they kind of dance. That you can tell that they're dancing around their words a little bit, whereas you seem like more authentic in the way you
Well, thank you.
process information.
That makes me actually feel good because I'd actually try to do that, and then when you don't hear people say what you're saying, then you're like, oh, maybe it doesn't matter, right? Like, it feels like I know. Oh, so if I want views, it's just lie like these guys do, make things up, make us. Oh, the moon. I am seeing stars through the moon. Like that's how you get content right now. So it's good to hear you say that because at least it means that what I have done is noticed by at least some. So thank you.
Yeah, and I think you got a unique. You must have a very unique audience right now at this point. And I want to say before I get off here is that dude calling Nathan Oakley's show "Daddy Daycare" is some of the funniest shit I've heard in years.
It's pretty funny.
And that would be incredible if nobody calls it Nathan Oakley's show anymore. It's just Daddy Daycare.
Daddy Daycare, I like it.
Yeah. But hey, man, it's been a pleasure talking to you, dude. And
appreciate
it. I appreciate what you're doing. And
we'll keep watching because I'm going to be hurting for views, so I need everyone I can get. So
yeah. I got you, Playboy.
All right.
Later, man.
Peace. Okay, last one. We got all flat Alvin. All flat. Oh, maybe not. Device is not connected. You got 10 seconds. I'm going to read these super chats. We've got, thank you very much, Suzanne, by the way. Then she wrote again. She says, I wanted to believe. Oh, yeah, we read that one. Thank you very much again. Texas Gamer Chick. Thank you very much. $25. That's awesome. And then your friend, the Barnyard Chicken. Thank you very much. $25. You guys are awesome. Suzanne, again, thank you so much for taking this trip and for all the lives. Been waiting since then, hoping you would be back. You feel like a fellow truther with right amount of skepticism, testing, but accepting evidence. Well, thank you. I will not lie to my audience. So the good thing is I'm not always going to be right, but at least I'll be honest, and that's what you should look for. You should look for people. That's what I wish I could hear more of. Like now, if I am in the car, if I turn on a radio station, everybody who's on the radio is basically reading some script that's been prepared for them. So I don't think you can learn much from that. All you're going to do is get caught up in advertising scams or, oh, this new medicine works great, right? But if you have people who give you their honest opinion, that's where you can learn. So when you find those people, they're few and far between, but hold on to them. We've got Hans. Hans says, he still says device. Oh, there you go. Flat Earth was always a distraction from all other important truths. CIA created Flat Earth. They need to control truthers like that. It's really simple. I mean, Hans, I can't decline that. I can't deny that. Thank you very much, Dave McKeegan, for finally getting me my huge NASA shield check of $10. Thank you. Alvin, go ahead. You are the final one. I'm going to give you 4 minutes, and then we're out of here.
Oh boy, am I glad I made it.
Oh shit!
Why? What's wrong?
Can you just put Party Poet in next time so I don't pick it up with the line? Wouldn't it be easier? On us all?
Actually, no. Wouldn't. I actually wanted to show you that you actually went through a teleporter.
Here we go.
And how easily it is you could show the world that you actually did that beyond any reasonable shadow of
Well,
a
you
doubt.
told me not to walk backwards. I made sure I did not walk backwards.
No. I figured you wouldn't do that. I knew basically that you would actually go down there and somehow you got it stuffed in your head that NASA can show you a pancake and still stay in business. And I knew that, and I have no idea how you had that working in your head, but I at least realized that's not even a possibility. But so then I started looking at the fact that they have to teleport them to a movie studio because there's no way in hell you're going to walk into one voluntarily. Voluntarily.
Uh-huh.
And then I basically came up with it. And
Okay, hold on. Let me just say. Hold on. Let me just mention something. So I brought my own GoPro camera. Nobody touched it. Nobody controlled it. Nobody told me when I could turn it on or off. So what you're saying is I have video footage then of sometimes being in the studio and sometimes out?
No, hang on. You actually have a fallacy in your head that it's your GoPro camera. Okay, we got to start. See, a lot of people just like you have that in their head that it's your computer or it's your camera or it's your phone. And you know what? And Klaus Schwab made sure that that actually stuck in your head when the truth of the matter is it's not yours to begin with. So when they actually fuck with it, and they're completely allowed to fuck with it because you sign a 1,000-page contract that allows them to fuck with it no matter what. So even if you come in court and say, hey, you fucked with my shit, they'll go, well, we're allowed to because it's not yours to begin with.
All right, hold on 1 second. We'll be right back with 2 minutes. I just want to get this out of the way. It makes me feel better. Thank you.
Over consciousness felt that and realizes that God. Die, you fucking piece of shit!
Okay, I feel better. Go ahead. Thank you.
Okay.
Continue.
I have no idea how that works, but basically look at it this way. You get in the end, you do not get an owner's manual. Okay, you get a user's guide. They're quite frankly telling you, you are an end user. You are not an owner of anything you went with, and they fucked with your shit. They put it near the South Pole so that congratulations, the compass would work. By the way, there's no way paper burns that way. And I'm not saying you voluntarily did this. I'm saying they planted the paper on you and basically... No, go in your California sun for the hell of it. That's not part of the proofs, by the way. It's just that something I noticed that no one's talking about. But if you can go in your California sun and burn some paper and see that that's not how paper burns with a whatchamacallit, with a magnifying glass, coming from folks who played with a magnifying glass and paper for years as kids. That's not how paper burns. But regardless of that, if you could go get that GoPro camera that you went with that was strapped to your chest, if you could also get some baby wipes and those magnets that you got, those 1/2-inch magnets, do you still have those?
Yep, I have them.
Okay. So do you have any chopsticks in the house?
Wooden chopsticks?
Well, they don't have to be wooden. They can be the plastic ones.
No, I have the wooden ones. My wife is
whatever.
Asian. Come on.
Okay. Usually, I figured you guys would have a ton of those. Okay. A set of chopsticks, some baby wipes. You got baby wipes?
Yes.
Okay. And if you could basically put a T-shirt on, and then basically set up so that the GoPro camera is also transmitting on your show so that you can basically see what the GoPro camera sees and what the other camera sees for the hell of it. And basically, if you could put that together, I could show you went through a teleporter.
Okay. I'll reach out. I'm too tired to think about that right now. Anyway, thank you very much. I appreciate it, Party Poet. Anything else for people? Teleporter.
Basically, I'm proud of the fact that Saul was the only one who's got the right idea going. That
so he actually has the wrong idea. But okay. I mean, who am I?
Saul has the wrong idea?
Well, if anybody's saying any part of the trip was fake, then yes, they are wrong. So.
Oh, okay. Well, like I said, I can help you show you that you were actually tossed into a movie studio. Okay, not voluntarily. I'm not saying you did this voluntarily. I told you right off the beginning, they're gonna make it believable. That's their job, to make it believable. For $80 million fucking dollars a day, you're gonna make it. They're not gonna say teleporter ahead just so that they can get busted.
True.
I have no idea why you ever thought they can show you a pancake and stay in business. Look at how they're ready to crucify you.
Well, I've noticed. All right. I am heading out. Thank you very much. I'm going to close this down. Thank you guys. This was a great Speaker's Corner. I thought it was going to be a little bit more contentious, but I also know some of the guys who want to spout out just don't show up in live streams. They don't want to talk to me live. They want to just yell about me on Facebook, and then I guess that's all they do. It's not very exciting. All right, so coming up, what do we got tomorrow or today? At this point, we've got tonight at 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. the crypto class. That's the first Friday of every month, so join us for that. Saturday, we have a VIP hangout, and I've got a few different ideas for a special guest, so I got to decide on one because I've got 2 or 3. But so there will be somebody, if you want to become a VIP, whop.com. WAP. Oh, I actually have a graphic for it, don't I? Maybe. Maybe not. I think it's up here. Maybe this one? Maybe not. No, I don't think that is a graphic. It's not. Yeah, this one. There we go. There you go. WAP.com/Jeranism. It is a very cool group of us. There's a private chat. There is a twice monthly hangouts on the first and third Saturday of the month where we hang out for 3 hours. You get to hang out with me. That's worth the $15 loan. But it helps me keep doing this. I don't know how I'm going to keep going with less views. I don't know if I'm going to have to move somewhere, Rumble or something like that, or what's going to happen. But I'm along for the ride. My goal is to continue doing this. So if you enjoy the show, if you enjoy the honesty, if you want to see where this goes, where we go from here, please support the show. It would be helpful if everybody who watched the show today, gave $3 a month, and the whole thing would be done. But I get it. Times are tough. If you can, Cash App $Jeranism. I do appreciate the huge super chats tonight. We do need to remember that Google takes 30% of that. So lucky Google. They scored again on Eric Dubé being named the one and only true shill. Thank you for joining me for that. We are going to head out. Lots of things going on. What does that say? Oh, sorry. Nope, that's not for me. Somebody else. A lot of things going on, but the main thing is I'm redoing the Friday show. I'm going to make a deal to you guys that I understand that I have not been great about being punctual for my Friday shows or any show. Well, I'm good on the ones that have other people on them, like Reefer Roulette. But for the Friday show, it will be at 3 o'clock on Fridays. It doesn't even have a full name yet. It kind of has a working name, but it's going to be an awesome show. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to stick for now to just doing that one show a week. We'll have this show at the first Thursday of every month. But other than that, I want to stick to making a really excellent 3-hour Friday show that has segments, that has produced parts, that is maybe an interview, maybe a one subject deep dive. That's how I kind of picture it. And I think that what we're missing, because I used to do it, is there's nobody doing any research, right? And I think this is obvious. Back in the day, that's all you could do is do research, make a video. Do research, make a video. There was no option for live streams. When live streams came along, that's what everybody's doing now. But that is a way to be lazier. It's a way to not do research. It's a way just to kind of talk through things. You'll make some tips. And I think everybody's doing that now. If you notice, like nobody just releases a good video anymore. So that's another thing I want to work on. I think if I do videos like that, I can actually work on videos on the side, putting clips together and put out good videos that I do think wake people up more. And that's the plan. So I am heading off to smoke this joint. Hopefully you guys had a fun night. It's late. Let's put on some music here and we'll talk to you guys soon. Christmas music? Yeah, why not? We'll see you guys soon. This has been Jeranism. Much love. Till next time. Peace.